behind a small, nameless hill outside City C29 in the eastern district of Earth, a girl of about 18 or 19 lay flat on the ground. Her outfit, worn and dusty like a wanderer's, blended almost completely with the barren land. Her eyes were filled with tears, her lips pressed tightly together, and her whole body was tense. Only heaven knew how excited Chen Qian was at that moment. She had finally seen another human being. Her eyesight was excellent, and she could clearly see the sign above the main gate that read City C29. The place didn't look impressive. In fact, it wasn't even a real city, more like a medium-sized town. But to Chen Qian, who had been wandering alone for 3 years, C29 looked like paradise itself, a perfect haven appearing before her eyes. There weren't many people at the north gate. Occasionally, a vehicle would drive out, following the only road that disappeared into the endless yellow dust. Chen Qian blinked her clear eyes and pulled a small, relatively clean cloth from her storage space to wipe her tears. "Heaven above, I'll never complain about you again," she whispered. 3 years ago, Chen Qian had somehow crossed into this world. No one knew why. One moment she was walking through a haunted house at an amusement park, and the next, she came face to face with a terrifying creature straight out of a nightmare. When the creature scratched her, she finally realized this was all real. Fortunately, fate had given her a small space to survive in, the very haunted house she had been in before crossing over. It was about 300 to 400 square meters, filled with fake props and decorations. The weapons were all useless imitations. Only the snacks sold at the entrance and a few hidden supplies from the staff were actually edible. It wasn't much, but it was enough to help Chen Qian survive those first desperate days. After being injured by the creature, she discovered she had gained a strange ability. It wasn't like the powers she had read about in post-apocalyptic novels. She could only transform parts of her body into vine-like forms, and she could still get hurt like normal. It made her feel a bit like a half-human, half-monster being. After gaining this ability, a small vine-shaped pattern appeared on her chest. It had started out white, then gradually changed to gray, green, cyan, and now a deep blue. Chen Qian knew this must be an upgrade in her special ability. After the pattern turned blue, she could transform her whole body into vines. If this had happened before she traveled to this world, she would have been seen as a real monster. She had arrived in a deserted wasteland where not even birds flew, and before she had gone far, she ran into groups of strange creatures. She had no choice but to fight monsters while improving her strength. At first, Chen Qian spent most of her time hiding in an abandoned house, but slowly, she learned how to survive outside. Strangely, the monsters that looked like Earth's animals had meat that was sour and foul-smelling, completely inedible. But the ones that looked bizarre and pieced together tasted surprisingly good, each with a different flavor. Because of that, Chen Qian never went hungry. After she had defeated many monsters, she began to notice a difference. Many of the Earth-like creatures still had human clothes hanging on them. That was when she realized the truth. Those sour, smelly monsters were once humans. And the ugly but tasty ones were alien creatures that had crawled out from strange cracks in space. It was unbelievable. Luckily, the ones she ate were real monsters. Otherwise, she would have been sickened. In 3 years, apart from a few ruined cities, Chen Qian hadn't seen another human being. It felt as if she were the only person left in the world. Many times, she wondered if she was still on Earth. The places she traveled through were too strange. Some looked like normal Earth cities, while others seemed patched together from different landscapes. Sometimes half a mountain was neatly joined to a skyscraper, sometimes a desert connected directly to a forest, and in the middle of a straight road, there might even be a piece of the moon's surface. It was impossible not to doubt reality. For nearly 1,000 days and nights, she hadn't spoken to anyone. Before crossing over, Chen Qian had just been an ordinary high school student. Now she was forced to fight monsters every day. There was nothing but endless battles and loneliness. She kept walking and searching. Sunrise brought new hope, and sunset shattered it again. She didn't know how long she could keep going. Fortunately, 3 days ago, Chen Qian finally saw signs of human life. But she stayed cautious and only followed the vehicle from a distance. She could easily tell that everyone in the vehicle was male and of a lower rank than her. Each of them had a mark in the middle of their forehead, similar to the one on her chest, about the size of a fingernail. The colors of those marks were the same as the ones she had once changed into. The highest rank was green, and the lowest was gray. She had followed them for 3 days, all the way to City C29, without revealing herself. Humans were social creatures, and when Chen Qian saw such a large city, she finally relaxed. After observing for half a day, she concluded that this city seemed normal and fairly ordinary. Although rare, she did see a few women near another gate. Their living conditions seemed better than those of the men. Chen Qian didn't quite understand, since those women's ranks were clearly much lower. All of them entered through the south gate, where the road was smoother and there were more people and vehicles passing by. After making sure there was no danger, Chen Qian climbed out from behind a small dirt mound and slowly walked toward the north gate. A woman? Before she could get close, the guards at the gate spotted her. They all had marks on their foreheads, each slightly different, most of them gray, with a few in light blue. They were tall and strong, looking powerful and imposing, perhaps because of their abilities. After all, Chen Qian herself had grown from 1.6 meters to 1.65 meters since her transformation. Of course, it might also be because she was still young and could still grow. You. Chen Qian tried to speak, but her voice startled her. She wanted to greet them, yet she hadn't spoken for so long that her throat felt dry and unused. For a moment, she couldn't say another word. Excuse me, are you alone? Why did you come through the north gate? The guards were more than surprised. They were completely shocked. Nowadays, it was almost unheard of for a woman to travel without a partner, just like how people in the old world rarely went out without their phones. Even when it did happen, it was only in A-level or S-level cities. But this guard, a third-rank mutant, couldn't sense this woman's rank at all. Could she be stronger than him? Because of the special position of the beast mark and the natural influence women had over men, it was difficult for them to determine a female mutant's rank. The young girl standing in front of them didn't look very old. A windproof scarf covered most of her dull-colored face, leaving only her sharp, cold eyes visible. No one dared to look at her for long. Chen Qian lowered her gaze and pointed to her throat, signaling that she couldn't speak. She noticed the guard had just used a respectful form of address, so she quickly changed her plan to blend in. The guard didn't dare to ask more questions. If it had been a male mutant, he would have interrogated him carefully. But since it was a female, she had to be taken to the mutation hall for registration by the city's AI system, Hope 2471. Chen Qian hadn't expected to enter the city so easily. She quietly followed the nervous guard into an off-road vehicle, her eyes scanning everything around her. Although the city looked unimpressive from the outside, the inside was surprisingly advanced. From the small streetlights to the transport vehicles, she even saw a hovering car. That was amazing. Chen Qian was glad most of her face was covered. Otherwise, people would have seen how surprised she looked beneath her cold expression. She really did seem like a country girl entering the city for the first time. The streets weren't crowded, but they were far better than she had imagined. There were even street vendors selling goods. Was this really supposed to be the end of the world? As she observed, she noticed there were very few women around, but their status seemed quite high. After about 10 minutes, Chen Qian was brought to a tall building, about 10 stories high. It was the only high-rise in the entire city. Please come in. Someone will assist you inside, the guard said nervously. His job was only to guard the gate. After escorting Chen Qian to the hall and speaking briefly with a staff member, he quickly left. He had already informed the association's director in advance. The man who greeted her looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s. He had a gentle smile and spoke politely. Miss, I'm Jiang, the head of the Mutant Association of City C29. I understand that you're unable to speak. We've prepared paper and pen in the lounge. I'll ask you a few questions to collect some data. You can nod or shake your head, and if that's difficult, you can write your answers down. Is that all right? Chen Qian nodded. This way, she could keep some things vague. The place looked quite proper, but since she didn't have legal status, it would be bad if something went wrong. Soon, she was taken to a lounge upstairs. She sat on a soft sofa, with colorful drinks and some snacks and fruit in front of her. This treatment was simply amazing. Chen Qian felt as if she had entered paradise. Truly, without comparison, one wouldn't know the difference. She had struggled to survive outside for 3 years, barely managing to stay alive. Now, in this peaceful place, she had food and drink right away. Seeing Chen Qian sitting comfortably, Jiang Qi pushed the fruit closer to her. Chen Qian had already made up her mind. If anything seemed wrong, she would fight her way out, and if there was no other choice, she would hide in her space. However, along the way, she hadn't seen anyone stronger than herself. After drinking some water and eating a few snacks, she felt much more relaxed. At that moment, Jiang Qi finally got a clear look at her face. Although it wasn't clean and looked a bit dusty, her features were delicate and pretty. Her appearance didn't quite match the sharp look in her eyes. Jiang Qi was the person in charge of mutated beings sent from a B-level city. He managed all the information about such people in City C29. Having met many women before, he still needed a moment to compose himself. After calming down, he quickly opened his notebook and asked gently, "May I have your name?" "All right, Miss Chen. I couldn't find any record of you in our system. Does that mean you haven't been registered in the Hope 2471 system before?" Chen Qian nodded. She had never even heard of that system. "You must have been from Huagua before. When the alien species arrived, many lands were divided, and some people ended up wandering outside. A few even formed small bases. I've received quite a few mutated individuals here, but you're the only woman among them." Seeing her confusion, Jiang Qi explained briefly. He didn't mention that those cases were from years ago. After repeated beast attacks, fewer and fewer people survived outside. In the past 2 years, he hadn't met any newcomers, let alone a rare and delicate woman. With many thoughts in his mind, Jiang Qi quickly stood up and took 2 items from the cabinet behind him. The larger one looked like a piece of advanced technology, while the smaller one resembled the bracelet on his wrist, only more refined. "Please place your hand on the energy tester. The system will automatically record your information." After entering Chen Qian's name, Jiang Qi sat back down and looked at the laptop, where the data would be synced. Chen Qian felt a bit uneasy. She regretted coming in so suddenly. What if the machine revealed all her secrets? Would they see her as something strange and get rid of her? But she didn't hesitate for long. Maybe it was because she had been alone for too long. If she couldn't meet anyone again, she might as well not go on living. "Don't be afraid. It won't harm you," Jiang Qi said softly, looking at the young woman before him, who was about the same age as his own child. Chen Qian took a quiet breath and slowly placed her hand into the hand-shaped slot of the device. The screen beside them quickly displayed her information. Age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, birthday, to be entered, ability level, level 4, ability type, mutated vine type, fire element, registered city, Earth, Eastern District, City C29, registration code, DW74747441, matched individuals, Hanzi, Wei Jingzhe, Jiang Lingrui, by Chimian, Huashao. Chen Qian noticed that the device absorbed a small amount of her energy, but nothing else seemed unusual, so she relaxed. She stared at the screen. The system was impressive. It could detect her height, age, and even blood type with just a scan. She understood most of the information, but what did matched individuals mean? Since she was pretending to be mute, she couldn't ask Jiang Qi directly. Level 4? Jiang Qi exclaimed, his usual calm completely gone. He now looked like a young man seeing something unbelievable for the first time. Miss Chen didn't look extraordinary at all, yet she had just given him a huge shock. A level 4 female mutant. How could someone like her appear in a C-level city? Even in an S1 city, Miss Chen would be highly respected by all major groups. Fortunately, the Earth Mutant Association had strong protection policies for female mutants and would never reveal their information easily. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a level 4 female mutant would cause a sensation in any S-level city. Jiang Qi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his professional composure despite his astonishment. After a flurry of typing on the computer, the wristband was connected to the laptop to transfer data and set up various functions before it was handed over. Sigh, when will I finally get to use a light brain? This old laptop is so slow and clunky. Chen Qian took it and examined it carefully. It really was a high-tech device. Its sleek black design looked expensive. This is a smart wristband, used worldwide. It can connect to the system Hope 2471. It has many functions, but the most important ones are identity information and personal points, Jiang Qi explained gently. Basically, it worked as an ID card, social security card, and an all-in-one tool for work, shopping, and entertainment. Technology, real technology. Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Before she crossed over, the countless apps on her phone had already driven her crazy. Who would have thought that, even after ending up in a post-apocalyptic world, life could still be this fun? If only she could forget the 3 years she spent wandering as a homeless child, it would be perfect. A paradise, really. Since things had come this far, Chen Qian didn't hesitate and put on the wristband. The operation was simple. Once activated, it automatically connected to her body's energy and projected a personal interface visible only to her at a comfortable distance. If she wanted others to see it, she could link it to their wristbands. No need for manual control, just a thought and it responded. Chen Qian was beyond thrilled. Who cared about privacy? With technology like this, convenience was all that mattered. Even phones didn't really offer privacy, anyway. She knew now wasn't the time to study the wristband, so she pointed to the bottom row of names on the energy tester, signaling to Jiang Qi. Her meaning was clear. Jiang Qi looked at the names and found them somewhat familiar. But he didn't have permission to open the details. Before the matched partners arrived near their contract holder, their information was hidden by the system. Even local association staff couldn't access it. This rule existed because of a tragic incident in the past. An association worker once held a grudge against a woman's matched partner. After the system confirmed their match, he attacked her on the spot, leading to a terrible outcome. The death of that female mutant directly caused the mental collapse and death of 5 high-level mutants. After this incident, the Mutant Association immediately changed the related rules and added special protection for women. The room looked ordinary, but the moment Jiang Qi entered, his powers were suppressed. Jiang Qi didn't pay much attention to the matched partners around him. He just blinked in confusion. Oh no, she's a female mutant. He had never registered one before, so he didn't know he needed to explain the matching process in advance. After all, this was common knowledge, already ingrained in everyone's mind. The management in a sea-level city wasn't as strict as in higher ones. Ahem, Miss Chen, this is my mistake. According to Article 1 of the female section in the Earth Mutant Species Law, every female mutant over 18 must be matched with at least 5 male mutants. That means these 5 are the partners assigned to you by the system Hope 2471. 5 partners? Chen Qian felt her pupils tremble in shock, her mind spinning in confusion. F5. Partners? She asked hoarsely, barely forming the words. She wasn't angry, though. Having been alone for so long, she would probably have accepted the arrangement after some hesitation if it had been explained earlier. Jiang Qi was surprised by her rough voice and quickly handed her a glass of water. So she could speak. Her throat was just in poor condition. No wonder the system hadn't marked any physical issues. Miss Chen, it's getting late, and you look tired. The Mutant Association will provide you with a house and some assets. How about I explain everything in detail tomorrow? Jiang Qi suggested kindly. Her shocked expression worried him. He was afraid she might not handle it well. Besides, it was almost time to get off work. He needed to hurry home to spend time with his bonded partner. Work overtime? Impossible. Nothing was more important than his partner. Since the apocalypse, when all humans became mutants, the relationship between male and female mutants had completely changed. Now, the world was truly led by women. The mutant apocalypse had brought humanity back to a matriarchal society, one that held overwhelming power. Chen Qian nodded. She wasn't really tired, but everything she had learned today was far beyond what she had expected. Because of her voice problem and her status as an outsider, she didn't want to ask too many questions. The smartest thing to do now was to find a quiet place and quickly study with her wristband. Let's add each other as friends. If I don't understand something, I'll ask you later. Chen Qian turned down the offer for a detailed explanation tomorrow. Before she caught up on the basics, she didn't want to deal too much with people who seemed like government officials. Jiang Qi had no objection.
All right.
If you need anything, you can contact my work account anytime. I'll take you to your new home soon. The property has already been transferred to your name. Staff are setting up furniture and basic supplies. 10,000 points have also been added to your account. If your balance ever reaches 0, you can apply for support from the Ability Users Association. It's usually approved. Chen Qian nodded. The benefits for women here were so good that she almost wanted to cry. In her old world, she had heard that once a woman got married, it was even hard to find a job. Following Jiang Qi's words, she instinctively opened her points balance. 10,000. Her math wasn't great, but she wasn't that bad. Why were there so many zeros after 10,000? Although Chen Qian had said she didn't need a detailed explanation, Jiang Qi still kindly explained the situation they had just encountered. He couldn't see her balance, but guessed her confusion. Miss Chen, the amount is correct. When you are matched with a partner, all of their assets are returned to the city system. After taxes are deducted, the remaining amount is transferred to your account. The matched partner will arrive in your city within a month to live with you. After hearing this, only 2 words echoed in Chen Qian's mind. Those poor matched partners were basically being sent far away. And with such a huge dowry, she had counted twice and still couldn't figure out how many zeros there were. She almost wanted to cry from happiness. She loved this world.
Wait.
What if things didn't go well when they finally met? Thinking of that, Chen Qian couldn't sit still. She needed to find a place right away to study her wristband carefully and maybe take a look at what her assigned husbands looked like. Well, 5 of them. Yes, 5. But since they were already assigned, and with such generous dowries, she couldn't really complain. Chen Qian was a responsible person. Even if she wasn't pretty, she could still live a good life. But if she were beautiful, that she wondered if it would be easy to buy some health supplements here. Miss Chen, this way, please. Jiang Qi had just received the message that the house was ready. Seeing that Chen Qian wanted to take a walk, he decided to take her to see it. He hadn't often visited the houses assigned to 4th-level female mutants himself. As the city's head of mutant affairs, Jiang Qi truly lived up to his position. He even had a hover car. The ride was smooth and fast. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived. Chen Qian hadn't even had time to study the car properly. Her eyes lingered on the hover car for 3 seconds before she turned to look at the house in front of her. A 3-story villa, large and elegant, with a yard full of flowers she couldn't name. They looked freshly transplanted. What amazing efficiency! Jiang Qi gave her a quick tour of the villa's basic facilities. By the time he left, the sky had already darkened. 3 hours earlier, when Chen Qian's information had just been entered, in the Eastern District, City S1, a man sat lazily on a sofa, one long leg crossed over the other. Even in such a relaxed pose, he gave off an air of dominance. What do you mean, I have no money? 4 tall men in black stood before him. Though they looked strong and imposing, they seemed nervous in his presence. Sir, all your assets have been forcibly reclaimed by the system. Explain. The man frowned slightly, puzzled. How could something like being broke happen to him? In the entire Eastern District, there were only a few who could stand against him. As he thought this, his 6th-level pressure spread through the room. The 4 men immediately dropped to their knees, unable to resist even for a moment. He was, after all, the man closest to reaching the 7th level in the Eastern District. Even though they were nearly at the 6th level themselves, the gap between them was enormous.
Sir, it seems that
the system has matched you with a contract partner, one of them stammered. The man froze in surprise. He opened his personal data, and sure enough, it had already changed. Name: Hanzi Contractor, Chen Qian. Age: 25. Height: 192 centimeters. Birthday: January 1st. Ability level: Tier 6. Ability type: Mutated Black Dragon, Lightning type. Occupation: Beast Slayer. Residence: Earth, Eastern Grand District, City S1. Registration code: DM0. Warning: Please report to the Mutant Hall in City C29, Eastern Grand District, before July 29th, year 15 of the End Era. Staring at those words, Hanzi couldn't quite understand how he felt. He had thought that even after mutating into a parasitic type, he would never form a contract. Yet, unexpectedly, at this moment, he was suddenly assigned a female mutant as his contractor. The man opened his points panel. He had never cared about the numbers before, but now, seeing the pitiful total of 1,000 points, the pressure around him grew heavier. "Has my beast mark changed?" he asked coldly. The man kneeling on the ground struggled to lift his head under the crushing pressure. "Master, your beast mark has turned into orange-yellow vines. Normally, a Tier 6 mark should be yellow, but since Hanzi's level was already close to Tier 7, the two colors intertwined. It also meant he was on the verge of losing control over his advancement. At present, among the 4 major districts of Earth, each of the other 3 had at least one Tier 7 mutant. Only the Eastern Grand District's strongest was still at Tier 6. Although Hanzi was nearly at Tier 7 and constantly suppressing his power, no one dared to let him advance. The reason was simple: male mutants faced extreme risks when leveling up. Without a contractor, the chance of Hanzi turning into a mindless parasitic type was 99%. This was the result of precise calculations by the system Hope 2471, meaning almost certain failure. Moreover, female mutants advanced far more slowly than males. Low-level contractors couldn't stabilize high-level partners, and compatibility was something that could only depend on fate. The Mutant Association had even made an exception to test the compatibility between Hanzi and the highest-ranked female mutants. Unfortunately, the highest match rate was only 50%. Normally, a successful pairing required at least 80%. The compatibility between Hanzi and Chen Qian was an astonishing 99%. If it weren't for that, he would never have noticed the change in his beast mark. Hanzi, however, didn't yet know about their compatibility. After learning that he had been bound by a contract, he actually felt an unusual sense of relief. The title of number 1 in the Eastern District? Whoever wanted it could have it. He was ready to retire in a sea-level city. Even with all its power, the Association of Mutants couldn't go against Chen Qian's will and force anyone to move to S1 City. After all, she now had the strongest person in the Eastern District standing behind her. The Earth mutant species law could only serve as a social guideline for mutants. In truth, because of the invasion of other species, human nature had already become much closer to that of the mutants. The main reason for the great change in the world system was the contracts between the two kinds. They existed together with mutation itself. With the creation of the system Hope 2471, its unique matching program greatly increased the survival rate of mutants. Through energy transfer, storage, matching, and remote contract assistance, it not only improved birth rates, but also raised the success rate of male mutants advancing to higher levels. Before forming a contract, males followed the Earth mutant species law. After the contract, they followed their instincts. Those who were matched naturally felt a sense of loyalty toward their partners. In other words, with just one command from their partner, they would be willing to defy the entire species law for them. This was also why women enjoyed such high status. Most were deeply cared for by their partners. Over time, this custom led to a gradual decline in men's social standing. Another reason was the current gender imbalance: 13 men for every woman. Fortunately, women now gave birth to beast-type offspring. In the Eastern District, due to environmental factors, each birth produced 4 to 6 young, while in the other 3 districts, it ranged from 6 to 10. Newborns spent their first month in beast form or as eggs. After transforming into human infants, They had to reach the 4th level before they could once again take on their full mutant form. At the same time, Chen Qian's other 4 matched partners also received the news. After finishing their own affairs, they began traveling from different cities toward the quiet, overlooked sea-level city. A month might seem long, but for this vast, transformed Earth, it was far too short. The main leaders of the Eastern Division of the Mutant Association learned about the news right away. After some discussion, they decided to stay put for now and wait until they understood the newcomer's personality before taking any action. They didn't want to anger the mysterious female mutant who had appeared out of nowhere. After all, every person who had formed a contract with her was far from ordinary. They had to be extremely cautious. Once Jiang left, the villa fell into a calm silence. Chen Qian finally relaxed. Her nerves had been tense the entire afternoon, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She had entered the base easily, and the living conditions were even better than she imagined. Trying to calm her excitement at meeting someone from her hometown, Chen Qian went to the bathroom in the 3rd-floor bedroom. This room was the largest and best in the entire villa. It occupied the whole 3rd floor, fully equipped, and even had a large open balcony. Naturally, Chen Qian chose this one. The 2nd floor had been divided into 6 bedrooms and a common area, while the kitchen, guest room, and study were all on the 1st floor. The bathtub quickly filled with water, and Chen Qian took off her worn-out wasteland-style clothes. Although part of her outfit was for disguise, it was also what she had worn for the past 3 years. It was durable, easy to clean, and helped her stay hidden. During her travels, she had come across many abandoned towns, but most were badly damaged. The apocalypse here had clearly started long before she arrived, maybe 10 or 20 years earlier. Most of the food, clothes, and daily supplies she found were spoiled or broken. She had carefully picked through the ruins to gather what she could use. Even if things were expired, they were still better than nothing. At least it was better than when she first landed in the middle of a barren desert with absolutely nothing. When her lighter from the haunted space ran out, she even had to survive for a while by eating raw food. Her fire ability only appeared later, when the mark on her chest turned blue. Before that, she had to make fire by rubbing sticks together. As she recalled those hard days, Chen Qian sank into the warm bathwater, letting it surround her completely. A soft sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had always made sure to keep clean when possible. The haunted space still stored plenty of water. She had learned never to take it for granted after suffering from thirst before. Thinking about the taste of that monster's blood now made her want to throw up. Who in their right mind would drink something like that? Covered in dust, Chen Qian finally regained her natural skin tone after washing off enough dirt to fill 3 tubs of water. She wasn't very fair, but her skin looked healthy. Her lean and strong body carried a graceful femininity, and the smooth lines of her figure showed her strength.
She even had faint abs now.
Her long black hair flowed down her back to her thighs. She usually tied it up in a high ponytail, but now that it was loose, it looked even thicker. Her delicate face looked fair and smooth against her dark hair, and her beautiful features were full of pride. This was the real Chen Qian. Unfortunately, her eyes, hardened by endless battles, always carried a sharpness that made her seem difficult to approach. But that sharpness could be quite useful for intimidating others. Standing before the full-length mirror, Chen Qian admired her reflection. She looked much better than the thin, frail version of herself from before she crossed over. The villa had 3 new sets of clothes prepared for her. After washing up, she didn't hesitate and changed right away. The long-lost feeling of freshness and cleanliness made her feel completely relaxed and comfortable. That feeling only grew stronger when she opened the refrigerator. Delicious food. Fruits, desserts, drinks, all the things girls loved. Chen Qian was so excited that she jumped twice on the spot before carefully taking the food out, her eyes filling with tears again. She had finally found people like her, and they were treating her so well. Even if there were other reasons behind it, these things were real and tangible. Since the other side hadn't shown any hostility, Chen Qian was truly touched. What she didn't know was that her privileges were unique in the entire Eastern District. Other female mutants had similar benefits, but none as generous as hers. In this post-apocalyptic world, clean water, fruits, and desserts were precious resources, usually found only in top-tier cities, and even there, they weren't used so freely. Her special treatment wasn't just because of her strength, but also because of her powerful allies. No one wanted to offend a woman who possessed both great power and remarkable luck. After deciding to observe her, the Mutant Association made sure to show their goodwill in the best possible way, respectful, but not overstepping, leaving her with a good impression. Chen Qian had to admit, that move really worked on her. Chen Qian slumped into the soft sofa, eating delicious food while searching for the information she wanted. Soon, she found the answer. This world was 15 years ahead of the time she came from. In other words, not long after the moment she traveled through time, the world was invaded by strange creatures. She couldn't tell whether she was lucky or unlucky. After learning this, Chen Qian froze for a moment. It was now the 15th year of the End Era. She was just imagining if this world was still the same one she came from, could she meet her parents, her younger brother, and her friends again? Her heart pounded. A 16 or 17-year-old girl, suddenly arriving in a strange place, facing monsters every day, and having no one like her around. Wasn't she afraid? At first, she had been terrified. But every time she wanted to give up, she couldn't accept dying so easily. Just thinking about the possibility of seeing her loved ones again made her want to cry. Her emotions had been held back for too long, and now that they burst out, she couldn't stop the tears. It was as if she wanted to make up for all the feelings she had suppressed over the past 3 years. After a while, Chen Qian finally calmed down. This wasn't the time to get emotional. She needed to understand the world she was in. Once she could stand on her own, she would think about those faint hopes, no matter how small they were. In the year 2471, humanity should have been thriving, advancing toward a highly developed technological age. But things kept going wrong. Natural disasters, wars, pollution, and countless other crises. These endless disasters finally began to ease in 2431, 40 years ago. Humanity survived. Society slowly regained order. Just when everyone thought peace and happiness were returning, the end came. Strange creatures invaded the world. The Earth's tectonic plates were silently torn apart and reassembled with lands from another world. Although the planet's surface expanded many times over, humanity felt no joy, for countless spatial rifts appeared soon after. These strange rifts connected to alien continents, releasing terrifying and merciless creatures that ravaged the once peaceful world. In a short time, Earth was plunged into endless chaos and destruction. Within just 1 year, 90% of the human population was wiped out, leaving fewer than 1 billion survivors. In the year 2471, humanity used all remaining nuclear weapons to destroy the 3 largest spatial rifts above the western seas. The invasion finally came to a temporary halt. This event became known as the Western Sea Campaign, the largest, most destructive, and deadliest battle in human history. Over 30 nations took part, the last remaining countries on Earth. The day after the campaign ended, people wept among the ruins and devastation. Humanity named that year the first year of the End Era. During this time, because the Earth's plates had been strangely fused, some regions became filled with dense spatial rifts and were no longer suitable for human life. Populations slowly migrated toward the largest landmass, the Eurasian Plate. That same year, Earth was divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North. Each region contained 4 S-level cities, 10 A-level cities, 24 B-level cities, and several C-level cities, with numbers varying by region. The foundation of what would later become the Mutant Association also began to take shape. As the alien invasion continued, human bodies started to change. Strange markings appeared on everyone's skin. From that year on, humans were officially renamed mutants, though many still preferred to call themselves human. In the 3rd year of the End Era, the System Hope 2471 was officially launched, and the first edition of the Earth Mutant Species Act was published. The mutant association separated from the remnants of national governments and became the only official global authority. Although internal rivalries existed among the 4 regional branches of the association, all mutants shared the same stance toward the invading species. Those who invade our world must be stopped and destroyed. That same year, the System Hope 2471 released unified global information about the state of the world in this new era. All invasive species are collectively called primordial species. Although they are fierce and dangerous, they can be used as food, and most of the food for mutants comes from them. The skin, fur, bones, and tendons of primordial species are also excellent biological materials. As humans began to mutate, danger followed. Each stage of advancement brought a risk of losing reason and turning into a beast. When the markings on the body completely disappear, the mutant becomes a parasitic being that has lost all humanity, with no chance of turning back. Although the bodies of parasitic beings are strong, most people refuse to use them as resources because they were once human. Whether animal-like or plant-like, parasitic beings are unpleasant to eat, with sour and foul-tasting flesh. Note: the original plants and animals of Earth are called Earth ancestral species, and they are edible. When humans discovered that their bodies could transform into beast-like or plant-like forms, markings appeared on men's foreheads and on women's left chests. Though the markings were only the size of a fingernail, they contained immense energy. The Mutant Association named these markings beast marks. A woman's beast mark represents her mutation type, while an unbonded man's mark is uniform. After forming a bond, it changes into a master beast mark. Inside the bodies of both parasitic and primordial species, crystal-like energy cores were also found, called beast cores. Beast marks and beast cores share the same origin. When a person's beast mark disappears, a beast core of the same level forms inside them, signifying that they have become a parasitic being. The higher the level, the greater the risk of turning into one. Power always comes with danger. Beast mark and beast core levels and point conversion. Level 0, white, 1 point. Level 1, gray, 10 points. Level 2, cyan, 100 points. Level 3, green, 1,000 points. Level 4, blue, 10,000 points. Level 5, purple, 100,000 points. Level 6, yellow, 1 million points. Level 7, orange, 10 million points. Level 8, gold, 100 million points. Level 9, unknown, unmeasurable. Level 10, unknown. Unmeasurable. A person's level can be roughly judged by the color, pressure, and energy waves of their beast mark. Low-level mutants can hardly sense the level of higher ones except by seeing their marks. Note: all the above data comes from battle statistics. In the year 2471 AD, during the West Sea Campaign, humans obtained 2 rare 8th-tier golden beast cores. Further data will continue to be updated. Mutants can advance in rank by absorbing beast cores or consuming primitive species. Normally, advancing to the next tier requires energy equal to about 100 beast cores of the same level, though the exact number may vary depending on individual differences and the energy contained in each core. The time needed to absorb and digest one beast core is usually between 3 and 21 days. The higher the tier, the slower the digestion process. Note: avoid absorbing cores above your current tier, as it increases the risk of becoming a parasitic type. After the final West Sea Campaign, every mid-August, primitive species from another world enter a restless period. Some may invade Earth through spatial rifts, an event known as the Great Beast Tide, lasting from half a month to a full month. Smaller invasions through spatial rifts occur around the middle of each month, known as the Minor Beast Tide. During beast tide periods, male mutants with a profession's defender or guardian must join city defense forces if an emergency order is issued. Note: within 3 years of the final era, Earth's population dropped sharply to 400 million due to these beast tides. The current estimated population is about 570 million. Profession types: Beast Slayer has individually defeated over 100 5th-tier beasts. Special profession: only responds to high-level emergency or global mandatory orders. Pioneer explores areas beyond the 4 main Earth zones, responsible for hunting, collecting, and exploration. Guardian protects city defenses, ensures citizen safety, maintains transportation, and upholds public order. Defender frontline combat personnel participating in large-scale battles, must follow all orders during beast tide periods. Researcher core research staff of the Mutant Association. Supporter all other personnel not included in the above professions. Note: during special periods, if beasts break through defenses and invade the city, all citizens are required to take up arms to protect themselves and their homes. Contractor and partner system. Due to the sharp decline in Earth's population, the risk of mutants turning into parasitic types has increased. The contractor and partner system was officially implemented in the 4th year of the final era. Research shows that primitive species are matriarchal, with female beasts having strong dominance over other creatures. Because of their evolution, mutants also share certain traits with these species. Therefore, this system was created to ensure the survival of mutant humans. After the age of 15, female mutants must be paired with at least 5 partners. The bodies of mutants have evolved so that pregnancy lasts only 7 months, and each birth produces at least 3 and up to 10 offspring. For the first month, the newborns remain in a beast-like or egg form. According to the pairing system, a female must give birth to at least 5 children within 3 years after being matched. Note: 5 years after the End Era began, as the status of female mutants rose, they and their partners protested against the Mutant Association. In the 5th year of the End Era, the pairing system for females was revised, improving the welfare of female mutants. The age for forming a bond was raised to 18, and the rule requiring females to have children was abolished. Note: during special periods, the Mutant Association officially banned pregnancy termination. Female mutants naturally have a suppressive influence over their bonded partners. Moreover, when male mutants advance in rank, females can help calm them, increasing their chances of success. The higher the level, the greater the risk of becoming a parasitic type. Male mutants interact with their bond partners differently depending on their personalities and mutation types. Note: the death of a bond partner can cause severe mental collapse or even death in the matched partner. A partner will never harm their bond master. Types of mutants. Mutants are divided into 2 main categories: beast type and plant type. Because of the great variety among them, only general classifications are listed without further detail. Each mutant develops unique abilities based on their specific type. When a mutant evolves to the 4th level, they can fully transform into their mutated form, and the energy of their beast markings can be released externally. External release of beast mark energy. Generally, the released energy falls into 5 main elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each element may have different variations, such as lightning, ice, or wind. The released energy usually matches the mutant's natural type, though there are rare exceptions. For example, a plant-type mutant with flammable traits might possess fire-based energy, which is naturally incompatible. Such cases are extremely rare. When Chen Qian read this, she felt a sharp pain in her temples. Seriously? Did this mean she was just unlucky? She was clearly a vine-type mutant, yet her released energy was fire. That was completely absurd, setting fires while being made of vines. Although her special ability didn't harm her much, the lack of any real boost and the small side effects made the combination feel almost like a joke. Chen Qian swallowed her frustration, feeling truly upset. After learning all these basic facts, she finally gained a deeper understanding of this mutated world. Humanity had paid a heavy price just to survive. Most of the Earth's land had become a paradise for mutated creatures, and humans could only live in the 4 remaining safe zones. However, the resources found on those creatures had greatly advanced human technology. That system, 2471, would have taken hundreds of years of peaceful development to create before the apocalypse. It was already midnight. Chen Qian pulled a thin blanket over herself and curled up on the bright living room sofa. She thought, "I don't need much sleep while alive. There will be plenty of time to rest after death." Now, She wanted to see what kind of husband the association had assigned to her. Chen Qian opened her information panel, filled in her birthday, and then saw a prompt asking if she wanted to change her photo. Because female mutants had the right to keep some personal information private, the system hadn't automatically uploaded her picture, though it still needed one for its database. As for her social profile picture, that was completely up to her. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qian decided not to upload her real photo. Still, leaving it blank didn't look good, so she searched for a nice picture and used that instead. Then she checked her points balance, and wow, she was already a millionaire. Her matches must be really wealthy. After all, the system taxed everything at 50%. And even fixed assets weren't fully converted into points. The system was truly greedy. But thinking about it more carefully, she could understand why. Although the Ability Users Association was a global organization, it was divided into 4 major regions, and each region was further divided into cities. Wherever there are people, there will be competition. If a city worked hard to train talented individuals, only for them to marry and take all their assets to another city, that would be hard to accept. Even if those resources were earned by the mutants themselves, without the city's protection, who could safely grow stronger in this post-apocalyptic world? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the monthly beast tide alone comes more punctually than a phone bill reminder. Every time the protective shield is activated, it consumes a huge amount of energy points. So, after adding up all the reasons, the system finally came up with this deduction method. However, for those who are truly poor, the Mutant Association provides some assistance. Their departure doesn't really affect the city, since people come and go. It's normal population movement. But high-level mutants are different. They're rare everywhere, and once raised, no one would let them go easily. After learning the details, Chen Qian admired her matches even more. They were really rich. Even after being taxed so heavily, they still made her wealthy overnight. She decided that no matter what they looked like, she, Chen Qian, would take full responsibility for them. It was said that after forming a bond, male mutants had very little private savings, just enough to get by. If their balance exceeded the limit set by their partner, the system would notify the partner to decide whether to transfer the points. Goodness, Chen Qian seriously suspected this system was designed by women. Thinking about that, she opened each of her matches' profiles one by one. The moment she saw the first photo, she sat up straight from her half-lying position. She stared at the information carefully, then opened the others in turn. After looking through all 5, she was still sitting upright. What kind of twist of fate was this? These were clearly her matchmakers.
What?
3 years in the no-man's zone? That was nothing worth mentioning. Chen Qian thought of an old popular phrase, and right now, she really wanted to live by it. The kind that would never betray. It was just amazing. The 5 husbands, each with a different style, had their photos lined up before her. Her sharp eyes gleamed with excitement. The system's photos were formal, without any editing. So these men were genuinely handsome. Now Chen Qian was sure this city must have come to repay her kindness. She had no idea what she did in her past life to deserve this. Since she was already here, she might as well enjoy it. After all, everything seemed to be heading in the best possible direction. Chen Qian happily glanced a few more times at her list of matches before reluctantly turning off her wristband. She had been so focused on checking all the information that she didn't notice a few special friend requests mixed in with the earlier stream of informational messages. Since she hadn't fully figured out how to use the wristband yet, she didn't know that some initial settings needed to be adjusted for personalized notifications. After returning to her bedroom, Chen Qian sat cross-legged on the soft, oversized bed. The first time she saw it, she had felt something was off, and now she finally realized why. Such a big bed. Wasn't it clearly meant for her and her matches? Her nose suddenly felt itchy, and she quickly stopped her wandering thoughts. She hadn't even met them in person yet, and just thinking about their photos made her flustered. If anyone knew, they'd laugh for sure. Calming herself, she took out a blue beast core from her storage space and began her daily energy absorption routine. It was a habit she had kept for a long time. No matter how comfortable this place was, what truly gave her peace of mind was her own strength. After finishing her energy absorption, it was already 2 in the morning. She had been sitting on the bed, and now she simply leaned back, lying down and wrapping herself loosely in the thin blanket. The day had been too exciting for her. Even though the environment was unfamiliar, she felt surprisingly at ease. Those lonely days were finally behind her. Chen Qian didn't even dream. She slept soundly until late morning. After waking up, she ordered some takeout through her wristband and went to wash up. The villa had all the basic facilities, but everything was designed for one person. She still needed to buy many daily necessities. After eating, she planned to do some global online shopping. Online delivery wasn't as cheap as before. Shipping costs between regions were now quite high. Transport vehicles had to travel longer distances and face greater risks. Even though the roads connecting the 4 major zones had been cleared and most dangerous space rifts sealed, complete safety was still impossible. In this world, there was no truly safe place. As humans on Earth evolved, so did nature. The creatures had become more primal, and although their meat was slightly different from what it used to be, it was still edible. These creatures, called Earth reversion species, were driven out of the 4 main zones by the Mutant Association, though not completely wiped out. Otherwise, mutants would have far fewer sources of food. Besides, the dangerous surroundings serve as a reminder for city residents to stay alert, preventing them from becoming too comfortable under the city's protection, and also giving them chances to earn some extra money. Some rare items are easier to buy through global trade, while Chen Qian planned to go out later to look for other supplies. The food delivery arrived quickly, and the courier politely placed it on the rack by the villa gate. Mutants nowadays care much more about their own territory than humans once did. So, unless necessary, strangers rarely approach another's area to avoid causing trouble. After receiving the call, Chen Qian went out to pick up her food. The villa's walls were not very low, so she could barely see the nearby buildings. This was a villa district with wide spaces between each house. When she reached the gate, she saw people coming out of the villa across the street. They were 3 male mutants, 2 of the 2nd rank and 1 of the 3rd. The beast marks on their foreheads were not basic ones, meaning they had already formed contracts, and their marks had changed to match their partners. Chen Qian guessed that the villa owners in this area were probably all female mutants and of fairly high rank. The 3 men also noticed her, but they didn't seem interested in greeting her. Chen Qian wasn't foolish. She quickly grabbed her food and went back inside. It was said that contracted male mutants were strong believers in proper conduct, so they would never casually talk to unfamiliar women. Chen Qian patted her chest nervously. She hadn't interacted with people for a long time, and suddenly seeing neighbors made her uneasy. When she got nervous, she always wanted to go hunt some mutated creatures to relax. Yesterday, she had been too excited to notice her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she realized she had become a bit socially anxious. Just meeting strangers made her tense. The takeout meal wasn't much different from what she used to eat, except for the ingredients. For example, the dish in front of her was noodles with original species sauce. The noodles didn't taste quite like the old kind. They had a strange texture, but it was interesting and tasty. As for the meat, there was no need to comment. The best thing about eating original species was that each one had its own unique flavor. The downside is that even if you hunt primitive creatures that look the same, their tastes can be completely different. Still, most of them are huge, so one can last for quite a while. But you must store them carefully. Nowadays, mutants have an extremely sharp sense of smell, and they're not as easy to fool as customers used to be. Even the slightest strange odor can be noticed. The ancestral species living around the city are easier to handle. Although they've changed too, the difference isn't that big. Most food delivery shops now use the same sauce to create different flavors. After finishing her meal, Chen Qian finally opened her wristband and began choosing what she wanted. As soon as she entered the interface, she saw a list of survival gear for the post-apocalyptic world. The most popular items were, of course, high-tech weapons. Chen Qian was very interested. The moment she saw those weapons, she completely forgot what she had originally planned to buy. She focused all her attention on reading the weapon descriptions. A fourth-tier energy gun was ridiculously expensive. The cheapest one cost 100,000 points and could only be used once a day, but its power was incredible. A single shot could instantly destroy a beast of the same level, and it had an area effect. It was clearly designed for wealthy people to protect themselves, but for a fighter like Chen Qian, it wasn't very practical. After all, she could already defeat monsters of the same level after her mutation. When she checked the price of a fifth-tier weapon, she gasped. It cost over 1,000,000 points. Suddenly, her own points didn't seem like much anymore. Thinking it through, Chen Qian understood that these weapons weren't useless for mutants of her level, but they weren't essential either. They could serve as backup tools when one's strength was exhausted, but not as main weapons. For mutants, their best weapon was their own body. After browsing several types of advanced weapons, Chen Qian had a clearer idea of what she needed. She didn't feel like exchanging the beast cores piled up in her room for points just yet. For now, she decided to use the points shared by her teammates sparingly. If she had any left later, she could buy a few of those weapons as backups. Inside her haunted house space, one room was filled with all the beast cores she had collected over the years. If she exchanged them, it would bring in a huge amount of points. But for now, there was no need. She would keep them as reserves. Speaking of the haunted house space, once she finished shopping, she planned to clean out all the useless junk inside. Those old cloth curtains, fake bloodstained clothes, and those obviously fake skeletons. What were those even for? Who would bring such things when traveling through worlds? Back then, Chen Qian had no choice and couldn't bear to throw them away, but now things were different. She could finally buy whatever she wanted. Thinking of this, Chen Qian began carefully planning what she needed. The most important thing was food. She never wanted to live like a wild person again. Snacks, canned goods, long-lasting food, drinks, fruits. She could buy whatever she liked. Time in the haunted house space flowed the same as in the real world. It was simply an independent space without any special powers. So, how to store food became very important. There were many household appliances powered by beast cores on the global shopping site, perfect for daily life and travel. They were much cheaper than weapons, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. The most expensive storage box could keep fruit fresh for a whole year. The description said it was developed using a special 6th-level primal species. Chen Qian didn't hold back. She picked out many useful appliances. All of them would be delivered within 3 days from the nearest A-level city, which was very convenient. Daily necessities were also essential. Chen Qian once went a whole month without brushing her teeth, a record she'd rather forget. Luckily, no one else was around, or they would have fainted from the smell. The most troublesome time was during her period. She really couldn't stand it. She had washed the haunted house's old curtains over and over again. What a miserable experience. Later, when she came across a ruined city, she managed to find some expired supplies, which made life a little easier. At least she had gone from surviving in the wild to scavenging for usable things. Now she wanted to be fully prepared. Her haunted house space had to be packed with supplies. From everyday clothes to survival gear, from cold weapons to medicine, everything was important. Even though people with mutations were stronger now, the world had become far more dangerous. Healing medicine, antidotes, and nutrient solutions were all must-haves. In the end, she also chose 2 basic firearms for protection. She added all sorts of small, miscellaneous items too, things she had once longed for but couldn't get. Chen Qian even thoughtfully prepared some supplies for her teammates and stored them in the space as well. In less than 2 hours, Chen Qian had already spent more than 8,000,000 points. All these supplies were prepared for her haunted house space. She still had nearly 60,000,000 points left. After another burst of energy, she spent another 2,000,000 points on things for the villa. Everything she bought was from the Eastern District, with delivery times ranging from 3 to 7 days. The closest of the 5 matched partners would take at least half a month to arrive. With that time gap, Chen Qian felt she wouldn't be exposed. Even if she could just leave the items in the villa instead of moving them into the space. Once she finished buying everything she could think of, she began cleaning up the junk in her space. She burned all the old, useless things until nothing was left but a thin layer of white ash. Using her high-temperature ability, she made sure everything was completely gone. Then she scooped up the ashes and used them as fertilizer for the villa's garden. Looking at the now empty but spotless haunted house space, Chen Qian felt a little dazed. It had been a long time since she had paid attention to it. Life had been hard enough. She hadn't cared about appearances or comfort. But now things were different. Her situation had improved, and she decided she should do whatever made her feel comfortable and happy. It was not yet 4 o'clock. Chen Qian patted the dust off her clothes and planned to go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine for her throat. Every time she spoke, it felt dry and painful, as if she were swallowing blades. When she had first arrived in this world, she could still talk to herself for comfort, but as time passed, it lost its meaning. So when she spoke yesterday, even she was startled by her own voice. She also planned to buy some clothes for the next few days. Yesterday, she hadn't paid much attention, but today she realized that the outfits provided by the Mutant Association were
Hard to describe.
It was early July, and the afternoon was still quite hot. The clothes from the association were far too cute, and since she had nothing else to wear, she had no choice but to go out in them. As she walked down the street, she drew many curious looks. A young, beautiful, and capable female mutant was always eye-catching. Especially since she didn't have a matched partner by her side, she seemed like easy prey. Everyone wanted to get close to her. Of course, no one would actually do anything bad inside the city. It was just that when it came to finding a partner, no one could really stop their instincts. As long as it doesn't harm the health or daily life of female mutants, the Mutant Association is quite supportive of such courtship behavior. After rejecting the affection of a third-level mutant once again, Chen Qian was filled with regret. Why had she burned her old wasteland-style clothes so cleanly? There were no hats or masks in the villa to cover her face. She thought it would be safe, but who could have guessed something like this would happen? Before she came to this world, she had still been a minor. She had never seen such bold and straightforward expressions of affection before. Chen Qian rushed to the pharmacy as fast as she could. The first thing she did was buy a mask to cover her face, and then she bought some special medicine for her throat. The map on her wristband was very clear. After choosing her next destination, she quickly avoided the other mutants and headed there. She had never been so thankful for her own hard work. Luckily, her level was high enough to run fast. Otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. Her sudden social anxiety was also becoming a problem. Even though she wanted to talk to people, her body just froze up. So she decided to stay outside a bit longer to overcome her fear. She couldn't keep getting nervous every time she talked to someone. Hello, welcome. As soon as Chen Qian walked into the clothing store in the mall, someone greeted her. The speaker was a tall woman. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Chen Qian had been so close to another female mutant. The energy around the woman showed that she was a level 0 mutant. Most female mutants chose safe and easy jobs like this. There were 2 main reasons. First, because of their physical differences, women advanced more slowly than men. Second, male mutants were very protective of them. Each woman usually had several partners looking after her. In such an environment, they rarely had the chance to take risks on their own. Since Chen Qian had been wandering alone, she hadn't realized how fast her progress actually was. But after learning more, she understood. Her advancement speed was considered very fast across the entire Eastern District. The harsh environment had forced her to keep fighting monsters just to survive. If she didn't fight, she wouldn't eat. Being pushed like that, it would have been strange if she hadn't improved quickly. Besides, she had a special space she could hide in whenever things got dangerous. The abilities of the plant-type beings allowed her to regrow her limbs even after losing them. Heaven knew how hopeless she had felt the first time her hand was cut off. Pulling her thoughts back, Chen Qian politely nodded to the person in front of her as a greeting, then pointed to her throat to show that she couldn't speak at the moment. The other person was smart enough not to ask questions and simply followed her at a suitable distance. Whenever Chen Qian showed interest in a certain style, the person would explain it to her. The store was large, with different areas displaying various styles. Chen Qian didn't try anything on at first. She picked a few sets of casual clothes. The store offered a quick cleaning service, and within 5 minutes, the clothes were ready to wear, very convenient. She had long wanted to change out of her cute style outfit, so without hesitation, she took the clothes and went into the fitting room. The black casual tracksuit she chose was made of some unknown material. Though it had long sleeves and pants, it still felt cool and comfortable. With her long hair high and a mask covering her face, she looked confident and stylish. Still, she felt she stood out too much. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qian found a black baseball cap and put it on. Now she looked even more mysterious. Once she finished dressing up, Chen Qian went to the supermarket to buy food for the next few days. The supplies provided by the association were enough, but since she was already out, she wanted to see what the local supermarket had to offer. She also picked out some snacks and drinks she liked, since her online orders would take a few more days to arrive. It could be said that she spent the whole day happily shopping. On her way back, she stopped by a home improvement store and ordered some floor paint and other supplies, which were delivered to her house that evening. She also bought some furniture to place in her haunted house space. Before nightfall, Chen Qian returned to the villa. As a true northerner, she loved noodles. So, even though she had eaten noodles for lunch, she chose them again for dinner. Chen Qian knew her cooking skills well, just average. The food was edible, but definitely not as good as takeout. Without much hesitation, she decided to order delivery. She hoped that among her future housemates, at least one could cook. Otherwise, the 6 of them would be eating takeout every day. That night, she enjoyed a refreshing bowl of cold moondrum noodles with golden diamond grass and marinated primal meat. The taste was fresh, sweet, and crisp, perfect for a summer evening. After eating and drinking her fill, Chen Qian got ready for some after-meal activity. She changed into her protective suit, took the tools from the home improvement store, and entered the haunted house space. The improved high-tech spray paint could cover an entire wall in less than 3 minutes. It was waterproof, moisture-proof, and had a smooth, even finish. The space was about 300 to 400 square meters, and she finished painting it in under an hour. The paint also dried very quickly. Chen Qian was tired of saying how happy she felt. Such a convenient and efficient life. It was like a dreamland. Full of energy, Chen Qian started working on the ceiling right after finishing the walls. Although she didn't have much hands-on experience, the smart and beginner-friendly tools made everything easy. The haunted house space had no windows, and the doorway was covered in thick white mist. It used to be completely dark inside, so she had tried many ways to make it brighter. It was still simple, but it made her feel safe. Later, she even gained night vision, but people naturally long for light. So, after finishing the painting, she decided to install smart lights on the ceiling. These lights were easy to set up and energy efficient. Chen Qian generously powered all of them with 4th-level beast cores, which would last for at least 8 to 10 years. The light switches were adhesive and could be controlled by voice or by hand. After placing them in the right spots, she began laying the floor. Since all her appliances were powered by beast cores, there was no need for water or electricity lines. Laying the floor was even easier. With the strength of a 4th-level mutant, she barely needed to rest. In no time, the room was completely transformed. From a haunted house adventure to a bright industrial style, and now to a simple, cozy design. The more Chen Qian looked, the happier she felt. She even cheerfully added thin but durable wallpaper to the walls. The wallpaper was made of a hard material and could be applied just like flooring. The special adhesive could only be removed with a specific solution. After finishing the basic decorations, Chen Qian placed the sofa and bed she had bought. As for the rest, she would wait for the deliveries to arrive before continuing. The haunted house space had a total of 8 rooms, the smallest about 20 square meters, most around 40 to 50, and one large living room nearly 80 square meters. She planned to use half of the house to store supplies and the other half as a living area. The smallest room would be the bathroom, with 2 rooms for rest, and the kitchen would be an open one connected to the living room. The walls inside the haunted house space could actually be removed, but Chen Qian didn't want to do that. Because of the kitchen, she made a small hole in the wall to let the cooking smoke out into the misty fog outside. She couldn't step into that fog, but things like water, stones, and other small objects could be thrown into it. Unfortunately, nothing ever came back. So Chen Qian didn't dare to put any supplies in there. When she came out of the space, it was already midnight. She quickly washed up and began absorbing a beast core. Using one beast core of the same level every day was such a bold and extravagant thing to do. Only Chen Qian could manage it. She had thought her points were enough, but now it seemed she needed to prepare early for the 5th and 6th levels. And soon, she would have to take care of 5 men. What a huge pressure. She wondered how fast the others were absorbing their beast cores. Her body had become strong through training and was now well adapted to this world. At this rate, she would definitely level up again within 2 months. After learning about leveling up, Chen Qian realized how different she was. Others needed at least 3 days to absorb one beast core, sometimes even a month, but she could take one every day as easily as eating candy. Could this be her hidden special ability? Chen Qian couldn't figure it out, but she knew she couldn't let anyone else find out. Since she was alone in the villa for a few days, she decided to keep absorbing more. The next day, as expected, Chen Qian slept until noon again. She wondered when her body clock would finally adjust. A cough after washing up, she began practicing her voice. The medicine she used last night was already working. She still couldn't speak, but the pain had eased a little. Just 2 minutes after she ordered food delivery, the doorbell rang. She checked the monitor. It was Jiang, the association leader from 2 days ago. He was waiting quietly outside the gate, his eye-catching hover car parked by the road. Not sure why he had come, Chen Qian walked out of the villa with some curiosity. Before seeing her, Jiang already had his polite professional smile on his face. "Good afternoon, Miss Chen." Chen Qian nodded, but did not speak. She didn't want to cause herself trouble. She had planned to give a polite smile, but her face was too stiff, and she couldn't manage it. Jiang noticed her strange expression and saw a sincere smile in his eyes. If he ignored that look, the girl seemed innocent and inexperienced. Her delicate, pretty face made it easy to guess her thoughts. Unfortunately, when her eyes looked at him, Jiang felt like he was being targeted by prey. It wasn't just the usual suppression from a higher-level mutant. It felt like disdain from a killer towards a low-level worker like him. Although Jiang's rank wasn't high, he had met many people. He rarely felt this kind of pressure. When she showed a confused expression, Jiang realized he had been distracted. He quickly returned to the main topic. "Miss Chen, I am here today to check on the mutant. Is there any problem with your living situation? Are you comfortable with the house and surroundings?" She shook her head decisively, saying there were no issues. In the past few days, Chen Qian was extremely satisfied with her living situation. She was not a picky person, and now she had a home, a husband, supplies, and everything she needed. Maybe she should do some work? Otherwise, she would feel guilty holding on to all these things. Seeing her satisfaction, Jiang also relaxed. The higher-ups asked him to take good care of this mysterious Miss Chen. Thinking of this, he handed her a box. "Miss Chen, this is a new medicine from the Research Institute. It works very well. I saw you could speak earlier, but your throat was a bit sore, so I took the liberty to apply for this medicine." Chen Qian looked at the delicate box in front of her and did not refuse. This was exactly what she needed now. "Thank you," she managed to say hoarsely. Jiang shook his head. "It's my duty. As part of my responsibilities, I try to help new mutants settle in, especially since your strength is among the top in C29 city." His words were straightforward, so Chen Qian didn't bother to be polite anymore. She had already decided to stay here for a while and wasn't interested in moving again soon. She accepted his kindness without hesitation. If she didn't want to get involved in other matters, she could just help a little more when the beast tide comes. That wouldn't be difficult for her. "Miss Chen, your delivery is here." The delivery person arrived just in time. Chen Qian took the food, and Jiang left at the right moment. These two interactions made her feel that the association of mutants was quite decent. Chen Qian could tell that both Jiang and the delivery person were likely plant-type mutants. It is well known that early-stage plant mutants have weak attack power and fragile bodies, with slower recovery than beast-type mutants. Their abilities tend to be gentle and non-aggressive. However, their weakness in combat does not mean they are useless. Plant mutants are incredibly useful in many fields. They help rescue injured people on the battlefield, cultivate land, develop technology, and create weapons. Many talents stem from plant mutants. I heard that a key protected mutant in City S1, after his body turned plant-like, became like a miracle cure. Eating a small amount could not only prevent death, but also heal severe injuries. Many new medicines are now developed using his genes. While healing abilities are rare, toxins and hallucinogens are more common. Some effects are so strange that people have never heard of them. Plant mutants excel in these areas. Unfortunately, this kind of attack method is useful for humans, but not very effective against alien invasions. Maybe because their level is too low? Chen Qian is a rare attack-type plant mutant. She was very weak at first. Her vine-like plant form could break easily if touched, but it was not too bad. Perhaps her strong fighting spirit or the unique genes of these unknown vines caused her evolution to head toward a more aggressive, combat-focused path. There are no fancy tricks. Her main strength is the resilience and flexibility of her vines, combining power and speed. Maybe at a higher level, she could develop other attack methods. Days passed slowly. Chen Qian was already addicted to the joy of unpacking deliveries and stockpiling supplies. A few days ago, her once empty haunted house space was now filled to the brim. The remaining space felt more like a home. Although there were no longer any haunted house elements, she still liked to call it the haunted house space, just a bit of nostalgia. She had also placed many things inside the villa. When the matching partners arrived, she could add more based on their preferences. After Chen Qian received the last package, she finally felt truly satisfied. As long as she had supplies, she felt at ease. After 3 days of relaxing and feeling happy, Jiang called her to tell her to go to the Mutant Association to pick up her first match. Because some paperwork needed to be done, they didn't bring the person directly. When Chen Qian heard this, she suddenly sat up from bed, looked at the date, and realized it was only the 10th day. Was it really so fast? Her voice had almost recovered after taking medication, but it still hadn't returned to its original tone. She wasn't used to talking much now, so she tried to avoid long sentences. Okay, wait a moment, Chen Qian replied, then decisively got out of bed to wash up. She was still wearing casual clothes, with a mask and hood, because after fighting for a long time, she wasn't used to fancy clothes that could hinder her movement. But wearing combat gear in the city was too eye-catching, so she chose sportswear and casual clothes instead. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the villa area to her destination. Under the bright sun, Chen Qian arrived and saw a SUV approaching. A young woman stepped out of the car. She wore a fitted light-colored dress, her slightly curly hair falling just right behind her. Her face was bright and charming, with a hint of flirtation, giving her an elegant and noble appearance. Even at a young age, she carried herself with such grace, which was impressive. Unfortunately, her sense of superiority in her eyes spoiled her elegance and dignity. Seeing such a beautiful woman walk past, Chen Qian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. She looked down at her own outfit, then looked up at the graceful figure ahead. Without comparison, there was no harm. It must be the clothes. Chen Qian quickly shifted the blame, refusing to admit it was her lack of charm. She kept walking at a steady pace behind the other person, both heading to the same place. When they reached the stairs, the woman suddenly turned sideways, glancing down at Chen Qian from above as if she didn't notice anything unusual. Then she turned and entered the hall. Throughout, Chen Qian's steps never stopped. Honestly, her pace was slower than when she first left home, not because of the beautiful girl, but because she was about to meet her match. She also forgot to ask who was coming earlier. The photos of the 5 matchmakers kept flashing in her mind, making her feel restless and confused. System, is this person one of the targets to be approached? Zhao Yuran didn't pay much attention to the long-haired woman dressed modestly earlier. After entering the hall, her eyes fixed on the potential target. Zhao Yuran didn't expect that the system's ideal male must meet such high standards. How many men of this caliber could she possibly meet in this world? She came to the Mutant Association for 2 reasons. First, because she had turned 18 and needed to be matched. Second, because the system indicated that the perfect target to approach was also here. Zhao Yuran was reborn. In her previous life, she died on the first day of the apocalypse because her relatives betrayed her. When they fled, they used her as a shield, but she didn't expect to wake up again, only to find herself in the year 15 of the End Era, as a girl with the same name and age. After waking, she was bound to this approach system. By completing tasks and approaching the target men, she could improve her supernatural abilities and extend her life. At first, she thought the tasks would be simple, especially since she looked good and had strong abilities. But after receiving the girl's memories, her mood turned sour. The binding system was a trap. If she failed to match with 5 perfect partners, she would have to approach others according to the tasks. This binding system was essential to prevent unfaithful men from cheating. If she were just an ordinary reborn person, she might like this, but she wasn't. For each successful approach to a perfect male target, she could gain 20 years of life. Right now, she still owed the system a year. So she was eager to live a few more years. If she directly bonded with 5 matchmakers later, she would gain 5 years of life initially. When the other person's favorability reached 90, she would get 2 more years. When it hit 100, she would gain another 3 years. In total, each match could give her 6 years of life, and if one was a perfect match, she could gain an extra 15 years. Besides the 5 matchmakers, only approaching the targets could give her more life. So now, Zhao Yuran had no choice but to flirt with men to survive. But looking at the man in front of her, she froze. The bold system was actually asking her to approach a mutant who is already bonded? Is this some kind of trouble? Host, as long as the other person's favorability towards you reaches 60, you will receive a dissolution token, which can remove all negative effects after ending the contract. Also, once the task goal's favorability is met, every additional 10 points will grant you 5 more years of life. One person with 20 years of life is much longer than the lifespan of most matchmakers. Zhao Yuran's expression softened when she heard this. With the system, she felt more confident. Although she only needs to match with 5 partners to gain 30 years of life, others in this world don't know that. She heard it from the system. Currently, the average lifespan of mutants is about 150 years. Only after 120 do they gradually age. So, gaining 30 more years of life is still considered young for her. She needs to match with 4 or 5 more excellent men to enjoy a peaceful old age. Who wouldn't want to stay alive? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stare at the elegant man. For survival, she had to betray his partner. But in this world, there are so many men. As a woman, she can easily find many partners. As long as she can keep everyone happy, there's no limit. So, she doesn't feel guilty. After all, the other person loses love, but she risks losing her life. Maybe it's not even love, because those bound by contracts aren't capable of true love. Zhao Yuran just arrived in this world not long ago and doesn't understand its true core. The system only told her what she needs to know now. It hasn't revealed more details. Especially about things that could affect her enthusiasm for matching, it naturally wouldn't tell her voluntarily. An elegant and beautiful girl stands in the hall, sideways, looking at a man resting on the left side. They haven't spoken, but together they look very pleasing to the eye. As long as that man isn't her own. When Chen Qian enters the hall, he sees the scene. Following the girl's gaze, he immediately spots the man sitting on the sofa. The person's eyes and features are like jade, full of poetry, books, and paintings. He is gentle and elegant, like spring rain quietly nourishing everything around him. He resembles a peach tree in the mountains, blooming beautifully in the world. He wears well-fitted light-colored clothes, making his figure look even more slender and refined. Jiang Lingrui, her match. and the only other person like her another transformed peach tree species. Indeed, the unique traits of the mutation and the person are very well matched. The other person is checking his wristband. Many people outside prefer to open the holographic display on their wristbands in a touchable form, so others don't see them staring blankly. The plain background color also keeps the content hidden from different angles. He sits upright and looks carefully, but doesn't notice the beautiful woman in the hall who is momentarily stunned by him. Just as Zhao Yuran plans to walk over and introduce herself, the man happens to look up, but his gaze doesn't stay on her. His gentle, clear eyes are directed at the entrance of the hall. Zhao Yuran recognizes who just entered. In that moment, she understands the relationship between the two. System, what should I do? Can I still make a move? Zhao Yuran was initially indifferent about this target, but after seeing him in person, she couldn't help but feel a little interested. A man with such qualities would make any woman's heart flutter. Host, I suggest you first try to match with him. Avoid trying to steal him in front of his partner. The success rate is almost zero. Hearing this, Zhao Yuran hesitates for a few seconds, watching his perfect gaze, then suppresses her subtle disappointment and turns to find a staff member. The staff member had been about to approach earlier, but didn't dare disturb her because she was so focused. Jiang Lingrui naturally notices the gaze of the unfamiliar woman but remains calm, immersed in his own affairs. 10 days have passed, and his partner has not added him as a friend. The profile picture isn't a real person, so he still doesn't know what his partner looks like. His application status is still pending. A growing sense of disappointment fills his heart. He worries that maybe he's not very attractive to his partner, especially since he has no fighting ability and can't protect anyone in this dangerous world. He doesn't show it on his face, but inside, he's anxious and restless. It has been 40 minutes, and his matchmaster has not arrived yet. Amid these swirling emotions, Jiang Lingrui suddenly sensed a familiar energy. He looked away from the panel and immediately focused on the woman standing at the door. She was dressed very conservatively in black clothes, looking cool and confident. Her eyes were cold and quiet, but Jiang Lingrui immediately felt happy upon seeing her. Chen Qian stared at Jiang Lingrui's joyful expression, froze for a moment, and realized she was a bit nervous. No, very nervous. Wait, why is he standing up? Why is he coming over? Chen Qian's face showed no emotion, and her mask covered her face tightly, but her pounding heart couldn't be hidden. Hello, my name is Jiang Lingrui, your matchmaster. Jiang Lingrui's voice was gentle and warm, like a spring breeze, making people feel calm and safe. Chen Qian nodded politely. Hello, Chen Qian. Her mind was filled with a few greeting phrases, but her mouth was stubborn and only managed to say 4 words. These words sounded normal, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. To fully restore her original voice, she needed more time to rest. When Jiang Lingrui first arrived, he had already heard Zhang Qi's report about Chen Qian's situation. Learning that her voice wasn't fully recovered, he felt a little worried. Now that her voice sounded much better, Jiang Lingrui didn't want to make Chen Qian feel awkward. He spoke at the right moment. Originally, Zhang Qi wanted me to wait upstairs, but I wanted to see the match master earlier, so I came to the lobby to wait for you. Now I'll take you upstairs to rest, and we can handle some necessary procedures later. How does that sound? Call me Qian Qian. Chen Qian thought that since the other person was also her partner, calling him match master all the time felt strange. She reminded him to change his way of addressing her. Jiang Lingrui's eyes grew softer upon hearing this. All right, I won't be so formal with Qian Qian then. Chen Qian nodded obediently, moving more quickly than she spoke. Please don't be too formal with me, or I'll feel awkward. Seeing her eager nodding, Jiang Lingrui's mind was full of thoughts. His matchmaster didn't seem as cold as she appeared. Did Qian Qian come all the way here? Jiang Lingrui approached Chen Qian and could feel the warmth from her clothes. Clothing made from this material is cool and comfortable to wear, but it can't prevent the heat from outside. Jiang Lingrui took her into the elevator, blocking the view of the stranger woman outside. Well, no, I can't buy a car, Chen Qian said with frustration. She wants an off-road vehicle, a hover car, or any four-wheel vehicle. These cars require a driver's license. Although they have automatic functions in this post-apocalyptic world, they are essential for survival. To keep citizens safe, owners must undergo training. Chen Qian just finished applying for training, which takes only a week, but it's not her turn yet. So, even though she bought many things, she hasn't gotten a car. Usually, if someone guarantees her, she could buy one, but unfortunately, Chen Qian has no family or friends, only 5 contract partners who are not with her. So, she can't make the purchase. Just thinking about it makes her feel upset. Jiang Lingrui noticed her frustration and couldn't help but smile softly. Seeing her sharp gaze, he remained calm and gently comforted her. Chen Qian, if you want to buy a car early, you can transfer your points to me, and I'll buy it for you.
How about that?
Also, Chen Qian, I've run out of living expenses. He spoke with a confident tone about the points. Before she could get angry or embarrassed, she was drawn in by his gentle tone and nodded in agreement. Seeing the warm smile on his handsome face, Chen Qian almost blushed and reached out to touch his face. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Lingrui used some small tests to roughly understand his contract partner's personality. She seemed cold and quiet, with a somewhat fierce look in her eyes. But in fact, she has a good personality. She generally agrees to reasonable requests, and her physical reactions are more direct than words. He also thought she probably liked his appearance. Her cold, fierce eyes had already scanned his face several times, and her ears were red, very cute. Jiang Lingrui was very curious about what she looked like under her mask. Before forming the contract, he didn't have high expectations for his future partner and didn't think he would willingly listen to someone else. But this contract was truly strange. Since his beast mark changed, he could feel her presence constantly around him. It was very comfortable, and this comfort eased his restlessness caused by the mutation. Everything happens naturally. When he saw the other person, he quickly developed a good impression. As they got to know each other better, that feeling grew stronger. This is what the system, Hope 2471, called compatibility. Chen Qian didn't know what kind of complicated feelings the handsome, elegant man nearby was feeling. Since just now, every moment spent with him felt very comfortable. But she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. It was only simple questions and small talk, but she always felt like she was being thoroughly examined. What's wrong? Jiang Lingrui opened the door to the lounge and saw her standing outside, looking lost. Chen Qian shook her head, telling herself it was just an illusion. He hadn't done anything wrong. Zhang Qi, there was no one else in the room. She was a bit confused. This wasn't the same lounge she had been to before, and it seemed to be on a higher floor. She had been a little nervous earlier and hadn't checked the floor number. Jiang Lingrui seemed very familiar with this place. After sitting down with Chen Qian, he went to the drink machine. There was a situation outside the city, so he went to check. Please wait here for a moment. Would you like something to drink? Chen Qian liked all flavors now. She wasn't picky. So, she got a glass of plain water. Wait, is it really just plain water? Maybe Chen Qian looked at Jiang Lingrui with so many questions that he seemed to feel a little wronged. Jiang Lingrui's smile deepened. After placing the glass on the table, he sat down calmly across from Chen Qian, his slender, fair hand resting in front of her. While Chen Qian was puzzled, a branch of a peach tree appeared in his palm. It trembled and started to grow upward. The branch was only about a finger wide, and it hadn't grown very tall before it sprouted tender buds. The green leaves gradually darkened over time, and then the flower buds appeared. Soon, 3 beautiful, pink peach blossoms bloomed, filling the air with a gentle fragrance. This magical visual display lasted only a few minutes. Chen Qian was very envious. What a beautiful flower, man. She also wanted to blossom. But that broken vine was so stingy, it wouldn't even grow a few leaves. After reaching the 4th level, she managed to grow a single green leaf, just one. Jiang Lingrui watched the other person's eye movements while plucking flowers. He generously placed 3 peach blossoms along with a few leaves into a glass of water. The flowers and leaves dissolved quickly once in the water. Try it. Jiang Lingrui pushed the glass toward Chen Qian. His breath was slightly heavier than before, showing that these 3 small peach blossoms had taken quite a bit of effort from him. Chen Qian didn't refuse. She already knew that the evolution of alien plants was complex, and now she had a perfect specimen to study. The plain water had been sitting for a while and was just right to drink. She took off her hat and mask. Under Jiang Lingrui's amazed gaze, her face turned slightly red as she began to sip small amounts. She needed to be more reserved. The water had a fresh, fragrant peach blossom scent, with a hint of mountain spring sweetness. The energy from the flowers quickly spread through her body, from her stomach to her limbs. Chen Qian could clearly feel that the strange sensation in her throat had disappeared. Some old injuries she had accumulated over the years seemed to be gradually healing. A tiny scar on her hand was visibly fading. This was a miracle medicine. Chen Qian's heart pounded with excitement. He was so handsome, so capable. Could he be the legendary lucky one chosen by the heavens? Yes, that's me, Chen Qian, the favored one of the heavens. She had managed to get her hands on such a rare healing ability. She looked at Jiang Lingrui, who had been gently watching her, with joy clearly written on her face. Removing her mask made her more expressive than before. Jiang Lingrui felt that no matter how much he looked at her, it was never enough. But he was careful not to make Chen Qian feel uncomfortable. I'm not good at fighting, but I can do these small tricks. That's amazing. Chen Qian's voice was clearer and more fluent after the energy repair. As soon as she spoke, she realized her voice had returned. Her tone was joyful, like a lively, spirited fairy. The effect was truly instant. That's good if it works. Jiang Lingrui's fingertips itched slightly. He really wanted to pet her head, but they had only just met, so it was better not to scare her. He hadn't expected her eyes to be so different from her appearance, yet they matched perfectly. Every subtle expression and change in her mood kept him captivated. After reaching the 4th level, the abnormal beings can freely control their body's transformation into different forms. For example, Jiang Lingrui just grew branches from his hand. This change involves wood-type energy. Chen Qian, being fire-type, cannot currently turn vine energy into physical form. However, she can grow vines on various parts of her body. These vines are also part of her body. If she tried to pick things like Jiang Lingrui did, she would get hurt. She usually fights monsters with her physical body. This was her first time trying to use her vines for demonstration. So, Chen Qian imitated Jiang Lingrui's earlier action. She stretched out her hand, and a vine grew from her palm. It looked much stronger than Jiang Lingrui's, but unfortunately, it only had a small, sad leaf on it. I only have 1 leaf. Her voice was calm, but Jiang Lingrui could tell she was seeking comfort. He couldn't help but gently poke the small leaf with his finger, smiling warmly. It will grow more. Don't worry. That small touch made Chen Qian's heart suddenly tighten. She felt a shiver from head to toe. It was so itchy. She quickly pulled back her small vine. That leaf was her most fragile vine, and she didn't know where it had grown from. These vines aren't limited to specific parts of her body. Because her abilities have advanced, her vines can extend for kilometers. Such growth isn't possible for her small body, which is only about a meter tall. They seem to appear out of nowhere, as if connected to her flesh and bones. She calls them auxiliary branches. These branches can get hurt, cause pain, and affect her more deeply, but these injuries don't show on her body. Her limbs' vines usually stay hidden between the main vines unless she faces a strong enemy. When fighting tougher opponents, she might use her hair-formed vines. In life-or-death situations, she would use her 4 strongest limb vines to attack. These 4 limb vines are very powerful, but also have obvious weaknesses. Cutting one means losing an arm or a leg. Getting seriously injured is bad enough, but healing takes a long time, and she remains weak for too long. The plant-based creatures are actually better than the beast-type ones. After all, beast-type creatures will have their injuries reflected on their main bodies, and only the extra limbs that don't belong to the body appear as external injuries. It's very amazing. Coming back to her senses from the tingling, shivering feeling, Chen Qian felt even more annoyed. She realized that the other person's hand was actually whiter than hers. Although she had been exposed to the wind and sun outside, her condition had improved as her level increased. Her skin color was no longer as dark as when she first started, now more of a wheat color, but still not as fair as her original skin tone. Fortunately, her skin was in good condition, or she would be even more upset. Maybe because of the other person's attitude, Chen Qian unconsciously relaxed. The loneliness she had felt for so long made her easily accept someone who genuinely cared for her. She couldn't help but purse her lips. It's so sad that men are usually fairer than women. Even someone as clever as Jiang Lingrui couldn't quite guess what her true feelings were. He instinctively wanted to say something to make her happy. Just then, loud noises came from outside. The soundproofing here was excellent, so hearing such loud noises meant the situation outside was already very serious. "Don't be afraid. I'll check what's going on," Jiang Lingrui said, walking quickly to the window after confirming Chen Qian wasn't frightened. Chen Qian watched as he pulled back the curtain, revealing the large floor-to-ceiling window. She naturally moved to stand beside Jiang Lingrui, looking at what was happening in the distance. Above the sky, the protective shield was in a semi-glowing state, but a huge breach had been violently torn open. Outside, many fierce and dangerous creatures poured through the gap, crossing the defenders' lines and rushing toward the city. Everywhere they passed, houses and vehicles were destroyed. In this era where everyone was turning into mutants, it was like fish entering the sea, unstoppable. The blood of monsters and the severed limbs of humans swept through the once peaceful city in an instant. Chen Qian hesitated, fully aware of her special abilities. If she went to save those people, would she risk exposing her strength and endangering her life? She was very afraid of death, or she wouldn't be trying so hard to survive alone outside. The struggle of those fighting outside and her own safety made her unsure of what to do next. The protective shield is broken. Jiang Lingrui frowned slightly, looking down with some worry at Chen Qian, who was gazing outside. The other allies had not yet arrived. Only he, who was not very useful, was beside the master. If anything unexpected happened, the 5 of them would not be able to bear the consequences. He needed to think of a way to send Chen Qian to a safe place while the situation was still manageable. Chen Qian looked at the places where strange creatures were rampaging, her eyes growing colder and more fierce. She pointed with her finger. There. Jiang Lingrui followed her finger and looked in that direction. It seemed to be a villa area. "Our home," Chen Qian almost cried. She had just decorated the villa beautifully. They hadn't enjoyed it for long before those ugly exoskeleton creatures destroyed everything completely. Jiang Lingrui patted her head gently, feeling a bit sad. "Sorry, it's too late now. I can't save it. Sorry, I have no fighting ability. I can only think of ways to help you avoid danger." He was purely a support type with energy that was also of the wood element. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't kill creatures of a lower level than him. In a place Chen Qian couldn't see, Jiang Lingrui clenched his fists tightly. He had tried many ways to improve his fighting power, but none worked. His body was fragile, and his recovery was slower than other plant-based creatures. His wood energy made his healing stronger, but he was still vulnerable. It was really completely useless. As a man, he didn't want to mention those little tricks at such a time. Even though the association valued healing mutants, it couldn't change the fact that he couldn't fight. Chen Qian looked at the man with a dull expression and was surprised. What was he apologizing for? Seeing this man, who looked like a peach blossom fairy, her guilt was almost overflowing. She quickly grabbed his arm and shook it. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. He was a healer, right? Who would send a pure healer to fight monsters. 3 peach blossoms could heal her internal injuries and also refine and strengthen her energy to some extent. Plus, plant-based healing types usually level up the slowest, and he had already reached the 4th level. That's pretty strong, isn't it? Such a powerful support. Where could she find someone like that? I have heard that treatment options are very rare, and she was so lucky to meet one. I almost couldn't contain my happiness earlier. But this guy is only focused on being an ADC? And he even seems a bit insecure? No, buddy, with you so competitive, what am I supposed to do? Jiang Lingrui noticed that his contract partner genuinely thought her abilities were useful. Only then did he feel a little more relaxed. Luckily, Chen Qian didn't dislike him. Chen Qian, I'll take you to the association's private underground shelter first. It's good for hiding and escaping, and the weapons there can last for a while, Jiang Lingrui said as he opened his wristband. Please send me a friend request, and then share the identification codes of the other 4 matchers. I'll contact them to come quickly. The nearest city, A18, can send support from C29 in about 2 days. B22 will take around 5 hours. I've already sent the message to the association. If things get worse, they'll prioritize evacuating you. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Lingrui arranged 2 or 3 ways to evacuate and get support. It wasn't over yet. From his expression, it seemed he was still thinking of more plans. Unfortunately, Chen Qian couldn't use any of these plans. Aling, the man was so serious and charming that Chen Qian didn't even finish her sentence before being interrupted. She looked at Jiang Lingrui with shining eyes. He was really handsome, gentle, caring, talented, and smart. Who could refuse such a handsome guy? Anyway, she couldn't. After the other person finished making arrangements, she finally reacted and quickly added, I'm afraid if I wait too long, this clever man will come up with more plans. If Chen Qian were a fragile, helpless mutant, these arrangements would definitely be her key to survival. But her matcher didn't seem to understand her true strength. Suddenly hearing such a nickname, Jiang Lingrui's mind went blank for a moment.
Wah.
What's wrong? He rarely stammered. Don't be afraid, I'm very strong, Chen Qian said as she punched the glass in front of her. Her strength was well controlled, and all the shards fell outside with a loud clatter. She had checked, there was no door downstairs and no one around. From the 11th floor, it was nothing to worry about. Chen Qian leapt down amid Jiang Lingrui's surprised gaze. At first, she hesitated, wondering if revealing her strength so openly was too reckless. But seeing someone who was completely dedicated to her, she was willing to show her kindness. Within her ability, she decided to help this city, protect this city where she and others met, and protect their home. Chen Qian, Jiang Lingrui wanted to grab Chen Qian, but she was too fast for him to catch as his supporter. An excited voice came from Chen Qian in the wind. Don't worry, wait for me. She was really excited. Since entering the city, she hadn't gone out to fight monsters. After resting for so many days, today she felt relaxed and ready. They say the stronger the ADC, the more the healer loves. She must perform well so Jiang Lingrui wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. Jiang Lingrui's eyes never left her from the moment he saw her. Now, he focused all his attention on her quick, agile figure running ahead. Finally, he had to open the communication device. Zhang Qi, coordinate with her. It seemed they misjudged the situation. Her Chen Qian was not only obedient, but also a bit wild. The strange beast tide this time was unusual. It was supposed to be a few days before the full moon, but they suddenly invaded, and there were many more monsters than usual. Zhang Qi had already started preparing when he received the message. But within half an hour, the city's defenses were broken through. There were 3 level 5 primitive species among the monsters this time. They worked together to kill one, but couldn't stop the other 2. They could only watch helplessly as the monsters like dragons entered the sea, wreaking havoc and stirring huge waves. Before the beast tide, nearby advanced cities would issue emergency orders, sending some level 5 defenders to support cities without their own experts. Cities like C29 usually have 2 level 5 defenders stationed each month. But this sudden beast tide caught them off guard. The regular invasions had created their unique way of survival, but suddenly, all these patterns were broken overnight. Zhang Qi no longer looked gentle. He was affected by the attack wave, looking grim and disheveled. Luckily, his contract master was in another area, or things could have been much worse. There was also the visiting female mutant from outside, who should have already arrived at the mutant hall. The higher-ups are very concerned about her, along with another person present. In case something goes wrong, they can't afford to take responsibility. In City C29, the highest level is only 4-star. These people had already sacrificed or been severely injured when they first tried to stop the 5-star primitive species. The enemy arrived suddenly and moved quickly. Before the large weapons could be used, the enemy broke through the city defenses, and in the city, these weapons couldn't be used at all. Just when everyone was hopeless, Jiang received a call from Jiang Lingrui, who was cooperating. While he was confused, he suddenly realized that the 5-star primitive species that had invaded the deepest was actually beaten up. And it was a crushing defeat. Green vines suddenly shot into the sky. The two largest ones were wildly beating the invading primitive species in the villa area. Other vines centered around them, spreading toward the battlefield center. Wherever they went, the alien creatures were strangled and killed. There were dozens of primitive species inside the city, but within 10 or so minutes, they were all killed. While dealing with them, the vines even split into smaller ones to pry open the bodies of the creatures, wrapping their cores in vines, and then sending them somewhere unknown. This was a skill that Chen Qian had studied for a long time, fighting while digging into enemies. She had been chased by alien creatures many times, forcing her to hide everywhere, so she couldn't even gather the cores in time and could only watch them be eaten and digested by the creatures themselves. Every time, she felt heartbroken. Those cores contained real energy for advancement. So, thrifty Chen Qian, after countless experiments, finally developed the skill of traveling at home, killing monsters and dissecting corpses. This wave of monsters was quite large, but only about 10 or 20 high-level ones. The main goal was to kill those 2 5-star primitive species. The rest wouldn't cause much damage to the city. The 5-star exoskeleton primitive species that destroyed the villa was finally killed after being beaten for over 10 minutes by Chen Qian's vines. It died a very tragic death, almost shattered into pieces. If its exoskeleton hadn't been so tough, it would have been turned into meat pulp by then. After Chen Qian collected the other vines along with a 5th-level primitive species, she finally retracted her form. High technology is truly different. Before transforming back, her clothes were quickly disassembled by the ring on her finger and stored in her space button. As long as she pressed the button in advance before transforming back, she could wear her clothes directly, avoiding the awkward nakedness she used to experience. It's very convenient. Unfortunately, this technology only works for clothes. Researchers are working hard to develop space accessories that can truly carry supplies. Everyone is looking forward to that. However, after Chen Qian's mutation with auxiliary branches, she no longer needs to transform herself every time. She was just too angry earlier and couldn't help but swing her big arm at the beast. This battle was very quick. Group fighting is her specialty. Killing enemies above her level is something she often does. She even has a 7th-level beast core in her space, but she didn't kill that one alone. She just took advantage of the situation. In places without humans, those different species still have territorial divisions. Territories ruled by different mother beasts often clash at the borders. These conflicts are not visible near human settlements. No matter what creature, they all tend to be territorial. Chen Qian confidently claimed all the beast cores as her own, then picked out the 2 highest level and most beautiful 5th-level purple beast cores. She happily ran back to the Hall of Mutants. She didn't go through the main door, but used vines to send herself back through the window she had just jumped out of. She handed the 2 beast cores to Jiang Lingrui, who was still waiting by the window, as if seeking praise. Her beautiful eyes flicked to the other person. After the fight, her black ponytail was a bit messy, and her hair was gently draped over her shoulders. She looked like a night elf, charming yet innocent and pure. Chen Qian is so amazing. Jiang Lingrui looked at the small figure in front of her, her throat tightening, filled with thoughts. As a plant-type mutant herself, she knew how difficult it was to level up. She had seen many vine species before, and without exception, they could only assist like her. But her contract owner was so powerful in battle. She wondered how much hardship her owner had endured. Thinking this, she wanted to return the beast cores to her. Hearing the praise she wanted, Chen Qian was satisfied and retracted her gaze. "Here's a gift for you," Chen Qian said casually, stopping Jiang Lingrui from taking any action. She saw that the beast mark on his forehead had turned blue-purple, which was needed after his promotion. Chen Qian felt guilty as she remembered the man's words about not having enough money for living expenses. All his belongings are in her pocket. If she doesn't give them more, life might become difficult for him. She truly is a good contract master. "Thank you, Qian," Jiang Lingrui said, tightening his grip on the crystal core and not refusing anymore. After putting them into his pocket, he took a step forward and gently embraced the well-behaved person. Before she could ask, he softly said, "My Qian, you've suffered. I will always stay by your side from now on." As Chen Qian was held gently, her body stiffened. The faint scent in the air was fresh like trees, mixed with a hint of peach fragrance. It was warm but not overly sweet, just like Jiang Lingrui himself. His voice seemed to have a healing power, touching her heart and slightly easing her loneliness over the past 3 years.
"It's
not really suffering," she replied, but her eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. Tear ducts, why aren't they obedient like before? Outside, there was still some noise, but no longer the panic from earlier. Amidst the sounds, Jiang Lingrui softly comforted his emotional contract master. When Chen Qian calmed down, she awkwardly withdrew from his embrace. The faint marks of tears on his light-colored clothes were very obvious. She shyly shrank her head. Why did she get so moved just from a few words? This won't do. If she cries too much, what if her wife's authority is affected? While she was distracted, Jiang Lingrui took out some tissues and gently wiped her face. "No more crying. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell." Though he said that, his hands slowly emitted energy, softly healing the discomfort caused by her tears. Chen Qian blinked a few times, feeling no discomfort at all. Such a precious healing ability, using it to treat her slightly dry and red eyes caused by crying? No, that's too extravagant. Does the association know about this? Her surprised expression was obvious, making Jiang Lingrui laugh. "I haven't used my ability on anyone else before." "Why?" Usually healing abilities are highly sought after by various groups. Jiang Lingrui looked into the other's eyes, full of curiosity, but he didn't explain much. "I don't want to be used as a test subject or stuck in that wealthy circle all day." The protected healing mutant in City S, who enjoys good treatment, still exchanges freedom for it. Every day, he's either studied like a lab rat or taken to treat important people. But all the complicated, dirty dealings inside, he doesn't want to dirty Chen Qian's ears with that. After hearing this, Chen Qian didn't ask further. Life is precious, love is even more valuable, and if it's for freedom, both can be sacrificed. "Wait, when I think about that," Chen Qian suddenly shivered. "Oh no, it seems she really has control over the other's life, love, and freedom." Feeling a bit guilty, Chen Qian's eyes darted away unnaturally. These small movements didn't escape Jiang Lingrui's eyes. In just a few words, he guessed what was on her mind. "Actually, you're right. As the contract master, you do hold everything about me." Jiang Lingrui pulled Chen Qian back onto the sofa, and this time, they sat together. "Before I saw you, I couldn't accept it easily. But after meeting Chen Qian, I was happy to accept it. Maybe you don't understand why the system matches us so well." Jiang Lingrui paused, organizing his words. "It's based on energy compatibility, which includes your supernatural power, your soul. The system Hope 2471 is so powerful because it embeds the most special 8th level beast core. It almost reached 9th level, and it's a rare primitive species that can touch the soul. When we hunted this primitive species, we sacrificed 300 million people." Hearing this number, Chen Qian gasped sharply. 300 million. What does that even mean? It's the total population of at least 4 provinces before the apocalypse. Our compatibility, as you can see, is 98%. Even without the system matching, if I hadn't formed a contract, just seeing you once would make me naturally attracted to you. I don't think being with you means losing freedom. On the contrary, you are mine, my heart's desire. Most people don't know these things. Only members of the Mutant Association and some high-level mutants are aware. After all, the higher the rank, the less they can accept restrictions. In fact, the system has set a limit for them, requiring at least 95% compatibility for successful matching. Being unfairly bound is confusing, and those male mutants definitely dislike it. The lower-ranked personnel mostly follow the guide without resistance. As long as it doesn't harm them, they accept it happily. Moreover, in this world, they have no choice but to accept the rules. If they don't work hard to advance, they must obey. If they do, they have to consider their safety. Most people are willing to accept this system. Jiang Lingrui is someone who knows the truth. Although he resists, he understands and makes his own judgment. As an official in the association, he set his compatibility threshold at 95%. However, the system still recommends people with over 80% compatibility to him, giving high-status individuals more options and avoiding chaos. He was watching quietly, feeling a bit uncomfortable after being matched. But the bond with his partner was so perfect that it eased his restlessness and doubts. The deep joy and sigh from his soul could easily calm him. Hearing this, Chen Qian understood that as long as the other person wasn't forced, it was okay. She liked her match too. Like Jiang Lingrui said, even without forming a bond, they would still be attracted to each other. Chen Qian's cheeks blushed again. Attracting 5 partners at once was a bit embarrassing to think about.
So,
how did you accept the other 4? Chen Qian was curious. She couldn't imagine herself doing that. It's so double standard. Actually, she struggled at first too, but somehow, her resistance gradually disappeared. Jiang Lingrui also felt confused when talking about this. He definitely didn't want to form a bond before. Even after being brainwashed for so many years as a man, he still felt that sharing a wife with others was unacceptable. He and the other 4 matches probably had thoughts of eliminating each other and monopolizing the partner. But the system's protection mechanism kept them from knowing who the partner was until they met. This was a clever move. Because after meeting Chen Qian at the contract meeting, whenever I think about those people being her matches, I don't feel the usual resentment. My thoughts gradually fade away until they are almost gone. However, this is different if the other party is an alien species outside the 4. As long as neither side has formed a contract, they will try to cause trouble without angering the contract owner, aiming to drive the other away before they can attract the contract owner. Yes, it's about driving away rivals. Eliminating rivals. If no one is guarding, and the contract is stolen or the contract owner insists on forming a contract, they can only accept it reluctantly. This all comes down to the nature of these special contracts and the innate traits of the alien species. They are no longer humans from the end of the world. It's not an exaggeration to call them a new species. This can be seen as similar to a hive or an ant colony, a matriarchal society. They have mixed human and alien genes, creating a new species called aliens. Their innate nature allows them to accept this biological and social system. The meaning of the word human isn't because of a unique appearance or because they are inherently special, but because of the continuation of civilization. If humans were called beasts instead, then today, beasts would be the general term. Only civilization makes humans special. They change their appearance and ways of living, but they are still humans. Undoubtedly, Jiang Lingrui is a good storyteller. He takes these complex ideas, breaks them down, and explains them in simple words to his contract owner. Chen Qian is not stupid. She naturally understood these things. All I can do is sigh. Being a woman is really great. It's truly wonderful. Understanding that neither of them is forced or bound, they tacitly change the subject. Chen Qian, did you forget to check your friend's message? Jiang Lingrui finally asked about something he's been worried about. All his calm judgments become useless when it comes to his contract owner. He doesn't want to analyze his contract owner's thoughts with cold data. Feelings are something he can only explore and enjoy on his own. Under Jiang Lingrui's reminder, she turned her wristband's holographic display into a 3D projection, placing it between the two of them. If Chen Qian doesn't mind, can I help you organize it? Jiang Lingrui's every inquiry was polite and respectful, never making anyone feel offended. His tone and manner were just right, making people almost want to agree to all his requests. Chen Qian looked at her messy list of red dots and the 5 matching partner photos she could see at a glance. Her face turned slightly red. Okay, thank you, Lingrui. She was embarrassed that the photos she used to relax last night had been discovered by the person involved. In a place no one noticed, her toes awkwardly twitched inside her shoes. Ah, so embarrassing. She wished she could turn into a vine and hide. But since the other person had already seen, Chen Qian didn't bother hiding anything anymore, even if she felt awkward. Chen Qian is a very good person. All your matching partners have high compatibility, the other person said, not avoiding her gaze. Jiang Lingrui looked at her openly. Chen Qian's matching partners all had at least 97% compatibility. The small differences were probably due to the relative nature of their abilities. However, 2 of them had a compatibility of 99%, which was astonishingly high. Jiang Lingrui, who had been with the Mutant Association for a long time, had never seen so many super high compatibility scores. Compatibility isn't always 100%. The system gives a score of 99.99%, but it only shows 99%. This is to leave some room for surprises, also called the unexpected. Everything can have surprises. Jiang Lingrui couldn't learn about the other matching partners before because he hadn't met their partners yet. They didn't know who the other partners were, so they hadn't added friends. Now, seeing that familiar name, even someone like him couldn't help but be amazed.
He
is very strong. Others are also very impressive. Chen Qian forced herself to accept the compliment. She didn't think she was particularly outstanding. She just felt that her hardships had finally paid off, and she was being noticed by fate, sharing some luck. Jiang Lingrui's delicate fingers moved smoothly on the screen. After organizing each item, he explained to Chen Qian where it was and what it was used for. Connecting with the retina was more comfortable than using holographic projection. Usually, they preferred holographic screens, so they needed easy-to-operate layouts for faster and more convenient use. He also knew that Chen Qian was a newly registered citizen. Although he didn't know where she came from, her words and actions showed that her master lacked common knowledge about this post-apocalyptic world, especially about city affairs. Jiang Lingrui, who was good at observing, was very attentive to his master and explained everything to Chen Qian without missing any details. Just listen for now. If you forget, I will remind you later. Jiang Lingrui softly comforted her, worried she might feel pressured. Chen Qian nodded. She couldn't remember everything, but at least she learned the basic functions of the bracelet, and the layout was clearer now. She had just accepted friend requests from Jiang Lingrui and a few other matchers, but there was no response yet. The panel was still open. Jiang Lingrui continued, I'll create a family group chat using your account. That way, communication will be easier. Okay. Chen Qian watched how he operated and silently remembered it. Do you like any group names? Jiang Lingrui thought girls usually liked fancy names with special meanings, so he asked. Chen Qian looked down in thought, then firmly said, A loving family. A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Lingrui's face. Chen Qian's choice was a good name, warm, practical, and down-to-earth. He mentally praised her, but for some reason, despite usually being eloquent, he only managed 3 words, good name. Chen Qian felt even happier upon receiving his approval, and her expression relaxed. This feeling of relaxation was different from the deep sleep she had in the villa a few days ago. It was a mental joy and ease, like a gentle spring breeze. It was the most comfortable she had felt in these hours with Jiang Lingrui. Just as Jiang Lingrui finished changing the group name, a message popped up in the group. Huashao. Master, I am Huashao. Please reply when you receive this. Please reply when you get it. Chen Qian looked at the message, then raised her head to look at Jiang Lingrui. It's okay. I've finished organizing everything on my side. You can go back now. I will inform them of the other matters using my own account, Jiang Lingrui said, watching her close the panel before opening his bracelet.
Chen Qian, received.
Chen Qian replied seriously. Huashao, Master, you finally accepted the friend request. I've been waiting 10 days. Pity. Chen Qian. Sorry, I'm not good at using the smart bracelet, so I didn't see those friend requests.
Huashao, I see.
No problem, Master Qi. I'll be in City C29 in 7 days. The signal might be weak on the way, so remember to pick me up at the Mutant Beings Association then, Chen Qian. Okay, I'll wait for you.
Just call me Chen Qian.
Huashao. Got it. Chen Qian. After Jiang Lingrui finished their chat, he sent a message. Jiang Lingrui, at 1:56 p.m. today, a sudden beast tide hit City C29. The city's protective shield broke, and alien species invaded. The city was damaged by 18%, and the shield was damaged by 35%. There were 73 deaths and 842 serious injuries. The alien creatures include 3 5th-tier, 19 4th-tier, and 135 3rd-tier species, plus several lower-tier ones. By 3:20 p.m., all the monsters had been cleared. Everyone, Chen Qian has no combat partners nearby. Please report your arrival times. I will arrange your subsequent plans and accommodations based on your situations. Jiang Lingrui didn't mention Chen Qian's fighting ability in the group chat. That can be discussed once everyone arrives. Even if Chen Qian is very strong as a partner, they must stay close to protect each other. Huashao, I can arrive in 4 days at the fastest. If I travel without rest, I can only shorten the time by 3 days. Wei Jingzhe, 6 days. By Qi Mian, in 2 days. One message caused 2 hidden fish to surface. There was also a period of silence, probably due to no signal. Jiang Lingrui didn't wait any longer. The fastest to arrive is by Qi Mian, a 5th-tier mutated snow wolf with water-based ice abilities, a very powerful fighter. Thinking about the message he saw earlier, he had a rough idea of what to do. Jiang Lingrui. Okay. The beast tide came suddenly this time. It's uncertain if there will be smaller tides or other surprises later. The situation is unclear, so it's not suitable to move recklessly now. 2 5th-tier defenders from City B22 will arrive tonight. I will first take Chen Qian to the association's shelter. Huashao. Oh, the association's people. You take Chen Qian somewhere safe first. I'll arrive as soon as I can. Chen Qian. Wait for me. When the group was created, Jiang Lingrui enabled data sharing. Everyone knew he was a support with no combat ability. However, being able to learn this information and the order details in such a short time shows that Jiang Lingrui holds a fairly high position within the association. Chen Qian. Okay, stay safe. Not long after their conversation ended, there was a knock on the door. The visitor was Zhang Qi, who looked a bit dusty and tired. Commander Jiang, Miss Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Huh.
Why is the window broken? The internal hierarchy of the Mutant Beings Association is set up as follows: 5 presidents, 12 vice presidents, 5 district leaders in each of the 5 districts, 12 deputy district leaders, and 24 wartime commanders who lead the battles. Below them are mayors, vice mayors, inspectors, and other detailed positions. The wartime commanders have a special status. During wars, they hold great power and can sometimes bypass district leaders to make their own strategic decisions. They can mobilize city defenders of level A and below, guardians, helpers, issue orders, and quickly mobilize beast hunters. Such power comes with many restrictions. If, after the war, their actions are found to have increased losses, they can be brought before the association's military court. Jiang Lingrui is one of the few assistant commanders who do not need to participate in combat, so few people know his name. At this moment, Chen Qian didn't yet understand the internal ranks of the Mutant Beings Association. When she heard commander, her attitude was slightly different from Zhang Qi's. She never imagined her match could be so powerful. It's okay, I accidentally broke it. Are you done over there? Jiang Lingrui and Chen Qian didn't answer him. He signaled for them to sit and rest. Zhang Qi poured himself a glass of water, cleared his throat, and sat opposite them, feeling a bit nervous. He had never met someone with such a high status before. When he was in the level A city, He only saw such high-level mutants from afar, and those senior mutants would follow the commands of the commander obediently. Not bothering too much about the broken glass, he quickly asked his question. Commander Jiang, was the high-level mutant who just ran away brought here by you? At that moment, no one saw clearly who made the move because they ran so fast. He had just finished assigning cleanup tasks after the battle and hurried over. The signing of the order by the commander was crucial because it related to the subsequent battles and defenses. Jiang Lingrui's expression was calm, and he answered softly, "Yes, she has a special task and cannot appear now. Rest assured, settle the citizens and guards, and repair the protective shield as soon as possible." He kept Chen Qian's special abilities a secret, which was not beneficial when the association found out. If Chen Qian was willing to reveal his strength later, that would be another matter. For now, since Zhang Qi asked about it, he chose to remain silent, knowing Chen Qian had deliberately kept it hidden. Jiang Lingrui decided to hide the truth. Zhang Qi's position was much lower than Jiang Lingrui's, so he didn't dare to ask too many questions. He could only change the subject. Commander, because of your special status, you and Miss Chen need to sign 2 additional agreements. You probably already know this. Jiang Lingrui nodded and watched as the other person pushed his holographic panel over. Seeing Chen Qian's curious expression, he carefully explained each point. Basically, these were confidentiality rules and restrictions on private actions after forming a contract. The 2 agreements had some differences. The most important part was that, when choosing between the life of the contract holder and the lives of the people in the city, the matchmaker must prioritize protecting the citizens. This is the duty of a commander like him. Such a contract contains energy bindings. It's not just about signing a paper. If it weren't for this sudden, strange beast tide, Jiang Lingrui would have already considered stepping down. He didn't have a saintly heart, perhaps that sounds cruel, but he had already made up his mind to make that choice. The nature of a matchmaker cannot be suppressed. However, if he resigned now, he wouldn't be able to take Chen Qian into the association's underground shelter. Ordinary shelters are too unsafe, and he couldn't guarantee the safety of the contract holder. After hearing his explanation, Chen Qian looked thoughtful, then turned to Jiang Lingrui and asked seriously, "Do you like being a commander?" This question made Jiang Lingrui pause in thought. He had no powerful combat skills and could only serve as an assistant, but he didn't want to be subordinate to others. He enjoyed leading the overall situation on the battlefield. He knew all the abilities of his subordinates and could place them in the best positions to maximize their effectiveness. He also understood when to use the guardians, defenders, helpers, and beast slayers, how much to use, and how to plan step by step. Every successful battle, every avoided casualty, and the people living under his protection, those well-preserved cities that allowed humans to survive, the expanding human territories, and the filling of sealed space gaps, made his soul sigh with admiration. He liked the feeling of having the upper hand. If Chen Qian hadn't taken the initiative and won decisively, he would have waited until after settling the other person before organizing everyone outside to resist. In front of the city's people, he had already made his choice. He chose to stay with Chen Qian and prioritize her safety. If they had signed a treaty before, he would have already broken it. He didn't want to deceive his contract master. After carefully thinking about his feelings, he said firmly, "I like you. Then let's sign the contract." Chen Qian didn't want her partner to give up his passions for her. Be the kind of person you are and take responsibility for it. His nature was hard to change, so Chen Qian was willing to sign the contract with him. Chen Qian. Jiang Lingrui frowned, unable to accept the idea that he might make a decision to abandon her. Chen Qian smiled slightly, finally showing a normal smile, proud and a little playful. "Trust me, I am very strong." Jiang Lingrui's heart softened instantly. Yes, his contract master was very strong enough to support him in making such decisions. With such confident eyes, he finally made up his mind to trust his contract master. After they signed, Zhang Qizai spoke, "Please, neither of you say anything else. Just absorb the beast core energy when I ask, 1 each. First, Miss Chen." He took out 2 boxes of special materials sent a few days ago. Opening one, He revealed a beast core emitting yellow fluorescence. Such luxury, using a 6th-rank beast core. Then Jiang Qizai turned the contract into a voice message, his voice gradually entering the beast core. Do you accept the above terms? Chen Qian placed her hand on the beast core, and she inexplicably absorbed it. Her body felt no different, but she didn't underestimate the power of the beast core. Once both had signed, Jiang Qizai finally relaxed. Commander Jiang, if you step down in the future, just submit an application, and the association will issue the release. Because Miss Chen's is confidential, it's permanent. You've also signed a confidentiality agreement before, so that cannot be revoked. Jiang Lingrui had known these details earlier. The other party was just explaining routine procedures. He actually knew how to lift the curse. As long as the level exceeds that of the contracted beast's core, the curse can be broken, but there will be some backlash. However, there are only 3 7th-level mutants in the entire world, so this method of removal is almost useless for ordinary people. Jiang Lingrui never thought that after forming a contract, he could still serve as a commander. Just recently, that fact had discouraged many people. Most of the current commanders are uncontracted mutants. He wondered how the other matchers would look if they found out about this.
You're
so patient. And you can still be a commander? Chen Qian, who had just been briefed on his new duties, was puzzled. Such a gentle and refined person. Does it really feel natural for him to be a decisive and ruthless commander? As long as I can make others trust your judgment, agree with your decisions, and follow your orders, it doesn't matter if you have a good temper or not. Those who don't follow orders, work is work, personality is personality. Just follow the law, Jiang Lingrui said. Chen Qian thought of the brilliant strategists from the 3 kingdoms. When he replaced those ideas, it suddenly felt natural. Wait, how did she think of the scheming advisors and the simple-minded ruler? No, she wouldn't admit to being dull. She's quite clever. Jiang Qi finally relaxed after finishing these tasks. During such a special time, having a commander stay in City C29 was a great security. But he also needed to work more carefully. He couldn't make mistakes in front of the enemy. During wartime, a commander can even be dismissed on the spot by the mayor. Jiang Lingrui came here for personal reasons, so she hasn't yet met with the officials from the association. Commander, do you have any other instructions? Compensate and treat the victims and the seriously injured as soon as possible according to the regulations. Notify all residents over 16 years old with 0 or 1st-level abilities to participate in post-battle city defense repairs. The villas have been damaged. Arrange for female mutants to relocate and settle. Other male mutants should stay and recover supplies. You and the mayor should refine these plans. By 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, everything except the internal buildings should be repaired to over 95%. From today until the end of the month, double the city defenses. By 8 p.m., reinforcements from City B22 will arrive here. 2 5th-rank guards will follow the original plan. Due to an unexpected situation here, I have also dispatched 1,000 2nd-rank, 300 3rd-rank, and 34th-rank guards, all of whom will arrive soon. Let the mayor handle the arrangements. At 10 p.m., inform all team leaders and above to come to a meeting. You should attend as well. Jiang Lingrui's tone remained calm and gentle, smoothly organizing a series of plans. Chen Qian and Jiang Qi, present at the scene, did not dare to speak up or oppose his decisions. Chen Qian kept thinking about earning more points. She kept increasing her score. Her own matchmaker is so handsome. When assigning tasks seriously, he looked so cool and charming. She felt more and more grateful for her recent choices and decisions. If such a talented commander lost her position because of her, and she could no longer lead everything with such skill, she would definitely regret it. Only now did she truly understand what the so-called bond meant. It's really about caring for each other from the inside out, from the heart. They respect and care for each other. Maybe they don't love each other yet, but without a doubt, they will fall in love someday in the future. Right now, they are each other's closest family, confidants, and companions. Jiang Qi's expression became more serious. Yes, with such an experienced commander in charge, those of us running errands feel more confident. Just as Jiang Qi was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Commander, I need to tell you something about the material recovery. What's the situation? Jiang Lingrui was talking to Jiang Qi, but was thinking about other things. The recent plans were just the most urgent ones. Some issues, like investigating the cause of this attack or patrolling the surrounding area, would have to wait until the evening meeting. The high-rank guard from this afternoon took all the beast cores. That's against the law. Although that experts saved their lives and protected the city, according to the Earth Alien Species War Law, all reinforcements are not allowed to take these materials. Their rewards will be calculated separately based on military achievements. The system, Hope 2471's computing power is unquestioned. After Jiang Qi finished speaking about this matter, Chen Qian nervously shifted her eyes to Jiang Lingrui beside her. Help me, help me. I don't know anything about this. Jiang Lingrui naturally felt his partner's eager gaze. He found it amusing that Chen Qian didn't forget to secretly hide a beast core, even during the fight. Cough. He cleared his throat and suppressed a smile. Jiang Lingrui also felt a bit helpless. Just now, when Chen Qian used that move, he was stunned. After being given 2 5th-rank beast cores, he forgot about hiding his own stash. That person isn't a defender, he's a beast hunter. According to the emergency order in the war law, all beast cores hunted alone by a beast hunter belong to that person, regardless of whether they were conscripted or not. As long as they participated in the battle, the spoils are theirs. Jiang Lingrui explained calmly, with no sign of embarrassment. No one could see the many thoughts hidden behind his gentle appearance. No one could guess that he was secretly carrying those stolen loot in his pocket right now. This is a loophole in the law. Chen Qian is currently an unlicensed individual. No one expected that a female unlicensed person could hunt and kill 5th-rank alien species. So, the spoils she obtained now belong to the gray market. Jiang Lingrui's current goal is to whitewash these gray assets without exposing Chen Qian. Jiang Qi was shocked. Beast hunter? Where? Who is this big shot? Did you use the emergency order? That shouldn't be, because the other party arrived less than 40 minutes after the alien invasion began, and judging by the direction, this big shot should be inside the city. The key point is, using an emergency order requires post-battle signature confirmation on our side. No, I didn't use the order. That beast hunter is one of my partner's matches. As for others, I can't say for now. Jiang Qi's thoughts were quite thorough, but the problem wasn't big, just that the lie he told earlier was now exposed. Although he lied a little, Chen Qian does have a beast hunter. No, she will soon have 2. When he was reviewing some people's information just now, he found that one of them had also applied for the beast hunter position, probably in the pre-qualification phase, which involves killing 105th-rank alien species alone. Although their abilities differ from Chen Qian's, their information is currently hidden in the city, so there's no need to worry about being exposed for now. Most importantly, even if they are exposed, so what? The law does not specify that unlicensed individuals can hunt alien species on the battlefield or require them to surrender their trophies. At this point, Jiang Qi no longer asked further questions. Actually, as long as everything appears normal on the surface, that's enough. If things can't even look normal, he will have to think about how to survive under the commander's orders. He doesn't dare to inquire about the commander's private affairs. Those questions were only asked because of the association's rules requiring confirmation. Collecting and verifying this data ultimately affects the system's evaluation of the commander's performance in this war. If any unnecessary mistakes are made, the other party will have to bear the consequences. Of course, these rules seem strict, but there is still a lot of room for maneuver. After all, the commander's power is very great. Miss Chen, on behalf of all the citizens of City C29, I thank you for your help. Jiang Qi bowed deeply to Chen Qian before leaving. If it weren't for the contract master being here and the lack of an official order, that beast-slaying master might not have cared about these matters. Chen Qian shifted uncomfortably, twisting her hips, but Jiang Lingrui stopped her from standing up and could only awkwardly say, "It's okay. As humans, how can we stand by and watch others die without helping? She isn't exactly a saint, but she still has humanity." As long as she can do so without harming herself or her family, she is willing to do her part for humanity's survival. After Zhang Qi left, Jiang Lingrui spoke. If you refuse this courtesy, he might bow to you every time he sees you in the future. He expressed his feelings clearly now, planning to apply for compensation and rewards after the war based on the system's calculations. This whole process is a formal way of thanking her. Hearing this, Chen Qian's body involuntarily trembled. A man nearly 20 years older than her bowing and thanking her every time they meet. She fears it might shorten her lifespan. Good job stopping him. His serious praise was quite adorable. If there weren't many other things to do later, he would definitely stay with his contract master all the time.
It's chaotic outside now.
How about I take you to the underground shelter first? Chen Qian remembered her recently destroyed villa in the West District, which was shattered and no longer livable. Okay, it's so hard. After finally having a home, such a wonderful home, suddenly it was gone. From now on, I will buy you a better villa. Jiang Lingrui saw her expression, which looked just like before, and knew what she was upset about. He softly comforted her, his gentle voice slowly easing Chen Qian's sadness. But unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Chen Qian is a practical person. She looked at him seriously and said, "But ailing you don't have enough points." Even Jiang Lingrui, who is usually confident, couldn't argue with that. His handsome face showed a moment of blankness, then he sighed lightly. "Then I guess I can only rely on Chen Qian to support me. Don't worry, since I accepted your dowry, I will definitely treat you well." Chen Qian looked at his handsome face and made a sincere promise. "Of course, your best dowry is your face, haha." While staring at the handsome man, Chen Qian didn't notice that her words sounded a bit off. Dowry. Jiang Lingrui caught that word precisely, biting his lower teeth lightly. His eyes, fixed on Chen Qian, grew darker. Embarrassed, Chen Qian swallowed her saliva. Recently, she had been shopping happily, and whenever she paid, her mind kept flashing to the idea of spending her husband's dowry. The more she did it, the more she got used to it. She quickly stood up. "Ailing, let's go see the shelter." She was already at the door. Running away, Chen Qian is a pro at that. Had Jiang Lingrui watched her lively expression, a faint smile on his lips. No wonder she was so covered up when they first met. Her simple and honest personality was easy to see through. His contract owner couldn't hide secrets. Whether it was how she obtained beast cores, where she hid them, or her background. When he looked at her full holographic panel just now, he saw she had bought many supplies, but he didn't think those things would honestly stay in the villa. He would check again later. Even young, he already felt like an old father. What should he do? While thinking about these things, Jiang Lingrui stood up and followed Chen Qian, taking her down in the internal elevator to the 4th basement level. Usually, Chen Qian was not allowed to enter this place, but during wartime, family members could come here to stay safe. The underground shelter was simple and spacious. After exiting the elevator, they arrived in a large square hall with 4 long corridors leading in different directions. Each corridor had a hover car parked beside it. These corridors were escape routes leading directly outside the city. Many supplies marked for specific uses were neatly stacked along the walls of the hall. Jiang Lingrui and Chen Qian walked toward one of the corridors. On each side of the wall, there was a closed door every few meters. When they reached the 3rd door near the hall, Jiang Lingrui stopped. The door scan was quick, and it opened automatically in 3 seconds. "Beep, Commander Jiang Lingrui, your designated person has arrived. Would you like to activate access permissions?" "Yes," Jiang Lingrui replied. She turned to Chen Qian. "Chen Qian, come in and take a look." Chen Qian felt everything around her was very new, like scenes from a sci-fi movie she had seen before. Once they entered, the door closed automatically behind them. The room was clean and simple, with no decorations. It was a standard, uniform room. The living room looked spacious, with 4 closed doors leading to other rooms, whose functions were unknown. "Let's stay here temporarily. When they arrive in a few days, we can choose a better place," Jiang Lingrui said, knowing these rooms were too plain. They had all the necessary things, but the place felt cold and lifeless, lacking any warmth. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud growling sound. In this quiet, empty room, the noise was very clear. Chen Qian's face turned red, and she nervously pressed her stomach with her hands. What was wrong with her today? She hadn't interacted with anyone like this in 3 years. Why did so many awkward things happen all on the same day, with the same person? How could she face Jiang Lingrui again? A few days ago, her throat was sore, and she kept her distance from others, so she felt very reserved. Today, I met Jiang Lingrui, who is good at controlling people's hearts and very gentle. Her fake distance and politeness disappeared quickly in the details of her behavior. Chen Qian really didn't expect that. If there's no sense of distance, that's fine, but trying to get closer shouldn't rely on her embarrassing herself, right? It was my mistake. Qian, what would you like to eat tonight? Jiang Lingrui probably hasn't met someone in this era who can sleep until late and still skip meals. He didn't pay attention to what kind of contract owner others had. He only knew that his own contract owner was, very cute. When she blushes, she looks adorable. When she holds her stomach, she looks cute too. Even her attempt to look serious and suppress her embarrassment is quite charming. Afraid she might get angry and upset, Jiang Lingrui chose not to comfort her and instead changed the subject directly. Anything is fine. Do you know how to cook? Chen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded. Let's pretend nothing happened earlier.
No.
Nothing actually happened at all. Jiang Lingrui pretended to be innocent and blinked. I can't cook. Chen Qian blinked back, but you really do look like someone who can cook. And with your temper and personality, plus a domestic vibe, that just stacks the buffs, right? Unfortunately, not knowing how to cook has nothing to do with appearance. Then shall we order takeout? Chen Qian resigned herself. Takeout can be quite tasty. It doesn't seem very suitable now. Not many people are in the mood to open shops and deliver food, she replied. Chen Qian lowered her head, forgetting how chaotic things outside are right now. What should we do? Jiang Lingrui took her by the hand and led her to the kitchen. After casually pressing a few buttons on the sleek countertop, a menu appeared in front of them. These are ingredients in the fridge. Take a look and see what you like. Automatic cooking machine? Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Wow, she had never seen such a thing in global shopping. Jiang Lingrui nodded with a gentle smile, only available inside the association. It's not sold outside yet. Do you want one, Qian? Yes. If she could install one in her space, she could always enjoy hot meals anytime, anywhere. All right, I'll apply for one for you. But it needs to connect to your wristband. I'll help you set it up later, Jiang Lingrui said softly, seemingly caring but actually setting a trap. As expected after hearing this, Chen Qian's interest dimmed quite a bit. She had already tested that machines powered only by beast core energy could operate in her space. But devices like wristbands that require signals become standalone machines once inside her space. Jiang Lingrui, who had been carefully watching Chen Qian, easily noticed her mood changes. All right, my contract master, it seems there's something amazing hidden here, something that can store things. People should be able to enter, or else such control devices wouldn't be needed. The space isn't small, or they wouldn't consider installing these devices. They would prioritize hiding essential supplies and weapons. It can also block signals from the wristband. Jiang Lingrui immediately guessed that the storage space was something researchers were still working hard to develop. To him, Chen Qian now looked like she was wearing a large, ragged coat with many holes, revealing her graceful figure underneath. To prevent outsiders from seeing her body, he needed to quickly help his contract master patch up the holes in her coat, while also making sure she didn't notice, so she wouldn't feel shy. I want to eat this. Chen Qian snapped out of her disappointment and quickly started ordering food. Jiang Lingrui glanced at her and chose a spicy and sour noodle dish. Okay, I'll try that too, he said, ordering 2 portions, wanting to eat the same as her. After setting the dishes, Jiang Lingrui asked, how about trying the fresh juice from C29's local specialty? Chen Qian didn't know what the local specialty was here. But with the yellow earth everywhere around C29, what could possibly be juiced? Outskirts of Southgate City have a batch of primitive plants from Earth, which prefer sunlight and dry conditions. Their fruits are soft, sweet, and slightly sour, Jiang Lingrui explained, taking out a few fist-sized, milky white fruits from the fridge. The skins had small, bumpy spheres, looking both cute and ugly. Chen Qian felt a bit disgusted but still wanted to taste it. Juicing hides the appearance. They call this fruit summer white fruit, Jiang Lingrui said as he washed the fruits. He guessed Chen Qian disliked the look of the fruit without turning around. Chen Qian honestly sat by the table, waiting, watching the handsome man make juice and the high-tech robotic arm prepare the food automatically. In less than 10 minutes, a simple dinner was already prepared. The flavor of the jelly noodle soup was quite ordinary. After all, homemade food has a special warmth that instant noodles lack. It tasted okay, but you still feel these foods are unhealthy and not a proper family meal. However, the summer white fruit juice was sweet and sour, with a unique taste. Chen Qian immediately fell in love with it. Jiang Lingrui watched her happy expression and felt very full inside. If you like this, I can have them send more. Canned ones are easier to store and the quality isn't much worse. Yes, yes, Chen Qian nodded quickly. She wanted more to stock up on space. But how should she say this? Does she have to secretly store supplies from now on? But what about when she needs to use them? She can't just eat her fill while those who are far away, penniless, and helpless are left hungry and waiting. But this is one of her few secrets. Chen Qian slowly stopped drinking her juice. Forming a contract really is a magical thing. In the face of such a life-and-death secret, she chose to trust the other person without hesitation. They wouldn't betray her. Looking at Jiang Lingrui, whose lips were slightly red from the spicy jelly noodle soup, Chen Qian reaffirmed her decision. Chen Qian said decisively, ready to reveal her secret and then demonstrate. I want to stock up on some summer white fruit juice. She then took the tissue box in front of her, stored it in her space, and then took it out again. Jiang Lingrui, although already suspecting the existence of a space, found Chen Qian's proactive disclosure meaningful. But her contract, master really, is a bit bold. Fortunately, she had already blocked all surveillance devices in the house when she noticed many secrets leaking from her. Otherwise, if someone with bad intentions investigated, Chen Qian would definitely be exposed. Chen Qian is very capable, but you need to be careful in the future. These places are not as safe as you think. Jiang Lingrui's expression was very calm. Chen Qian, though not very cautious, was not stupid. She immediately sensed something was wrong. Did you know about this long ago? No, I only found out before cooking. This should be quite normal, right? Because of internet connection issues, Chen Qian's mood swings a lot. Chen Qian is a bit disbelief. Is it just because of that? Chen Qian probably has a lot of loot from the recent battle, right? Chen Qian freezes. Not that much. Chen Qian also bought many things online, more than the villa can store. I cleared your delivery notifications for a while. Actually, the villa can hold those items, but they would have nowhere to go, which is unreasonable. Chen Qian doesn't want to speak. Then, thank you, you're welcome. Jiang Lingrui watches the other person look a bit stunned from his teasing, and his smile never fades. Realizing he has fully exposed himself, Chen Qian still feels a bit unwilling and asks again. Is there more? More? Jiang Lingrui thinks for a moment. Your shopping list includes 5-star weapons. When you buy these, the information is automatically sent to the local association for record. If the people in the villa area do a post-battle cleanup, these items won't be in the villa or with you, and they are likely to be found. For private property cleanup, some items need to be checked with the owner. For example, hover cars, hot weapons, etc. Even if damaged, they can be recovered and reused. There are still loopholes. Chen Qian hangs his head in disappointment, looking very sad. He really is foolish, thinking that hiding in the villa would keep his secret safe. Buying things was so fun at the time, but now there are many flaws. What if they come to question him after the cleanup? Then should I run now? Chen Qian's first thought is to escape, since he has some supplies in his space. Better to run first. Haha, no need. Cough. Chen Qian's reaction is too funny. Jiang Lingrui can't help but laugh out loud, and it's a very genuine laugh. He even chokes himself a little. Is it that funny? Chen Qian's fist itches a bit. Sorry, it's not funny. I just have a low sense of humor. Jiang Lingrui stops laughing just before the other gets embarrassed. Timing perfect. If he had waited a second longer, Chen Qian's little universe would have exploded with embarrassment. It's okay. I've already arranged things in the villa area, so they won't count these during the cleanup. Chen Qian didn't expect the other person to have already discovered this matter and to have handled it directly. Her worries disappeared in less than 2 minutes. Won't that violate the contract? She asked, a bit concerned. Although Jiang Lingrui's favoritism made her feel safe and protected from all sides. The contract isn't that strict. Otherwise, I wouldn't have signed it. It only matters in major issues. If I didn't have the right to make small decisions, I would be a failed commander. Moreover, Jiang Lingrui knew the details of those clauses better than the people who created the contracts. The commander's duty is to lead all battles fairly and wisely, managing attack, defense, and troop movements. Unless my choices would cause many casualties, the contract won't be triggered. Even if I choose you over 1,000 others, it won't activate. It might sound harsh, but those 1,000 people don't really affect the outcome of the battle. It's just my conscience that might feel guilty. Of course, if it were a 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people, I would have to reconsider. The difference lies in the number of lives involved. Another situation is if your importance exceeds that of 10,000 or even 1,000,000 people. If I choose to save you and abandon others, the contract still wouldn't activate. That's a matter of quality, not quantity. How can we evaluate if one person is more valuable than 1,000,000? Chen Qian didn't quite understand this method. That's millions of lives. A 7th-rank mutant is enough to match millions or tens of millions. Such a person not only represents top human strength, but also, besides those abandoned, millions of lives need protection. Jiang Lingrui said softly, her voice a little lower. Would someone really abandon so many people just for one person? Chen Qian simply couldn't understand. She had no other feelings. She saw it as just a hypothetical. Yes, some would, Jiang Lingrui replied firmly. It's a decision a commander must make. Of course, no one wants to bear such a heavy fate until the very last moment. If they truly made such a decision, even if they won the battle, the person who made it would be unable to bear the weight and might choose to leave this world. Chen Qian doesn't have Jiang Lingrui's sharp mind, but her intuition is very keen. This sharp instinct has helped her survive many life and death situations. So, she immediately noticed the change in Jiang Lingrui's emotions. Ailing, do you know the person who made that decision? Unexpectedly, Jiang Lingrui was stunned by her question.
His Chen Qian is very perceptive.
Yes, I know him. His decisions sacrificed 300 million people. He used the lives of 300 million to save the only remaining 7th-level mutant at that time, and also sealed the largest space-time rifts, gaining 2 precious 8th-level beast cores. That was the Western Sea battle, right? Chen Qian is very smart.
My
father also participated in the battle command for China. At first, he wasn't a core member, but by the year 2471, so many people had died. Before the Western Sea battle, he became one of the few people on Earth who had led large-scale battles. So, the decision for 300 million people to fight in place of the only remaining 7th-level mutant was announced by him. Not a single life was spared among those 300 million. After the battle ended, Earth's population was less than 1 billion. He didn't carry the burden of those lives. When the situation improved a bit, he chose to atone with his death. And that 7th-level mutant was the same. After helping to train other 7th-level mutants, he chose to himself up after destroying the densest space-time rifts in the 4 major regions, then returned to dust. This topic is very heavy, but Chen Qian isn't good at speaking. She was guided by others to speak smoothly, but her sentences are still a bit awkward. She hasn't communicated with others for a long time, so she's very poor at it. But Chen Qian is very proactive. Seeing Jiang Lingrui lost in his memories, she felt a little distressed and gently walked over, softly embracing him, just like he did to her that afternoon. At that battle, he was less than 10 years old. The more sensitive a person is, the easier it is to sense others' emotions. How did he become such a gentle person after losing his family? Chen Qian increasingly wants to get to know Jiang Lingrui better. The space was filled with silence. The girl with long black hair gently hugged the calm man sitting nearby. Their hearts grew closer because of their closeness. Jiang Lingrui quickly adjusted himself. He hugged the girl back and softly said, "So, Chen Qian, you don't need to be afraid. Small problems in this space are nothing compared to such decisions. They are not worth your worry. I will help clear the obstacles. For me, it's not hard. Yes, I believe in all Ling." Chen Qian hugged him tighter. The scent on Jiang Lingrui was gentle, just like anyone else's, and she couldn't get enough of it. Jiang Lingrui wanted to spoil her more and hold her longer, but unfortunately, he had work to do. Suddenly, he somewhat regretted not retiring early. When Chen Qian released her hold, it was time for Jiang Lingrui to leave. "Chen Qian, I have to go now. I might not be back tonight. I know you're very strong, so I won't restrict you. Do what you want. Just be careful." Jiang Lingrui thought for a moment, but didn't say what she should be careful about. It wasn't because he couldn't think of anything, but because he felt those warnings were just restrictions. Just be yourself. Don't think too much. His master just wanted her to be happy and carefree. If they couldn't protect the people, they could only blame themselves for not being capable. And with that person around, as long as Chen Qian wasn't causing chaos in the city, most problems wouldn't be serious. "Okay, I will behave." Although Chen Qian was now 19, her social experience and knowledge were still like a 16-year-old before her crossing over. The 3-year gap made her behave in ways that didn't quite match her age, making her seem a bit naive. Fortunately, she had dressed very carefully and stayed hidden, or her secrets would have been exposed long ago. Jiang Lingrui patted her head. "I'm leaving now. Yes, stay safe. I have other secrets too. I'll tell you when you're not busy." Chen Qian revealed her secrets. She understood that her intelligence and experience weren't very high, and she wasn't very familiar with this world. To avoid causing trouble, she decided to tell Jiang Lingrui her worries early, so he could help her. "Okay, in this room, Chen Qian can play freely," Jiang Lingrui explained clearly. Chen Qian quickly understood his meaning. As long as she stays inside this room, she can freely use the space. Yes, yes. After sending Jiang Lingrui away, Chen Qian started wandering around. This room had never been used before. She could choose any room she liked. Actually, there wasn't much choice. All 4 bedrooms looked the same, each with its own bathroom. It felt like a high-end dormitory. Chen Qian randomly picked one room, took out new sheets, blankets, and pillowcases from the space, and replaced the old, plain white ones. She even added an extra blanket underneath, making the bed softer and more comfortable to lie on. After going out for a walk in the afternoon, she was covered in dust. Chen Qian happily washed up before collapsing onto the bed. She wasn't feeling sleepy now, so she turned on her wristband to play some small games. The interface of her wristband was very different from before, neatly arranged in proper places. Like Jiang Lingrui, she preferred using the holographic projection panel because it was very comfortable to look at and kept everything organized. When she opened it, she saw several unread messages. Besides the notification sounds from her phone, she hadn't opened anything else, so she didn't see these messages right away. She didn't like the notification sounds because they made her feel tense. When she checked the messages, she saw it was from the person who had gone offline this afternoon, finally popping up in the group chat. "Hanzi, check where it is. I'll fill in the details on my way." "Huashao, who? Fill in what?" "Jiang Lingrui. Tomorrow. We'll investigate outward. Wait for my message." "When will you arrive?" Chen Qian saw Jiang Lingrui's message and felt a bit confused.
When did he send that?
Was he multitasking? "Hanzi, the electric scooter is a bit slow. You'll know when I arrive." "Electric scooter?" Chen Qian was confused. Does this person travel between cities on an electric scooter? She suddenly imagined an elderly person riding a worn-out electric scooter along a deserted road, creaking as they went. Now, traveling between cities wasn't like before. The distance between 2 neighboring cities could be as far as a province apart, so using an electric scooter for such a trip was almost unbelievable. But his words just now suggested he could arrive anytime? Jiang Lingrui. Okay. I borrowed your identity today. Huashao. Hey. Big brothers, give me a hint, Hanzi. Whatever you want. Jiang Lingrui. We plan to check for space cracks. This abnormality is probably caused by the formation of a space. Huashao. Oh, thank you, brother. After they finished discussing serious matters, Chen Qian finally voiced her own question. She didn't want to keep it inside, and typing was quicker than speaking. Chen Qian, why did you come here on an electric scooter? Maybe I should give you some points? Chen Qian guessed it was probably because they were short on money. She heard they only had 1,000 points now. Huashao, everyone gets a share. By Qi Mian, fair for all. Wei Jingzhe. Chen Qian didn't expect that asking casually would make them all come out. She wasn't stingy and directly transferred 1 million points to each of them, including Jiang Lingrui. She proudly calls herself the water-serving master. Huashao, I finally have over 10,000 points. Thank you. Qian, wait, how are you doing? Those tens of millions of points have nothing to do with you? Wei Jingzhe, thank you. Through chatting, Chen Qian also noticed that Wei Jingzhe was a person who spoke very little. She wondered if it was because he was cold or shy. By Qi Mian, no need for so many. Hanzi, motion sickness, enough points. Hanzi always responded a bit late. Chen Qian looked at this delayed reply and smirked. But was motion sickness really a serious issue? She didn't feel any shaking when riding the hover car. Could it be that the other person's physical condition was special? This time, Jiang Lingrui didn't reply. He was probably busy. Chen Qian. No need to thank me. Chen Qian. And Hanzi, be careful.
Hanzi. Alrit.
Chen Qian stared at these two words, feeling something was off but couldn't figure out what. Riding an electric scooter was definitely more dangerous than driving a car, right? The topic ended, and the group chat fell silent. Jiang Lingrui finished his preparations by 8 p.m. He planned to go outside again before the 10 p.m. meeting to check the situation. Originally, these things didn't require his responsibility, but since Chen Qian was also in this city, he couldn't help but worry a bit more. His authority is quite broad. Right now, it's almost wartime, and in a few days, it will be mid-month, possibly with small beast waves, so his involvement is not considered overstepping. As he took the elevator, Jiang Lingrui checked the messages. When he saw the last two characters, Jiang Lingrui's mouth twitched. That person's strength is so great that even if they ran to the outside world, they could come back alive and well. Within this large area, there's probably nothing that could make him cautious. Only his contract master can be so unaffected by other matters, focusing only on themselves. Does Chen Qian know that the other person is a 6th rank? Of course she does. This person's strength ranks among the top in the entire area. But she still cares as usual. Because they are her family. No matter how strong the other person is, she will worry about them. Jiang Lingrui also thanked everyone in the group, saying that he understood, and then left the hall of the Mutation Association. There's really no need to be so polite, but since others said it, he didn't think it was necessary to stand out. System, do you think that person will come? Zhao Yuran, busy cleaning up the battlefield, received thanks and admiration from many people, but she didn't get to see the person she was waiting for. She was really unlucky this afternoon. She matched with 3 4th-rank mutants, 2 5th-rank mutants. Not even a 6th rank, let alone meet the standard for an excellent male candidate. Actually, the quality of these 5 matches was quite good, considering she's only 2nd rank. She couldn't handle higher-ranked matches unless the compatibility was over 90%. Uncertain. Jiang Lingrui's status is very high, so he usually wouldn't come to these places for post-battle care. Then I'll go back first. These men are like crazy dogs, bothering me all the time. It's so annoying. Zhao Yuran felt irritated inside, but she maintained a graceful and polite appearance. After politely refusing another mutant, she planned to turn and leave. At that moment, she suddenly saw the tall figure she had been thinking about all afternoon. Lucky me, I actually waited for him. His contract master isn't with him right now. Great opportunity. Zhao Yuran was eager to try. Host, keep going. Here, Vice Mayor Wang Xiuhua is explaining the current situation to Jiang Lingrui. Seeing Zhao Yuran walking gracefully toward them, he casually mentions, "This is Miss Zhao Yuran. She volunteered to help here this afternoon." He slightly nods toward her, showing a good impression. He finds her to be kind, smart, and very confident. However, her clothes are a bit too fancy for a place where victims are found, but considering everything happened suddenly, she might not have had time to change. Jiang Lingrui follows his gaze and sees Zhao Yuran walking up to them. He remembers her instantly. Her bold gaze earlier matches his first impression. But once she reaches them, she tones down her attitude. "Vice Mayor, do you need any help?" Zhao Yuran first nods slightly to Jiang Lingrui, then asks Wang Xiuhua politely. She appears confident and friendly, with a bright, elegant face and a kind heart. Unfortunately, both men in front of her are already committed to others, so they can't appreciate her beauty. Wang Xiuhua doesn't dare ask her to do heavy or tiring work. "Not at the moment. It's okay. If you need anything, just tell us," she says warmly. Her helpful attitude makes Jiang Lingrui praise her sincerely. Miss Zhao is truly kind and eager to help. His words are genuine, full of admiration. Seeing this, Zhao Yuran feels happy to have caught their attention. She smiles politely, slightly adjusting her hair blown by the wind, and asks, "This is what I should do. May I ask your name?" Jiang Lingrui. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." "Hello." Although he remains gentle and polite, like when talking to Chen Qian, there's a slight distance in his tone now. Wang Xiuhua notices they exchange polite words and then brings up the earlier topic. It's getting late. Miss Zhao should go back and rest. It's not good for a young lady to be out and about alone. Host, there's no other way. She's not an NPC. She speaks according to her personality, and no one can control her. So, I have to leave right after we meet? I haven't added any friends, so it will be even harder to meet again later. But if I keep insisting, I might raise suspicion. Then, Zhao Yuran indeed doesn't dare to push further. She doesn't know Jiang Lingrui's position well. The system only gave her the name. It will only tell her more once her favorability reaches a certain level. Many details she has to look up herself or wait until her favorability unlocks more information. Her lifespan isn't something easily gained. So, before understanding these things, Zhao Yuran doesn't dare to ruin her image. If she left a bad impression earlier, it would be hard to get close later. But this man looks gentle and polite, so he probably won't be difficult to approach. "Miss Zhao, since you want to continue helping, you can stay." Jiang Lingrui interrupted Zhao Yuran's hesitant words decisively. Jiang Lingrui is like that. If he's unsure about something, he doesn't ignore it. Instead, he quickly figures it out. The woman in front of him, aside from her bold gaze at the start, didn't show many flaws afterward. But details decide success or failure. That passionate, bold look at the beginning already revealed her ambition and unrealistic hopes. In this world, no woman would want to break the bond with her contracted partner. Once bonded, how could she not feel her control over her match? How does she have the confidence to try to break that bond in this system? More importantly, is it appropriate to smile so gracefully in such a place? No matter what she does privately, once she comes to a place where victims lose their lives, she must pretend to be sorrowful. Jiang Lingrui's words decided the outcome of this matter. Wang Xiuhua naturally had no objections. "Vice Mayor Wang, you arrange her specific tasks. I remember seeing earlier that the temporary medical area is short-staffed. Miss Zhao, as a young woman, should be suitable for that." Wang Xiuhua opened his mouth, wanting to say something. That place was indeed one of the few safe areas that didn't require contact with danger. However, in Jiang Lingrui's eyes, he swallowed his words and obediently accepted. Why was this gentle commander so decisive, leaving no room for argument? He was told to handle specific tasks, but the suggestions that followed sounded almost like orders. He naturally obeyed, but could it be that this woman had offended the commander? No, that couldn't be. The medical area was very busy and short-staffed. "Miss Zhao, what do you think?" Jiang Lingrui's face was calm, but his tone was pleasant and reassuring. Zhao Yuran was a bit excited. She had thought she would be sent away empty-handed, but things took a turn. She quickly assured him, yes, I will do my best. Her happiness was obvious and hard to hide. For her, the things around her didn't feel real. She had died too early and hadn't experienced the apocalypse. After rebirth, she had a system, and even her lifespan was extended by completing tasks. To her, everything here felt more like a game. Wang Xiuhua watched Zhao Yuran and suddenly understood Jiang Lingrui's plan. Then it's hard for you, Miss Zhao. Vice Mayor Wang, just take her there. It will probably be busy for a week, and we'll see how things go afterward. I'll go check the city defenses now. Come find me later. Jiang Lingrui's words arranged her schedule directly, turning her temporary help into a week-long job, with a high chance of overtime afterward. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuran didn't notice anything. Wang Xiuhua, a seasoned fox of 100 years, couldn't quite figure out what this 1,000-year-old fox was planning, but he understood the meaning behind his words. All right, I'll go as soon as possible. Miss Zhao, please follow me. I'll explain the situation to you. He only offered a few polite and courteous words to a second-tier beautiful mutant woman. But when someone is clearly assigned by a high-ranking leader, Wang Xiuhua would be extra careful, making sure to carry out every implied instruction. Zhao Yuran wanted to say a few more words to Jiang Lingrui, but after he nodded at her and turned away, she guessed he was busy at the city defenses. This man is truly exceptional, always so proper and composed no matter when or where. She reluctantly looked away, her face flushing as she noticed Wang Xiuhua's understanding expression. No one explained to her that forming a contract is a deep, soul-to-soul connection, not a force lock. The system could tell her how it works, but its explanation was cold and dry, unlike Jiang Lingrui's thorough and clear explanation from inside out. So, Zhao Yuran started off on the wrong path from the beginning, and she didn't even realize it. When Zhao Yuran arrived at the temporary medical station, she broke down. She forgot that in this world, men are more numerous than women. Whether they are injured soldiers or medical staff, most are men. They try not to let their contracted partners get involved in dangerous situations. Although the environment was relatively clean, the many wounded, the smell of blood and medicine, the scent of men, and the screams of pain constantly overwhelmed her. She immediately wanted to give up and leave, but Wang Xiuhua had already left quickly after giving instructions to others. She was then ordered around by the medical staff, helping to deliver medicine or, in more serious cases, assisting with basic care like changing bandages and helping with functions. They also considerately reminded her that, based on what Wang Xiuhua just said, she was transferred temporarily, and only a formal order could send her away. It wasn't as simple as just deciding not to do her job. Unless she wanted to challenge the wartime rules. System. Tell me, what is Jiang Lingrui's favorability score? Host. Currently Jiang Lingrui's favorability score is 0. No. Even a stray dog on the street can have a favorability of 5. What did I do wrong? He wasn't always unfriendly. He even complimented me a few times. Host. Sorry, the system cannot calculate that. You can only improve it yourself. What the system didn't say was that the favorability score could only be 0 or higher. If it were negative, that would mean the other person definitely disliked her. Soon, Zhao Yuran had no time to talk to the system because she was too busy. She was released back at midnight and was told to be at work by 8 a.m. the next day. In this post-apocalyptic world, they still made people go to work. Wang Xiuhua had already arrived at the city defense office, watching Jiang Lingrui organize things methodically. He is now waiting nearby. When the other person pauses, he steps forward and says, Commander, Zhao Yuran has made arrangements. If there are no small beast tides in the middle of the month, we will stay here for a week. If there are, the stay will be extended indefinitely. Yes, thank you. I think she might be starting to learn to respect the sacrifices made. Jiang Lingrui checks the time. Soon, he will need to go back for a meeting. As for Zhao Yuran's secret, there's no rush. He will be patient. If she has any plans, she will find ways to discover them. Wang Xiuhua says, in the afternoon, it didn't seem so unreliable. Jiang Lingrui doesn't continue that topic. First, Tell me which of the remaining fighters are familiar with the local terrain. If there are pioneers inside the city, contact them quickly. We will need them tomorrow. Yes, Commander. Aren't pioneers usually not allowed to participate in city defense? It's not about city defense. I suspect there are new space rifts around C29 City. Pioneers have more experience with this. Their help will speed up the search for space rifts. Understood. I will contact them later. 2 of them are still inside the city and haven't gone out yet. Wang Xiuhua then talks about the fighters familiar with the terrain. Jiang Lingrui indeed didn't return that night. Even though he was so close, he didn't come over. He must have been working overnight. Chen Qian got out of bed at exactly 12 o'clock as usual. Her biological clock probably won't change anytime soon. After washing up, Chen Qian didn't eat. She thought about finding Jiang Lingrui to ask if he had eaten and if he wanted to eat together. When she finished tidying up and was about to go out, she remembered she still had her wristband. Chen Qian slapped her forehead, feeling like she had lost her mind. How could she have been wandering outside for 3 years and still be addicted to the internet? She hurried back to the sofa, lazily lying down and opening her device. Wow, a bunch of messages. Huashao. Qian, look at this picture, the moonlit northwest, isn't it beautiful? Huashao, and these mutated northwest wolves, picture, aren't they cool? I picked the most handsome, white-furred one to make a cloak for you. It is truly beautiful. Chen Qian has never seen such a scene before. The clarity of the current photos makes it feel as if she is really there. Speaking of which, her wristband seems to have this function. Thinking this, she quickly used voice commands to activate it, knowing it would take a long time for her to find the feature on her own. She turned off the living room lights. In an instant, the holographic image made her feel as if she had stepped into the vast land of the Northwest, touching the weathered gravel that had endured many years. For a moment, it was as if the cold moonlight was shining on her, adding a touch of loneliness. It was very beautiful, but also very cold. However, when she thought about her own location, where Xiao was standing and taking photos, she felt as if he was there with her, sharing the same scene. A warm, passionate feeling arose in her heart. Xiao seemed to be a lively young man, full of warmth like that feeling. The second image showed a very different, serious atmosphere. Dozens of ancient-type Northwest wolves stared coldly and bloodthirstily at the camera. They faced a strong enemy without fear, as if they would rush forward at any moment and tear the person in front of them apart. Chen Qian had also fought similar wolf packs before, and they were very difficult to deal with. These creatures held grudges. She had been running for half a month, hiding in her space for a few days, but she still couldn't shake off those mutant wolves. Only after killing all of them could she finally escape that constant watchfulness. Thinking of this, Chen Qian became worried about Xiao. She quickly replied after viewing the images. Chen Qian, I used the hologram to look. The moonlit night in the Northwest is beautiful. If we get the chance, let's go see it together, okay? Chen Qian, wolves hold grudges. Xiao, you must be careful and stay safe. Chen Qian responded seriously. She had no intention of stopping Xiao from fighting wolves because it was probably already too late. Even if she could have made it in time, given what he said, he must be confident. But she's still worried about Xiao, so she reminded him to stay safe. After replying to Xiao, she looked at other messages. Jiang Lingrui, Qian, good morning. This message was sent at 7:30 a.m. Jiang Lingrui, wanna have breakfast together?
You can order takeout now.
This message was sent at 8 a.m. She guessed he realized she hadn't woken up yet, as the next message came after a long pause. Jiang Lingrui, if you're awake, come find me. I want to have lunch with you. This message was sent at 11:30 in the morning. Oops, now it's 12:50. Chen Qian felt a bit awkward, but she still had to reply. She thought, either way, I have to answer. Chen Qian, Ling, have you eaten lunch? Sorry, I overslept. Jiang Lingrui responded very quickly. Jiang Lingrui, no problem. I ate a lot this morning, so I'm not hungry. I haven't had lunch yet. You can come up and eat with us. We're on the 11th floor, room 1007. Chen Qian, Okay, I'll come right away. Chatting with Jiang Lingrui is really relaxing. He can avoid making things awkward for you. But only if he doesn't want to tease her. Chen Qian set her wristband to half-screen retina mode. She walked outside while continuing to look at her messages. The rest of the messages were from the group chat earlier in the morning. Jiang Lingrui, things are not looking good. As of 5 a.m. today, 3 B-level cities and 13 C-level cities have experienced mysterious beast waves. They're checking if it's caused by new space cracks. How about your side? Have you encountered this? By Qi Mian. I will arrive tomorrow. Wei Jingzhe. 5 days, high-level mother beast invasion. Jiang Lingrui. Are you sure? Wei Jingzhe. Confirmed. Jiang Lingrui.
Please tell me more.
Wei Jingzhe. I encountered this once outside our world. It lasted 10 days, with over 100 space cracks. The largest one was big enough for a 7th-rank primitive species to pass through. The invasion of mother beasts doesn't mean their main bodies come to Earth. Instead, they use special energy to create space rifts, forcing male primitive species to invade Earth. From analysis, most of the time, the other side is driven into a corner and has no choice but to leave their world and turn to Earth. Most of Earth is now controlled by high-level mother beasts. They can't even be sure of Earth's true size or shape anymore. Despite rapid technological development, Earth's strange tectonic plate tearing and stitching means satellites can't even reach space. Jiang Lingrui, why hasn't the association announced this? Even their internal news hasn't been shared? Wei Jingzhe. I didn't say anything. Jiang Lingrui. Why did you hide it? Wei Jingzhe. No one asked. Jiang Lingrui. Isn't the pioneer's job exploration, hunting, and collecting? Shouldn't you report to your superiors? Wei Jingzhe. He is dead. Jiang Lingrui. So, who is responsible now? Wei Jingzhe. No one. Jiang Lingrui. Who pays you?
Wei Jingzhe, no salary.
Jiang Lingrui. Come, let's have a voice chat. Seeing this, Chen Qian could tell Jiang Lingrui was speechless. Wei Jingzhe is quite interesting, answers whatever is asked, and says nothing if not asked. In the end, the communication probably didn't go well. Chen Qian decided to ask about it later. She was even more curious about what kind of person could make Jiang Lingrui, who is usually calm, be forced to start a voice chat. Haha, so cute. Both of them are really adorable. Chen Qian's smile didn't fade until she saw Jiang Lingrui. Jiang Lingrui helplessly pinched her cheek. She has a bit less flesh. She needs to be taken care of more. Did you see everything? Jiang Lingrui led her into the room, which was more comfortable than yesterday's. Probably because yesterday he visited as a private individual, and today he was acting as the commander. Yeah, I want to hear the rest. Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. But this time, Jiang Lingrui didn't give her what she wanted. Order some takeout first. I'll tell you later. Chen Qian was indeed hungry, so she didn't refuse. Okay, I want to eat the chimeric sprout meat steamed marinated noodles.
Huh?
More noodles? Jiang Lingrui probably understood his partner's taste.
He should observe more.
He doesn't believe there's only one kind. Then let's eat the chimeric sprout meat steamed marinated noodles. Chen Qian was a bit surprised. It seemed this person didn't plan to choose anything else. Are you going to eat the same as me? Yeah, I want to try what Chen Qian wants, and I don't mind food, Jiang Lingrui explained with a smile. He usually isn't picky about food. Liar, you can't handle spicy. Chen Qian rolled her eyes playfully, lively and expressive. It seems that yesterday's interaction and secret sharing have made her completely let down her guard with Jiang Lingrui, gradually returning to her pre-transmigration personality. I really can't eat it, but it's not because I don't like it.
How should I say?
I think I like it, but my body might not be used to it. Chen Qian summarized perfectly. It's both delicious and addictive. That's a very fitting description. Jiang Lingrui openly agreed and also praised him. Qian's language skills are very strong. If he kept being praised like this every day, Chen Qian was afraid he might start to believe it himself and walk around the street confidently. You're praising me too much. Chen Qian shyly turned his head, then suddenly remembered something and turned back quickly. By the way, what happened after a conversation? Okay, I'll let you listen. Jiang Lingrui didn't refuse this time, but hesitated briefly before playing the recording. Jiang Lingrui, hello? This is Jiang Lingrui. Wei Jingzhe. Hello, I am Wei Jingzhe. Jiang Lingrui. Shall we continue our previous conversation? Wei Jingzhe. Yes. Jiang Lingrui. May I ask, is the reason you have no salary because no one is paying you or because you haven't been working recently? Wei Jingzhe. I have work, but no one pays me. Jiang Lingrui. According to what you just said, your supervisor has sacrificed, but you are still working. Who did you submit your work to afterward? Wei Jingzhe. I didn't submit it. Jiang Lingrui. Because there is no supervisor? Wei Jingzhe. Yes. Jiang Lingrui. I see. It's a loop. Let me ask differently. Why do you keep working if there is no supervisor? Wei Jingzhe. The supervisor said that outside exploration involves many unexpected situations, and the schedule isn't fixed. After completing the required tasks, if they can't return on time, they can save the completed tasks and report them together later. Now that the supervisor is dead, it's an emergency situation, so I am saving up tasks. Jiang Lingrui, I understand. The work of explorers is special. They don't return immediately after one task. They mainly explore various unpredictable factors to help humans understand the outside world. Wei Jingzhe? Yes. Jiang Lingrui. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Are there any other members in your team? Wei Jingzhe. Everyone else is dead except me.
Lingrui. No wonder.
But logically, after the supervisor's death, the association should send others to take over the position. Wei Jingzhe. They don't know that my leader has died. Jiang Lingrui, why?
Could it be?
Wei Jingzhe. No report was made. Jiang Lingrui, because there was no leader, so no one reported that your leader had died? Wei Jingzhe. Yes. Jiang Lingrui. That's so. I guess I've had a day where my brain feels fried too. Wei Jingzhe. Huh? Jiang Lingrui. Never mind. I roughly understand your situation now. Pioneers outside the domain can't be contacted for half a year or a year, which is normal. So, after the others in the team sacrificed themselves, no one knew you, a stray, was still alive outside. Your straightforward mind doesn't think about contacting higher-ups, and now you're holding onto the important news about the invasion of the high-level mother beast. Wei Jingzhe. Yes, my mind just doesn't think in circles. Jiang Lingrui. Right, your mind doesn't go in circles. Wei Jingzhe. Yes. Jiang Lingrui. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. Now you need to head this way. I need the pioneers to help out. I'll prepare a report for you later about your situation. Since you've been out of contact, the system will treat you as missing and put you on the gray list. You probably just returned from outside recently, right? Wei Jingzhe. Yes. We need to restock supplies. Jiang Lingrui. Got it. That's all for today. Later, send all the information about the high-level Mother Beast invasion to the group. Wei Jingzhe. Okay. Jiang Lingrui. Goodbye. Wei Jingzhe. Goodbye. The voice message ended here. Jiang Lingrui looked helplessly at Chen Qian, who was blushing furiously. Just laugh if you want.
Sigh ha ha. Hick. Huh?
Chen Qian suddenly hiccuped from laughing too hard. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid to laugh anymore. Jiang Lingrui reached out and tapped her forehead, then stood up and poured her a cup of warm water. In front of her, he placed 2 small peach leaves into the water, which dissolved immediately. Chen Qian quickly took a few sips, finally escaping from her hiccups. Jingzhe doesn't seem to understand some complicated things. She always speaks plainly, asks clearly, and her voice sounds very cold and distant. If only their team had one more survivor, this wouldn't have gotten so bad, Jiang Lingrui said, feeling both respect for the sacrificed pioneers and helplessness about the only remaining straightforward person. Pioneers have the highest rate of injury and death among all professions. Fortunately, he met Ah Ling, or else with his personality, not many people could understand what he's saying. If it's Chen Qian, I believe she can do it too. Maybe she would ask even better questions than I do, Jiang Lingrui said confidently. Chen Qian quickly denied. No, I can't. My mind is still a bit blank because there's no leader, so I haven't reported about the leader's death. Let's eat first. The takeout has arrived. I'll go get it, Jiang Lingrui said wisely, avoiding the topic and deciding to go downstairs to pick up the food. Okay, you go ahead, Chen Qian, feeling bored, opened the panel and thought about the clear, refreshing voice she just heard. She instinctively clicked on the other person's avatar. What a cool and beautiful person. She opened a private chat window. Chen Qian, Jingzhe, Wei Jingzhe, I'm here. Chen Qian, have you eaten yet? Wei Jingzhe, yes. Chen Qian, where are you now? Wei Jingzhe, City C37. Chen Qian, I haven't looked into this city yet. Wei Jingzhe, near the western district border, the closest city to the outside world. Chen Qian, is the outside world dangerous? Wei Jingzhe, very dangerous. Chen Qian, what counts as the outside world? Wei Jingzhe, picture, the red boundary is considered outside. In this picture, the area is divided into 3 color blocks. From inside to outside, they are green, yellow, and red. Wei Jingzhe City, C37, is the city closest to the red boundary in the west. C29 is in the yellow zone, closer to the north, where a large part of the yellow area has no cities and directly enters the red outside zone. That's also where Chen Qian came from. It seems she is also from outside the boundary, but perhaps she wandered a bit in the outside zone, exploring a large area before winding into the yellow zone. No wonder she encountered so many strange creatures and had nowhere to rest. Chen Qian, I understand now. Wei Jingzhe. Chen Qian, Jingzhe, let's talk later. I need to eat lunch now. Wei Jingzhe, okay. Chen Qian, goodbye, and be sure to stay safe. Wei Jingzhe, okay, goodbye. Chen Qian put away the holographic panel and watched Jiang Lingrui bring in the takeout. She helped by pouring some water for both of them. Many of the questions she asked Wei Jingzhe earlier could be easily looked up, but she just wanted to talk more with him. Getting along with others is a slow process of building trust and familiarity through conversations. Since she knew he wasn't good at expressing himself, she decided to be more proactive to make their relationship comfortable and last longer. This doesn't mean she would act overly reserved with others. Everyone is an individual, and each relationship is different. Her way of interacting with Jiang Lingrui was because he preferred to lead the conversation. Jiang Lingrui felt comfortable, and she was happy too. There was no need to stick rigidly to a certain persona. It just proved the saying, as long as I am around, I can do as I please. The takeout was tastier than what a machine made, and Chen Qian ate happily. I think it tastes pretty good. Yes, much better than yesterday. I'll check if anyone sells bright noodle soup later. I want to see the difference between machine-made and handmade. Okay, when you find some, I'll eat with you, then you should practice a bit first, it's a little spicy. Chen Qian helped clear the dishes. Jiang Lingrui started wiping the table. Sure, I'll try my best. No need to be so serious about it. By the way, did you stay up all night? Chen Qian suddenly remembered. Jiang Lingrui didn't hide it. I just nodded off on the table for a little while around midnight. Are you busy now? Not really. Then take a nap now. The sofa is quite comfortable. Jiang Lingrui naturally followed her suggestion. After a long mental effort, he was a bit exhausted. He had a lot to do in the afternoon, so resting now to recharge was a good idea. He sat down on the sofa, planning to lie down. Can I bring some things out? Chen Qian asked softly, looking at the plain sofa. Wait a moment. Jiang Lingrui paused for a few seconds after saying this, then added, It's okay now. He probably went to turn off the surveillance cameras earlier. Chen Qian nodded clearly and took out a thin blanket and pillow from the space, placing them on the sofa. Sleep well, he said. Okay. Good afternoon. Jiang Lingrui cheerfully accepted the items. Good afternoon. Watching Jiang Lingrui, a tall man over 1.8 meters, curl up on the sofa with a pink skull blanket and a pillow marked with bloodstains, was quite a striking scene. It's a powerful image. Wow, such beauty. Who understands the beauty of a fallen beauty? Chen Qian quietly sat nearby, admiring the other's beauty, then happily opened his wristband and started browsing trending topics. Even in this era, the entertainment industry is thriving, with content becoming more bold and daring than before. The imbalance in the male-to-female ratio leaves many unmarried men feeling unsatisfied. Plus, the high-pressure living environment makes it easy for problems to arise if they don't have a way to vent. In this world, premarital isn't common because once it happens, it's considered as forming a bond. Are they still looking for others afterward? No. Such thoughts will disappear completely, with no follow-up. So, mental outlets become the only way to release stress. Various holographic games, online novels, and entertainment thrive because of special reasons in this environment. A few days ago, Chen Qian also watched some movies and TV shows. They mostly featured men surrounding a beautiful woman, acting out flirtatious but not scenes. If she had seen these before, she would have blushed and quietly continued watching. But now, with such a handsome man in front of her, those actors hold no attraction for her anymore. So, her current hobbies are browsing trending topics to stay updated, downloading favorite single-player novels as backups, just in case, and playing holographic games. Last night, she spent 2 hours immersed in fantastical scenes and felt dizzy afterward. If not for the system's anti-addiction settings, she could have played longer. Unfortunately, this isn't a peaceful time. All holographic games are interconnected, and players are limited to 2 hours daily. Even if she switches to another game, she can't access it due to the anti-addiction measures. Chen Qian searched for information about yesterday's beast-tide attack for a long time, but couldn't find anything. This shows how strict the system's control is. Not feeling too bothered, Chen Qian continued browsing other information. Huashao. Okay, I'll take Qian to see it then, Huashao. No worries, I already chased them away. In a few days, you'll see a beautiful white wolf pelt. Huashao's private message came in at this moment. Just as Chen Qian was about to reply, a few new messages appeared in the group chat. Huashao. Haha, your conversation is hilarious. I think Jiang Lingrui must be speechless. By Qi Mian. Indeed. Huashao. I really want to know what happens next. I'm so curious. By Qi Mian, can you share? Wei Jingzhe. Sure. Voice message. Chen Qian almost burst out laughing, holding back her amusement. Jingzhe really answers every question without caring about others' feelings. Huashao. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I was laughing so hard I drove the car into a ditch. Wei Jingzhe, you're amazing. Wei Jingzhe, thank you. By Qi Mian. Jiang Lingrui is also very patient. Seeing them chatting happily, Chen Qian took the opportunity to reply to Huashao's private message. Chen Qian, a Xiao is great. Chen Qian, but be careful when driving. Your life is more important than a melon. Huashao. Okay, Qian. I'm driving carefully now. Chen Qian. Good. Jiang Lingrui only slept for an hour before someone came to knock on his door. He asked the other person to wait a moment, then went inside to wash his face. Only after that did he feel fully awake. At this time, Chen Qian had already packed away the thin blanket and pillow into her space. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll go for a walk. Chen Qian didn't stay to hear what they were talking about. After greeting Jiang Lingrui, she left. All right. I won't eat with you tonight. Okay, no problem. Chen Qian flicked her ponytail, nodded to the person who came in, and then left. Before leaving, she returned to the underground shelter. Wearing a mask and hat, she stepped out again, now looking like a cool girl with a cold gaze. Although Jiang Lingrui told her not to worry, she didn't like trouble. She still couldn't get used to the feeling of being watched when she went out. Something just felt off everywhere. The situation in the city looks much better than yesterday. Except for some houses that haven't yet returned to normal, the main roads are already cleaned up, and repair work is progressing quickly. From a distance, the city defense office looks almost the same as before the damage. In short, it is impressive how quickly they managed to restore everything. The streets are much quieter than before. The few people passing by are in a hurry, each busy with the recent battle. Chen Qian walks along and notices many new guards. They were all transferred here yesterday by Jiang Lingrui from other places. Chen Qian knows she's only good at fighting strange creatures and isn't very skilled in other areas. She believes in not causing trouble if she doesn't understand something. After glancing briefly at the villa nearby, she turns and heads toward the south gate. It's important to know your role. Interfering in others' affairs without understanding can cause trouble, even if you mean well. Chen Qian happily runs to the south gate, which is still intact and undamaged. However, there are fewer women coming and going. She approaches a guard and asks, "Can I leave the city now?" "Yes, you can. There is no curfew now. But if the alarm sounds inside the city, please come back quickly." Since there are factories and buildings outside the south gate, the guard doesn't find her behavior unusual. Many women work there, and some factories have regular shuttles to B22 City. "Thank you. I will be careful." Chen Qian walks slowly out of the city. Once she is sure no one is watching her nearby, she turns onto a small path. She then circles around most of the city and heads toward the vast uninhabited area to the north. In the past, fighting monsters meant traveling and finding people, which was unavoidable. Now, fighting monsters is because she needs to support her 5 husbands. The pressure is huge. Jiang Lingrui, the lowest level, is about to reach level 5. Bai Qimian and Wei Jingzhe are already at level 5, while Hu Xiao and Han Ji are at level 6. Her men are very powerful, so supporting them costs a lot of money. Not just the distant ones, even the nearby ones, she only considers upgrading by 1 level. Since she has many level 4 beast cores, she directly trains Jiang Lingrui to level 5. She needs to prepare at least 300 level 5 beast cores, 500 level 6 beast cores, and 207 level beast cores for the 2 highest-ranked individuals. She still lacks 199 7-level beast cores. That's a lot of effort. This doesn't even include her own consumption of beast cores, which is as frequent as eating candy. Even if she doesn't need these cores immediately, she must stockpile them in advance. When the time comes to use them, does she plan to hunt every day? Also, these cores are easier to exchange for points, but very hard to buy. She can be reasonable sometimes, but she also sticks to her principles. If she decides that her chosen partners are now under her care, she will do her best for them. No matter the outcome, she feels she has done her part honestly. She believes she cannot just enjoy feelings without giving anything in return. She wouldn't be able to do that. Of course, she doesn't think it's wrong for other girls to stay at home and enjoy life. Chen Qian understands that different living environments create different individual choices. Honestly, if she hadn't directly traveled to the uninhabited zone but had followed the normal course of the apocalypse, she might have become one of those women staying at home. The societal environment created this situation, and she believes she can't fight against it. She admires the women who once overthrew the regulations forcing women to comply with the Association of Mutants. In the early days, when women were weak, they still managed to make a difference. She finds that inspiring. Even now, in an era where women have been pampered for over 10 years, many outstanding women still stand out. They are like delicate flowers grown in greenhouses, blooming beautifully in warmth, and even more stunning when taken out into the world. Chen Qian is different from them, perhaps less fortunate. She's like a wildflower that grew directly in the harsh desert, fragile by nature, but her roots grew stronger to survive. No one looks down on anyone. They just envy each other. But after envy, they focus on living their own lives. There's no need to change oneself just to please others. A wildflower may not become a glamorous rose, but it can survive well. Roses might be more delicate, but their beauty is undeniable. Chen Qian decided to explore deep into the Gobi Desert. This area is far from outside regions, so she might not encounter high-level mutant creatures. However, because of what happened yesterday, Chen Qian became curious. Maybe she would unlucky again and encounter a beast tide. Anyway, the vines had already been shown in front of everyone, and she had a proper explanation for her identity. With Jiang Lingrui present, Chen Qian could do her own things without worry. Even if her wristband had no signal, it could still point her in the right direction, so she wasn't afraid of getting lost. Chen Qian used her powers to twist some branches into 2 round shapes, then added a small square on top. This made a simple vine car. She activated her abilities to make the vine wheels move. Great, it worked. Chen Qian praised her cleverness. This vine car could only be separated from her easily, and it was easy to expose. But otherwise, it had almost no flaws. With her strength, driving this kind of vehicle used very little energy. The car was made from branches, a part of her own body, so it had excellent attack, defense, and agility. It was incredibly powerful. Chen Qian happily decorated her vine car to make it look better, then took a photo and showed it off. Right now, there was signal in this place. Chen Qian, picture, I made this. After sending the photo, Chen Qian didn't wait for a reply. She started the car and drove into the Gobi Desert. Once she was driving, she realized other problems. Sitting in the car wasn't as comfortable as a real one, and she had to pay attention to find the right direction and avoid bumpy patches. But it was much better than having no car at all. She had no choice. People without driving licenses didn't deserve to drive. Jiang Lingrui had already chosen 3 different types of cars, which were on their way. The large items would take about 2 weeks to arrive. Broken car, bumpy car, carrying immortals all around. Ding ding ding, Chen Qian hummed a random tune as she dashed across the endless yellow land. Wherever she went, no grass grew. Well, it was already barren. The vine car was faster than a real car, but not slow either. After 3 hours of travel, Chen Qian still hadn't encountered any strange creatures. Just as she was about to turn back, she suddenly saw dust and smoke rising in the distance, carrying a lot of yellow dirt, slowly moving toward her. A familiar feeling made Chen Qian decide not to go forward anymore. This is a beast tide. She had encountered similar situations outside the domain several times, and many times she only survived after lying in space for half a month. Jiang Lingrui was right. Those creatures are coming again. This time, their numbers are even larger than yesterday. But why are they coming from this direction? According to Jiang Lingrui, most of the attack cities were near the southwest. If we follow that logic, the invasion of the high-level Mother Beast should also be breaking through from that side. But this is the north. Could they have guessed wrong? No, Chen Qian doesn't know much about other things, but she is very familiar with strange creatures. They usually choose a place to build their nest first, then expand outward. They don't have the brains to split into 2 groups and attack from both sides. Chen Qian put away her vine vehicle. She planned to check the situation first. This beast tide won't move as quickly as yesterday, but that's relative. In fact, it should be moving at about her vehicle's speed. Of course, some very fast strange creatures might break away from the group to attack first when they encounter enemies. If she were driving with signal boosters inside, she might still be able to send messages over this distance. But unfortunately, Chen Qian doesn't have that, and since this is heading toward the outside domain, there are no other cities in between, so no signal towers are set up here. There's no need to rush back 10 minutes early just to send a warning. With that little time, the city defense team would have already noticed. Looking at this several kilometer distance, the creatures would be here in just a few minutes. Countless fierce, strange creatures were rushing toward her, led by high-level creatures, with lower-level ones following behind. Strange creatures think like beasts. They attack the strongest first, while the weaker ones assist from the side. They come wave after wave, usually separated by several days. Initially, there was a high-level primitive species leading the lower-level groups, then a high-level primitive species leading the mid-level groups, and beyond that, it's hard to imagine. All of them are high-level primitive species attacking together. Who can resist such a group attack? Chen Qian sensed the energy fluctuations of the 6th-level primitive species from afar. Only one. There were also more than 10 5th-level and hundreds of 4th-level creatures. Such a large scale. The city of C29 simply couldn't handle it unless lives were exchanged. Thinking this, Chen Qian released a powerful pressure. Vines poured out from her body like a wave, forming a green wall several kilometers long in just half a minute. She couldn't stop all the alien creatures, but she could break some apart and keep the highest level ones. This way, Ling would be better prepared. Chen Qian could no longer hear anything else. The noise caused by thousands of alien creatures moving was deafening. while using smaller branches to block the lower-level creatures, 4 thick vines suddenly shot into the sky. 2 vines quickly and accurately wrapped around the high-level primitive species, while the other 2 also stopped 6 fifth-level creatures. That was her limit. Apart from the primitive species she had stopped, the others continued toward their original goals. This was commanded by their mother beast. The primitive species she blocked looked very aggressive. The 6th-level creature struggled wildly. Chen Qian initially planned to squeeze and kill it, but its body was stronger than most 6th-level primitives. During its frantic resistance, her vines cracked with tiny lines. Chen Qian felt a sharp pain as her vines shrank back. These were her arms transformed into vines. She calculated the time and persisted for a while longer, confirming that the alien group had been split into 2 parts. Only then did she relax and start fighting. Her firm idea was to kill as many as possible, especially focusing on stopping the 6th-level creature first. Chen Qian's vines moved with deadly intent, sometimes stabbing like swords into the alien's chest, sometimes tightening like ropes around their necks, or swinging like whips to strike them. Her fighting style was wild and unrestrained, like a chaotic dance of demons. Only her eyes, stained with rage from too much killing, betrayed her ferocity. Otherwise, her appearance had nothing to do with her fierce nature. Each vine had its own idea and method of killing. For a moment, it was unclear which was more terrifying, her or the alien creatures. "Commander, there is abnormal energy fluctuation coming from the north and heading toward our city. The system predicts it will reach the attack range in 46 minutes. Jiang Lingrui sat in his office and immediately opened a video feed. "Send the monitoring footage. Sync all surveillance from North City Defense to the combat brain." He kept the communication with the detection department open while also activating the combat video, sharing the latest information. Li Xiaodu and Lu Xiaodu, each with 2 teams, will arrive at North City Defense within 10 minutes. Li Xiaodu and Lu Xiaodu quickly issued their orders. "Understood. Li Xiaodu, take charge of battlefield control at North City Defense. Expand the weapon range by 5 kilometers beyond the defender zone. Monitoring department, follow the teams and extend the signal range, paying special attention to the number of high-level mutant creatures." "Yes." Jiang Lingrui issued each command, and they were carried out immediately. Lu Xiaodu, start curfew at West and East City defenses. Jiang Lingrui paused here. The monitoring footage became clearer, and the energy map showed some unusual patterns. Normally, the attack would be a cone-shaped led by high-level mutants. But this wave of monsters looked like they had lost their teeth, with gaps in their formation as they attacked the city. Jiang Lingrui quickly thought of several possibilities and began to analyze. When he saw the picture Chen Qian sent in the group, he confirmed his suspicion. The background of the picture was the scene outside North City Defense, and the green vines and vehicles in the image were clear evidence. Yesterday, he had already assessed Chen Qian's strength. It was easy for her to handle 2 fifth-level primitive species, and the 4-level ones didn't affect her at all. Based on the energy fluctuations shown on the monitoring map, there are at least 6 fifth-level primitive species in this wave. By doing some quick calculations, the size of the energy gap, like a missing tooth in a fence, clearly indicates the number of monsters in this wave. Chen Qian probably stopped about half of the 5th-level mutants and 1/3 of the lower-level mutants. No, that's not right. Something is missing. Yesterday, Chen Qian casually killed 2 5th-level primitive species in just over 10 minutes, even while protecting the city buildings and holding back. With such strength, she only managed to stop about half of the 5th-level mutants and 1/3 of the lower-level ones. Either Chen Qian was injured in an accident, or there is a 6th-rank mutant. It should be just one, otherwise Chen Qian wouldn't have time to deal with other mutants. Chen Qian has space to hide, and he didn't feel any unusual signs from the beast mark, so the second guess is more likely. Jiang Lingrui quickly thought of several plans. His instinct made him worry about Chen Qian, and all his thoughts naturally moved toward her. "Commander," in the video, the others were waiting for further orders when they saw their commander lost in thought. Jiang Lingrui refocused, and the beast mark on his forehead showed no signs of disturbance. His contracted beast was safe. This means he could still control his instincts and avoid triggering the contract, keeping himself awake. Continue. East and West City, set up defensive lockdown. Lu Xiaodu, take 4 teams to guard the North City. He pointed to the screen with his slender, white fingers, and everyone's eyes followed his gesture to a gap in the wall. Here, half of a 5th-rank mutant and 1 6th-rank mutant are blocking the way. The beast tide has split into 2 parts. Lu Xiaodu, go around from the side and cut off their midsection, then attack the tail of the front part to finish them off. Lu Xiaodu and Li Xiaoda had experience in city defense. Seeing how much information they could deduce from a single energy map, everyone was convinced. Many could guess things, but few could give clear, decisive commands like this. It takes not only experience but also courage to make quick decisions. Watch the distance carefully. Split into 2 groups, avoid friendly fire. Yes, Commander Jiang. If I go to guard North City, what about the other 3 areas? Lu Xiaoda asked. I will go there myself. No matter what happens, I will hold until you finish. Everyone believed his words, without doubt. As for the second half of North City's defense, after the battle, Li Xiaodu will stay to clear the battlefield and stay on standby, only dealing with any escaped mutants. Lu Xiaodu, lead 2 teams to patrol outward, fighting and retreating as needed. Jiang Lingrui check the time. Adjust plans as needed based on the situation. Keep communication open. Jiang Lingrui stood up from the chair, his gentle and flawless face now serious. Seeing this, everyone else also stood up from their screens. Our clan will fight to the death and never retreat. Chen Qian put away her vines and kicked over the last living 6th-tier primitive creature. Its head suddenly hit the ground, and then Chen Qian lazily lay down on its corpse. Blood of different colors emitted various smells of bloodiness, which was disgusting. She gasped for breath, looking at the high-hanging moon in the sky. Well, I wonder how Ling is doing. Hopefully she stopped it? Chen Qian was really exhausted. She simply found a nearby place to enter the ghost house space and started to sleep. She didn't have the strength to transform a car to go back, and without signal, she couldn't contact Ling. The beast mark remained unchanged. Ling was so smart. She should know Chen Qian was safe. So, after relaxing in the ghost house space, Chen Qian lay on the floor and fell asleep. If it was just fighting monsters, she wouldn't need to be so exhausted, just take them down one by one. But she couldn't. She couldn't let these alien creatures go into the city. It was a small city, and inexplicably, it had been attacked twice by these creatures. Reinforcements from the Level A city hadn't arrived yet, and her subordinates hadn't come either. No matter how clever Jiang Lingrui was, in such overwhelming battles, there was no way to turn the tide. Ordinary 5th-tier defenders could only handle 2 alien creatures at once, which was already good. There were only 2 5th-tier defenders in the city now. How could they possibly stop them? Although Chen Qian was only 4th-tier herself, she had trained alone hundreds of times, overcoming desperate situations, fighting enemies beyond her level, and honing her skills. Her vines also seemed quite special. She had no solid proof, but she could feel it. The speed at which she absorbed beast cores was not something an ordinary person could do. She could proudly say that she, Chen Qian, was very strong. With her strength as a 4th-tier mutant, fighting against 6th and 5th-tier enemies, she was proud, so what? She had this ability. Only with such strength could her allies do what they wanted to do. She would become even stronger in the future. Feeling a bit proud and happy from her fierce battles, Chen Qian fell into a deep sleep. Finally, Chen Qian woke up groggily and crawled up from the ground. The floor was very hard. She thought she should lay down some soft carpet next time. Chen Qian changed out of her clothes, which were covered in dust, blood, and torn flesh, and went straight to the bathroom to take a bath. The wastewater was directly drained outside into the foggy air of the haunted house. Yes, she had already turned that place into a trash area without any smell. After cleaning up and leaving the space, Chen Qian realized it was already sunset. She had slept for more than 10 hours this time. After absorbing a beast core, her energy was only half restored. Yesterday's fight had drained her completely, leaving nothing behind. After bringing out the vine car, She started heading back. When she passed the place where she fought yesterday, she noticed something was wrong. There was no change at all. This meant no one had come to clean up after the fight. With Jiang Lingrui's carefulness, she would definitely send someone once the battle was over. Chen Qian was worried. Maybe something was wrong in the city. When she hurried back to the city center, she saw that something was indeed off. From a distance, it looked like the fight had already ended, but the bodies of the alien creatures hadn't been cleaned up. Also, there were fewer guards on the city walls than before. Chen Qian quickly realized that something was wrong elsewhere. The North City Gate was already closed, and even if it were open, she wouldn't choose to go through there. She decided to go around from the side and head to the West City Gate, which had been invaded before. Sure enough, the battle there was still raging. The beast tide, which had appeared just 2 days apart, was even larger than the last one. The fight had been going on for a long time, and the cannon fire on the city walls was getting weaker. The city, already heavily damaged, had lost much of its original strength. Plus, the battle at the North City Gate last night had left only a few fighters remaining. She saw the alien creatures climbing onto the city walls, frantically attacking the protective shield that was holding them back. Without hesitation, Chen Qian threw herself into the fight. She didn't want to see the terrible scene from the day before again. She knew how weak the helpers inside were. They are the foundation that supports the city. Most importantly, her family is there. Her family member, Ling, is still on the city wall. Countless vines reappear, spreading quickly toward the city wall. At the foot of the wall, green tendrils surge upward, first pushing away the nearby alien creatures, then extending into the air like guardians of a treasure. They fiercely tear off those clinging to the protective shield. Some weaker ones are strangled directly, and those not killed with a single are thrown into the aliens to stop others from advancing. Chen Qian has sharp eyes and naturally notices Jiang Lingrui, who is fighting alongside the defenders on the wall. He looks exhausted, clearly having not rested for a long time. When he sees the green vines, his eyes relax slightly. But this brief relaxation lasts only a few seconds. The battle at the Northern City Gate yesterday was not yet over when he received news from the monitoring department. The invasion of the high-level mother beast from the day before has started again. The people here are fewer than those at the Northern Gate. After struggling for several hours, they finally received reinforcements from the north. The East and South Gates only had the minimum guards left, and all other defenders joined the fight here. Yet even so, the last line of defense outside the city only held until 4 p.m. today. Over 3,000 sacrifices, 3 6th-tier primitive species killed, 43 5th-tier primitive species slain. The power of large weapons has left this land scarred and battered. The remaining few hundred thought it was over. Despite so many sacrifices, they had defended the city and protected nearly 80,000 citizens. But before they could celebrate their survival, a new spatial rift suddenly appeared 10 kilometers west of the suburbs. Jiang Lingrui's commander immediately ordered all non-combatant personnel inside the city to gather, planning to evacuate them through the South Gate. All able-bodied civilians were to be urgently mobilized. The remaining guards and defenders would buy them some last precious time for the gathering. If they could hold out against the beast tide before, they might still defend the city, but the new spatial rift was beyond their ability to stop. Our tribe will fight to the death and never retreat. This is the oath of their guard and defense troops. They will fight to the very end for their loved ones, children, parents, friends, and other civilians behind them. Under the protection of the shield, they fight by killing nearby alien creatures and bombing the monsters emerging from the space rifts earlier, which are also approaching. They build a wall with their flesh and blood. Though it wobbles, it never falls. In the endless fierce battle, a streak of green appears before them. Before they understand what it is, this bright color gives them hope for life. All teams pay attention. Cooperate to defeat the mutated vine-type alien creatures. The commander's voice is gentle but firm, guiding them on how to work together. Yes, comes the loud reply, echoing repeatedly on the blood-stained wall. Jiang Lingrui looks at the green vine wall in front of him with a complicated expression. It has forced a small chance of survival from the brink of despair. He never thought his contract master would end up like this. He had planned to fight and die with the city's people until the last moment. The defenders of City A18 are almost arriving. They're just half an hour late. Fortunately, new strength has now been added, preventing the city from falling completely. Jiang Lingrui feels that even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. He originally came just to visit his contract master, without bringing any subordinates. Then he encountered a rare change in the monster tide that hadn't appeared in over a decade. To make things worse, he wasn't in charge of the first monster tide. By the time he found out, the shield was already broken. He thought he could just clean up the mess, but then an even worse situation happened. A second monster tide hit from the north the next day. This time, it was even larger. Luckily, he had called in the defense troops early. Though few, they managed to hold their ground. All cities had entered the mid-month monster tide period. Nearby cities also suffered mysterious monster attacks. Being able to send reinforcements was already good. Jiang Lingrui thought that was enough bad luck, but things got worse. Before the day even ended, another monster tide came from the west. They fought desperately for a whole day, risking their lives to hold the line. Experiencing 3 monster tides in just 3 days is something that only happened at the end of the calendar year, specifically in the year 2471. Although he had already guessed the situation and had arranged for reinforcements from City A18, the distance was too great, and they couldn't arrive in time. He thought this would be the worst possible outcome. Then, suddenly, a space-time rift appeared again. As a commander, he needed to think ahead, but Jiang Lingrui looked, and it was useless. He had no soldiers with him, so seeing clearly didn't help. He is one of the few commanders who cannot fight, but he has many people under his command. He was about to step down after forming a contract. Forming a contract, taking a break, stepping down, these things are not suitable to do with subordinates. But even so, failure is failure. Jiang Lingrui didn't make any excuses for himself. All factors couldn't change the fact that he failed. He focused on turning the situation around and soon noticed something was wrong. Chen Qian's condition was not right. It should be, because she hadn't fully recovered after yesterday's battle. But now, his own supernatural power was almost exhausted, and he couldn't summon any more peach blossoms. Earlier, he used a peach blossom to save the life of the severely injured Li Xiaodu, but Lu Xiaodu sacrificed himself on the spot while intercepting a 6th-rank primitive species. His beast pattern self-destructed, severely injuring one 6th-rank primitive species and lightly injuring another. As a guardian, they all carry miniature compressed explosive cores, even in desperate situations, fighting to the death with alien creatures. This thing, Jiang Lingrui, also has one in his hand. Jiang Lingrui had already contacted by Qi Mian and Hanji, who were about to arrive, and told them they could come at any time. Bai Qi Mian was fine, probably arriving around the same time as the reinforcements from City A18. But Hanji was somewhere, without signal, and hadn't responded. Chen Qian was now fighting mostly with her willpower. The lower-level alien creatures were troublesome, but for group attack types like the vine species, she could still handle them. However, the 5th-rank primitive species emerging from the space-time rift in the distance could cause her serious harm. Her strength hadn't fully recovered, and she was just barely holding on, intercepting continuously. In less than 10 minutes, she felt her injuries were worse than yesterday. If it had been before, she would have already hidden in space. But she couldn't retreat. Not even one step. Behind her is Jiang Lingrui, one of the brave soldiers willing to sacrifice, and also one of the many thousands of living lives. It took her 3 whole years to finally meet someone. How is that possible? To stand by and survive alone? She has a heart.
Ah.
The breaking of several smaller branches caused her to cry out with a pain that felt like it pierced her soul. Luckily, they weren't human-shaped. Otherwise, she would have screamed aloud. The breaking of the smaller branches was like adding insult to injury. Her strict defenses had a gap, and many strange creatures were heading toward the soldiers on the city wall. No, that's a 5th-level primitive creature. Large weapons can't be used on the wall, and no one can stop them. Thinking this, Chen Qian extended 4 battered giant vines, one to block the 5th-level primitive creature, and the other 3 rushing toward the increasingly close higher-level strange creatures. She felt every part of her body suffering intense pain. The 5th-level primitive creature couldn't break through the 4 giant vines for now, but the pain was very real. She could no longer control the vines. Seeing the vines slowly shrink back into her body, she pressed the space button the moment she turned back into a human form, just in time to avoid being exposed. Chen Qian stood among countless strange creatures, and she thought at an inappropriate moment. Qian, hide, hide. It's okay. Did she hear Jiang Lingrui shouting? No way. How could such a gentle and refined person lose control like that? Chen Qian, badly injured, felt dizzy. She hadn't stabilized after turning back into a human, and she collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a strange creature leapt from the air and attacked her directly. I should hide in the space. Thinking this, the idea just popped up, but she forcefully suppressed it. Even if I die, I don't want to run anymore. Just as Chen Qian was about to think about taking a few more creatures with her before dying, she suddenly saw a pure white wolf-shaped creature press down on the strange beast in front of her with one paw, causing it to lose its life instantly. The large figure moved with agile steps, its sleek lines more dangerous, under the moonlight. This pure white snow wolf, without a trace of color, carried a deadly cold intent, swiftly killing any strange creatures that tried to invade its territory. Ice spread out sharply beneath him, extending like a blade across the entire battlefield. Whether it was low-level monsters or high-level primitive species, none could resist within its territory. The snow wolf, resembling a messenger of the beast god, almost merged with the icy plains. Wherever it passed, all creatures bowed in submission. After all the high-level monsters were slaughtered, the snow wolf, untouched by blood, turned gracefully toward the treasure it protected. Its appearance made it impossible to see that the cold ice it controlled was still spreading outward, blooming like flowers and killing all enemies. When the snow wolf reached Chen Qian, it had transformed into a tall human form. Its white hair was bound with a red ribbon. When the wind blew, it looked lively but not messy. It wore a white fur coat, standing gracefully. Its deep blue eyes looked stunning on its delicate, sculpted face. A beautiful purple-yellow vine pattern on its forehead shimmered softly, captivating anyone who saw it. Chen Qian vaguely remembered a poem he once learned. Apart from your triple-layered snow, who in the world matches your white attire? His noble bearing was naturally proud. Even in this description, he only matched the elegant, refined aura of a carved jade. If Jiang Lingrui was warmth, gentleness, and a face like a painting, gentle as jade, then this person was nobility, elegance, and a shining gem, like a sacred jade ornament. Chen Qian felt dizzy, as if confused, and foolishly asked, "Are you playing a role? This must be the end of the world, right? Has she died again and traveled back to ancient times? Why this kind of outfit? Still with white hair and blue eyes." The other person didn't answer. Instead, they knelt down, their noble figure bending, then tightly embraced her. That was the scent of cold cedar from the snowy mountain, wrapping Chen Qian completely. After a moment of rest, Chen Qian's mind cleared. She obediently stayed in the other's arms and softly called out, "Qi Mian." The noble young man's tone was as proud as his personality. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just couldn't suppress my beastly instincts." "Wait a moment."
Okay, no rules.
She wasn't in a hurry. Her body couldn't move at all, so rushing was useless. She couldn't even crawl back. A few minutes later, Bai Qi Mian had subdued the beastly instincts that had been triggered after transforming into a monster. He carried Chen Qian horizontally and adjusted her position so she could rest more comfortably against him. Chen Qian was starting to feel sleepy, but since she had already slept a lot during the day and her body was tired and sore, she found it even harder to fall asleep. "Is this how you protect her?" Bai Qi Mian carried Chen Qian up to the city wall. At the same time, Jiang Lingrui was still organizing everything in the city. After Bai Qimian saved Chen Qian, he suppressed his urge to rush over recklessly and instead did what a commander should do. Seeing the pale girl in his arms, Jiang Lingrui felt a dull pain in his heart.
Sorry.
You should take Chen Qian back to rest first. I can't leave right now. The city defenders had fought tirelessly for the past 2 days. Now only 1/10 remained, and each was injured, some missing arms or legs but still holding their posts on the wall. Although there were no new invasions from the space cracks for now, they were like ticking time bombs. At this close distance, before remote weapons could stop them, the enemies could reach them. The guards at A18 were about to arrive for shift change, patrol, clearing outside the city, and resupplying weapons. Without an aide, he had to personally organize everything. The city officials could handle the regular monthly beast tide, but in emergencies like this, they were helpless. Now they were rearranging the citizens' shelters inside the city. TSK, no wonder you're the commander of the association, Bai Qimian sneered. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly felt the person in his arms tug at his clothes. He looked down at the weak person in his arms. What's wrong? I was able to escape back then, really. Ling knows too. Please don't be angry, she said weakly but soothingly, which quickly calmed Bai Qimian's anger. He didn't ask how she managed to escape in that situation, but he could tell she was telling the truth. She just didn't want to escape.
Wait.
I need to talk to her. Okay, I'll talk. Since that was the case, he no longer judged Jiang Lingrui unfairly. After glancing around at the situation, he frowned slightly. I'll wait here for a while. Jiang Lingrui didn't refuse his help. This was the combat strength he desperately needed right now. He felt very sorry for Chen Qian. Despite his own exhaustion, he condensed a small peach blossom. He took a few steps forward and approached the person tightly held in by Qimian's arms. Qian, eat this. Chen Qian looked at his pale face and fragile body, shook her head, and said, I just need to rest for a while. I think I'm fine now, and I probably don't have much to do later. You can eat it yourself. But her refusal was useless. Jiang Lingrui, rarely so firm, insisted, Eat it, Qian. Seeing his determined look, Chen Qian didn't dare delay any longer, and could only go along with him. After the peach blossom was eaten, it disappeared. A gentle energy flowed in, soothing her battered body. Although not fully healed, the pain in her body almost vanished. Chen Qian felt herself regain some strength. Ling, you should go and get busy. I think I'm fine now. She was about to jump up from the ground, eager to see how much her injuries had healed. But before she could move, a large hand pressed her down, gently holding her back into the cool cedar-scented embrace. His speed was really fast. Don't move. Be aware of your status as a patient. Jiang Lingrui lowered his hand and then said to the two of them, Later, the people from A18 city will come. You should go back first. I have enough staff here, not just enough. Soon, his deputies and subordinates would arrive, and if another 7th-rank creature appeared, he was confident he could subdue it. Yes, go ahead. Seeing Chen Qian regain her spirit, Jiang Lingrui's heart felt relieved. He rubbed her head, exchanged a glance and a nod with Bai Qimian, then turned to leave. Bai Qimian took Chen Qian to a half-wall where they could sit. The ruined, broken walls looked like a high-end sofa thanks to his noble aura. Listening to his heartbeat and feeling his chest rise and fall, Chen Qian quietly looked up. All she could see were a few strands of his white hair falling onto his chest and the delicate Adam's apple moving slightly. How could someone make a moving Adam's apple look so noble? Many people sacrifice themselves. Chen Qian didn't think too much about the chaos around her. Hearing the sounds nearby, she felt very sad inside. She has already done her best. She believes she has no guilt in her conscience. But losing her kind will never be easy to accept peacefully. This is only a small battle. What was the desperate situation like during the original Western Sea battle?
More people were saved.
If you always focus only on the negative effects of something, your heart will be influenced by it. This war itself is a fight for survival between races. Sacrifice is painful, but it is their choice to sacrifice themselves to protect their group. We can inherit, protect, and continue to act, but we should never let these sacrifices cause us deep pain. Do you know what the Oath of the Defenders and Guardians is? No, I don't. Chen Qian shook her head slightly, and her small movement made by Qi Mian's heart soften. Our great clan, with mountains and rivers in our hearts. From the sky above to the underground springs below. With my body, I protect my bloodline. Our great clan. Fight to the death, without retreat. The noble voice recited a solemn oath, each word engraved in Chen Qian's heart. This is our Eastern District's own oath. Other districts have their own oaths too. You were probably still young then, not knowing how prosperous and thriving our country once was. Our national spirit is a natural pride. As soldiers, guardians, and defenders, as long as there are people behind us, we will fight to the end. Our territory, even if it means fighting to the last person, will never yield an inch. The country is gone, but our spirit remains. Don't fall into the pain of death. Because they don't want to. Tears have never stopped flowing from Chen Qian's eyes since she heard the oath. Her country was once prosperous and thriving. The national spirit she inherited is a condensed history of their pride. No one can make her forget all this. And she doesn't need to fall into sorrow, because they didn't want that. She has not experienced the bloodshed of 2471, but today, 15 years later, she inherits their will. Fortunately, she didn't run away just now. But, Chen Qian, if a situation like before happens again, you must hide, Bai Qi Mian said seriously.
Huh.
Chen Qian was glad she didn't hide. Otherwise, she would feel ashamed of her national spirit. After giving her all, she knew that protecting her life wasn't running away, but being smart. Chen Qian didn't overthink anymore. Facing death directly was just her stubbornness. Sorry, I was too confused at the time and didn't think clearly. And about what I just said, just listen. Understand the meaning behind it without overthinking.
Why?
I think it makes sense. It feels a bit off, though. Something's not right. Bai Qi Mian was worried she might do this again, so he explained carefully, these actions need to be understood in the context of that time. For example, the oath of soldiers back then. Our population was nearly 1.7 billion, crowded. When alien invaders came, if we retreated even a little, thousands could die. So, soldiers fought to the death and never retreated. Later defenders inherited that vow but became more flexible. Now, Earth is different. Just in size. Even if only one person lives in a city, we can't fill this planet. What's the point of guarding such a city? With flexibility, our principle remains. Fight to the death, and that depends on the people. As soldiers, we must never abandon the people. That's why we fight to the end. Is that clear? Yes, very clear. Chen Qian nodded quickly. Basically, people are more important than cities. The land is so big and the population so small. According to logic, we can't defend it all.
Good.
Now, let me tell you about our country's territory. It's ours and won't be given up. Similar to that, matters of national honor are not something to discuss lightly. If you talk about it with aliens, it's just madness. He made a good point, and I was speechless. Indeed, what's the point of arguing over territory with monsters? If we can't fight, we should protect the people first. They have no brains. As humans, don't we have brains too? Later, once the people are settled, and we gather our forces, we can fight back. And you're not a soldier. You can be a little selfish and live well for us. Bai Qi Mian didn't bring up anything else here. This is purely selfish. He didn't want to put himself in danger again. I know. When I entered the battlefield, I was influenced by the atmosphere. Normally, I think more carefully. As long as it doesn't threaten our lives, I would consider helping. Her empathy isn't very strong, but being in that environment, she was affected by the brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves. And at that time, she clearly saw Jiang Lingrui there, looking ready to sacrifice himself heroically. How could she bear to see that? Our defenders haven't all died yet. It's not your turn to sacrifice. Inside the city, there are so many capable men. You should stay back and not compete for attention with us, Bai Qi Mian said bluntly. After the defender's sacrifice, the men who can fight are behind them. It's not right for her to hide behind a girl. TSK, that Jiang Lingrui guy, has his brain been filled with illusions by Chen Qian? He let her go onto the battlefield, in a place filled with the blood and energy of others. Without special mental training, it's easy to be influenced. For soldiers, this influence can be good. It can boost their courage and make them fight bravely. But for someone inexperienced like Chen Qian, it's easy to get caught up and act like she did, willing to sacrifice herself. She had the chance to escape, but was too affected to want to run. Oh, Chen Qian finally saw it clearly. This guy looks noble and elegant, but in fact, he's someone who never holds back when speaking. From now on, fight when you should, run when you should. Follow Jiang Lingrui and think a bit more. Chen Qian didn't catch his other hidden meaning, only focused on this issue. Are you saying I don't have enough brains? Smart people wouldn't run away in such situations and still end up dying. Is this something I can't change? Chen Qian gritted her teeth. It's over now, but you should remind yourself of this often. Chen Qian didn't want to say anything more. It's better when this person keeps his mouth shut. She quickly changed the subject cleverly. Are you really role-playing now? No, the hair and eyes are side effects of leveling up, irreversible. The clothes are traditional attire of my tribe. I see. Chen Qian had also heard that the higher the level of a mutant, the stronger their beast-like nature. Some even show changes in their human form. I will work hard to level up and won't let you all lose your minds because of it. Hearing this, Bai Qi Mian didn't bother to be polite. Okay, I'll prepare to level up in a few days. Do you really trust me that much? I don't have much experience comforting others. Chen Qian was surprised by her attitude and how quickly she wanted to level up. Her beast course still wasn't full yet. Bai Qi Mian's voice was calm and steady. It's okay. I'll remember this. Shouldn't you be comforting me now? Chen Qian felt a bit speechless and sensed something was off. No, it was this person who was strange. The one hurt is me. Why should I comfort you? This noble young master seemed to not understand his contract partner's thoughts. His voice carried some surprise. Normally, when a girl says she's not okay, shouldn't the guy say, "It's okay, you can do it"? She had just been comforted, so why was he so slow to understand now? Chen Qian snuggled in his arms for a while, feeling a bit restless and moving slightly. For some reason, Bai Qi Mian's voice suddenly became a little deeper. Don't move around. Also, superficial comfort is just a waste of time. Instead, you should try practicing early. It was like a form of guidance. Practice what? Practice leveling up and comforting. Chen Qian listened to him and didn't dare to move again. Her instincts told her it was better to obey. After your body transforms into a different species, your wild nature will come out. That way, you can practice in advance, Bai Qi Mian explained softly. Oh, okay. I'll try more when the time comes. Chen Qian's more was said with a bit of a heavy bite. That was a white wolf, fluffy and big. She wanted to pet it. System, do I have to stay here? Is this setup meant to exhaust me so I can go find another host? Zhao Yuran was hiding in a temporary bathroom, sneaking a break. The smell around her was terrible, but she had no choice. Going out meant endless work. Besides a few hours of rest on the first night, she hadn't stopped since. She thought it was a sweet love story, but it turned into a chaotic career as a busy nurse. She was going crazy. Apart from the first day when she dressed up beautifully, she had been plain and simple for the next 2 days. Even though everyone here is a man, and even if she treats this place as just a game, she can't avoid the complicated feelings others have when they see her outfit. Zhao Yuran spent a whole night realizing that, to these people, she is a real person. After fighting on this tough battlefield, wearing such bright clothes feels like disrespecting the soldiers who have died. Thinking about this, Zhao Yuran feels she is very stupid. She was only thinking about winning over handsome men, forgetting that she needed to first understand the background of this time. But even if she changes her mind, she can't change the fact that she has entered this temporary medical area. She still has her work to do. Seeing the soldiers' tragic situations, she suddenly feels uncomfortable. Even in movies or games, after getting deeply involved in the story, she feels the same emotions. This world is the real world for her after rebirth. The more she interacts with it, the more she understands and fits in. Watching those lively lives disappear one by one, and the others still struggling on the edge of death, she feels heavy-hearted. She saw a man with a broken arm who, after bandaging his wound, ignored advice and rushed back to the battlefield. She also saw a soldier who was clearly beyond help, begging to be thrown onto the battlefield. He didn't want to suffer and moan in bed. He wanted to use his unhealable body to fight off more invaders. Such scenes are common in this medical area. Finally, Zhao Yuren couldn't bear the weight of these lives and chose to hide in the bathroom. Host, according to the laws of this world, you were transferred here by an order. Without the order, you are not allowed to leave your post, even if you came to help. If you leave now, the intelligence system will consider you a deserter and you will face legal punishment. Also, you will lose the chance to win over Jiang Lingrui forever. Is there no other way? Host, maybe you can try joining the emergency rescue team. Getting injured on the battlefield might help you avoid these tasks. Or wait until the fighting ends. In peacetime, the order will no longer be valid. Female members of the rescue team can't get in. Oh, and isn't the monster tide supposed to pass in a few days in the middle of the month? Why is it happening so early? This system cannot currently be accessed. It is only a character guide system, not a war or savior system, and I do not have permission to view such information. You are quite capable. In the Apocalypse script, I am asked to flirt, even in this world where contracts are binding. Stay strong, host.
Forget that.
Zhao Yuran didn't discuss with the system. She knew she had to survive in this world and not be marked as a deserter by the system. Hope 2471. She composed herself and could only keep going, hoping the fight would end soon. Who reboots their life like this? Support arrived quickly in City A18. 100 level 5 defenders. Such a big show of strength. The lower level ones are still on their way and will all arrive within an hour. After seeing them come, Bai Qimian took Chen Qian back to the underground shelter. Seeing that he didn't greet Jiang Lingrui, Chen Qian opened her bracelet and told Aling, we're heading back to the shelter now. Don't worry about me, just stay safe. Jiang Lingrui didn't reply. Chen Qian looked at other messages. The group chat was still discussing the vine-covered vehicle, but she didn't feel like replying. She turned off her bracelet and obediently guided Bai Qimian to the shelter. Actually, it was easy to guide. This city is a bit bigger than a town, and the only tall building is their destination. Bai Qimian carried Chen Qian and crossed the street toward the building. All they saw were serious-looking helpers. The clean, tidy city contrasted sharply with the ruins on the city walls.
They did it.
Under their protection, this city will get better and better. Your taste is quite unusual, Bai Qimian said, placing Chen Qian on the bed inside the shelter. The original white bedsheet and cover had been replaced with a spooky, ghost movie style that looked very eerie. Is it not nice? Sitting on the bed, she looked up to see how that proud man would say such harsh words. Bai Qimian looked into her eyes, swallowing the words he was about to say, and said softly, as long as you like it. He then crouched down and grabbed Chen Qian's foot. Doing what? Chen Qian instinctively wanted to pull back her foot, but unfortunately, the other person didn't give her a chance. With a few quick movements, the person removed her shoes and socks, then gently moved her toward the middle of the bed. Bai Qimian, tall and slender, leaned down to hold her, wrapping her completely in his arms. Lie down and rest first. I'll go wash up. Bai Qimian had originally planned to relax and take the hover car here comfortably. But due to an unexpected situation, he had to drive himself without sleep to get here, with no time to freshen up. He felt a bit disgusted with himself and decided to wash up after confirming everything was safe. As for whether Chen Qian was dirty, at this moment, he was more concerned with himself. Chen Qian didn't realize that the other person was somewhat particular about cleanliness and even chose to wash up himself rather than let her do it first. But even if she knew, she didn't think it mattered. They had a spiritual bond, not a master-servant relationship, so personal habits like this shouldn't be judged harshly. Perhaps she even found Bai Qimian's cleanliness quite interesting. When she heard he was going to wash up, she also became interested. That fight earlier had really worn her out, and Bai Qi had simply placed her on the bed. She would need to change the sheets later. Sigh. After he left, Chen Qian didn't bother to get up. Her pain had eased, but she was still weak and didn't want to move. So she chose to go straight into the bathroom inside the ghost house space and start washing. It was simply beautiful. Bai Qi found an unoccupied room, changed out of his clothes, and put them into the dry cleaning cabinet. When he opened the bathroom door, just about to wash up, he suddenly sensed that his partner's energy had disappeared in an instant. The floor beneath his bare feet seemed to turn into ice. He quickly went to Chen Qian's room and examined carefully. There were no other energy fluctuations, no signs of struggle, and her shoes were still in their original place. So this was her way of escaping. Although he guessed this, he didn't leave the room. Instead, he opened the bathroom in Chen Qian's room. After Chen Qian finished her bath comfortably, she hurried back to her room, realizing she had forgotten to tell Bai Qi earlier, in case he came in and found her missing. I guess she will be in trouble. Bai Qi is different from Jiang Lingrui. He tends to scold. Although not with harsh words, his small mouth keeps talking, and every word feels sharp like a knife, making her cover her and endure the scolding. Wait, it seems someone is in the bathroom. When Chen Qian returned, she sensed something was wrong, but the familiar energy fluctuation already told her who was inside. She couldn't help but imagine a handsome man taking a bath. Beautiful man emerging from the bath. Beautiful man. Why did the water sound stop? Chen Qian immediately became nervous, her eyes cold but shining with excitement. The bathroom door slowly opened, and the mist inside began to escape. Through the thin water vapor, Chen Qian saw Bai Qi freshly out of the bath. Did he just go all out right away? Chen Qian felt her heart couldn't handle it, but her eyes were daring, not even blinking. She stared intently at the delicate, handsome man walking toward her, captivated by his sculpted face, deep eyes, dark blue pupils, and slightly red lips. Free time is over. You need to pay to watch more, he said in a refined, calm tone. Chen Qian, who was about to be mesmerized and lose her mind, quickly snapped back. He was very good-looking, but unfortunately, he had a mouth. 1 million is enough, Chen Qian boldly said. Bai Qi was already close to the bed. That's enough. He then turned over and got into bed, holding Chen Qian, who had changed into loose clothes. Chen Qian felt he could probably hear her heartbeat. How could she face these 5 divine-like husbands after feeling so shy? Hands off, that's a different price, Bai Qi warned. Oh. Chen Qian awkwardly moved her hand away from his slim waist, then said stubbornly, Then why don't you take your hand away? Bai Qi pulled her closer. You didn't say there was a charge. Chen Qian was annoyed. Bai Qi adjusted their position to be more comfortable. Where did you go just now? To the space, Chen Qian replied straightforwardly. Oh? Can you bring someone in? His tone was faintly surprised, seeming very casual. Never tried. Want to try? Qian has never done this before. She feels her space isn't very valuable. A few times, but no one seems excited with her. Let's talk about it later. For now, you should rest and not do anything reckless. Bai Qi didn't press further. There's plenty of time, no need to rush. Okay, Bai Qi looked at her secretive glances and asked, Can you sleep? Qian shook her head. I slept too much during the day. Now I can't sleep. In this hugging position, Qian's head rests on the other's arm, face facing him. This is paid content, and I was made to watch it myself. Qian half closed her eyes, occasionally sneaking a peek. Paid users, you can look more boldly. Qian was startled, looked up in shock, and accidentally bumped her chin against his. Ouch! That hurts. Bai Qi loosened his arm from around her and gently rubbed the spot on her head where she was bumped. No need to be so excited. Does it hurt? Qian felt guilty and didn't dare to argue. It hurts a lot. I need points to feel better. Bai Qi tone was lazy, not at all seeming hurt. Qian was silent. Are you really short on points? Originally, I wasn't. But then, Did she hand over all her dowry to the contract master? That Qian felt even more awkward. Maybe I should give it back to you? No need. I like to earn it back slowly myself. If you say that, I won't feel guilty anymore. You give willingly, but you don't want it, and now you're trying to trick me? Then let's start a game of wits and see who can outsmart whom. Qian took her claws back from earlier and placed them on his waist again. Her fingers touched his back, causing a shiver in her heart. 10 points, no more. 1 million, no bargaining. Bai Qimian's deep blue eyes grew even more intense when sensing the movement behind him. Oh, then forget it. Qian withdrew her claws and then suddenly placed her hand on him again. 100 points. Haha, since I already got what I wanted, I don't care about points. TSK, why play like that? Qian raised her finger and said arrogantly, this is such a valuable thing, I have to experience it, right? Then, do you want to experience it more deeply? Bai Qimian, though surprised by the bold move of the contract master, still managed to speak clearly. Chen Qian sensed a warning in those words. Like more in-depth communication. No need at all. Chen Qian was tempted, but after only a few hours of knowing each other, her mind wasn't that open. At least, give it a few days to get familiar and digest everything? Chen Qian's cheeks flushed as she thought of something embarrassing. What are you thinking? I mean a soul connection to understand my inner self. And those expensive things you mentioned, your points probably aren't enough. Bai Qimian said playfully, slightly lowering her head to look at the person lost in thought, eyes wandering. Chen Qian clenched her fists. I already understand. You're deliberately making me misunderstand. Bai Qimian responded noncommittally. They kept talking back and forth, not noticing when the person who said they weren't sleepy had already fallen asleep. The next day, whether Jiang Lingrui had arranged defenses outside the city, Chen Qian wandered inside the city, and the serious expressions on people's faces had disappeared. Jiang Lingrui had already started preparing for the invasion of high-level beasts and the space cracks outside the city, as well as investigating the strange beast tide in the north. He was very busy living and eating mostly outside the city in the guard camp. Only occasionally did he find time to have a video call with Chen Qian. After the battle, the cleanup, with flames burning fiercely, sent the heroes back to their homeland. That day, the deafening vows outside the city made everyone tear up. They stood sadly in the square, on the streets, and in the hospital wards, mourning those brave spirits. Our great clan, our mountains and rivers are in our hearts, from the sky above to the underground springs. With my body, I protect my bloodline, our great clan, fighting to the death without retreat. Chen Qian wiped her eyes but couldn't hold back her tears. It must be because everyone around was crying so much that she was affected. Qimian, you're also a defender. Don't you want to go over? Chen Qian, having composed herself, turned to ask the noble-looking man beside her. His outfit was quite eye-catching, but in this scene, the pure white color didn't seem out of place. They were a group of modern people, and someone dressed in traditional style suddenly appeared, which looked strange to everyone. Stop giving me that look. Respect minority cultures, Bai Qimian said, glancing at her. Then he pointed at her forehead and moved her head back to face forward. I am the protector of S4 City. Jiang Lingrui can't boss me around. Besides, I am on vacation. Going to their guard camp without permission is against the rules. What Bai Qimian didn't say was that S4 City mainly consists of minority groups. The guards there are different from outside. They are organized by clans. Given his status in his clan, even the district chief would think twice before trying to command him. Oh, everything inside is so complicated, Chen Qian said, not understanding much about these things. Rules are necessary for order. Now let's do something else, Bai Qimian said. Like what? Chen Qian just wanted to relax and lie down. Her strength was only a third recovered. By a house. Jiang Lingrui isn't at the shelter, and it's inconvenient for us to be there as outsiders. Plus, do you plan for all of us to live there? Bai Qimian's voice sounded a bit annoyed, clearly unhappy with that house. The place is safe, but it has no aesthetic appeal. It feels more like a dorm than a home. I think that's fine. Are there real estate agents here? Chen Qian asked uncertainly, opening her wristband to check.
Bai Chi Mian looked subdued.
She still knew about real estate agents? That's an old thing from before the apocalypse. Check with the city planning office. You can buy a house there. Chen Qian paused her search for agents and changed to searching for the city planning office. It reminded her of the old days. So, it's all official now. Where did you come from? Bai Chi Mian looked at her with suspicion. Chen Qian immediately tensed up. Cough, cough. That's a secret. I'll tell you later. Since it's still early, and the weather isn't hot, let's go see the house. She put on her mask and hat, habitually covering herself. She had already planned the route. It wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk. She quickly grabbed Bai Chi Mian's hand, worried she might ask more questions. She hadn't decided what to say yet. Bai Chi Mian looked at their tightly held hands, a gentle smile forming on his lips. The girl's grip was light, but he seemed worried she might let go, so he held her hand back. He no longer continued to ask about the other person's little secrets. There's no rush, really no rush. When support arrived in City A18, Zhao Yuren finally got a night's sleep. At this time, forget about strategies. Even if the target flew onto her bed, she wouldn't have the strength to say a word. She slept until dawn, awakened by her alarm at 8 o'clock. Today, she needed to leave before 9. After casually eating some juice and bread, she hurried out the door. Just as she stepped out, she encountered those soul-penetrating vows. With my blood. Protect my bloodline. Our clan. Fight to the death. Never retreat. She lowered her eyes and whispered softly.
They
are real people. In these days, Zhao Yuran had seen so many farewells and deaths, witnessed many brave sacrifices. She also understood what true soldier spirit is.
She
wanted to apologize for her behavior that day. She shouldn't have acted with such dirty thoughts in that scene. Host, the system has already told you, this is your new life. But everything has rules. Those who borrow life from heaven must pay a price. I know. I will continue to strategize with them, but I won't act like that anymore. Good job, host. The system believes in you. Get lost. Zhao Yuran scolded the system while heading to the temporary medical station. Ding ding ding, host. A new target will appear at the corner 200 meters ahead. Huh? A new target? Zhao Yuran instinctively looked at the intersection. Who is this person? In this modern building, dressed in a flowing fur coat, with long snow-white hair, like a messenger from the Tian Shan Mountains, standing out sharply in this environment. System, is he the one who traveled here? Hurry, tell me his name. Zhao Yuran was eager to try. She couldn't meet Jiang Lingrui, so changing targets made her excited. Plus, this new target was exceptionally handsome, with a unique style.
He is Bai Chi Mian.
Host, didn't you see the person he's holding? Hearing this, Zhao Yuren finally noticed that the person was being led by a girl with a high ponytail. The girl was dressed in black, wearing a mask and a hat, looking very cool. She inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Have I seen this person before? Zhao Yuran, who was lost in thought while staring at someone, didn't notice that her gaze hadn't been withdrawn. Chen Qian saw the somewhat familiar girl and thought, oh, she's the elegant beauty from before. Why does she look so tired today? But she didn't pay much attention and simply continued walking forward. Bai Chi Mian had already noticed the unhidden gaze. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention, but when he saw Chen Qian observing the girl, he reluctantly diverted a little attention. After seeing those deep blue eyes, Zhao Yuran suddenly snapped out of her daze. She recognized the pattern of the other's beast mark. It's the same as Jiang Lingrui's. Why is that woman so lucky? She has managed to get 2 such men. Zhao Yuran felt a bit jealous. Both of these men are like her lifetime achievements. Good question. The system also wants to know, what if I can't complete the task? Host, you can't lose your momentum. But, as always, I suggest the host secretly approach the other's contract master to win him over. I know. I've seen other women's affairs before. Can't you say something more useful? Host, you're about to be late. It's so hot. Her clothes, made of a material that didn't feel hot to wear, were fine, but the mask Chen Qian wore was uncomfortable. She couldn't help but take it off after a while. The July sun was really fierce. Although it was only 9 a.m., the temperature was already so high. Could it be because of the geographical location? Chen Qian looked at the man beside her. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, layered 3 times, and had a furry shawl draped over his shoulders. "Aren't you hot?" She had seen the fabric before. It was definitely not a special material meant to keep cool. "Huh? Hot?" Bai Qimian seemed to just remember and slightly expanded his energy outward. In an instant, the surrounding air temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Chen Qian shivered from the cold without noticing. "Your portable air conditioner is quite convenient. What if it's winter? Do you think ice-type abilities are afraid of the cold?" Chen Qian was sure she heard a hint of disdain in his words. "I'm a fire type, but I do get hot easily. My own power is okay, but I can't handle other temperatures. I can't stand hot weather, boiling water is also too much, and a bonfire is still not okay." Bai Qimian listened to her words, and for the first time, she was silent for a moment before saying, "When was the last time you used fire-type abilities?" "About a month ago, when I just advanced. I really used it then. Later, I just used it to light a fire and make some light." Chen Qian answered honestly. "Your main body and your abilities are naturally incompatible, and you tend to overuse one. You should practice fire abilities more, find a balance, and it might get much better. Then I'll try again in a few days after I recover." "Qimian, you know quite a lot," Chen Qian sincerely praised. Bai Qimian unkindly exposed. "You know too little, this man really shouldn't talk so much." But what he said was true. The information she searched for, along with some details Jiang Lingrui told her, were all things she looked into because she encountered these problems. However, such short-term intensive learning can't compare to someone who has lived in the apocalypse for 15 years. "Rebuilding is too late now. I have time to teach you more," the man continued. "Thanks," she said reluctantly. "You're welcome," he accepted happily. If it weren't for the fact that they had already arrived at the city planning office, Chen Qian would probably argue with him again. The city planning office they just entered had no one else inside except staff. The other person was surprised by Bai Qimian's outfit, then seemed to remember something and looked at them with understanding. It seemed they all knew about the special costumes of some ethnic groups in S4 City. Only she looked like a naive rookie. "Good morning, too. The hologram board is in the left hall. You can check the houses for sale there. If you find something you like, please prepare your points and come to me to handle the procedures. Unlike real estate agencies, the staff here are polite but won't interfere with your choice of house." Chen Qian looked at the hologram board over there, which was quite large and even had a rest area. "Okay, thank you," Chen Qian said, then pulled Bai Qimian over. They picked up a hologram board and sat in the rest area. Chen Qian looked again and confidently admitted her ignorance. "I don't know how to use it." Anyway, she gave up trying. With so many things in this world, it would take forever to find out everything on her own. Why ask her husband who's right there? He's just saving it for the new year. Bai Qimian didn't bring over the hologram board, but instead moved closer to Chen Qian. Their bodies were very close in an instant. His hair even brushed against Chen Qian's face. For a moment, Chen Qian thought he was about to rest his head on her shoulder and teach her something. But he quickly set up the hologram board and sat upright again. Chen Qian felt a bit empty inside, like she was being teased but also not really. It was a strange feeling. They were still close, but not in that flirty way from before. "Focus, we're outside," Bai Qimian said, revealing her little secret. All right, she was sure now, this guy did it on purpose. Chen Qian snorted and then looked at the holographic projection in front of her. It was a 3D map about a meter wide, showing the whole city's housing areas clearly. It even marked restaurants, supermarkets, pharmacies, and other places not related to the military. You could click on the stores to see their layouts inside. All the green-marked areas in the city were neighborhoods with houses for sale. They both decided to look at villas first. C29 city isn't very big, so there aren't many fancy, high-end neighborhoods. They weren't short of money, so they preferred standalone houses for more comfort. But unfortunately, the few villas available were either destroyed or already occupied. They could only settle for small independent yards. "Those small yards probably need to be torn down and rebuilt," Chen Qian said. a bit speechless. These houses really looked like remote small towns from before. Why build a city so far away? Shouldn't this world be closer together for easier support? She thought that moving to another city wouldn't matter much. Anywhere would be convenient. But here, the nearest city was 3 or 4 hours away, and the road was empty and desolate. Do you want the truth or a lie?
Huh?
Is there even a difference? I want to hear both, but start with the lie. Most of the resources humans need now come from other species. Humans are weak and can only strengthen themselves through beast cores and primitive flesh. As technology rapidly advances, it also requires materials from different species. Therefore, to better acquire these resources, humans must expand outward and hunt other species. These cities are the pioneers, basically just hunters' cabins where people go out to hunt. Chen Qian pursed her lips. That's false talk, very fake, barely convincing. It's just some casual lies. And what about the truth? The truth is, Jiang leaned slightly forward and slowly whispered into Chen Qian's ear, the border needs cannon fodder, faraway cannon fodder. That way, if anything unusual happens, the central city can be prepared. Chen Qian's pupils shrank suddenly. This reason. It's almost. Don't feel angry. No matter what race, there are ranks. It's cruel, but this method has helped humans survive. Stable development in the central area has led to rapid technological progress and increased human survival rates. Using a small number of people to ensure stability is quite worthwhile for them. It's not exactly abandonment, or there wouldn't be support from the defenders. Chen Qian looked a bit confused. But those oaths, they are real, Jiang said, but those are only useful for soldiers and suffering civilians. For the people in power, it's just a trick to fool people. After all, a united city can better defend the borders. Chen Qian. Jiang watched her carefully. Do you want to say something? Chen Qian rolled her eyes at him.
The saint must die.
Stop trying to stir my sympathy. That has nothing to do with me. I just want to take care of my home. Let's not talk about this. Every time you tell me these things, it's the same pattern. Give a treat, then hit me, then give another treat, then hit again. It messes with my emotions. Chen Qian shook her head. She was here to look at houses and didn't want to hear such heavy stuff anymore. Jiang smiled softly, unable to help himself. Every time she changed her expression when I said something, it was so interesting I couldn't resist teasing her more. She finally noticed. TSK, let's continue looking at houses. Where did we leave off? That kind of independent yard needs to be rebuilt. Chen Qian quickly reminded him. Then let's rebuild it. We can also ask others what kind of rooms they want. But the yard is too small. I think the one at the back is pretty good too. It's right next to the northwest city wall, which has been damaged a few times. Probably no one wants this broken place, so let's buy both. Jiang combined the 2 yards. Originally, it was a long horizontal yard. After joining the 2, it became a square-shaped layout. Are they allowed to arrange it like this? Chen Qian was a bit suspicious. Can the city layout be so casually changed? Even if it's not allowed, we do it anyway. Come on, let's pay. Jiang was the first to stand up. Chen Qian hesitated but followed behind him. Okay. Her wristband searched her, wondering how the matchmaker family treats the contract owner. They promise to be caring and loving, to prioritize the wife. This guy, except when she was injured yesterday and he was gentle, acts like a rebellious son most of the time. Just when she thought he was nice, he started being sarcastic. Stop scolding me, come over quickly. Chen Qian coughed lightly and hurried to catch up. Did she just not make any sound? How does he know she's criticizing him silently? I didn't scold you, Chen Qian defensively replied, just complaining, yes, just complaining. They quickly got the 2 yards. Chen Qian originally thought Jiang had some good method to make the other side agree. But it turned out he used Jiang Lingrui's name. Surprisingly, it worked quite well. Now, everyone in the city knows Jiang Lingrui's title as the commander. When the staff saw Chen Qian's information panel and confirmed she was related to Commander Jiang, they even gave her an internal discount. After you just complained about those power holders, you turn around and use connections. Aren't you feeling guilty? After leaving the city planning office, Chen Qian couldn't help but ask. Sometimes you need to criticize, sometimes you need to use connections. It doesn't interfere with anything. Don't be so rigid, Bai Qimian said confidently. Sure enough, he really wasn't guilty at all. You're right. Complaining and then using connections is actually pretty satisfying. Unaware of Jiang Lingrui, her obedient contract owner was slowly being influenced. Just after saying this, Chen Qian suddenly slapped her forehead. Wait, I just remembered something. Chen Qian completely forgot about how quickly she had been decorating the haunted house earlier. Her mind was filled with memories of building houses before.
You're talking nonsense again, someone said.
Is something wrong? Chen Qian asked. Come with me, Bai Qimian said, leading the way. After a few steps, they arrived at a home decoration store. Chen Qian had been to this kind of store before, when she bought materials to decorate the haunted house. But back then, she had a sore throat and didn't talk much, just grabbed the materials and left. As soon as they entered, 2 staff members greeted them. 2 courtyards, will finish dismantling in the morning, then choose decoration styles, one clerk said. Bai Qimian had already given instructions about what they needed to do. This scene looked just like ancient noble sons giving orders to servants. Chen Qian secretly marveled. Could Bai Qimian be planning to have them finish decorating a house quickly? Okay, please come in. I'll take you to a private room to rest, the clerk said, smiling more sincerely because it was a big order. While asking for their information, the clerk politely and cleverly inquired about their needs. Chen Qian, we have a new home. 2 courtyards combined into one. What kind of style do you want for your rooms? Or, do you have any suggestions for the courtyards? After they were taken to the private room, Bai Qimian explained some basic details to the clerk. Chen Qian started asking others for their opinions. Hua Xiao, Qian, I want to see the moon at night. The rest can be whatever, Wei Jingzhe. Anything is fine. Then there was no further reply from the others. Chen Qian, okay, that's it for now. I'll look after Hanji and Aling's choices. If you want something, tell me. Bai Qimian also saw the message in the group chat. Just go ahead with the decoration first, and if you want to change it later, no problem, Bai Qimian said casually. She didn't think much of this matter. Chen Qian could tell from her tone that this project seemed different from the building's speed before the apocalypse. Miss Chen, here are some design plans for similar types of houses. You can take a look first, the clerk said. Chen Qian took the holographic tablet and looked at the various decoration styles inside. She was stunned by the variety. These styles are first divided into several main categories. When you click on a category, it is further broken down into smaller sections, and clicking again reveals more detailed but distinct design options. Almost all the decorating styles Chen Qian has seen are included, and because of different eras, many new styles she has never encountered are also added. After choosing her favorite style, the shop assistant connected her to a designer via video call for on-site plan adjustments. Since 2 courtyards were combined, the home decoration store also conducted an on-site survey during the demolition and recorded the surrounding environment, then uploaded this information to the designer. The selected design template was projected holographically in front of her. The designer was very professional. When Chen Qian pointed out a few details, they easily adjusted and showed her the style she wanted. Others had no objections, so Chen Qian only added Hu Xiao's requirements. For the rest of the interior decoration, she made slight changes based on her understanding of each person's personality. The entire design was completed in less than 40 minutes. This speed was truly impressive. Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the shop assistant. When can this courtyard be ready for move-in? The assistant was momentarily surprised. Does she want to rush? Miss Chen, we usually deliver the house the next day. If you need it urgently, you'll need to pay an additional 20% for construction costs. We will send more workers to finish by 10 p.m. tonight. Chen Qian was stunned. She quickly looked at Bai Qimian, who remained seated calmly, seeming unshaken regardless of the situation. He looked like someone raised with high standards. Then we'll move in tonight? And go shopping for supplies this afternoon. For some reason, Chen Qian was obsessively eager about having her home. It was the same with the villa, and here, Bai Qimian seemed to sigh. He truly understood how lacking her knowledge of modern customs was. We can move in tonight, but there's no need to choose new furniture. Miss Chun, we are a chain home decoration store. Furniture and daily necessities for the city can all be selected here, the assistant reminded her timely. Okay, I understand. Let's choose everything here, Chen Qian said without fuss. She didn't really know much about these things anyway. No one taught her. She was just a high school student before, with only a rough understanding of these things. After coming here, she was even more clueless, like a blank sheet of paper. Eat first, you hand over the shop to her, and we won't come back this afternoon. The first part was said to Chen Qian and the second to the shop assistant. Bai Qi Mian looked at the time heading into the afternoon, so she stopped her diligence, not being eager to eat and having a different mindset. Chen Qian didn't hesitate at all. After adding the shop assistant as a friend, they created a group that included a designer. Let's go, let's eat. Let's eat. This is the first time I've eaten at a restaurant since I arrived here, Chen Qian said as she took a taxi with Bai Qi Mian to the busiest street in the southern district. Maybe it's because city people are used to it, but they recover their emotions very quickly. After a conflict, they just go back to their routines without delaying work or business. Perhaps they've been through too much. Chen Qian thought quietly. At the end of the meal, there weren't many people in the restaurant, just a few scattered groups. The decor here is simple and elegant, with a strong sense of modern technology. Chen Qian couldn't imagine that such a remote city was already so developed. She wondered what the legendary S-grade city would look like, probably a huge sci-fi masterpiece. Sometimes she saw videos of such places on her wristband, but it always felt like watching a movie. If she ever had the chance, she definitely wanted to visit. Bai Qi Mian, although blunt with her words, was very reliable when it came to work. Chen Qian could always get answers to her questions from her. Of course, the process often involved a few playful arguments and teasing. Chen Qian secretly thought of this as a kind of fun. Being with Jiang Lingrui was like being cared for carefully by an older brother, spoiled and protected. But with Bai Qi Mian, it was like a playful couple, having to argue a few times to feel comfortable. But this kind of teasing was something only they did. Others definitely couldn't. Chen Qian hadn't really observed how other matched partners and their contract masters interacted. Her limited understanding was based on the attitudes of the city gate guards and Zhang Qi. Later, after she started interacting with other matchers, she felt that maybe they weren't so noble. It was more like how ordinary lovers get along. Oh, well, maybe it was a bit unfamiliar, but also very close, like soulmates. Whether it's being obedient and polite, arguing angrily, or chatting with the other three people, she experiences different ways of interacting with her lovers. She feels that this bond is just equal partnership in love. The only difference is that her partner has changed from 1 to 5, but otherwise, there is no real change. Until she entered this restaurant. Chen Qian and Bai Qi Mian sat by the window. Bai Qi Mian let her order a bunch of strange and fancy dishes. He said, "Your taste is as unique as mine." But he quietly ordered all the dishes Chen Qian mentioned. "That's why our tastes match so well," Chen Qian said with a smile, but she also responded confidently. "It's just playful teasing. Even though I, Chen Qian, lack 3 years of social experience, I learn very quickly. In just one day, I went from being criticized to teasing back. I, Chen Qian, am so strong." After replying, Chen Qian added, "Our compatibility is 97%. We really are a perfect match. When she gets serious, she doesn't hold back even herself." Bai Qi Mian didn't say anything this time, only giving her a meaningful look. It made Chen Qian, who was full of fighting spirit just now, look confused. While Chen Qian was still wondering what the other person was thinking, new customers entered the restaurant. It was a cute girl wearing a beautiful, intricate princess dress that caught everyone's eye. Behind her, 2 tall men followed. One had just put away a small parasol, and the other was holding her bag and shopping bags. At first, Chen Qian thought they were bodyguards accompanying a young lady out to dine. But when she saw the beast-shaped tattoos on their foreheads, she realized they were the matchers brought by the bond owner. Thinking carefully, Chen Qian realized she hadn't really met many girls going out. The first was a sales clerk at a mall, lively and easy to get along with. Most salespeople there were men, so she was quite special. The second was a graceful, elegant woman she met in the Hall of the Mutants. She seemed to be there for a match. Today, I saw that beautiful woman again. She was out alone, but she looked much worse than before. Most of the time, Chen Qian rarely goes out, and when he does, he doesn't usually meet any girls. The more I learn about this world, the more I understand why it's important to bring a matching partner when going out. Generally, compared to humans, they are quite safe. But in this place, even if there isn't a monster attack, there are still scattered strange creatures that sometimes attack. The protective shield uses a lot of energy, so it's only turned on during monster attacks, and only for a short time. In such cases, some creatures slip through and enter the city. When women are alone and encounter them, they usually don't survive. It's like having a dangerous criminal in the city. It's impossible to eliminate completely, so people have to protect themselves. Cities rated S and A are safer because many defenders patrol inside and outside the city, spreading out from the center, with many patrol teams. B and C-rated cities have outer zones as buffers, making it almost impossible for strange creatures to hide. But C29 is different. It's a small city surrounded by a square wall, with wasteland or desert outside. Most strange creatures can be detected by energy fluctuations, but some special ones can't be detected by machines. If such creatures enter the city, it results in a massacre. After many incidents like this, everyone has accepted a rule. Women must always bring a matching partner when going out. If a woman dies, more than 5 matching partners are lost with her. There was a case where a 3rd-level woman was killed. One of her matching partners was a 6th-level mutated creature from a B-rated city, who was also the mayor and very powerful. When she died, the mayor couldn't handle the loss of his partner and lost his mind immediately. He became a parasite and started attacking high officials in the meeting, killing more than half of them in a short time. This event caused a big stir in the Mutated Creature Association's 4 regions. All high-level male mutants now care deeply about their partners, carrying them everywhere. Chen Qian is strong himself, so he doesn't think much about it. But I understand why they do. I think that beautiful woman is very brave because her energy fluctuations don't seem very strong, yet she walks confidently on the street.
I wonder what she relies on.
Since Chen Qian has little experience, she didn't react immediately when she saw the 3 people in the restaurant. That adorable girl looks like a little princess, being very delicate and spoiled by the 2 people caring for her. This delicacy isn't a bad thing, it's just an adjective. She is truly soft and gentle. Her way of speaking and her actions are like a carefully raised princess. Her companions seem like bodyguards, trying to meet all her needs. Chen Qian didn't want to listen to what they were saying, just because she had never seen this kind of relationship before, so she looked at them a few more times.
Why?
Do you want to be a little princess too? Bai Qi Mian asked suddenly, noticing her looking over several times. Chen Qian shook her head. I'm just curious. They treat her very well. It must take a lot of effort to raise a girl like that in a place like this. Is that good? Bai Qi Mian asked back after a careful look. I can't imagine how girls in big cities are cared for. Trust me, you'll be disappointed. Tell me more, Chen Qian said curiously. Bai Qi Mian looked at her with his deep blue eyes. Do you want me to say bad things about women? All right, Chen Qian understood. It seems she has good luck so far, meeting quite nice girls. Better not. Your words are too sharp. Be a little more kind. You really are getting more and more rude, Bai Qi Mian said, feeling a bit of a headache from her honesty. Weren't you well behaved yesterday? Chen Qian blinked innocently. It's all because of your good teaching. When the food arrived, Chen Qian was still arguing playfully with Bai Qi Mian. The food tastes great. The dishes on the table were unfamiliar to Chen Qian, but that didn't stop her from eating happily. I knew you had strange tastes, Bai Qi Mian said with some disgust, looking at the colorful dishes, but he still ate quite a bit. Chen Qian looked up hurriedly and glared at him. When I was ordering, you insisted I do it, and now you're complaining about the taste. Can you please stop criticizing my last crystal beast rib when I'm just trying to enjoy my meal? In Chen Qian's eager gaze, Bai Qimian quickly took a bite of the spare rib. Are you still hungry? He held out the rib toward her. Chen Qian looked at the small gap in the rib, feeling a bit sad, but she didn't hesitate at all. She stood up and, with a loud shout, bit the rib from the other's chopsticks. She showed no sign of dislike. Honestly, she had once been a wild person who ate raw meat and blood, so she wasn't afraid of your little spit. Why are you so greedy? Bai Qimian's voice was unusually soft, and the tips of his ears, hidden among his long white hair, turned slightly red. It's called saving food, Chen Qian said calmly as she finished the rib, not at all like she had just snatched it eagerly. Chen Qian and her friends ordered many dishes, but they just managed to eat enough. Now, the mutants' appetites had grown larger, so eating this much was normal. But as a girl, shouldn't Chen Qian pay more attention to how much she eats outside? Bai Qimian's impression of most women came from the noble ladies in S4 City. They were truly
spoiled.
But his family's contract master suited him better. She looked healthy and was very lively. Chen Qian, thank you. Aling said I was very well behaved. Where are we going now? After eating and drinking enough, Chen Qian asked the tall, straight man beside her. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. The small frontier town was desolate, with little scenery, and even the sun seemed harsher than elsewhere. But in Chen Qian's eyes, it was the best place. Maybe it was a bird's nest mentality. She knew this place wasn't ideal for a relaxed retirement, but she still felt it was the best place for her. Perhaps one day she would choose to leave, but not because this place was bad. This was Chen Qian's place of redemption. Back home. You haven't chosen your furniture yet, Bai Qimian said directly, stopping a car for her to get in, then continued to complain. When will your contract master consider improving the days without a car? Maybe when I get my driver's license. Better to hire a driver. Don't joke. I actually have driven before. Did you forget? Chen Qian quickly looked at him, her eyes shining with a plea for praise. That was her masterpiece. Unfortunately, the person in front of her was Bai Qimian. If you're talking about that car, I think the Association of Mutants might change the laws because of you. Chen Qian was surprised. Are you saying it's because I created a new path for mutants development? No driving without a license for mutants. Haha. Sorry, everyone. I couldn't hold back. Don't blame him. He rarely sees someone interacting so naturally with the master. The driver's professionalism helped him quickly regain composure. But his silence now was even louder than his earlier laugh. Chen Qian's face turned bright red. She decided that until she got out of the car, she wouldn't say a word. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Chen Qian suddenly felt a slight warmth in her hand. Someone quietly held her hand from the side. She wanted to pull it back, but she couldn't. She was annoyed. Just after scolding herself, she wanted to hold his hand. How could that be? If she was going to hold, it should be her holding him. Thinking this, Chen Qian stopped struggling. She immediately turned her hand around and held his back. Yesterday, this was a paid service. It felt so nice, smooth and soft, with clear joints. She kept this small advantage all the way, and after getting out of the car, she didn't let go. I'm going shopping now. Do you want to watch with me? As soon as Chen Qian returned to the living room, she excitedly opened her wristband. Bai Qimian watched her being attracted by the wristband, unconsciously squeezing the hand that had been held for a long time. The warmth hadn't faded yet. Don't watch. You need to practice how to comfort your partner. Chen Qian looked up from the holographic projection, surprised. Starting now? Aren't we moving tonight? You choose yours. It won't affect anything, Bai Qimian said as he started to undress. Wow, is it that serious? Chen Qian immediately turned off her wristband and stared intently at the handsome man in front of her. Just kidding, she knew what was important. His movements were very slow, maybe because she was too eager. He was wearing loose white pants that draped nicely. The man made these ordinary pants look quite expensive. Why did you stop? Chen Qian was watching intently, but he suddenly paused. There was still half of his outfit on. This was not a game to be played lightly. Bai Qimian did not speak. Instead, his entire body suddenly radiated more energy, and a cold ice aura began to spread outward from him. Soon, the whole room turned into a snowy, icy world. Chen Qian suddenly realized the benefit of her fire-type abilities. She was not afraid of the cold. Although she shivered at first, she managed to endure it later on. Or perhaps the other person was controlling it himself. Chen Qian wasn't quite sure. She also knew that the other was now transforming into a different species. His already long white hair seemed to be stimulated and started growing rapidly, falling to the ground. Bai Qimian's handsome face became even colder and more stern, and his deep blue eyes instantly turned into beast-like pupils. The first change was on his face, where his features became more beastly. Then, as his body grew white fur, his white pants disappeared, and a large tail sprouted during the transformation. Bai Qimian's wolf form was much smaller than last night, probably because the room limited him. Chen Qian stood in front of him, carefully watching this beautiful man turn into a handsome wolf, a visual feast. Qimian, I want to touch you since the beast form couldn't speak. Chen Qian assumed he was agreeing. She reached out and stroked his wolf face, following the direction of the fur growth, rubbing from the back of his head downwards. The other seemed comfortable and even rubbed against her hand. In his cold, fierce eyes, Chen Qian surprisingly sensed a hint of affection. She continued to the fur on the snow wolf's neck, from the shoulders to the waist, loving every part of it. Chen Qian looked at the snow wolf, who didn't turn to look at her, and a strange feeling flashed in her eyes. Then suddenly, she squatted down and looked toward a forbidden area. She wanted to see the wolf's private parts, but faster than her, that huge wolf tail moved. Chen Qian was suddenly slapped to the ground, her face covered by the large tail, and she struggled wildly to get free. When she saw the light again, her eyes met those cold, blue beast-like pupils. Ahem, feeling guilty. I didn't mean to do anything just now. Chen Qian said innocently. Humph, the snow wolf snorted softly. Oh, don't be mad. Come here, give me a hug, Chen Qian said, feeling much calmer now that he had closed his mouth. She quickly hugged the wolf's head and buried her face in the fluffy neck. It's so warm. After casually leaning against each other for a while, the other person showed no sign of impatience. Chen Qian gently stroked the sensitive ears of the snow wolf, making it shake and dodge playfully. Then she kissed its wolf face. This noble, handsome, and cuddly snow wolf sometimes made her forget that it was actually transformed from Bai Qimian. Her touch was very bold. While playing with the snow wolf, Chen Qian instinctively opened her energy field. This wasn't fire-type energy, but a different kind of energy from within her body, belonging to her level. To explain simply, fire energy is her magic, while this other energy is what she normally absorbs from beast cores to level up. The more of this energy she has, the higher her level. The higher her level, the stronger her magic. Releasing energy into her field consumes her own energy. To recover it, she can wait for it to naturally restore, absorb beast cores, or eat exotic meat. Of course, releasing this energy doesn't cause her to lose levels. When a mutant absorbs a beast core, it's like eating a bowl of rice, strengthening her body and increasing her power. Releasing energy is like throwing a punch after gaining strength. She gets tired and needs to eat more or wait for time to pass and recover. But the strength she gains won't decrease just because she used some. Bai Qimian hadn't taught her how to soothe him when he was in beast form. Chen Qian initially thought he had forgotten, but after touching the snow wolf for a while, she instinctively released her energy. That unique energy wave gradually enveloped the snow wolf, which was originally a bit wild, and quickly restored its rationality. Bai Qimian smelled the faint, fresh scent and slowly settled down, lying on his side in the living room. The feeling of being comforted from the soul was something he had never experienced before. From the initial level up to becoming a hybrid, each step was filled with endless torment. The bloodthirsty and wild traits in the hybrid's genes were like a sharp blade hanging over his mind. A moment of carelessness could break his rationality and turn him into a parasite. All powerful high-level mutants had extremely strong willpower, especially those who had risen without a master's guidance, relying solely on themselves. He had once heard his older brother describe the feeling of being comforted, and he thought it was just exaggeration. But until today, when he experienced it himself, he realized his brother's description was very poor. The words couldn't fully express how incredibly soothing that comfort was. It was a supreme pleasure, from the body to the soul, making him sigh in relief. The snow wolf half closed its eyes, occasionally wagging its tail happily, looking quite amusing. Chen Qian didn't realize that the wolf had already regained its sanity and still thought the other was influenced by animal instincts, making it so adorable. Honestly, if it hadn't completely turned into a strange, emotionless creature, it might have become a terrifying monster without reason. Maybe, in a few hundred years, the world would see a mix of beauty and beast. Turning into a beast isn't scary. What's frightening is losing reason and hurting those closest to you. Chen Qian looked at the slightly frustrated sofa for the snow wolf. She took a blanket from her space and laid it beside him. She leaned half into the snow wolf's embrace and started scrolling on her wristband. The energy field was opened so luxuriously. Fortunately, she had a strong foundation, or she couldn't afford so many husbands. What Chen Qian didn't know was that this comfort only needed a short time at the beginning. Otherwise, women would have long since failed to comfort the male mutants, who evolved faster and outnumbered them. Of course, higher-level ones require more time. Usually it's fine, but during evolution, the time needed increases several times. Bai Qimian also only understood half of this. After all, his older brother wouldn't tell him detailed stories about his
time.
Because of Chen Qian's ignorance and Bai Qimian's partial understanding, this comfort session surprisingly lasted until evening. Yes, Chen Qian was quite capable. She had opened her energy field openly all afternoon. This kind of endurance was well known in the 4 major districts. A lasting female contract holder, you deserve it. The snow wolf gently lifted its tail and flicked the paw that had unknowingly stepped on its foot. What's wrong? Chen Qian had been shopping all afternoon. She had to buy everything again that she had previously bought in the villa, her points. The snow wolf shook its body, signaling it wanted to get up. Chen Qian reluctantly pinched his ear tips twice, then climbed up from the ground unwillingly. Once again, a dramatic transformation occurred. The handsome man seemed more energetic, while Chen Qian looked a bit weak in comparison. Of course, anyone would be tired after such a long-lasting energy field. How do you feel? Chen Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled, giving a look that said, Men, kneel before my endurance. Bai Qimian couldn't stand her arrogant attitude. But just moments ago, he was still enjoying the pleasant feeling, and he swallowed his words of insincerity before they could come out, saying, Not bad. It was more than just not bad.
Feeling like
a fairy. How do you know? Bai Qimian's eyes darkened. Chen Qian looked at him as if she saw through him. Bai Qimian, can't you just stop pretending? Or look in the mirror. You look so comfortable, but you're still lying. His pure white face, like that of a priest, was now tinged with a pink hue from the afternoon's soothing. After being exposed, he looked even more beautiful, like a fresh red plum blossom blooming on a snowy mountain. Chen Qian never thought she could describe a man as beautiful, but this kind of beauty crosses gender boundaries. She lacked self-control and couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Maybe comforting someone also affects women. This is a different kind of price, Bai Qimian said, watching Chen Qian step closer. His gaze was a bit unfocused, but his mouth remained firm. When Nuwa repaired the sky, she didn't encounter him. Otherwise, she could have just opened her mouth and stood tall. I need to experience it first before deciding whether to pay. One person was enchanted, and the other was completely dismissive. Neither was convincing. At this moment, you should close your eyes first, so I won't feel awkward, Chen Qian muttered softly, carefully studying Bai Qimian's finely carved face with her eyes. Bai Qimian pursed his lips slightly and obediently closed his eyes. A snow mountain wolf demon. Chen Qian thought to herself, who could refuse a handsome guy with closed eyes, allowing her to take what she wanted? Anyway, she couldn't. Bai Qimian was startled when she suddenly took action and opened his eyes. Their gazes met, both filled with nervous embarrassment. This was her first kiss. She absolutely couldn't let him just walk away. This kiss was initiated by Chen Qian, led by her, and she would be the one to end it. Who said theoretical knowledge was just empty talk? The more you observe, the more you accumulate wealth. The book is only truly appreciated when needed.
Chen Qian sẽ lip lại ti tao chết Bai Qimian sẽ sốc lip.
As they spoke, their lips brushed gently, and their bodies seemed to relax lazily. Take your claws away. That's a different matter. She finally returned those words. However, Bai Qimian wasn't as obedient as he was yesterday. His hand held tightly, as if he was about to do something risky. Just as the atmosphere grew hotter again, Chen Qian's ring buzzed with a video call. She quickly scrambled to sit up straight on the nearby blanket, looking nervous. Ling. Chen Qian felt guilty. It was like she was caught cheating. She hadn't even kissed Jiang Lingrui yet. Qian, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Jiang Lingrui, who had just finished a busy day, asked as he sat down for dinner, curious about how his little partner was doing.
Chen Qian didn't know what to say.
Her face was flushed, and she hesitated, unsure how to respond.
It's
nothing. Who is Jiang Lingrui? He wasn't good at fighting, but he was smart. Seeing her blushing face and the faintly exposed bare chest of the man on the screen, he naturally guessed everything. He sighed softly. The cabbage he just raised hadn't been eaten yet, and now it was being nibbled on by a pig. Don't go too far. At least not in that place. The background behind them didn't look like a bedroom, and such a cold, icy place couldn't be a warm home. Oh. Chen Qian shrank her head, feeling exposed and wishing she could hide in a hole. The confident attitude she had earlier, forcing a good man, was gone. Now, she was just a well-behaved little partner. All right, lift your head. I won't ask anymore. If you get any more shy, your face will turn red all over, Jiang Lingrui said with some helplessness. His role as a matchmaker made him act like a caring father. Ling, have you eaten yet? Chen Qian quickly changed the subject.
Not yet.
We're preparing now. What about you? Jiang Lingrui also asked Bai Qimian. It seemed that the relationship between these matchmakers was much more harmonious than Chen Qian thought. Chen Qian shook her head.
Not yet.
I was busy comforting Qimian this afternoon. Just finished a little while ago. Jiang Lingrui's brow furrowed. You comforted him all afternoon? Was the domain always open? Watching Chen Qian's face gradually lose its redness and reveal signs of exhaustion, Jiang Lingrui, who rarely gets angry, was quite upset. Bai Qimian, you just brought someone here like this. Bai Qimian thought to himself, the words he said yesterday have all been taken back. Sorry, I was careless. After transforming into a snow wolf, he regained his rationality, but his instincts still leaned toward his animal nature. While enjoying comfort, he overlooked Chen Qian's unusual behavior. Even though he only knew part of how to soothe, he shouldn't have been so reckless. Jiang Lingrui pinched his brow, thinking he had seemed reliable yesterday. But seeing the other person's sincere attitude and guilt, he realized they probably didn't know everything. Being part of the association, Jiang Lingrui naturally knew more than they did. So he started explaining. Two people who had just finished a passionate kiss were now being given a lesson on comforting others by Jiang Lingrui. Bai Qimian didn't even have time to put on his shirt. Chen Qian secretly thought, no wonder she could bite Bai Qimian directly, but in front of Jiang Lingrui, she could only behave and not act out. This person was probably a teacher in his past life, QAQ. A teacher who wasn't strict but responsible and well-loved. Even when gently teaching, it made people feel hesitant to argue. After this lesson, the two of them no longer felt the previous ambiguous atmosphere. Their minds were filled with the idea of studying hard and improving every day. How's the house coming along? Jiang Lingrui finally let go of these two slightly reckless people.
Not yet.
They said it will be finished tonight. I don't understand this much, but the points are in place, Chen Qian honestly replied. I see you bought 2 courtyards. The villa area will also be repaired in a few days. Do you want to go back? Jiang Lingrui, after returning to his usual gentle and refined self, asked. Chen Qian shook her head. The villa was nice, but she already had a courtyard. I chose a very nice style for my courtyard, so I don't want to change it. Plus, living there is quieter. Alright, that's fine. I don't have any special wishes. Just pick the room you like. Okay? Oh, by the way, Ailing, we used your name when buying the courtyard today. Chen Qian habitually explained everything clearly to avoid any mishaps like accidentally touching the beast core again. It's not that she didn't trust Bai Qi Mian, it was just a habit. Besides sometimes lacking understanding in certain areas, Bai Qi Mian is generally a very reliable person. Okay, no problem, Jiang Lingrui said after a few words with Chen Qian, then looked at Bai Qi Mian, who was starting to get dressed. Qi Mian, how are you feeling now? Bai Qi Mian knew he was asking about his animal instinct suppression. He replied while tidying his clothes, I feel great, more relaxed than ever before. In that case, you need to go to City B15 tomorrow.
Ancienne situation.
Is it good? I just contacted him. It's probably because of the contract. He's about to advance, and the situation is unstable. Please bring him back. Tomorrow, Hua Xiao will also come. He's young and impulsive, not suitable for this task. Just stay with Chen Qian. Hearing this, Chen Qian's heart suddenly clenched.
Hansi.
If he advances again, he will be at the 7th level. As an inexperienced contract master, can she calm him down during his upgrade? Okay, do I need to leave tonight? Bai Qi Mian didn't hesitate. Jiang Lingrui thought carefully. It's not very safe lately, especially at night when different species are active. But if you're confident, it's better to go as soon as possible. No big problem. I'll leave soon. Send me your location. Upgrading is very dangerous, and Hansi's reputation is well known among those with some strength and status. He is considered a top figure in the Eastern District, and it's said he hasn't advanced to the 7th level in 2 years. He really wanted to try advancing without a contract master, but unfortunately, the system's result was sent to his family. It caused quite a stir, forcing him to suppress his strength. Finally, Han's CI contracted, but before they could meet the other contract master and bring him to S1 City, he left S1 City suddenly. He ran away very quickly. Bai Qi Mian also heard about this. Later, Chen Qian pulled a group chat, and that's when he found out that this guy, who wandered through a city, was actually his contract brother. This was done by him. Luckily, he didn't send Chen Qian to the den of wolves in S1 City. But those people probably won't let him stay outside forever. I want to go too. Chen Qian quietly raised her hand, interrupting Bai Qi Mian's memories. Jiang Lingrui quickly stopped her. Chen Qian, you should wait in City C29. They can't take you. No need. I'm so strong I don't need them to take me. Chen Qian rolled up her sleeve, showing her thin muscles. Yes, the lines were smooth, lean but still beautiful. Jiang Lingrui chuckled softly. Don't joke. I mean their small electric bikes can't carry you. Han Zi says he gets carsick to the point of feeling terrible. So, either walk or take the electric bike. Then how does he dare say he's always available? Chen Qian didn't expect that was the reason. Before he said that, he could still control his level. Maybe because of a good match, his level has increased a lot these days. If he turns into a beast form, it would be too risky. No one here can control him. Chen Qian thought about Hua Xiao, who is also at level 6. Is Hua Xiao not able to? Stop mentioning him. Jiang Lingrui pinched his forehead, feeling like he's done something terrible by matching with so many brothers. A few days ago, he checked their information and recent situations. He almost took Chen Qian and ran away. One was Han Zi, the top of the East District. After forming a contract, he secretly left the entire S1 city, even though his master was in another city. Normally, with his special status, he should have finished all handovers before leaving. But that guy resigned on the spot, retired, and before anyone could react, he was gone without a trace. He left a bunch of high-level mutants confused, searching for their master, acting like a mad dog, almost causing chaos in the whole S1 city. Bai Qi Mian is considered more normal among them. As the young master of the largest minority group in S4 city, besides offending the other forces in S4 City with his words, he's otherwise okay. Wei Jingzhe is more mysterious. Rumor has it he's similar to Chen Qian, only registering his identity in the city after turning adult. No other information is known. But Jiang Lingrui has a lot to say about him. He served as a commander for 4 years, and it was the first time he met someone who almost fried his brain. And there's an even more troublesome one, the youngest but most powerful Huishao. Jiang Lingrui doesn't want to mention him. He's been arrogant since childhood. His family's territory is in B01 City, but for some reason, he's been reckless, moving to the North District, and after forming a contract, he rushed all the way back. Just a few days ago, this guy went after a white wolf pelt and single-handedly challenged a group of primitive Northwest wolves. Those creatures are like dog plasters. Either kill them all or just leave one alone. He, however, simply turned and walked away, leaving a group of high-level Northwest wolves chasing him. They ran through several cities, causing chaos everywhere, until finally he was captured by the high-level mutants from the North District. He didn't dare let Chen Qian know, so he called Jiang Lingrui instead, asking him to use his connections to get him out. Who would have thought that the 24-year-old genius commander Jiang Lingrui would end up apologizing over something like this? He doesn't even have children. Chen Qian saw Jiang Lingrui's face darken and shivered, not daring to mention going along anymore. How did Huishao manage to make her gentle and kind Ailing so angry? Chen Qian, stay here and take care of yourself. You can go anywhere you want later, okay? Jiang Lingrui was giving all his patience to Chen Qian. Chen Qian quickly nodded obediently. Yes, I'll stay here and watch over our home. Good, then Qi Mian will leave soon. After a few more words, the three of them ended the call. Why weren't you so sharp-tongued just now? Do you even know who you're talking to? Chen Qian poked by Qi Mian's arm, curious. Jiang Lingrui. He's a bit like my brother, Bai Qi Mian said, normally easy to talk to, but when angry, well. Chen Qian's mouth twitched. Lingrui. Just now, he looked a bit like a strict teacher catching a young crush. Chen Qian swallowed hard, feeling the same. They looked at each other silently, afraid to speak further. Are you leaving now? Chen Qian glanced at the time. Almost 7 o'clock. Yeah, that guy is a ticking time bomb. You should rest well these days. When you come back, it might be tough for you. Chen Qian understood what Bai Qi Mian meant and nodded in agreement.
Chen Qian, I'm sorry.
I really should have told you after calming down. Bai Qi Mian lowered his eyes, clearly concerned about this matter. Hearing this, Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Since you feel so guilty, can you stop charging me in the future?
No.
You can admit fault, but you can't refuse to compensate. Otherwise, the Bai family would have been drained by his words long ago. Just go already. Chen Qian took a backpack of food and water from the space for him, so she ended up with a white-haired, ancient-style man carrying a modern bag. Bai Qi Mian didn't delay any longer. He hadn't eaten and was ready to leave. Be good these next 2 days. Your body isn't fully recovered. Don't leave the city again and don't fight. The higher-ups don't like that. Later, Jiang Lingrui will arrange a battlefield simulation for you. Don't let it affect you anymore. Chen Qian knew this issue would follow her forever. But she didn't dare to argue and could only agree obediently. If it had been someone else, she might have argued with Bai Qi Mian. After seeing Bai Qi Mian off, Chen Qian planned to order takeout. But she was curious about how fast the house was being decorated, so she decided to eat outside and take a look at the house at the same time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, C29 City was already quiet, with few people on the streets. The shops on the roadside were still open. The recent beast tide had a big impact on the city, but for those used to hardships, they had to swallow their tears and continue living tomorrow. The Mutant Association's rules for women's jobs weren't strict. Unlike men, women didn't have to apply for a job evaluation after turning 14. So many female mutants currently had no jobs, but some still liked working. Chen Qian had seen on her bracelet that many elite female mutants in the S-level city area were successful. Even some had applied to become beast hunters. Their strength was at least above the 5th level. She didn't plan to apply for a job anytime soon, but that didn't mean she couldn't hunt mutants or go to other worlds. Unemployed people like her weren't heavily restricted in border cities. But in cities above B-level, it was different. Women needed a job to go out and hunt monsters. Not having one was absolutely not allowed. The Mutant Association kept a close watch on their whereabouts. Changes in household registration and long-term residence required approval. Men, on the other hand, weren't as strictly monitored. Once matched and their assets settled, they could go wherever they wanted. Chen Qian thought that after this period, she would go to another world, hunt more mutants, and level up her skills. She couldn't afford not to. Just thinking about the amount of mutant cores she needed made her head hurt. But she still hadn't gotten over the feeling of enjoying the handsome man's company. Chen Qian then thought, ahem, there's no way she couldn't afford it. She would even bury her kidney with them if it meant she could take care of them. Chen Qian always enjoyed delicious food with great respect. After choosing a small street shop that looked very tasty, she couldn't wait to go inside. When she came out again, she almost had to lean on the wall. It wasn't because she was full, but because of the shop's special feature. They grind a strange, exotic plant into a spice and add it to the dishes. Eating it gives a slight drunken feeling, like after a drink, but without the unpleasant side effects. It felt so good. Chen Qian's face turned red. After leaving, she put on a mask and a hat. It's better to avoid trouble. Men here are too enthusiastic. She wasn't afraid of the exotic plants, but she was wary of these suitors. Enjoying her meal, Chen Qian strolled through the city, planning to walk slowly to the yard and see how the renovation was going. She had secretly checked on the current house construction earlier. It was happening so fast it was almost unbelievable. Not only were the materials mostly semi-finished or quick-setting paints, but the workers, mutants, though not very strong fighters, had incredible stamina. Some were even stronger than the top fighters before the apocalypse. They worked tirelessly, without breaks. A group of well-trained workers could build a 100-square-meter, detailed small house in less than 3 hours, like stacking building blocks. Chen Qian had paid extra this time. The house was over 400 square meters, but with so many people and advanced technology, it was no problem. No wonder the shop staff was confident they could finish today. She realized she had too little experience. While observing the surrounding buildings, she leisurely walked down the bright street toward her destination. That slight drunken feeling was so pleasant. She really wanted to get the recipe from the shop. System. I am so exhausted. Maybe I should just die quickly. I can't handle working a whole day on this shift. Zhao Yuren had been busy in the medical area for over 10 hours and was about to go crazy. She saw a new strategist this morning, but hadn't had time to be happy before realizing they matched the same as Jiang Lingrui, another girl in black. Why was luck so on her side? She believed her looks weren't worse than the others, just different styles. But why did all these handsome men belong to her? Normally, Zhao Yuran would just feel a little envious. But her match partners were both people she needed to win over. Zhao Yuran had been scolding all day. Her jealousy was growing stronger inside her little by little. Host, you've worked hard. I also feel sad for everyone. Keep going just a few more days. Look, there's no beast tied today. Hang in there and you'll be free soon. Sigh just a little longer. I hope those people recover soon, and there are no more casualties. Zhao Yuran sincerely said these words. Having gone through hardships, she learned to cherish her life more and respect others' lives. Host, something seems off. What's wrong? There's strange energy fluctuation nearby, but I can't find the source. Zhao Yuran was startled. Her strength as a second-level mutant was decent in this city, especially compared to female mutants. She was among the top. But that was for humans. If it was a different species. She remembered the alien invasion she saw on the day of the match, with its terrifying power and fierce appearance. It was definitely more than she could handle. That green vine spreading for kilometers looked like a divine weapon, saving the city from chaos. Unfortunately, the system couldn't identify who it was. If it could, she would try to build a good relationship with the big shots. She instinctively thought it was a high-level male mutant. She wasn't very familiar with this post-apocalyptic world, but she had seen some of the original owner's memories. That long 18-year memory was too detailed to remember all at once. That's why she only had a superficial understanding of many things. Is someone following me? Zhao Yuran suspected. Her appearance was definitely among the most beautiful. It wasn't impossible that she had provoked some reckless person who challenged the law and made a contract without thinking. Host.
Dodge, dodge.
The system's sharp voice sounded in her mind. Zhao Yuran quickly, instinctively dodged to the side. With little experience, she fell to the ground in her panic. Fortunately, she avoided that deadly strike. Where she had just been standing, a dark, extremely thin but very tall alien creature was standing. Its sharp claws pierced into the ground like blades, kicking up a shower of stones. The host is a level 4 mutant, and it can also turn invisible. This special type of mutant shares its origin with the abilities of the mutated beings, but they are even stranger and harder to understand. Many are beyond the 5 elements. Zhao Yuran looked at the cold, sinister monster in front of her with fear. There were no guards patrolling nearby. Many had already sacrificed themselves earlier, and new guards had not yet been sent in. The current number of personnel was not enough. Outside the city, the defenders usually do not enter unless there is a special reason. Jiang Lingrui's mind was focused entirely on the space. That was the most urgent matter right now. The city guards were still arranged by the mayor and others. If the enemy was just an ordinary mutant, the guards could have arrived in time. But unfortunately, this was a special type of mutant that could silently sneak into the city without causing chaos immediately. Maybe because there were few people on the street, or maybe because Zhao Yuran was just very unlucky. The opponent was very fast. Even with the system's warning, Zhao Yuran was injured. The sharp claws cut her leg, and the pain spread through her body instantly. At this moment, she was not thinking about escaping. Instead, she remembered the terrible scenes she had seen in the past 2 days. It turned out that being hurt was so painful. It was like when she died in her previous life, helpless, scared, hopeless. Why was it so hard for her to stay alive? Does this cruel fate refuse to let Zhao Yuran live? What did she do wrong? Maybe she shouldn't have been reborn. After rebirth, she was forced to be a mistress and go through all this again. Since life was given to her, can't she just live peacefully for the rest of her days? Host, sob, host, run quickly. The guide system had somehow become so compassionate. It was even crying. I remember when I first met it, it only gave cold, emotionless tasks. Zhao Yuran desperately dodged the attack that was impossible to avoid, risking her life to escape. Even at such a moment, she could still lose her focus. Really? Impressive. Don't be afraid. Everything.
Ding.
Host, a new target has appeared 50 meters ahead.
Ding. System.
Error.
Ding.
System confirmed.
Ding.
A new target has appeared 50 meters ahead. Listening as the cold, robotic voice of the system returned, Zhao Yuran wiped away her tears of emotion and couldn't help but curse loudly. Stupid system. I'm about to die and you're still giving me missions? Get lost. I'm dead anyway. So, what's the point of strategies? Chen Qian was leisurely strolling along the road when she suddenly noticed a 4th-tier mutant harming a human nearby, specifically a woman. The injured woman was desperately fleeing, about to lose her life. Chen Qian didn't hesitate. 2 auxiliary branches shot out quickly and pierced into the mutant's head in an instant. Such a high-level mutant wasn't even a challenge for her. However, just before dying, the mutant's body surprisingly turned transparent. If Chen Qian's branches hadn't still been inside its head, she might have thought it escaped. She thought the mutant had fled until it completely lost its life signs and its body reappeared. It was a special type of mutant. Chen Qian had never seen this kind before. After removing its core, she took 2 more photos and sent them to Jiang Lingrui. Chen Qian, Ling, there's a trace of a 4th-tier mutant in the city that can turn invisible. I took its core. After sending the message, Chen Qian hurried over to check on the injured woman. That's when she finally saw clearly. She was the elegant woman she had seen twice before. Why does she look more battered each time? Judging by her injuries, she looked truly miserable. There was a kind of battle-worn beauty. Chen Qian thought inappropriately. It must have been the food she ate earlier. She was feeling a bit dizzy now. Am I saved? Zhao Yuran, enduring her pain, looked at the girl who seemed like a savior. Yes, host. Woohoo, you survived. Don't cry. Do you know what you just did? You issued a mission. That was a woman. You want me to flirt with her? Favorability isn't love. What's wrong with making a close friend? Host, let me tell you, in life, you must. Ding. The target's favorability towards Chen Qian is 30. Reward: 15 years of life. Current favorability: 30. Total lifespan: 19 years. Zhao Yuran's pupils suddenly shrank, her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on the black-clad girl who had just taken photos and was staring at her blankly for some reason. She couldn't see the expression clearly under the mask and hat, only knowing that those eyes were very cold and fierce. Is this what you call a friendliness level of 30? It doesn't look like friendliness at all. Anyway, I agree with you. It's important to know when to adapt. I'm changing my target. Lingrui and Bai Qimian, their master is the real treasure. Trying to win over those blind fools didn't give any goodwill and only made her work so hard for so long. Even if she succeeded, her lifespan would only be 20 years. Look at the host in front of her. She hasn't done anything, yet she gained 15 years of life. That means every 10 points of friendliness adds 5 years of life. 15 years, that's 4,575 days. That's very generous. If the friendliness reaches full, it would be 50 years, 50 years. Plus the goodwill from her match. She wouldn't just die peacefully. She could live comfortably. Are you okay? Chen Qian looked at the badly injured woman and asked worriedly after a pause. She was slightly sensitive to beauty and things, especially now that she was a bit tipsy, which might make her more openly show her feelings. Zhao Yuran nodded slightly, suppressing her excitement in her voice. I'm fine. Thank you just now. My name is Zhao Yuran. May I know yours? With a bit of awkwardness and excitement, Zhao Yuran showed a bright smile. Though she looked messy, that smile made her seem very different. Chen Qian. Chen Qian was distracted by her smile. Was this girl scared silly? She was so badly hurt, yet she was still smiling. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a healing pill from her space. It wasn't very effective, but it was convenient to carry. She pretended to take one from her pocket, squatted in front of her, and extended her hand to pass it to Zhao Yuran. Take this to stop the pain. Zhao Yuran took it, feeling a complex mix of emotions inside her. She didn't know what to say for a moment, as if something inside her was swelling up. Thank you. She swallowed the pill, and the pain on her body quickly lessened. Seeing her pitiful look, Chen Qian decided to do a good deed. Is your home nearby? I can take you back first, then her family can take you to the hospital to check on your injuries. Thank you. Originally, the eloquent Zhao Yuran now seemed like a robot that only repeated the same actions. Why do I feel so upset inside? Maybe because before she saved you, you were still thinking of stealing her partner. Zhao Yuran didn't want to pay attention to the system because what it said was true. Chen Qian thought for a moment and decided to carry the person back himself. Since they were both girls, it wasn't a problem. When Chen Qian asked the other person questions, Zhao Yuran's mind was drifting. She only responded with a soft, and didn't understand what was being said. So, when she was suddenly lifted into a warm embrace, she felt a bit helpless and hooked her arms around the other's neck. They were very close, and she could even feel the softness of Chen Qian's chest. Zhao Yuran's face, which was pale from blood loss, suddenly showed a strange red flush. Yuran, can you give me directions? Chen Qian instinctively thought that using a more familiar tone would be better when talking to a fragile girl who was hurt. Okay. Thank you for your help. Zhao Yuran's mind was muddled. Being carried by the girl in black, she walked through the streets and alleys. Soon they returned home. A girl around 17 or 18 was sent back by Chen Qian, who was at the 4th level, without feeling much tiredness. She asked, "Is no one home?" The small courtyard in front of her didn't look very big. It was dark inside, with no lights on. My matchmakers haven't arrived yet, she replied. As for Zhao Yuren's father, he was a guardian who had sacrificed himself in a recent beast tide incident last month. The original owner was already fragile-minded and couldn't handle the pain of losing loved ones, dying from heartbreak. So, she took advantage of the situation. Chen Qian nodded. This small city was indeed too far away. She wisely chose not to ask about Zhao Yuren's family. Living here alone is not very safe. Beast tides are happening more often lately, and incidents like today might happen again. By the way, you're a girl. Why are you back so late? After putting Zhao Yuren into her room, Chen Qian didn't rush to leave. She had just saved her, so she couldn't just let her die at home, right? Hearing this, Zhao Yuren felt a strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't say she was here because she was seducing her matchmaker and got caught, could she? She didn't understand the reason at first, but after analyzing with the system, she guessed this was the case. Looking at her, she seemed gentle and kind, but I never expected her heart to be so dark. She made a mistake at that time, but her punishment was too harsh. Jiang Lingrui, as a grown man, is so calculating. Why not become a computer programmer instead?
But could I say that to Chen Qian?
Of course not. She is now my main source of support and life. I've been working in the medical area recently, so I've been coming back late, Zhao Yuren said vaguely, slightly downplaying her words. That must be very hard for you, Chen Qian praised sincerely. She is truly a kind angel in white. No wonder she's been looking more tired these days. She's been busy saving lives. She must be very kind.
Ding.
The favorability of the target, Chen Qian, has increased by 10 points. Reward, 5 years of life. Current favorability, 40. Total lifespan, 24 years. Since Zhao Yuren's matchmakers haven't met yet, the system only gave the initial reward. The rest will be calculated and awarded after they start interacting. But Zhao Yuren isn't thinking about when they will come. She just wants a few more years of life. Her mind is full of disbelief. System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Look at her eyes. Does she really have a 40 favorability score? Host, please don't doubt everything. Also, don't judge people by their appearance. Think about those who hurt you in your past life. Weren't they all just good-looking masks? Besides, Chen Qian's eyes may look fierce, but her voice is nice, and she genuinely cares about you. Zhao Yuren didn't argue with it. Yes, her own family members, who looked good on the outside, betrayed her. It shows that appearances can be deceiving. Suddenly, Zhao Yuren felt a bit at peace. She couldn't bring herself to take advantage of the other person's kindness anymore, just based on the straightforward favorability and lifespan increase. She told herself, forget it. Don't care about those things anymore. After experiencing life and death again, she's become more indifferent. Getting more lifespan is good, but after doing things that go against her conscience, can she really live without guilt? Can she truly give her heart to those she's won over? Maybe in this limited time, she should do something meaningful. That way, her second chance wouldn't be wasted. I was just here to help temporarily, not really impressive. Zhao Yuren opened her heart and spoke more naturally. Chen Qian looked at her trying to stay strong and felt a little sorry for the beautiful girl.
Hey, let's not talk about that now.
I should take you to the hospital. Your wound needs to be bandaged. Okay, thank you, Chen Qian. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Please don't refuse. When it came to eating out, Chen Qian happily agreed. After sending her to the hospital and making sure she was taken care of, the two added each other as friends. Rest well these days. Don't go out alone again. If something happens, just tell me. I'm free lately. Or wait until your match comes, then go out. Chen Qian's way of chatting with the girl was very different from how she acted in front of others. She liked this pretty girl a lot. And, with a little tipsy feeling, she talked more than usual. Especially after getting to know her, she felt that the girl wasn't as proud and aloof as she seemed at first glance. Chen Qian realized she had judged her by her looks. The girl didn't seem arrogant at all, just like a bright, elegant young lady from a noble family, carrying a natural pride. At first, such people seem hard to approach or get along with. But once you understand them better, you see their kindness and thoughtfulness. These people tend to cherish genuine feelings even more than others. Chen Qian remembered when she was in high school, there was a wealthy girl in her school, also named Zhao, though she forgot her full name. She was very beautiful and confident, the school's top looker, but people said she was hard to get along with and looked down on others. However, Chen Qian once found out in the library that she had borrowed many books about pets. She thought, someone who is so kind to animals probably isn't as proud and aloof as rumors say. Family background is very important. It can create extraordinary talents or lead kind people into trouble. But kindness is just kindness. Even in darkness, they can shine their own light. As for the girl staring at Jiang Lingrui earlier, Chen Qian didn't care much about it. Not to mention Zhao Yuran, even she would be captivated by such good looks. Everyone loves beauty. If Chen Qian met a handsome guy of that level on the street, she would probably glance at him too. Zhao Yuran didn't know what the cold-looking girl in front of her was thinking. She only knew that the system's voice kept sounding. Ding, the favorability of the target Chen Qian increased by 5, reward, 2.5 years of life. Current favorability, 45, total lifespan, 26.5 years. Ding, the favorability of the target Chen Qian increased by 5, reward, 2.5 years of life. Current favorability, 50, total lifespan, 29 years. Ding, the favorability of the target Chen Qian increased by 5, reward, 2.5 years of life. Current favorability, 55, total lifespan, 31.5 years. Ding, the favorability of the target Chen Qian increased by 5, reward, 2. 5 years of life. Favorability has reached 60, reward, a special item called Xiaoqi. Current favorability, 60, total lifespan, 34 years. She was overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed. Zhao Yuran watched Chen Qian leave in a daze, then desperately called out to the system in her mind. System, system, system. Are you really not malfunctioning? Who has such a strange way of increasing favorability? Has Chen Qian never made friends before? Why is it so easy to increase favorability just by chatting? She wanted something, but couldn't get it. After accepting her fate, she was suddenly overwhelmed with affection. Is this some kind of cruel joke from the universe? Host, host, host. There's no malfunction. It's just happening so fast. As for why it's so quick, maybe you should ask around. Everyone's curious. All of this is thanks to that cool girl. The system was more excited than Zhao Yuran, thinking that with her death, it would be buried with her. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and she survived with a bunch of favorability points. Is this the target of her strategy? No, this is her and the system's salvation. If Chen Qian knew that the young lady she thought was just a noble lady was actually shouting wildly at the system inside her mind, she probably wouldn't know what to think. After leaving the hospital, Chen Qian was almost home by 10 o'clock. Jiang Lingrui replied to her message, saying someone had gone to handle it and told her to keep the beast core. Don't absorb it yet, it might be useful later. He also reminded Chen Qian to stay safe before going back to work on defending the camp. He didn't say she shouldn't wander around the city. In the past 2 days, he had been busy dealing with space rifts and preparing for another beast-tide attack, so he was extremely busy. After reading Jiang Lingrui's message, Chen Qian also saw that the home decoration store had sent a message saying the work was almost finished. If convenient, she could go to inspect it. Any dissatisfaction could be addressed on the spot and corrected. Since the hospital was still a bit far, Chen Qian decisively chose to take a taxi. The driver looked surprised, and she quietly sat in the back seat. It's really hard to go out without being watched. When she took Zhao Yuran to the hospital earlier, it was chaotic there. A woman who seemed different from others was alone, holding another injured woman, coming for treatment. If Chen Qian hadn't strongly stopped her, she might have called the mayor. Sitting in the car, Chen Qian thought quickly and decided to tell Jiang Lingrui about this matter. Although it was the end of the world now, there were still reporters. The medical staff would probably report to the mayor later. Worried about trouble, Chen Qian decided to tell Jiang Lingrui everything. Sorry, my Ling. After feeling a moment of concern for Jiang Lingrui, Chen Qian stopped worrying about it. It was better for Jiang Lingrui to handle this directly, rather than have others dig up trouble later. Otherwise, he would be the one who suffered in the end. First half, main scene description. They soon arrived at the yard. The construction manager was there, and the staff and designer were connected via holographic communication for real-time explanations. The newly renovated house looked clean and grand, with meticulous craftsmanship. It was hard to believe these were things that could be done in a single day. The yard faced south, surrounded by tall stone walls. In the southeast corner, at the intersection of two roads, was a parking garage. Entering through the main gate, there was a cleverly designed courtyard. To the right was the living room, which led upstairs. Half of it was an open-air viewing platform, and the other half was guest rooms. The left side of the courtyard had a room that directly connected to the garage. Upstairs were a tool room and storage. Chen Qian also thoughtfully bought a new electric scooter for Han Ci and a spare for herself, making future outings more convenient. There were 2 parking spaces, one for a hover car and one for an off-road vehicle. They were probably to be delivered in a few days, as it was quite chaotic outside recently. The entire courtyard was designed in a traditional Chinese style with a 2-part layout. The tallest building was only 3 stories, roughly matching the height of surrounding houses. Walking from the outer yard into the inner courtyard, various hardy plants were planted along the way, looking lively and full of energy. From the gate of the inner courtyard, the building stood in graceful harmony, filled with a strong classical charm. Chen Qian absolutely loved this kind of courtyard. Although it looked completely different from the dusty world outside, its beauty touched her heart. She even thought about spending a huge number of points to install a small protective shield around the courtyard. It wasn't impossible to do, just a bit troublesome to apply for. In the center of the courtyard was a clear pond surrounded by strange, yet beautiful plants. Many of them were newly cultivated gentle hybrids, improved many times to look like plants from before the apocalypse, harmless and purely decorative. Some special ones could even interact with people. Of course, the original goal of cultivating them was to grow food. But some turned out so beautiful and stable that they were kept as ornamental plants. It was said that in A-level cities, they had even bred calm and friendly pets, very rare and extremely expensive. A small bridge led to the house on the other side, or one could take the stone path around it. On the right was a covered walkway by the water, perfect for relaxing. On the left were the dining room and kitchen. There was no second floor above them. Instead, the space was made into a platform where one could enjoy the view or have a barbecue. The dining room connected to the living room of the inner courtyard. The interior was finely decorated, blending classical beauty with futuristic technology, both elegant and practical. The living room was large and rectangular, stretching from west to east. The area near the dining room felt more, with soft sofas arranged in a semicircle. Behind them stood a beautifully designed screen that offered a bit of privacy from the dining area. Further west was the main entrance, with bookshelves and coat racks, spacious yet orderly. At the far west side was the staircase leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. It followed a traditional Chinese style, with railings carved in intricate patterns that gave it a classic look. Almost no real wood was used in the entire courtyard. Instead, special materials were made to look like wood. On the 2nd floor, one first passed through a lounge area before reaching the residence rooms, 5 in total, arranged neatly, each with its own bathroom. Each room had a different style. Hua Zhao's room was on the eastern side. Since the whole building was shaped like a triangle, the 2nd floor extended wider than the 3rd, allowing for a slanted, smart skylight. Its settings could be adjusted, and when Hua Zhao lay on the bed, he could see the sky outside. This house also has additional windows, which meet his wish to see the moon. Hua Zhao's room faces the stairs. To his left is Bai Qimian's room, decorated with some ethnic style. Next to it is Han Ci's room, simple and elegant, with dark colors. Near the window, she even playfully placed an old-fashioned rocking chair. On Hua Zhao's right is Jiang Lingrui's room, which feels warm and cozy. It connects directly to the platform above the kitchen, with a staircase leading to the inner courtyard. A corridor from Jiang Lingrui's room allows others to access the platform. Next to it is Wei Jingzhi's room. Opening the window shows the view of the inner courtyard. The interior decoration leans more towards a southern style. Finally, there is the third floor. Chen Qian designed it like a villa, with the top part resembling a fully equipped apartment, including an open kitchen. She has become familiar with everyone now, so she no longer boldly occupies the largest room like at first. She even planned to share with others, but Bai Qimian firmly stopped her. When asked why, he didn't say anything. Chen Qian didn't press him further. It's silly not to take the big room, so she happily accepted it. She secretly chose the super large bed in her room, away from Bai Qimian. She plans to let them transform into different species, so she can have fun. The ceiling has several sloped skylights. Maybe because there's less human pollution, the night sky is filled with countless stars, shining incredibly brightly. Earth has never favored any particular species. She treats all life equally. Chen Qian was very happy. She paid the final payment on the spot. The bedding she chose had already been cleaned, and after handing over the house, it was laid out neatly in front of her. Apart from the bedding set, there were no personal items in the underground shelter room. So Chen Qian didn't plan to go back. Tonight, she would move into her new home. She wants to roll around on her huge bed. Chen Qian took photos of her favorite view and her room, then shared them in the group chat. Especially the main gate. She found the best angle to capture a warm and grand feeling. Chen Qian, pictures, 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 too many pictures to upload all at once. Chen Qian, our family, Wei Jingzhi. Location. Chen Qian, location, we're waiting for you to come home. Wei Jingzhi. Okay. Huashao. Qian, I'll arrive tomorrow. I might be late, so don't wait for me, okay? Chen Qian, take care and rest well. Chen Qian didn't say whether she would wait or not. She just showed concern for Huashao. Huashao, got it. The other three remained silent. Chen Qian felt a little sad, but quickly cheered up. She hurried to absorb the beast cores, or she wouldn't be able to comfort her friends. After the intense battles over the past 2 days, Chen Qian felt she might be able to absorb more energy now. Every time she faced life and death, she had this feeling. Chen Qian took out 2 level 4 beast cores from her space, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to go for it. Fortune favors the brave. She first cracked one of the beast cores with a crisp sound, then swallowed it. Beast cores are usually very hard, but after entering her mouth, they quickly became brittle, like chewing on hard candy. Pure energy flowed down her throat, filling her with a comfortable sense of fullness throughout her body. When she first advanced to a higher level, eating 1 beast core was a bit overwhelming. It's been over a month now, and she's already adapted to the energy from a level 4 beast core. If she wanted to absorb all the energy into her flesh and blood, it would take at least 20 hours. That's why she only absorbs 1 core a day. Her speed is quite fast, probably among the top in the 4 major regions. The official time for absorbing a beast core of the same level is 3 days to a month. But Chen Qian is still not satisfied. If she wants to increase her absorption speed, she must push herself to the limit. She needs to fill her body with energy until it nearly bursts so her capacity can grow. In the past, Chen Qian used this method to survive many times. But she used to go all out, and now that someone is watching, she can only try small. Otherwise, if a Ling finds out. Chen Qian's expression stiffened. She, as the contract holder, was afraid of Jiang Lingrui?
Why?
What about her natural instincts? Wasn't it said that a single command from the master could overturn the entire alien law? What's going on? Was that just false advertising? After thinking for a while, Chen Qian finally understood. That must have referred to a kind of forced control. She had never used the pressure of a mutant to give them orders, nor had she ever truly been angry. Even when she argued with Bai Qimian, it was just playful banter. They usually treated each other as equals, like normal lovers. She didn't have the mindset of someone who had lived through the apocalypse for 15 years, so she had never thought about it that way. After letting her thoughts wander for a bit, Chen Qian felt the energy from the beast core spread through every part of her body. Then she picked up another 4th-level beast core and began to absorb it. The moment the energy entered her body, she first felt a wave of comfort, as if every cell was completely satisfied. But soon, that feeling turned into pressure. Unlike the fullness from eating too much food, this was a kind of swelling pain inside her body, with nowhere to release it. Then came a tearing pain. She had already changed out of her black sportswear and was now wearing a light-colored tank top and loose pajama pants. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Qian closed her eyes tightly as beads of sweat rolled down her face, soaking her clothes. It felt as if her body had been split into countless pieces of flesh, each one feeling the same pain, yet all separate. Finally, she couldn't stay upright any longer and fell back onto the bed. Sweat soaked through the sheets, and her heavy breathing showed just how much pain she was enduring. Chen Qian couldn't help but complain in her mind. This is bad, I overdid it. So taking 2 4th-level cores at once, is that much stronger than the 3rd-level ones? When Chen Qian woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. She didn't even feel hungry. It was the first time since arriving in City C29 that she had no appetite. The energy inside her body still made her feel uncomfortably full. Fortunately, she had managed to endure it this time, and her blood vessels hadn't burst. After moving around for a while, the feeling of pressure slowly faded. Only then did Chen Qian have the energy to open her wristband and check her messages. By Chimian, stay home and don't wander off.
Hanzi, got it.
Jiang Lingrui, yes, we'll go back soon. After seeing their message, Chen Qian also checked Zhao Yuran's private chat. This was her first friend since coming here. Zhao Yuran, Chen Qian, good morning. This message was sent at 8 a.m., but now it's 2 p.m. Chen Qian felt a little embarrassed. Her new friend was so proactive, but she had been ignored for so long. It must have made her feel bad. She quickly started typing to reply. On Zhao Yuran's side, she really felt a bit sad, mainly because she wasn't sure. System, are you really sure her good feelings aren't wrong? Host, you've been doubting me all morning. I am a system. How could I be wrong? Then what was that error last night?
That I'll check again.
Wait for me. Hey, no need, she replied to me. Seeing the reply, Zhao Yuran immediately put down the system and started checking the message. Chen Qian, sorry, Yuran. I usually wake up at noon because I keep a regular schedule. I just saw your message now. Chen Qian, are you still in the hospital? I want to come see you. Zhao Yuran. Okay, I'm still here. Unknowingly, Zhao Yuran's lips curved into a small smile. Host, don't smile so brightly, she's a girl. Nonsense, I know that. This is friendship, pure sisterly love. You don't understand anything. Why are you so rude? When I linked with you, you were so beautiful, so elegant, so dignified. If you give me 100 more years of life, I'll show you my dignity right now. Sniffle once they felt more at ease, they chatted happily. Chen Qian quickly changed into a darker-colored outfit, covering herself completely. She liked this kind of dress. It gave her a sense of safety. Even if the people she might meet on the street couldn't really hurt her. Chen Qian picked out some fruits and snacks she had bought globally before from her space, then rode her small electric scooter to the hospital. She knew her way around and arrived at Zhao Yuran's single room. Last night, she even thought about helping to pay the medical bills, but the hospital said everything was free. This is a benefit for female mutants, offering a certain amount of medical reimbursement each year. The higher the rank, the larger the reimbursement. And it's paid on the spot. The word, happiness, really feels overused here. This world is truly incredibly kind to women. It would be even better if it weren't the end of the world. Chen Qian knocked on the door, and after getting a response, she opened it. Good afternoon. Chen Qian placed some fruit on the nearby table. Without the strange, slightly tipsy feeling from yesterday's unusual meal, she looked like her usual self today. Good afternoon, Chen Qian, Zhao Yuran greeted with a smile. Compared to her awkward state yesterday, she looked much better today.
Then,
The room fell into an awkward silence. Chen Qian is someone who only relaxes and chats when others set the mood. The more awkward the atmosphere, the more she feels socially anxious. Zhao Yuran didn't know what to say anymore. Why is Chen Qian so cold today? She didn't have the same helpful attitude as last night, just like when they first met. Is she upset with me? Did she dislike me? Zhao Yuran felt a bit nervous and looked worried, seeming even more pitiful. Seeing her distressed, Chen Qian's heart tightened immediately. Should I take the initiative to care about her? I think Zhao Yuran looks good like this too. It's a different kind of charm, beautiful and elegant, turned into a little patient on the hospital bed. Why isn't she a man? Then I could comfort her more easily. Ding! The target Chen Qian's favorability increased by 5 points. Reward: 2.5 years of lifespan. Current favorability: 65. Total lifespan: 36.5 years. Are you serious? My goodness. Chen Qian looked fierce. Why was she staring at me so intently? That I'm serious. My little pig. Host, I'm scared too. Can you hide me for a while? Tongzi, turn off this prompt from now on. It doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can live, I will. Knowing my health every day is annoying, and I think I need to understand Chen Qian myself, not rely on this vague favorability score. Alright, host, I am all yours. Together with you once she made her decision. Zhao Yuran felt no more nervous. She tentatively asked, Chen Qian, have you eaten yet? This kind of heartfelt greeting can help bring two people closer. Since she decided to take the initiative, it was better to start the conversation herself. She trusted her good impression from before. Anyway, she wasn't going to scare him off with just a few words. With someone leading the conversation, Chen Qian could also follow along. Not yet, how about you? Not yet either. Want to try the hospital's nutritious meal? Zhao Yuran, though just a student before, was used to seeing all kinds of people growing up in her family. Without the boost of good feelings, Zhao Yuran relied on her instincts to guess his attitude. The girl in front of her looked really fierce. Her beautiful eyes seemed cold enough to kill at any moment, but her tone was too flat, which kept Zhao Yuran from backing away. She seriously suspected that the look she gave yesterday when killing the alien creature was the same as the one she was giving her now. Luckily, she stayed calm. Okay, Chen Qian said without picky tastes, I'll eat anything. This girl was really kind, caring whether she had eaten or not. So thoughtful. Both of them were thinking very differently inside. But when they ordered food together, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Zhao Yuran used to be a bit difficult to like, but she knew her manners well. At least, she understood boundaries, etiquette, how to behave and interact with others. Maybe not perfect, but close enough. Doing something was one thing, understanding it was another. Under her deliberate guidance, Chen Qian started talking more than at first. Zhao Yuran first thanked him for last night, then gradually learned about him. She didn't push too hard, but every question she asked and every word she said received sincere answers. When she talked about herself, Chen Qian was a good listener. Through guessing and speculating, Zhao Yuran found herself becoming more comfortable with him. When the food arrived, Chen Qian finally let go of her disguise. The moment she took off her mask and hat, Zhao Yuran was stunned. Who can tell her why such cold and fierce eyes appear on this somewhat innocent-looking face that seems inexperienced? And the most surprising thing is, the expression on this face is very easy to understand. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have worried for so long. I could have just looked at the face and known everything. I kept guessing there, but in the end, it was just this? Was I fooled by a mask? Frustrated, Zhao Yuran watched as Chen Qian's full face was revealed. That fierce look probably means he's hungry. That intense look suggests he's craving something he likes. TSK, that scary look probably means he wants to eat a bit more. When facing someone so easy to read, Zhao Yuran no longer felt nervous. After relaxing her mood, chatting with Chen Qian became more comfortable and natural. In less than an afternoon, the two of them had become quite good friends. And only a day had passed. After watching the other leave again, Zhao Yuran picked up the system to complain. System, If I had met her for the first time and she had appeared like this, maybe I wouldn't have even tried to get close to Jiang Lingrui. Her thoughts are too pure, not just innocent but with a childlike sincerity. The more she understands, the closer she feels. She looks scary, and in truth, she's a bit shy when you get to know her, but Zhao Yuran can sense that she wants to communicate. I didn't expect it either, system. She looked so cool, tough, fierce, and confident. Turns out it was all just a disguise. Ah, what a mistake. Never mind, go with the flow. Rest well, focus on healing, and live well. Oh, I haven't even checked out my matchers yet. Let's take a look. Zhao Yuran said this and opened the profiles of her 5 matchers. When she realized they weren't ideal targets, she stopped paying attention. Even their levels were just reported by the system. System, what is your standard for evaluating the perfect match? I don't really know, system. Maybe it's that the best is the one you can't have, looking at the handsome men in front of her, each one deeply appealing and with a high match rate, around 90%, she thought, isn't this just a high-end customized choice? Without the pressure of time, Zhao Yuran completely relaxed herself. The end of the world is the end of the world. Living is so wonderful, especially with handsome men around. Tongzi, can you turn into a real object? No, I can't. What's wrong, host? I want to strangle you. Host, you're breaking your character. After leaving the hospital room, Chen Qian quickly put on her disguise again. She looked distant and cool, making it clear that no single man should try to get close or peek. Summer nights are long, stretching the beauty of dusk. Around 5 o'clock, the temperature just dropped. Chen Qian wondered what time Huashao would come tonight. She had already met 2 of the 5 matches and felt very strange. But after seeing their real selves, Chen Qian realized how ridiculous the system's ID photos were. Sure enough, no matter how long, official photos are always the ugliest. If those photos could get 5 stars, then in real life, they might be 7 or 8 stars. For her, just seeing the ID photos was enough to make her heart race. After seeing the real photos, she felt dizzy and was constantly enchanted by their looks. She used to think she only appreciated beauty in a pure way. But now, she was completely proven wrong. Yes, she was actually a bit of a flirt. She didn't just want to date them. She also craved their bodies once Jiang Lingrui wasn't busy. She definitely wanted to understand him thoroughly. Riding her new electric bike was quite fun, even though it took a while. Since the traffic rules didn't require a helmet, she didn't feel hot even after a long ride. Her speed wasn't fast, and the gentle breeze felt like a lover's touch. Chen Qian smiled contentedly. It's so good. She had once again gained a family and friends. She could enjoy delicious food, live in a beautiful, comfortable house, and continue to live well, enjoying each day. But as she got closer to the yard, there were fewer people on the road. Without the crowd, everything felt lonely. Her once comfortable mood quickly changed because of these changes. It had only been half a month, but she was already unaccustomed to being alone. This feeling grew stronger as she saw more and more signs of home in the distance. They were still outside. When Chen Qian was feeling a bit down, she suddenly saw a flash of red. There was a figure squatting at the door of her house. He was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, black shorts, and sports shoes, looking full of energy. After he stood up, Chen Qian realized that he was quite tall. A small electric bike approached slowly, and he looked in her direction. At that moment, Chen Qian saw his face clearly. His face looked familiar. She had seen it in a photo, but it was a little different in real life. In reality, he was like a blazing sun, energetic and swift, with a proud aura as if daring to tear through the clouds and compete with the sun and moon. The boy, facing the setting sun, had golden brown hair blown by the wind, like a lonely scene from the northern plains. But his bold and carefree face was like a drawn sword, as if no chains in the world could hold such a young man. Qian, when the boy saw her, his originally wild and carefree expression was broken by a bright smile. His 2 tiger teeth showed, making him look a bit more innocent. Chen Qian had just stopped her small electric bike when he rushed over. The smell of sunshine wrapped around her. Such intense feelings made her momentarily unsure of what to do. But she didn't want to cool his heart. She held the handlebar with one hand, and with the other, she gently pulled away from his bent body, placing her hand on his short hair. After getting her response, the boy shifted from an embrace to lightly sniffing her neck, saying, "Chen Qian smells so good. You look so cool, and your writing looks adorable. I like you so much." His compliments were a bit messy, with each word not quite fitting together. But his straightforward affection was so honest that it made her feel the same way, just like him. "I like a Xiao too." Chen Qian's smile grew even brighter. He was truly a boy like the sun, able to dispel all the gloom in her heart. Hua Xiao hugged her for a while before finally letting go. "I ran back in beast form, much faster than I expected. Just wanted to see you earlier. Thanks for your effort, A Xiao. You've traveled so far. Why didn't you rest inside earlier?" Chen Qian said as she stepped down from the electric bike, seeing that he finally let go. She had already entered their information early on, so Hua Xiao should have been able to go inside. Hua Xiao skillfully helped Chen Qian park the car in the garage. Chen Qian didn't refuse him. "Okay, let's go home together." At that moment, she took off her disguise. "Chen Qian, you look so beautiful." His straightforward compliment made Chen Qian blush again and again. Fortunately, she knew her own face well, or she might have been overwhelmed by the praise. After parking the car, the two of them entered through the front door with a special sense of ceremony. As soon as they entered, Chen Qian was shocked. What are these? Her elegant, beautiful, clean, and tidy front yard had turned into a scene of junk collection. On the ground was a huge sheet that looked like a quilt, spread openly in the yard. The area, about several dozen square meters, was completely blocked by it. Several potted plants, which she had used as decorations, were pushed into the corner, their flowers crushed and battered, looking very sad and abused. Hua Xiao didn't notice Chen Qian's strange expression. He thought her eyes looked a little fierce, but she was still very kind to him. He happily explained, "Chen Qian, these are gifts for you." "Surprise, right?" "Surprised, really?" Chen Qian asked dryly, feeling her veins about to pop out. "Yes, look at this northwest white wolf fur. I'll make a cloak for you with it." Chen Qian looked in the direction he pointed, her heart suddenly pounding. "Oh my, by Qi Mian. Why are you being skinned?" "No, wait, it's not by Qi Mian Snow Wolf, just similar. Looks good." Since she couldn't make a cloak out of by Qi Mian, this northwest white wolf fur was indeed very beautiful. She just wondered if she could smile when she wore it in winter. And she also wondered if Hua Xiao might get beaten up. Hua Xiao didn't notice her strange look and smiled even more happily. "Haha, I knew you'd like it. And this, Chen Qian, try it on." He picked out a piece of jade-colored stone from the pile. It was round, flat, with very smooth lines. When Chen Qian took it, she felt a warm sensation. Warm jade? It was the first time she saw something like this. Looks like jade, but actually it's bone, kind of a special local product from the northern region. Due to its location, the northern area experiences very cold weather. The invasion of different species usually happens in places suitable for their survival and reproduction. Most of the strange creatures in the north are beast-like, with thick fur and bodies made of materials suited for warmth. The bone that looks like warm jade actually came from a 7th-level strange creature that appeared near the border of the outside world. When it was killed, Xiao helped a lot, so when dividing the spoils, he was given this piece. It's called a local specialty, and that's true. Actually, the other person didn't want to give it at first, but Xiao insisted on working hard and took down several high-level creatures, so he finally got his reward, but Xiao had a feeling it was better not to mention what happened afterward. "This is perfect for winter." "Thank you, Ah Xiao. I really like it." Chen Qian genuinely liked it and put the warm jade into her space. Disappeared. Xiao looked surprised. Seeing his reaction, Chen Qian finally felt relieved. Her ghost house space was indeed very special. "It's a space about the same size as our home," Chen Qian said proudly. "Wow, so amazing." Quickly, Chen Qian, let's put away this white wolf pelt first." I'll introduce the others to you later. Xiao complimented her several times, which finally eased Chen Qian's long-held frustration. Chen Qian looked at the items on the ground and then at her clean, beautiful ghost house space. She hesitated, not wanting to clutter it. She sighed softly, but didn't refuse Zhao's kindness. Whether it's the room or the yard, if they get messy, they can be cleaned. Even if damaged, it can be fixed. But once true feelings are hurt, they can never be restored. Such passionate emotions make no one want to let them fade. Chen Qian wanted to carefully protect the young man's love. So, the two sat in the yard, one introducing items, the other listening carefully, and then gently placed everything into her space. Most of the items were local specialties from the northern region, and they had probably been collected recently. Although a pile of things looked a bit worn out on the ground, many of them were quite interesting. After clearing away the messy pile of objects, everything looked even more precious and rare. Chen Qian selected a few items to place at home, while the rest were neatly stored in the haunted house space. When winter comes, many of these things will be useful. Finally finishing the tidying up, the sunset had already ended work. Chen Qian was holding hands with Huishao, and they were exploring their new home together. At first, Chen Qian thought the yard was beautiful, but felt it was too quiet. Now, with the energy of youth, it felt warmer and more lively. Qian, are you hungry? Should we prepare to eat? Huizhao's face was bright, and this was their first meal together in their new home. Order takeout, Chen Qian thought secretly. Although he seemed like a carefree young man, what if he could cook? Okay, let's order takeout. Huishao had no objections. There was no what if. He definitely couldn't cook. Chen Qian wasn't too disappointed. She wasn't very good at it either, about the same level. Maybe she could learn someday? Their tastes were similar. They liked everything and were not picky. After dinner, while resting, Huishao looked at Chen Qian sitting on the sofa. After estimating the distance, he secretly moved a little closer with a hint of excitement in his voice. Qian, do you have plans tonight? Nothing much, she replied casually. She was bored and planning to find something to do in the next couple of days. She had already rested enough in the past half-month. She was probably more used to fighting and chaos. Staying in this peaceful home all the time might make her lazy. Actually, she just needed a home she could return to, and she would be happy. Then I'll take you out tonight. Let's go north. Jiang Lingrui said there's a space over there, so I want to take you to see it. Huizhao's excitement was even more obvious. While others trembled in fear during the end times, hoping to hide safely forever, Huizhao's end times. Well, he didn't experience an end times scenario. For young people, it was a test, a chance to grow into a man. Chen Qian felt a little moved. No, she was very moved. She really needed a beast core. She was running low, very low. And going out to have fun at night, with the temperature just right. I had previously promised Jiang Lingrui to rest and not run around, so I secretly encouraged Huishao. Maybe you should tell Ling. I promised him I wouldn't run around these days. Huizhao's smile suddenly froze.
Jiang.
Lingrui wants to talk to him? Oh no. He forgot what he was supposed to do. What's wrong? Chen Qian asked after she finished speaking, noticing the other person looked very serious. She felt a little guilty, wondering if her plan had been discovered. Huishao scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Ahem, Jiang Lingrui asked me to help out after I came back. I forgot about it. If he hadn't owed the other person a favor before, he wouldn't be so obedient now. But that guy actually threatened him, saying he would report him to Qian if he didn't go. If Qian found out he had been in detention a few days ago, she might dislike him. Huishao shifted uncomfortably. Luckily, Qian didn't ask more. All right, then go ahead and do your work, she said, suppressing her disappointment. The house had just been lively for a while. But everyone has their own things to do. She could fill their world with herself, letting herself enjoy her family's love and care forever, but she didn't want them to live like that. Compared to endless pampering, she preferred that they could spread their wings and fly freely. Those shining people shouldn't be bound by her. She needs to keep getting stronger so she can protect them. As the master who controls the fate of the matchmakers, she should take on this responsibility. Chen Qian wants to be the support for her future husband who is far away. Even if she can't do it now, she will keep working toward that goal. Hua Xiao isn't very good at reading people's minds. He just feels reluctant to leave home, to leave Chen Qian, even if it's just a trip outside the city. He instinctively wanted to take Chen Qian with him. Chen Qian, do you want to go with me? No, you go ahead. Since I promised Ling, I should do my best. It'll only take a couple of days to recover. Most importantly, the guard camp is off limits to ordinary people. Even Bai Qi Mian, during his leave, isn't allowed to go there. She also didn't want Jiang Lingrui to have this special access. If it were during a battle, it would be different. No one would mind. Helping out is enough. But now, during the preparation period, they should follow military rules. She didn't want Jiang Lingrui to be troubled. As the family member of the commander, she should follow these rules more strictly than others. Chen Qian reached up and touched the other's slightly flamboyant hair. It felt much softer than it looked. When Hua Xiao tried to pull his hand away after she finished touching his hair, he suddenly embraced her. His movement was gentle and careful, not reckless. His warm embrace was full of affection. Qian, rest well. In a few days, I'll take you out to play. I know many fun places. You can go wherever you want. Hua Xiao looked confident, as if he could send Chen Qian anywhere she wished. Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh. All right, we'll go to many fun places then. After seeing off the matchmaker once again, Chen Qian sat alone in the corridor beside the water. Looking at the flowers and grass in the small pond, she no longer felt the joy she had when they first met last night. She reaffirmed her decision. Once she recovered from her injuries, she would find her own path. She wouldn't be a waiting canary at home. Only Heidongking could lead the mighty eagle to soar high together. Chen Qian took out 2 beast cores from her space. She sat in the corridor and began to absorb them. It was another painful process. Soon, she looked like she had just been pulled out of the water, sweaty and exhausted. But that tiredness mixed with a sense of fullness, that was the source of her strength. First, she took a shower, then started studying her special abilities. Since she developed fire-type powers, she had used them very little and hardly trained with them. Bai Qi Mian was right. She couldn't focus only on one ability. Only when she found a balance could she use her powers more skillfully. Chen Qian believed that everything had its destiny. Even the fire-type powers that conflicted with others had their reasons for existing. When she built her small courtyard earlier, she thought of this. She left a training area on the 3rd floor, made of very expensive materials, the same as those used in high-level training rooms for special species schools. In today's society, boys start attending special schools for training in various skills from the age of 5 or 6. Generally, students graduate between the ages of 16 and 20. The exact age depends on their unique abilities, talents, and other factors. Graduating early or late does not determine a student's worth. It simply reflects whether their overall skills meet their mentor's expectations. Some mentors may think a student is slow to learn but still see potential and choose to keep them for a few more years. Others might believe a student is very talented and want to teach them for longer. Compared to before the end of the world, schools now have more freedom. Women have their own special schools, where most teachers are women or older men who have already formed bonds with them. This setup is a form of protection, preventing young girls from being tricked into contracts by others. The system uses a matching process that carefully calculates compatibility and special abilities. Even if it's not perfect, it acts like a wise elder, helping women avoid unsuitable matches. Some might think this computer-based matching feels cold or impersonal, even like arranged marriages without real choice. But in this era, it's considered the best option. The age of 18 for matching is set by the system and was actively chosen by the women themselves. However, this age isn't the youngest age at which women can form contracts. Women can choose to contract even as children. But how much can children understand? After the end of the world, even with family protection, it's impossible to look after everyone perfectly. There are many orphans, and their education is mostly managed by the association. Such a large education system can't possibly care for each student individually or prevent early romantic feelings. Forming contracts doesn't harm women. However, encouraging young girls to do so is a crime. Also, those who match with them might seek comfort from the young women when they advance in rank, which can be disastrous for the girls. This situation is hard to judge. If someone acts on it, the law can handle it. But if a man manipulates a young girl and waits until she's of matching age to persuade her, it's both disgusting and difficult to prevent. To prevent such incidents from happening, the Girls' Academy was established. At least within their abilities, it helps young girls avoid being misled by men when they are too young to understand the world. In City C29, there is only one Girls' Academy, and Chen Qian has never visited it. After washing up, Chen Qian, feeling sore all over, walks into the training room. This is a simple, empty square room. To stay safe, Chen Qian added a special material to the walls, even covering the ventilation openings with it. The air flows out toward the north, where there are no people on the city wall. She wears comfortable, loose pajamas and sits cross-legged in the empty training room. First, she tentatively releases a small flame. It looks cute, brighter than a candle, and completely safe. Chen Qian continues to increase her supernatural power. The flame doesn't grow bigger, but its temperature slowly rises. It takes a lot of effort for her to turn it red. It seems her talent isn't suited for this kind of fire. She probably needs to improve her supernatural level to make the flame hotter. Then she tries to make the flame bigger. The flame in her hand suddenly grows several times larger. Chen Qian feels confident, but she doesn't dare to make it bigger again. Right now, her main goal is to learn how to get along with her fire-type power. She holds the enlarged flame in her hand, like a burning ball. She can squeeze it, and it looks quite nice. She then tries to extend her branches to test the edge of the flame back and forth.
Ouch!
That hurts. Chen Qian quickly jumps up and stomps on her branches, trying to put out the fire. At first, she can tolerate the flames, but after a short while, she can't handle it anymore and turns into dry wood. Chen Qian seriously suspects that if her branches were cut off, they might even be good for burning as firewood. She pets her pitiful branches and keeps thinking. To find the right balance, she needs to lower the flame's temperature first. But lowering the temperature makes the fire less powerful. So, what is this thing for? Is it just to light a romantic bonfire for her match in winter? Or is it something she burns herself with? If it's not powerful, then her vines are the least harmful. How did she make them stronger? By constantly using them, she improved their defenses, and by wrapping and squeezing, she increased their damage by controlling their speed and strength. So, could she do the same with her flames? Thinking this, Chen Qian quickly started experimenting. She pulled and twisted a ball of fire into a fiery whip, swinging it around fiercely, looking very intimidating. Chen Qian's eyes lit up. This was perfect. She decided to keep playing like this. Then she tried wrapping the fire whip with vines, creating a combined fire and vine whip. Lowering the temperature reduced energy consumption, so the energy could be used over a larger area of flames. A long, 10-meter fire vine whip coiled aggressively inside the room. The empty space around it seemed to be suppressed, frozen in place. The vine wrapping made Chen Qian more confident in using the whip. She pulled out a sofa from her space as a practice target. The moment the fire vine whip struck, it ignited quickly, then wrapped around the sofa, with tiny branches stabbing inside. The flame served both as attack and protection. Her vines seemed safer too. After all, although these strange creatures are fierce, they are still living beings and somewhat afraid of fire. If she became stronger, she could even burn them to the ground. But with her current strength, just avoiding burning herself was already good enough. After the experiment, Chen Qian's energy was completely drained, but her body still felt full and stretched. She decided to absorb one more beast core today anyway. The pain was nothing compared to what she had suffered before. Why did she become so delicate now that she had a partner? Chen Qian no longer hesitated like yesterday. After thinking all day, she decided to continue improving her strength with her usual reckless attitude. The battles of the past 2 days had been too tough for her as a fourth rank. She needed to keep working hard. She didn't want to run, and she didn't want to die. The only option was to kill those strange creatures. Since she was willing to let her partner do their own thing without too many restrictions, she also wanted to be herself. To be the Chen Qian who could survive 3 years wandering outside the domain. We share and influence each other, but we do not restrict one another. Soon, familiar pain struck again, causing her flesh to tear apart. In a short time, she turned into a bloodied figure. This was her choice. True growth often involves breaking to become stronger. Originally, it took more than 2 months for Chen Qian to advance, but with her current intense effort, she might be able to level up in less than a month. Such speed is astonishing. Chen Qian usually stays quiet, but when it comes to becoming stronger, she really works hard. She lay on the ground for a long time, barely moving. Any movement made her feel like she would break. It was the kind of breaking that really happened. But it's okay, no life-threatening danger. After a long night of effort, Chen Qian, covered in blood, went back to the space for a shower. She was so exhausted, she almost drowned in the bathtub. Cough, cough. Woken up by choking, Chen Qian clumsily crawled out of the water, feeling a bit scared. If she had died in the space, probably no one would ever know. After leaving the space, Chen Qian endured the pain to clean the training room floor. She thought it was better not to cause trouble and to keep her activities secret from others. It was already past 3 a.m. Chen Qian knew she definitely wouldn't wake up early the next day. She quickly updated her status message on her wristband. Not waking up during the day, not sleeping at night, burning paper for matters. Do not disturb if nothing urgent. With her cute ghost avatar, she looked super cool. Chen Qian knew her current taste wasn't very normal, who would like spooky decorations from the underworld. But she had no choice. At that time, leaving the space was like entering a different world, and going into the space was like being in a haunted house. Open her eyes to see corpses, close her eyes to hold a skull. Even the most normal taste had been completely changed, but she was actively trying to improve recently. Otherwise, with that haunted house space and the yard, she might turn everything into the Hall of Yama. Chen Qian was awakened by the doorbell. At 10 a.m., she shook her sleepy head and slowly got out of bed. Then she sat there, staring blankly. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the house's temperature control kept it warm without making it hot. The room was filled with a cozy glow. Half a minute later, the device failed to turn on. Chen Qian quickly lay back down, feeling some pain and very sleepy. Life has many small problems, but waking up early isn't one of them.
She wanted to sleep.
However, the doorbell outside the house kept ringing insistently. Chen Qian is usually quite patient, but waking up angry is definitely inherited. From her mother, a somewhat irritable Chen Qian finally got out of bed and first answered the phone outside the door. Hello, is this Miss Chen Qian's house? I am Zhou Bensong, the aide to the mayor of City S from the Association of Mutants. May I meet you now if it's convenient? Just a moment. Listening to the other person's words, Chen Qian only just woke up and held her breath, feeling caught between awake and asleep. She was a bit confused. Why would the mayor's aide come to this broken place? What is his purpose in finding her? After 5 minutes of washing up and getting ready, Chen Qian dressed as usual, just without her hat this time, which seemed a bit rude when hosting visitors at home. But she still wore her standard black mask. She knew her expression was somewhat understandable, but she tried to keep it in check. However, her face was not very cooperative. Any small change in her mood would betray her. Even with a serious, emotionless face, her look still seemed lively and delicate, lacking any sense of intimidation, just very speechless. Chen Qian isn't a deep thinker, nor has she studied psychology, blackmail techniques, or expression management. She had no contact with the kind of person she was about to meet. To be safe, she first sent a message to Jiang Lingrui, then put on her mask and went out. Since she can't hide her thoughts on her face, she'll just block them physically. This way, she can still be quite intimidating. Chen Qian walked to the door, opened it, and saw a tall, slender man carrying a bunch of gifts, followed by several bodyguards. He looked somewhat tall and thin, with a handsome face and a just-right smile. "Good morning, Miss Chen." "Yes, hello." Chen Qian nodded politely. Let him speak first. Zhou Bensong didn't expect her to respond with just that, nor was he curious about his purpose. Her cold, sharp eyes fixed on him, making even a fifth-level mutant like himself feel a bit creeped out. Is this the look of someone judging a person? He was experienced and quickly calmed himself. Seeing that the other person showed no curiosity at all, he took the initiative to speak. "Miss Chen, I am Mayor Li Mao from S1 City, here to visit you. May I come in for a chat?" "Yes, please come in," she replied. Her impression of the Association of Mutants was okay, so she led him to the living room outside. After receiving a signal from Zhou Bensong, the bodyguards began to bring in the gifts in an orderly way. Chen Qian didn't refuse, mainly because she didn't want to talk much. She decided to see what his purpose was first. She learned this tactic from Jiang Lingrui. He said that if you face someone or something you're not good at handling, it's better to act defensively, observe their goal, and then plan accordingly. It's best to act mysterious so the other person can't figure you out. Of course, if she didn't want to deal with him at all, she could simply ask him to leave, and he would handle everything afterward. Although Chen Qian acted cold, she still maintained the necessary politeness. Hot tea and fruit were placed on the table. "Miss Chen, the thing is, a few days ago, when the association headquarters received your information, they quickly arranged for me to come. You are a valuable fourth-rank female mutant. For your safety, the association wants to invite you to move to S1 City. May I ask what you think about this?" Zhou Bensong initially planned to beat around the bush, get close, and then talk about these matters. But Chen Qian's personality made him feel it was better to give up, to avoid annoying her and being asked to leave. He believed that with the association's previous efforts, she probably had a good impression of them, so success was likely. Plus, S1 City is wealthy, and he believed she had already looked into it on her wristband over the past half-month. At first, they planned to wait and see, but for some reason, they changed their minds overnight and sent him to bring her to S1 City by any means necessary. That was his purpose here. Zhou Bensong had access to her various information. The girl in the photo looked dull and plain, but her appearance was decent. Her eyes, like now, looked too fierce, clearly a quiet and reserved person. It must be said that the stiff official photos misled her. Chen Qian looked disheveled at that time, and the system didn't automatically beautify her, so her real face didn't look as lively or easy to deceive. Perhaps some people have hidden her true nature. "No, I don't want to go," Chen Qian firmly refused. Zhou Bensong hesitated briefly. The other person was really blunt. "Actually, Miss Chen, you might not know, but as a level 4 female mutant in S1 City, your benefits are not as good. Let me explain in detail." Chen Qian remained unmoved. "No, thank you. I understand you don't want to travel far from C29 City, but you've seen how harsh the environment here is. Recently, there have been incidents of alien creatures breaking through protective shields. If you stay here, your life could be in danger. That's something none of us want to see. The association values you greatly. If you're willing to settle in S1 City, we will give you a house worth 10 million points and 3 million life points. Additionally, your access will be upgraded to high-level female mutant privileges, making travel, shopping, and medical services much easier. Living like that isn't just luxury, it's almost like a dream. And it's all free, just move there." If Chen Qian truly grew up in a post-apocalyptic world as a female mutant, she might really agree. But unfortunately, compared to that wealthy paradise, she still prefers the small, rundown City C29. No choice, filters are important. Even after learning about other cities, she still calls this place a small, broken city, but that doesn't erase her love for it. Plus, she has plenty of points, but they don't mean much. She doesn't lack money. She needs high-level beast cores. Those are incredibly hard to buy, and hunting them herself is easier. It seems the other side didn't quite get the point of her gifts. But that's okay. Chen Qian can remind him. "Those are things I don't need, so I won't go." "Thank you." Zhou Bensong felt he was dealing with a tough customer, but he quickly spotted the key point in her words. May I ask what you need? The association will do its best to meet your requests. He guessed that women usually liked jewelry, fancy clothes, or other strange and beautiful things women use to make themselves happy. Most female mutants in S1 City are like that. Most of them were children when the apocalypse first arrived. Over the following 10 years, they lived like pampered canaries in a cage. Most had become spoiled and lacked motivation. They had never seen the harsh outside world. The so-called Girls' Academy could help them avoid the malice of ordinary men, but it couldn't stop the schemes of those in power. In their world, there was only a life of luxury and excess, nothing else. Although the male mutants obeyed their contract master, everyone had their own little thoughts. As long as they loved and protected the contract master, providing her with the life she wanted, she wouldn't force them to obey. The contract master, they loved her deeply and wanted to pamper her. So they could never leave the circle of wealth and status, nor leave themselves behind. They could have both power and love. This is the path that ambitious male mutants have chosen over time. And although their contract master is their lifeline, others' contract masters are also their lifelines. For example, Chen Qian in front of them, if they could control her contract master, then. Chen Qian's lips curled under her mask. Haha, she knew they had taken the bait. She knew clever people liked to find loopholes in others' words. This person seemed very humble, but their false gentleness was too superficial. Chen Qian had experienced genuine warmth and comfort with Jiang Lingrui, so she could clearly see how fake the person in front of her was. And the obvious disdain in their eyes. 207 tier beast cores. I'll go pack them now for S1 City. Thank you. Chen Qian finished her sentence in one breath, afraid the other might change their mind. Just a joke. It's only about transferring the household registration. She can transfer it back later. Just say she's not used to the local environment. But 207th tier beast cores. Any hesitation for even a second would mean her brain was faulty. Ha, this deal is really worth it. Zhou Bensong's mind paused for a moment. You mean 207th tier beast cores. What does she want with that? And how could she say she wants 207th tier cores? The entire East District only has a few thousand. How could she be so shameless? Sorry, Miss Chen, your request is really too high. I don't know what you want so many high-level beast cores for. Zhou Bensong suspected he was being played. He suppressed his anger at being fooled. He had known Mayor Li for many years. Although he wasn't the top expert, none of those 6-stage mutants would give him no respect. It was already a big deal to invite a 4-stage female mutant from so far away, and now she was asking for so much. If her matchmakers weren't those few. He sneered, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes, but his face showed only slight embarrassment and curiosity, with no sign of abnormality. Chen looked at him strangely. Did he not know that her 2 matchmakers were both 6-stage mutants? And she hadn't even counted by Qi Mian, who was about to reach 6 stages. Upgrade the matchmakers. Zhou Bensong hadn't thought of this reason before. He smiled warmly, like a big brother feeling helpless and caring when a little girl makes unreasonable demands. Miss Chen, you might not know how hard it is to go from 6 to 7 stages. Our district currently has no 7-stage mutants. But if you need, I can apply for 5 7-stage beast cores and 10 6-stage beast cores for you. He still kept some of his highest limits from his superiors, but it would come at a high cost. Chen pouted, a bit stingy. It's not worth risking a trip for this. Too few, I don't want to go, Chen said directly this time. They clearly came with a purpose, and since the reward didn't meet her expectations, she refused confidently. Zhou's eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister look. He glanced at Chen. His expression didn't change, but his aura shifted slightly. Are you provoking me? Chen clicked her tongue. She had been here a long time, and this was the first person to show her hostility. Although it was only for a moment, Chen was very perceptive. She felt a little excited. Fight? 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 Don't be polite. Come on. Zhou Bensong only wanted to intimidate her a little with his aura, but she noticed it. He was a higher stage than her and had been in a position of power for a long time. Slightly releasing pressure could influence her emotions, but he wouldn't let her easily see through it. He didn't expect this female mutant to be so sharp. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou's mind. Miss Chen, you have misunderstood. I am also worried about your safety. According to the system, there is a high chance that a level 7 mutant will appear in the space outside the city. You would definitely be affected in such a place. Isn't that perfect? The beast core is coming to me. Chen Qian secretly calculated that she might not be enough on her own. Plus, Huashao might still have a chance to fight, and since he is a beast slayer, if they work together, they could seize the beast core. If things don't work out, Jiang Lingrui and the guards are over there watching. With someone backing her up, she wouldn't fear failure. When a large weapon strikes, they could at least get a beast head. Although they wouldn't get the beast core that way, since Huashao is a beast slayer, he would definitely earn points for participating. This plan is perfect. So, when will the level 7 mutant arrive? Zhou Bensong was choked by her words, feeling a bit stunned. Wait, how is her thinking so different from normal people? Miss Chen, Mr. Han's health is probably about to reach a breakthrough. At this moment, it might not be good to fight the mutant again. You won't be able to take the beast core. Chen Qian's eyes grew colder. She felt this person was definitely not trustworthy. Who would threaten and lure someone so blatantly? And the worst part is, he can't even afford the bribe, yet shamelessly tries to pressure her. TSK, is the so-called Monster Slayer Association really as good as she thought? Or has it already started to rot from the inside, while outsiders remain unaware? Zhou Bensong, you really are a good dog. Huashao, I'm still catching my breath here. What are you barking about? A confident, arrogant voice came from the door. Huashao kicked open the guard at the door. Is this your home? Even a dog shouldn't guard the wrong door. From his tone, it was clear how arrogant he was feeling right now. Chen Qian's mouth, hidden behind her mask, curled into a bigger smile. Why didn't she notice last night that this guy was so,
well,
eloquent? Bai Qimian's words are full of sarcasm and indifference, yet they can infuriate people. Huazhao's words are like a cannon, causing smoke and chaos wherever they go. His main trait is arrogance and bravado. But as soon as he saw Chen Qian, he immediately became much more obedient. He took a few steps and sat down close to her. Little Zhou Bensong looked upset. A couple of years ago, when he was on a business trip, he visited the Hor family in B01 City. That group was very protective of their own, and this guy was acting overly confident, with no one stopping him. He almost got beaten up by the other side. The reason was that Huashao thought he was too arrogant when he arrived? No, he had been practicing his facade for many years. How could he be so proud? At that time, Zhou Bensong was both angry and helpless. He was called a deputy officer in a nice way, but honestly, he was no different from a lackey. However, most people in S1 City still showed him respect. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't attack him outright. He never expected to almost get beaten up at first sight, and he couldn't even fight back. If the Hor family's main branch weren't located in B01 City and they didn't want to move, then if they had gone to S1 City, they would be a huge force. Such power was beyond Zhou Bensong's reach. He could only swallow his anger. Huashao didn't bother to pay attention to him.
he didn't want to talk to these scheming people.
Let that 1,000-year-old fox play with him. He kept asking Chen Qian how she was doing, if she was okay, if anyone bullied her. He hadn't cared about Zhou Bensong at all. Chen Qian shook her head, happily enjoying his concern. All her bad mood was gone. I'm fine. Why did you come back? She originally just wanted to report to Jiang Lingrui. Since she wasn't familiar with these people, it was better to clarify everything. Not only me, Jiang Lingrui is back too. People in S1 City are all very cautious. We're worried he might bully you. Zhou Bensong saw the two chatting casually and was about to remind them that there was still a big person here when Jiang Lingrui also came in. He had just finished a communication outside and was a few steps behind. Deputy Officer Zhou, is there something you want to discuss with me? Jiang Lingrui's attitude was much better than Huazhao's, and his smile was a little warmer. He showed no hint of his true thoughts. People who didn't know better might think he was truly gentle and kind. Commander Jiang, long time no see. As one of the few assistant commanders, Jiang Lingrui was well known in the S1 city circle. Although he has little offensive power, few people can outsmart him. Not counting the support left by his father, General Jiang, I believe that Zhou Bensong's mind is far more clever than his. This gentle and kind-looking man took over all of General Jiang's private forces at the age of 16. Not only did he avoid causing trouble, but he also used his extraordinary intelligence and strategic skills to establish himself firmly in the powerful city of S1. Long time no see. Deputy Zhou, coming all this way to visit my master. Is it just to ask for a glass of water? Jiang Lingrui walked toward the living room, offering Chen Qian a calming smile, like a steady anchor, to soothe her nerves. When Chen Qian and Hua Xiao saw him approaching, they both quickly moved aside to make space for him. Let Jiang Lingrui handle Zhou Bensong. They knew their limits. One only knew how to fight, and the other also only knew how to fight. Zhou Bensong looked at the two seemingly quiet people opposite him and couldn't help but feel a flicker of caution. But right now, he had no time to pay attention to others. Talking to Jiang Lingrui required full focus. Any distraction could be deadly. Hearing the subtle warning in the other person's words, he felt uneasy. He couldn't admit he only came when Chen Qian was alone, could he? As long as he could persuade the master to agree, no matter how clever Jiang Lingrui was or how strong others were, they couldn't change her mind. He never expected that the delicate woman he thought he knew had such an unusual way of thinking. All threats and temptations were met with cold indifference. And yet, the other side had already smartly informed Jiang Lingrui to return, leaving him with no means to act, facing this difficult situation. Commander Jiang, you're joking. I came here on official business. You've been here a few days, so you should know that C29 City isn't suitable for women to stay long. So, I am here on behalf of Mayor Li to invite your master to move to S1 City. Zhou Bensong's expression returned to normal. As long as he didn't confront the arrogant Hua Xiao or the strangely clever Chen Qian, he could keep his composure. Master, do you want to go to S1 City? Jiang Lingrui asked sincerely, respecting her opinion. The contract master has already spoken, so Chen Qian quickly agreed with the other person. Otherwise, a Ling would come back later to find her again. She really didn't want to learn willingly. When Zhou Bensong heard this, he instinctively felt something was wrong. Before he could speak to stop it, someone took the lead. Sorry, Deputy Zhou, my contract master doesn't want to. Please trouble you to make this trip. I'll have someone prepare some local specialties from City C29. Please take them to Mayor Li and let him try some. Also, could you pass along a message for me to Mayor Li? Jiang Lingrui said this while picking up the teacup on the table. First, he poured a cup for Chen Qian, then ignored the eager Hua Xiao, and poured himself a cup. Your words. Zhou Bensong never expected that the other person wouldn't argue with him at all. Just saying the contract master didn't want to cut off all his options. And he had already arranged for him to go back quickly, so considerate. He didn't even know how to argue back. Just as he wanted to stubbornly struggle a bit more, the other side took control. The commanding officer told him to pass on a message. How could he not accept? If he accepted, it meant moving on from what just happened. It would be hard to bring up this topic again later. But refusing? How could that be? He lost his initiative. Unless he wanted to tear apart the relationship, how could he refuse? If Mayor Li still wants to try the local specialties, he doesn't need to travel so far. Just give me a call, and I'll have someone deliver it. This sentence implied something. Zhou Bensong understood clearly. Yes, I will pass the message to the mayor. My contract master probably hasn't had breakfast yet this morning. I won't keep Deputy Zhou any longer. By the way, these gifts might not be easy to accept during wartime. Please take them back with you, Jiang Lingrui said with a hint of coldness. He didn't even want to disturb Chen Qian's sleep. This guy really has no sense of awareness. The noise of waking Chen Qian early in the morning was definitely not small. Yes. Softly, he couldn't compete with Jiang Lingrui, and physically, he couldn't fight Hua Xiao. Zhou Bensong wisely chose to give up. No one could stop Huashao, a 6th-rank fighter, from fighting now. Until he saw the other person take everything away, Jiang Lingrui finally lowered his imposing aura. When he returned to the living room, he saw 2 people with identical expressions staring at him with shining eyes. What's wrong? Just now, I looked like a gentle, handsome man who was in charge of everything, but I felt a bit uncomfortable under the gazes of 2 people.
Wow, Jiang Lingrui, what are you saying?
I don't know how to describe it. My energetic, handsome face actually turned a little red. Flawless. Chen Qian helped him out. Huashao immediately nodded. Yes, that's the word. Yes. Chen Qian understands me best. Jiang Lingrui ignored him and just looked kindly at Chen Qian. He hadn't had time to talk to her these days. Since you're up, have some food first, then take a nap later. Chen Qian, what would you like to eat? I want soup. Any kind of soup is fine. What about you guys? Chen Qian had already taken off her mask, and her face was a little red from being covered. It was too exhausting to think about everything. She didn't understand what Zhou Bensong was trying to do. Anyway, everything fell off. Okay, we'll eat the same as you. Let's order takeout first. I've been meaning to hire a cook these days. We can't keep eating like this, he said, leading Chen Qian into the inner courtyard. As for someone who had just made him so angry a couple of days ago, Jiang Lingrui completely ignored him. Chen Qian took the chance when he turned his head and waved at Huashao, who didn't dare to speak much in front of Jiang Lingrui. He looked so pitiful just now, so she couldn't help but wave at him. Huashao's earlier nervousness disappeared, and he grinned as he followed them. He felt quite happy inside. Fortunately, Jiang Lingrui kept his promise and didn't complain. He could be angry, but at most he'd get a few scoldings. He's stubborn. The 3 of them entered the inner courtyard together, sat on a soft, comfortable sofa, and ordered a breakfast that wasn't quite breakfast. Only then did Jiang Lingrui kindly ask about what had just happened. Chen Qian carefully told him everything, even mentioning Zhou Bensong's sudden malicious intent. Ailing, they spent so much money just to get me to move? Are 4th-tier women that valuable? Maybe. Not really? At least, from her understanding, 4th-tier women with special abilities are very rare in this C-grade city. But in a big city, it might be different. The value isn't in the rank but in you, Chen Qian, Jiang Lingrui said after listening, understanding what the other side was after. But how should he tell Chen Qian about this? Maybe it's not just that I'm valuable, but that I match with you all. Chen Qian is aware of her own strengths. Before her abilities and power were exposed to the people in S1 City, her most valuable assets were her several high-level matchmakers. During the recent battle, some people saw her true strength, but with Jiang Lingrui's methods and authority, these secrets could never be leaked. In my opinion, Chen Qian is the most precious, Jiang Lingrui said sincerely, without any flattery. But they also seek high-level mutants. Chen Qian is really clever. Yes, my Chen Qian is the smartest. You are the most precious, Huashao quickly chimed in, trying to show off. Chen Qian didn't know how to face this mindless praise. She could accept flattery from Huashao because she was thick-skinned, but in front of Jiang Lingrui, how many could truly be called clever? Chen Qian quickly waved her hands, telling them to stop praising her. She couldn't take it anymore. She really couldn't. She still needed to build her confidence. Jiang Lingrui didn't make her feel shy anymore. Instead, she explained, they're trying to manipulate you. As long as they control you, the 5 of us matchmakers will be obedient to them. If they forcibly take you away, we might struggle a bit, but I worry that the contract master genuinely trusts them and might choose to believe them. And those people will also use the contract master's voice to give some commands. Jiang Lingrui's words became more restrained. In the dark side of S1 City, some people have trained absolute obedient high-level contract masters, using their matches with high-level mutants for their own purposes. After more than 10 years of development, good forces and good laws naturally move toward better directions. But those with evil intentions will try every trick to exploit these loopholes. Initially, due to the invasion of different species, such incidents were relatively rare. Everyone was focused on surviving the invasion. But later, As the central area developed rapidly and became safer, people grew more complacent. Some hadn't felt the threat of different species for many years. However, within the Contractors Association, 2 of the 5 leaders who rose to prominence are women, known for defending women's rights. In this way, the darkness can only hide in the shadows for now. Is this like Zhao Gao's way of controlling the emperor to command the princes? Chen Qian summarized in one sentence. The Lord of the Contract summarized too precisely, making Jiang Lingrui's detailed explanation just a bit too verbose. Her lord is becoming smarter. In the future, she can talk to her more about other things. This can be done gradually and subtly, so Chen Qian won't feel pressured. Ling, don't worry. I won't be fooled by them, Chen Qian promised. As the head of the family, even if she doesn't have the eyes to see through schemes, she must have a heart that isn't easily deceived. She doesn't know yet that Jiang Lingrui has secretly arranged a course to help her develop this ability. He hopes she will learn to see through schemes and handle such matters. Jiang Lingrui will protect her, but he also knows that her lord doesn't want to stay forever in a safe, protected environment. Her eyes are set on the path to becoming a strong person. Since that's the case, even if Chen Qian doesn't want to use tricks and schemes, she still needs to know everything about them. The rest will be handled by others. I believe in Chen Qian. Let's eat first. Huashao, go get the takeout. Jiang Lingrui looked at Chen Qian with gentle affection, his smile warm. Unfortunately, when he turned to another person, the smile on his face slightly faded, and he used Huashao's familiar tone. Huashao didn't hesitate at all. After replying, he ran out. Ling, are you still upset? Chen Qian watched Huashao's back, her expression complicated. She doesn't think Huashao is a well-behaved person, nor does she know what Ling did to him. She doesn't dare to speak for Huashao, who might have done something wrong, but quietly tries to find out more. In a family, to keep things stable, there can be no favoritism. If fairness can't be maintained, then just let it go. You can do as you like. I'll enjoy the show. Jiang Lingrui took the opportunity, while Huashao was out to pour Chen Qian a cup of warm water, adding 3 peach blossoms. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, so drink some to nourish yourself. I'm not angry at him. It's just that Huashao's personality makes it hard to keep him in check without making him feel guilty. As a 6th-rank beast hunter, he doesn't have the beast-taming tools himself, so he can let the beast-tamer handle things that are inconvenient for his subordinates. Even though Huashao is just a reserve, he has a lot of freedom and is very powerful. In some ways, Huashao is very useful. Jiang Lingrui thought silently. Chen Qian never expected that Jiang Lingrui could so skillfully control Huashao. Honestly, he is very obedient. This incident taught her that no matter who you provoke, don't mess with Jiang Lingrui, because he will make you willingly accept punishment and revenge. No, Ling is so kind to her. She must not think that way. Chen Qian quickly pushed aside those messy thoughts. She definitely didn't want to try Jiang Lingrui's punishments. Oh, the wife's discipline is weak, very weak. She needs to find someone to learn from. She took the water cup handed to her by Jiang Lingrui and drank it all. She looked normal on the outside, but inside, she was already badly hurt. Luckily, she covered herself well, so they didn't notice the bruises on her body. Her body feels very comfortable. It's as if the fairy dew has soothed her broken inner self, nourishing her battered flesh. Chen Qian almost let out a satisfied sound. I feel like I can go out and play tomorrow. Chen Qian reminded him that she was almost fully recovered and ready to have fun. These 3 peach blossoms are really powerful. If only the injuries from a few days ago, she would be almost healed. But the boost from last night made her worse, so she hasn't fully recovered. But running around still isn't a problem. Wait, Chen Qian, I'll send you a holographic scenario used in the army. After your training assessment reaches 80%, then you can go out and play, Jiang Lingrui asked, but there was no room for refusal. After all, Chen Qian almost did something dangerous a few days ago, and that memory was still fresh. Jiang Lingrui didn't want to restrict her, but some things are unavoidable. Is that the battlefield training thing? Chen Qian remembered this. Her previous experience was a shame she would carry for life. Yes, practice more. There are tutorials to guide you, so you can gradually adapt from easy to difficult. Okay, Chen Qian naturally wouldn't refuse such a thing. She didn't even need Jiang Lingrui to persuade her. She was very eager. Improving her mental state is also a way to become stronger. She needs to train her willpower to prevent her emotions from taking over again. The last two scenarios, I haven't given you access yet. You won't need them for now, Jiang Lingrui added from beside her. Food is here. Food is here, Xiao said as he placed the dishes in the dining area, inviting everyone to eat.
I saw someone nearby outside.
Should I go check on them? The person was hiding very well, but he could still sense them. These unlucky ones, they really have no memory of what they just said. Yes, check on them. I've already arranged for someone to watch nearby. They should arrive later. Nothing serious is happening here right now. As for other matters, he would deal with them after resolving the space issue in the next few days. Xiao nodded, not paying much attention. He decided to wait until later to handle it. His full attention was on Chen Qian. Qian, this smells so good. Try it. He scooped several bites of food onto his plate, both meat and vegetables. Delicious. Chen Qian accepted everything without hesitation, eating them all. Her eyes lit up with joy. This was wonderful. Jiang Lingrui finally understood why these two got along so well. Their pure hearts and lively energy were so similar. He felt a little uneasy inside, worried that if Qian and Xiao spent too much time together, there might be trouble. Ah Ling, you should eat too. Chen Qian also offered Jiang Lingrui a piece of food. It was the best tasting piece she had just tried. Jiang Lingrui smiled silently and accepted her kindness. Okay, forget it. If trouble happens, let it happen. It's not like the sky will fall, right? Xiao made a little sound. Chen Qian understood immediately. Come on, Xiao. Eat this. The meal was lively and cheerful. Xiao was good at creating a warm atmosphere. Jiang Lingrui was good at guiding conversations, and Chen Qian felt more relaxed and free with them. But right after dinner, Jiang Lingrui took Xiao and left. Chen Qian could tell they were in a hurry, really busy, but still took the time to help her. After all this fuss, Chen Qian wouldn't go back to sleep anymore. She went to the training room, opened the holographic scene training sent by Jiang Lingrui. It needed to be used with a holographic computer, which she had already set up. Once the scene was ready, the whole room felt like it had entered a white space. The holographic display was floating in midair, showing the usual distance and size she used. The screen is showing the beginner's guide tutorial. The first step is to set the size of the activity area to prevent Chen Qian from accidentally hitting the wall and to help new users distinguish between the scene and reality. Holographic pods are actually better suited for this kind of training, but she isn't experienced enough to use them yet. The wristband will monitor her body's functions to prevent accidents. She needs to manually enable this feature. After setting everything up, she enters the course's serial number. There are 10 scenes in total. They start with some unfamiliar scenes and end with the famous West Sea battle. There's also a special scene marked as the second to last called Earth's Anomaly, which she has never heard of before. Each scene lasts about half an hour, with rest times marked as at least 10 minutes. The later scenes require over an hour each. Even if she skips the last two scenes, she probably won't be able to leave the training room for the next couple of days. Passing all at once is something she never even considered. Ailing is really calculating. The first scene. After Chen Qian selected it, the holographic computer started building the scene. It was probably too complex because it took 5 minutes to complete. As soon as the scene was ready, Chen Qian found herself inside a school from before the apocalypse. Qian, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and go to PE class. The girl in front had a bright smile. Before Chen Qian could reply, she linked arms with her, and they headed to the playground. Chen Qian could feel her pulling her with real strength. She thought she was walking forward on her own, but after walking 100 meters, she still couldn't feel the classroom walls. They couldn't figure out why, so she decided not to worry about it. Since she was here for training, she should focus on blending into the scene. So she really acted like a student, following the lively students to class. The gender ratio was normal. Everyone's expressions were very lively. Some were playing around, some were happily chatting, and others looked worried about how to skip PE class. Everything here created a very real illusion of the real world. The sports committee member led everyone to warm up first, then ran 800 meters. Teacher Jiang, you're not human. We just got back from vacation, and now you want us to run. A boy shouted dramatically, his voice filled with exaggerated pain, as if he had been treated terribly. Seeing that Teacher Jiang was healthy and had no illness, he chuckled and said, Lu Qixing, run 1,200 meters. Do you think I'm not strict enough? I was trying to save you some effort, but you just had to push yourself. Teacher Jiang snorted proudly and ignored Lu Qixing's pleading. The classmates around them laughed openly at the funny boy. The lively atmosphere reminded Chen Qian of her high school days. There was also a funny boy in her class back then, the class clown, who was loved by almost everyone. Running such a short distance should have been easy for someone like Chen Qian, who was a 4th-level mutant. But Chen Qian felt very tired, as if she was a student who had just returned from a holiday and hadn't yet adjusted. After running, they were taken for another lap by the sports committee, then allowed to relax freely. Teacher Jiang wanted to give them a break and decided to let them have some fun. They lay in small groups on the green ground, resting without any complaints. This was a long-lost school life. Chen Qian felt like she was truly a student now. She seemed to forget why she had come here. She focused entirely on the relaxing PE class. Wang Qian, the girl who had just pulled her aside, was chatting happily beside her. She talked about holiday life and the popular stars, eager to share everything with her best friend. She was full of enthusiasm and didn't seem to want to stop. Just as Chen Qian was listening with interest, suddenly, there was a scream of panic around her. The playground that had been in front of them had suddenly half disappeared. In its place was a new land she had never seen before, covered in dense jungle, looking mysterious and unfathomable. The teachers, students, and even the buildings behind them vanished in an instant. It all happened without warning. Chen Qian was caught in this scene, her emotions rising and falling with the chaos. Her eyes widened in shock, and panic and fear tightly wrapped around her. Just as she was shocked, suddenly a sharp cry broke out in her ears. The girl who had been chattering beside her was now caught by a strange monster she had never seen before. Its body looked like a praying mantis, but it had a large eye on its head, about half a person's size. The yellow-gray eye moved with the creature's activity, looking strange and frightening. Behind it, sharp, tall bones covered its back, shining coldly in the sunlight. The sharp claws pierced the girl's thin body. Blood flowed down her, winding to the ground, and a few blood splashes appeared. Not long ago, Lu Qixing was playing around with Teacher Jiang. Now, only half of him remained. He was pushed into the wide-open mouth of another fierce monster, and half of his body disappeared inside it. Around them, the world changed from a normal place into a hellish scene. Chen Qian felt the wind breaking nearby. She instinctively moved aside. A strange monster she had never seen before had quietly approached her without her noticing. Chen Qian thought she was just an ordinary high school girl. But in that moment, after avoiding a deadly attack, her first thought was how to fight back. She moved quickly, as if her body was acting on instinct. Her right hand suddenly turned into vines and pierced through the huge monster in front of her. The vines didn't stop. After breaking one monster, they turned and attacked another monster that had injured Wang Qian. The monster fell heavily, and the girl was also thrown to the ground. Ugh, Qian, I'm in so much pain. Am I going to die? The monster fell, but its claws were still stuck in Wang Qian's body. Blood had soaked her clothes. Chen Qian didn't dare to move her. She knelt in front of her and tried to comfort her helplessly. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I'm in so much pain. The girl's voice suddenly stopped. Before she could say anything else, she quickly lost her life. She stared blankly at the girl's cold hand in her own. She knew the scene was fake, but her heart still felt sad. The tragedy kept happening. The students, full of youth, were trapped in endless. The teachers, who had been teaching and caring for them, prayed for their students' escape even as they were dying. The end of the world had arrived. 45th Middle School Incident Scene Disconnection. Trainer Chen Qian completed a 60% overall assessment. Deduction reasons: too much emotional involvement, lacked calm judgment. Deduction points: 1. After killing an alien, a teammate remained alive, but rescue was not carried out quickly. 2. After a teammate's death, should have left the scene promptly to avoid secondary attacks. 3. When noticing the scene was fake, should have responded calmly. Chen Qian returned to the white virtual scene, still feeling upset inside. It's really bad. I was so immersed in my student days during the first round. Although it wasn't my school, I could easily relate. The system's evaluation is purely based on a computer's assessment of the best options. In real situations, one must judge and handle based on their own judgment. But now she is in training, so she must try to do her best. Handling these situations well in the future is one thing, losing all emotional control is another. She needs to stay rational and not be easily influenced by outside factors. Chen Qian wiped her teary eyes. Luckily, she held herself together this time. After resting a bit, she took a deep breath and decided to try again. Half an hour later, when Chen Qian reappeared, her score had risen to 95. This time, she noticed something was wrong early on and pulled Wang Qian away from a deadly attack. She then urgently rescued Lu Qixing, who was almost eaten, and led them to a safe corner. Afterward, she eliminated all the alien creatures in the scene, ending the scenario. Indeed, this approach earned a much higher score. Even in a virtual scene, many things are not fixed or unchangeable, otherwise, training would be pointless. Although she still immersed herself in the scene like before, her prior self-analysis helped her choose the best course of action. Willpower is gradually strengthened through such continuous refinement. Chen Qian has a strong sense of self-protection and is very perceptive of danger. She almost never loses points in this area. The main focus is on emotional involvement and emotional judgment analysis. These are closely linked to each person's life experiences. For example, Chen Qian's 3 years of wandering outside the country, fighting and killing daily. If the scenario involves such elements, she will definitely score highly. However, when it comes to matters involving other people, she tends to empathize more easily because of her personality and experiences. Over 1,000 days and nights of loneliness have made her less likely to think badly of innocent people. At most, she considers her own safety, as her family taught her to keep a distance from strangers. Of course, she is also very perceptive. If someone has bad intentions, she can quickly notice their harmful actions. For example, even a brief display of intimidation from Zhou Bensong, Chen Qian can sense it clearly. That is obvious malice. But some people, even if their first impression seems bad, Chen Qian doesn't immediately think they are truly bad. For instance, Zhao Yuran. At first, Chen Qian thought she seemed to have a sense of superiority in her eyes, but that wasn't meant as a negative judgment, just an observation. It's a first impression, but it doesn't mean she is actually a bad person. Although Zhao Yuran often tries to undermine others with the system, she doesn't have any real hostility toward Chen Qian. Her goal is simply to live for herself. She isn't to the point of hating Chen Qian. So Chen Qian doesn't feel her malice, and she doesn't dislike her. As they got to know each other better, Chen Qian quickly saw her as more than just a beautiful woman with a sense of superiority. She realized Zhao Yuran was just putting on a surface appearance. Chen Qian, with her personality, easily empathizes with emotional scenes, like that night's battle. She felt she should fight like those soldiers, stand and fight to the death, instead of the usual way, running away when she can't win. This is the result of not having combat training. Most people in the first 5 scenes would only feel empathy. Their weaknesses are usually due to lack of combat experience or sudden changes in the environment. Some might be affected by their emotional involvement in the role. They've seen too many goodbyes and life and death situations. This is Chen Qian's weakness. From morning to night, she watched the scenes multiple times, over 90% of the way through. She decided to give herself a break first, rest a bit before doing anything else. Her mind was overwhelmed with emotions, and the system was about to send an alert. Most of the scenes are small-scale and realistic, mostly based on events that happened since the end of the world. They range from places that evoke empathy, like schools, hospitals, and nursing homes, to more intimate family settings. After repeatedly experiencing these scenes, Chen Qian can better control her empathy. She remains herself, but she has turned uncontrollable, passive feelings into manageable, active emotions. Her main focus is on fighting. When there's no danger, she just relaxes and does what feels comfortable. Chen Qian has been busy these days improving her strength, and she's happy about it. It keeps her from overthinking when she's free. Today, she absorbed 3 4th-level beast cores again, leaving her bloodied. It looks terrible, but it's actually much better than yesterday. Surprisingly, she finished everything before 9 o'clock. Now she's thinking about ordering takeout and eating quickly because she's starving. Her mouth craves food, but her body feels weak. She seriously doubts she has the strength to even get takeout. She really needs to hire a cook soon so she can just eat without effort. She casually grabs some snacks from her space and sits in the training room, watching a cartoon and snacking. After watching so many intense holographic scenes, she needs a light cartoon to lift her spirits. Only cute and funny shows like Little Ear Ball Chio are suitable for adults. She lies there half dead for an hour, and only then does her body start to feel better. She planned to continue exploring the scene, but then she received a message from Zhao Yuran. Zhao Yuran, Chen Qian, the Qingxiang fruit is delicious. Thank you, Chen Qian, you're welcome. Are you feeling better? Zhao Yuran, I'll be discharged in a few days. What are you doing now? Chen Qian, watching cartoons. Zhao Yuran. Chen Qian, Little Ear Ball Chio is very good. Video link, Zhao Yuran. Okay, thanks. I'll watch it later. Chen Qian. After you're discharged, do you still need to work? It's dangerous. Zhao Yuran.
Probably, yes.
Whenever Zhao Yuran mentions work, she feels upset. How did helping turn into actual work? Who is the real culprit? It's Qian's husband. Oh, okay. Anyway, I can't win anyway. Chen Qian. Being a nurse is really hard work. Zhao Yuran. It'll be better once this period passes. Zhao Yuran has come to accept it. If she's tired, she's tired. She caused it herself, so she'll deal with it later. Chen Qian. Yeah. Zhao Yuran. When I get discharged, why don't you come find me? We can have a meal and go shopping together. Chen Qian. Sure. Zhao Yuran. By the way, I saw a new dress I like. When I meet my match, wear it then. Can you help me see how it looks? Picture. Zhao Yuran started doing something she used to do often. Chen Qian. Looks good. You look great in that kind of outfit. The stylish beauty's taste is definitely different. Chen Qian took the opportunity to quickly open her shopping cart and send pictures of a few dresses she selected. Let Yuran give her opinion. Chen Qian. Yuran, can you tell me how these look? Zhao Yuran didn't even click on the pictures. Just saw a string of black. After looking carefully, she sighed. It's clear Chen Qian likes this style. Zhao Yuran. This style of clothing is quite cool. It looks more elegant and mysterious. Wearing this when going out is a good choice, Zhao Yuran, but at home I suggest you try these. Give them a shot. Pictures. Chen Qian looked closely and saw roughly 2 styles. One is a sweet cool style, the other is a cute traditional Chinese style. They look great, but are they really suitable for her? Chen Qian wasn't sure. What styles did she usually wear before? She had forgotten. Chen Qian. I've placed the order. Zhao Yuran. Remember to take photos and show me later. Zhao Yuran no longer expects to see her wearing these outside. Without her cool disguise, she might be surrounded by people everywhere she goes. This is a world where the strong outnumber the weak. Even she has learned to be smart recently, mainly because she's tired and doesn't have time to dress up. Chen Qian. I want to see you. Zhao Yuran. Haha, okay. Then we'll send pictures to each other later. Zhao Yuran now has quite a few points thanks to her match's wealth, so she's not short of money. After no longer worrying about those quest tasks, she truly loved this contract system. The two of them started chatting casually, initially a bit polite, but soon becoming more comfortable with each other. Chen Qian didn't know why, but she felt that many of her topics could easily be connected to Zhao Yuran. Even some jokes she used to be used to, which in this era should mostly be known by older people, still seemed relevant. It wasn't entirely impossible, since Jiang, Lingrui, and others still understood what she was talking about. Some jokes didn't fit perfectly anymore, but they weren't completely out of touch either. Chen Qian wasn't thinking too deeply about it. After a little doubt, she stopped worrying and attributed it to good chemistry. Chen Qian not only stayed up late herself, but also kept Zhao Yuran awake until midnight. While choosing clothes, they somehow started talking about outfits, and soon they couldn't stop. Chen Qian didn't know why, but she ended up buying a bunch of mysterious clothes and accessories with the other person. Some even for men. Yes, quite a few. When she turned off her bracelet, Chen Qian's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. Goodness, if all that stuff ended up on them. Chen Qian decided that even if she had to die, she would delete all chat records with Zhao Yuran first. Her mind was filled with messy thoughts, but in the end, she could only sleep reluctantly because there was no man in the room. Where were the handsome guys she was promised every day? It was all because she was a very serious contract owner, so serious she might regret it. Otherwise, she would definitely tie them all up. Wait, tie them up? What was she thinking? There wasn't even one person here. Chen Qian was excited for a little longer before slowly falling asleep. Suddenly, Chen Qian opened her eyes wide and sat up quickly, without any unnecessary movements. Compared to how she had been sluggish earlier, she seemed like a different person. Then she faced someone in the darkness. Both of them looked at each other silently. Chen Qian hesitated for a moment, then blurted out, "Hi." The visitor was a guest. They might be rude, but she couldn't be. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to bring herself to hurt him later. Surface skills must be done well. After studying with the Ling for a few days, she has learned to be gentle with others. Zhou Bensong was surprised. The woman in front of him looked very different from the one he saw during the day. They say that eyes are the windows to the soul. How can a person's gaze be so different from their appearance? What has this woman been through? He was actually fooled by such a charming and pretty girl. It was a great shame. And he, a fifth-level mutant, wearing a device made of special materials, which the guards outside couldn't detect. How did this fourth-level girl notice? But now he couldn't think too much. Mayerly had already told him to do whatever it took to bring her back. Since gentle methods didn't work, he had to use force. Women can be controlling over men, but as a high-level mutant with a contract, he could resist such external control. In the past, controlling the contract owner might have been difficult. But recently, researchers developed a new drug that can control the contract owner without any obstacles. This lowered the cost of training high-level contract owners. It also made controlling high-level male mutants more stable. This way, accidents like those from 2 years ago wouldn't happen again. However, the 2 female leaders and the 2 male leaders who supported their ideas saw this very strictly. When the new, valuable drugs were accidentally developed, they immediately destroyed them. Thanks to their quick action, they managed to hide 2 bottles during the destruction. But using them to deal with such a 4th-level female mutant was a bit wasteful. Still, considering the matchmakers on the other side, such a cost was acceptable. "Sorry, Miss Chen, but our mayor really wants to see you," Zhou Bensong said apologetically. However, he moved closer to the bed without hesitation, planning to capture her quickly to avoid alerting the guards. He didn't even think about transforming into a different form. The difference in levels wasn't just a simple stage difference, it was a power increase of several times. Although he didn't know how the other person discovered him, he guessed it was probably due to vine-based abilities. Everyone knows that plant-type mutants have a wide range of abilities, but those with high destructive power are rare. So Zhou Bensong was not worried. Chen Qian looked at this reckless guy rushing forward and felt a bit speechless. Does he really look down on girls that much? Can he change his stance? He had almost no defenses at all. TSK, TSK. Chen Qian's face was serious. Fighting like this wouldn't be satisfying at all. Maybe she should first beat him into a different form for fun?
Wait.
This is my home. This is my room. If we start fighting here, I might not have a place to sleep. Suddenly, Chen Qian's mind cleared, and she woke up. Her desire to fight faded instantly. She thought, jokingly, her ruined villa had just been cleaned a few days ago. She didn't want her beautiful yard to end up like that. Thinking this, Chen Qian's face grew more serious, and her eyes became more cautious. Zhou Bensong saw this and felt even more disdainful. He knew these women. Zhou Bensong,
What's going on?
Chen Qian calmly extended a few branches, quickly tying him up tightly. She was afraid he might accidentally damage her floor, walls, or decorations. The shock on Zhou Bensong's face couldn't be hidden.
You're
not a fourth tier? How can your speed be so fast? Because you're too weak, so you think I'm fast. This speed, compared to Bai Qi Mian, who is also fifth tier, was barely noticeable. If she faced Hu Xiao, she hadn't seen his strength yet, but she planned to test him later. Chen Qian's mind flickered.
She started to zone out again.
At this moment, Zhou Bensong thought it was too late to transform. The vines were very tough, and he struggled for a while but didn't react at all. If he transformed directly, he might get strangled to death. Plus, her pressure had just been slightly revealed. With her strength, he didn't dare to resist at all. Thinking this, Zhou Bensong instinctively gave up struggling. Do you have anything that can hide from the outside guards? Chen Qian was curious and a little greedy. Anything she captured belonged to her. Zhou Bensong kept silent. He figured this girl wouldn't be able to do much to him. If he revealed those people's secrets, he would die even worse. Seeing the other person's stubborn and unyielding expression, Chen Qian felt a bit frustrated. She knew her face had no intimidation power at all. That I really can't do anything about you, Chen Qian admitted. Her face looked like that. What could she do? She wasn't someone who used harsh methods to get information. Because she lacked restraint, and this person was so fragile, one wrong move. Before Zhou Bensong could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw Chen Qian walk to the window and open it. Help! She shouted, her voice clear and loud, without emotion. The yard outside was quiet and still, making these words stand out even more. Soon, someone quickly jumped to the window. Chen Qian made space for the person to come in. The visitor was a tall man dressed in black combat gear. After entering, he quickly looked around at Zhou Bensong. Seeing the situation, his face darkened. He was surprised that someone had sneaked into the ladies' room right under their noses. Sorry, I was careless. Please forgive me, madam. The man knelt on one knee, showing complete submission. Now that she was addressed as madam, Chen Qian felt a bit awkward. That title, so cliché. And his apology more cliché. But his loyalty was unquestionable. She didn't say she forgave him, only seriously said, you handle this with Ah Ling and the others. Take the person away. No matter the reason, it was clearly his fault. Yes, madam. Something on him should block your senses. Be careful, and use a rope to tie him up. Chen Qian didn't want to cut her support just to tie up Zhou Bensong. It would hurt too much. When she was feeling delicate, she still cherished herself. Sigh. She was thinking about tying up a man before sleep, and now she ended up tying this guy. So frustrating. She wanted to tie up her matches. Yes, the man sent a message on his bracelet, and someone soon brought over some rope. Are you really a fourth-level alien plant? Zhou Bensong asked before leaving. Chen Qian nodded and ignored him. He kept bothering her while she was trying to sleep. Twice. If he were a different species, she would have already torn him apart. But this was in the city, and if she wanted to live a good life, she still had to follow the law. I don't know what expression Jiang Lingrui and the others will have when they see this person. If only he knew that Zhou Bensong sneaked into his room late at night. Chen Qian suddenly felt a bit cold. Is it already this cold on a July night? She quickly snuggled under the blanket. An enemy, but not a poor monk. Jiang Lingrui learned the news right after Zhou Bensong was taken out of the yard. He had just fallen asleep a little while ago. The gloom in his eyes almost pulled him into darkness. He, as the matchmaker, really failed. Either he hurt the master of the contract or put him in danger. After receiving the news, he first made a video call to Chen Qian. Jiang Lingrui tried to speak more gently, so his emotions wouldn't affect Chen Qian. Chen Qian, how are you? Knowing that the master of the contract is strong and worried about him are not conflicting. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm very strong. Even 10 more like me wouldn't be a match. Chen Qian was proud and quickly showed off her achievements to Aling. Jiang Lingrui looked at her proud expression with affection and didn't interrupt. He only praised her after she finished showing off. My Chen Qian is getting more and more powerful. A 5th-level mutant is not enough for you to see. Proud Aling, the equipment on Zhou Bensong belongs to my spoils of war. It can't be handed over to the association. She couldn't figure it out herself, so she handed it to her matchmaker, but it wasn't out of kindness to give it to the association. Not to mention, that stuff that can block perception will definitely sell for a lot of money. She can tell the difference between her own and others. Okay, all of it belongs to Chen Qian. It's so late. Go rest now. Seeing her lively and still thinking about the spoils, Jiang Lingrui felt relieved. Now isn't the time for chatting. Okay, good night. Aling. Chen Qian was in a good mood, and all her frustration from being disturbed by Zhou Bensong was gone. Being praised really makes people happy, and with the point sent to her, maybe she can attract more hatred? Oh no, she's feeling excited. But she can't keep letting Jiang Lingrui clean up the mess. She needs to think of a way. Chen Qian, good night. Jiang Lingrui looked at the other person with a smile in his eyes before turning off the video once they were settled. Then he dialed another video call. What's the matter? The other person's voice was sleepy and half asleep. Jiang Lingrui's face had softened a bit, and he spoke directly. Han Ci, I need to borrow your people in S1 City. Most of his own team were better suited for the battlefield and not good at dealing with the complicated situations in S1 City. And those with combat power were already on their way. Returning would be too obvious. Han Ci immediately pulled up another video call. Master, you finally appeared. If he didn't show up now, the group below would cause chaos in S1 City. He also wanted to cause trouble. The middle-aged man in the video looked excited. Stop bothering me. Listen to Jiang Lingrui's instructions behind the scenes. You two talk. Han Ci didn't care about their words at all. He pulled the blanket over himself and went to sleep. Feeling sleepy.
Tomorrow.
Never mind, I won't get up. Seeing Han Ci was about to sleep, the man quickly wiped away his tears, exchanged contact info with Jiang Lingrui, and they started another video call. Commander Jiang, hello.
I'm Han Qian-kun.
Do you have any instructions for me? When the man saw the beast mark on the other's forehead, he understood the relationship between this person and the master. And with Han Ci's earlier words, his attitude became very humble. Jiang Lingrui had never seen such Han Qian. Among the high-level officials in the Eastern District, not many knew him, but not few either. Due to some past reasons, the higher-ups kept it mostly secret. But in the entire Eastern District, very few people didn't know Han Qian. This is a crazy dog raised by the Han family, and his subordinates are also a pack of mad dogs. When Han Ci was young, he once refused to match with a master, and Han Qian led that group directly to attack the headquarters of the district's mutant association. That's how the agreement to improve the matching system was made. It was said that 95% was the limit, but who knew if that was really the case? Anyway, Han Ci didn't bother with it at the time, and the crazy dog Han Qian finally took his followers. With such madness, there's almost no one in S1 City he wouldn't dare to offend. As long as Han Ci wants it, with Han Qian's loyalty, he'll do it, even if it means overthrowing the Association of Mutants. For someone like that, you should either avoid provoking them, or eliminate them completely. Jiang Lingrui has a pretty good temper, and Han Ci, besides his strength, didn't care much about anything else back then, so they had no interactions or conflicts. Mr. Han, here's what happened. Jiang Lingrui slowly explained the situation. Before he could say more, the other person already looked furious. Both are seasoned foxes, so they naturally understood why Mayor Li and the others were acting this way. If they really let the other side control Chen Qian, Han Ci would just let them do as they pleased. Han Qianquan's eyes were full of hostility. What does Commander Jiang want to do? If it were him, he would fight fiercely to make the opponent suffer. But since the master asked him to cooperate with Jiang Lingrui, he could only hold back his temper and see what this seemingly good-tempered Jiang Lingrui planned to do. I'm not sure what to do. Mr. Han, you decide, Jiang Lingrui said gently with a smile. Just please leave some useful people at the end. After all, some things in City C29 still need approval. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your help, Commander Jiang, Han Qianquan said coldly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Lingrui was quite interesting. Not only did he give himself free rein, but he also directly revealed the master's position. Remember, Han Ci had explicitly forbidden them from investigating Chen Qian before. They knew the master was looking for the contract master, but since they weren't allowed to investigate, it made them uncomfortable. So they simply used the excuse of looking for the master to vent their frustrations on the troublemakers in City S1, but they didn't go too far. Now that the other side has taken action, that changes everything. Good. The wild dogs can follow their master again. They can have some fun before leaving. TSK, isn't it true that they like to tie up the contract master? Who doesn't? It's my duty to. Thank you, Jiang Lingrui replied sincerely. These matters would cause a rift with the association, and some of his subordinates still relied on the association for their livelihood. City C29 also needed their support, and the final outcome probably wouldn't be ideal, especially since the mayor of City S1 was involved. However, Han Zi's influence is a bit different. Mr. Jiang, may I ask, does our master have hope this time? Han Qianquan, feeling grateful, changed his way of addressing and asked with concern. His master, who has suppressed his level for so long, if he manages to break through, he will surely become the brightest star in the Eastern District. But, with such a high level, can the female master be reassured? Please rest assured, Hanzi will have no problem, was Jiang Lingrui's reply. He trusts Chen Qian, just as the other trusts him. Good, I believe Mr. Jiang. During this time, please take care of the master. You know, he's carried a heavy burden for too long. Now that he can finally relax, let him rest more. Although this person is cunning and ruthless, no one can deny Han Qianquan's loyalty to Hanzi. Yes, I understand. After the two finished their communication, Zhou Bensong was also brought in. Lock him up. Report everything you can find out to me tomorrow morning. Also, investigate and send over the items on him. Jiang Lingrui said tiredly, waving his hand. Tomorrow, there is another tough battle ahead. Someone like Zhou Bensong. If there was no opposition before, there was no need to say much. But now that they are planning to target the people behind him, there's no point in keeping him alive. As for the reason, recently C29 City has been unstable. Small accidents are normal, aren't they? Yes. The man knelt on the ground and did not get up. Commander, this time it was my negligence. Please punish me, follow the rules, and accept the punishment. Jiang Lingrui kept the guards who served him, as they were part of his private forces, so it wasn't considered misusing public authority. However, he didn't use the same way of addressing his father back then. His points and assets indeed belonged to the contract owner, but such private forces couldn't be classified by the system. These forces existed before the apocalypse. As the apocalypse arrived, his father's status rose higher and higher. Later, after years of his own management, they had long since evolved from bodyguards before the apocalypse into his loyal subordinates. They're his most loyal followers. Although they all hold military ranks, as the head family, he couldn't really give them nothing, could he? But he is running out of money. That 1 million in pocket money is really not enough, and his salary is now in Chen Qian's hands. Jiang Lingrui initially planned to leave some influence in City S1, but now he thinks it's better not to. First, Chen Qian definitely wouldn't like that place. Second, Han Qi's people are more comfortable using their resources in City S1. It's better to focus on making City C29 strong and secure first. He also needs to gather more funds. He has to think about how to make others willingly invest in his ventures. This place is too small and needs to expand its territory. Chen Qian loves eating, so she has tried all the nearby takeouts. New residents are needed to grow different industries, especially researchers. This time, Zhou Bensong has a device that can block his energy fluctuations. He must get it, including exploring the research institute more deeply, because the previous efforts were too shallow. Large weapons and smart machinery inside the city need upgrades or bulk purchases, and the fragile protective shields also need attention. He needs people to help create new defenses, because he can't do everything alone. If Han Qianquan can get a hold of the device, he might be able to manipulate the situation. City funds and special policy applications won't get stuck then. Right now, City C29 is in his hands. As for the association members in City C29, Jiang Lingrui is managing them well and doesn't plan to replace them. If they want to betray, they should think carefully. Chen Qian didn't know how late Jiang Lingrui was working. She was still sleeping soundly in bed, having gone to bed late and being disturbed in the middle of the night. She didn't get up until the afternoon. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from afar, shaking the house slightly. She had used the best materials for her home. Chen Qian jumped up from the bed. An earthquake? An earthquake? She asked, rushing downstairs. It scared her. She was sleeping so peacefully. If there's an earthquake, she should go to an open space. Her mind was still foggy, but her body instinctively ran downstairs at full speed, like a wild horse breaking free. However, her actions shifted from panic and rushing blindly to hesitation.
She
doesn't seem to be afraid of earthquakes anymore. Even if she gets buried underground, climbing out is just a matter of time. Moreover, she still has space. All thanks to the training she received at school, it's become a natural instinct for her. Chen Qian awkwardly stood barefoot at the entrance of the first floor, almost stepping outside before quickly pulling back her foot. Luckily, no one saw her like this. Otherwise, she would want to find a hole to hide in. Life is really hard right now. She can't sleep peacefully. Chen Qian is already thinking about returning to her space to sleep every night. She used to sleep so soundly inside, but now it's not the same. So many things happened in one night. Who? Chen Qian, just about to turn around after closing the door to get a glass of water, suddenly realized there was someone sitting on the sofa in the living room. Her body tensed up instantly. She hadn't noticed at all. That person seemed to appear out of nowhere, with no sound or movement, not even a hint of energy fluctuation. Compared to Zhou Bensong's device, this person's hiding ability is simply incredible. Chen Qian only realized this person's presence when she saw his head with her own eyes. If she hadn't wanted to drink water, she probably wouldn't have known anyone was there until she went upstairs. She swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on her body in the middle of the day. This fear wasn't because of the person or the situation itself, but because she was scared she hadn't noticed someone like this. If the other person wanted to hurt her, she might have been injured. She had experienced many fierce battles, mostly direct confrontations, and rarely had she been ambushed. Most of the time, the enemies would reveal some energy or movement, since they are different species. They don't have the high intelligence of humans. Wei Jingzhe. The man's voice was clear and cold like icy spring water. As he spoke, a faint energy fluctuation appeared on him. That familiar contract energy made Chen Qian unconsciously relax. She thought she was seeing a ghost, but it turned out to be her long-unseen husband. Really? Surprising? Chen Qian, with a complicated look on his face, moved around behind the screen. When he first saw Wei Jingzhe's photo, he thought this person was the legendary cool and beautiful type. He has handsome, cold features, like a fairy exiled from heaven. His whole aura seems like endless cold frost that never melts, like mist in the mountains turning into crystals. Everything in the mortal world seems unable to capture his clear, bright eyes. He should be wearing a flowing immortal robe and traditional hair, not a dull, gray combat uniform. Because this familiar face and energy just now scared him so much that his heart, which had jumped out of his chest, was finally put back in. Seeing his indifferent look, Chen Qian remembered their previous chats and didn't think he disliked himself. You gave me a scare. How long have you been back? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Chen Qian asked proactively. Sorry, I arrived at 1:32. Nothing to do, he replied. Chen Qian thought for a moment and realized he was just bored and had nothing to do, so he stayed silent. Fortunately, he had learned good language skills before, so he could understand reading comprehension reasonably well. Otherwise, communication would be a problem. And it's already past 1:30. Has an hour really gone by? He just sat there without moving? If he had made even a small movement or energy fluctuation, she wouldn't have been so scared and panicked. Chen Qian nodded. Seeing that he still looked quite alert, he asked, Would you like to go back to your room to wash up and change your clothes? His combat uniform looked worn out, as if it had been through a lot. He was the farthest from everyone and in the most dangerous route. Chen Qian felt a bit worried for him. He looked even more battered and disheveled. Hanzi didn't count. He always thought Hanzi was in serious trouble, but Hanzi didn't see himself that way. He wasn't sure how Hanzi was doing now. He decided to send a message later to check. Okay, got it, Wei Jingzhe said calmly. When he spoke, he looked seriously at Chen Qian. When listening, he was focused and answered all questions. Even with his cold appearance, Chen Qian didn't feel uncomfortable. This person's attention was entirely on him. Thinking this, Chen Qian added, Your room is on the second floor, the first door on the right. Okay, Wei Jingzhe replied and headed upstairs. When he stood up and just left that area, Chen Qian noticed something was wrong. Her newly bought sofa was now covered in dust, the kind that's hard to wipe off. Her super comfortable, soft sofa. It had only been a few days, and it looked like it had been thrown outside for someone else to sit on. It was unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Why does Wei Jingzhe's face look so different from him? He's even more careless than herself. When she first moved into the villa, she still knew to wash up before going to bed. Feeling helpless and tearful, Chen Qian could only start cleaning that spot, even though it was difficult to wash, despite the high-tech tools. She has a strong attachment to her home sometimes. But even though she was upset, she only shouted inside her heart a little, not really blaming the other person. After all, these are small family matters, no need to make a big deal out of them. Still, it hurts so much, so sorry, Sofa, you've suffered. From now on, she must clearly tell Wei Jingzhe everything. Every little detail. Otherwise, with his way of thinking, who knows what strange things might happen. Wait, did she just forget to tell him to change into new clothes? With his personality, if no one mentions it, he probably still wears the same combat outfit as before, right? She didn't see Wei Jingzhe bring any clean clothes upstairs just now. Having stayed outside the domain herself, she knew well what life was like without proper conditions. Forget about changing clothes. Bathing was only once a month, and that was considered lucky. She was lucky to have space to store some things, and when conditions were good, she could wash up properly and rest peacefully. But Wei Jingzhe didn't have that. Although he's a water type, so he wouldn't get dirty enough to smell bad, life outside the domain wasn't very clean. He used to have teammates, but now he was alone. Originally, he was from outside the domain, and after losing those bonds, he returned to his world. Now, stepping back into this place again, he might not be able to adapt easily. Chen Qian threw down her cleaning tool and hurried upstairs. She knocked on Wei Jingzhe's door directly. Jingzhe, remember to change into new clothes in the wardrobe. She heard a response from inside, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, it's not that I can't wear combat clothes. I'm mainly worried because his clothes are all torn and worn out. If he goes outside like that, people might think he's being mistreated by his master. No, that won't do. Even combat clothes should be new. Chen Qian went downstairs, finished some unfinished work, and quickly picked out a dozen sets of combat clothes to bring back. Yes, everyone should have a water-drinking master. Wearing them or not is one thing. Buying them or not is another. Have you eaten? Chen Qian heard the other person come downstairs and asked as she turned to look. This is the kind of outfit a normal, cool, handsome man should wear. Originally, He was supposed to wear a loose and comfortable white shirt, but he buttoned it all the way to the top, and his black pants made his already long legs look even straighter. His short black hair, slightly messy from just washing, fell over his forehead, softening his cold appearance and making him look a bit obedient. "I haven't eaten," Wei Jingzhe answered promptly. Seeing him like this, Chen Qian's mischievous side suddenly appeared. "Jingzhe, when you're at home, you should dress like this." She walked up to Wei Jingzhe, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt to reveal his delicate collarbones. Indeed, Chen Qian's actions made Wei Jingzhe show no resistance at all. If it weren't for his cold face, he would look as obedient as possible. So obedient. He looked like a porcelain doll, as if he were a divine being. Holy, yet easily within her reach. Chen Qian admired the handsome man and cursed herself silently for being a beast. With Wei Jingzhe's personality, he would definitely obediently do as told. Even after all this teasing, Wei Jingzhe still responded calmly. Okay. Chen Qian was sitting on the sofa, ordering takeout, when she suddenly remembered something she had just forgotten. "Jingzhe, do you know what just happened outside?" Such a big commotion. It was a series of shocking events early in the morning. Wei Jingzhe sat in the middle of the sofa, staring at her foot, which was placed very close to him on the sofa. "I don't know." Chen Qian noticed his gaze and quickly pulled her foot back. Ahem. She was used to lounging on the sofa and didn't pay attention, mostly because Wei Jingzhe always had a habit of hiding himself. Several times, she clearly saw the other person sitting right next to her, but she felt as if no one was around. Chen Qian secretly thought for a while, then quietly looked at the 2 buttons she had impulsively unfastened earlier, feeling a bit dizzy. She slowly sat up from the sofa, deciding to get closer. She adjusted her position and sat next to Wei Jingzhe, very close to him. Chen Qian felt the person beside her tense suddenly, and he didn't relax for a long time. But he still kept a cold, expressionless face, staring at her intently when she moved closer, never looking away. "Relax a bit, the sofa is uncomfortable. Can I use it?" "Just kidding." She had chosen the sofa after a long time, and it was very comfortable. But compared to her match, she should sit closer to the edge. They are officially married. What's wrong with leaning a little? Wei Jingzhe isn't a talkative person, but he is obedient. His body's instinctive reaction was quickly controlled by him. Even muscle responses can be instantly controlled.
That's
pretty impressive. Chen Qian leaned back more comfortably. "Jingzhe, how do you manage to keep your breath completely hidden?"
Huh.
"Do I need to recite scriptures like monks or Taoists?" Chen Qian instinctively thought of those monks and Taoists.
Like what?
The Qingxin Heart Sutra. "No need." "That's good. I don't know that trick. I want to learn. Can Jingzhe teach me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a very beautiful hand was placed on her left chest. "Is this going too far?" Chen Qian was shocked. "I didn't expect you to be like this." "Wei Jingzhe."
Slow down.
Chen Qian's words got stuck in her throat. She still wanted to take the opportunity to touch him too later. She must seize the chance. Before he says the main thing, she wants to experience it first. "Cough. I'll try my best," Chen Qian said nervously. Her heart was pounding even faster. This isn't a joke. Cold, handsome guy groping her chest. Who could stay calm in such a situation? Wei Jingzhe was a bit surprised. He had never taught anyone before, so he didn't understand why his heart beat faster just because he told the other person to slow down a little. When he was chased by a 7th-rank alien species, his heart never pounded like this. Could there be danger nearby? While Wei Jingzhe was confused, he noticed that the other person's hand was quietly reaching out and moving upward. He saw it but didn't say anything. The other person could do anything to him. When Chen Qian finally touched Wei Jingzhe's chest, his heart was almost about to jump out. She was still a child, not even 100 years old, and she was being touched by a man. The world is really changing, people's morals are declining, and, well, everyone is just doing their own thing, not interfering with each other. Chen Qian completely forgot what she had just planned to do. Boldly, she pinched the other's chest. Heaven and earth can witness. It was the other person who made the first move. She just wanted a little more. Beauty is a man's best dowry. By Chen Qian. Wei Jingzhe's originally steady heartbeat and calm breath started to quicken after being touched, and his hand on Chen Qian's chest felt less comfortable. Rarely, without anyone asking, he moved his hand away on his own. Hopefully, the other person's restless hand will also stop soon. Wei Jingzhe's cold eyes showed confusion and doubt as he stared intently at Chen Qian. He didn't know what she was trying to do. Don't want to teach me anymore? Chen Qian's eyes carried a slight smile. It was interesting to tease an innocent, handsome guy. Wei Jingzhe's heart was beating much faster than before, but his usually calm and ethereal face showed no shyness. He really hadn't opened his heart at all. Yes, I will teach. Since he agreed, he would do it. So, let's continue. I'm feeling your heartbeat, so I can learn better. Eat everything but don't suffer losses. Take everything but don't take advantage. Chen Qian spoke confidently. If you ignored her mischievous hand, she seemed quite trustworthy. Wei Jingzhe had no doubt at all and replied softly, Okay. When Huashao came to the door, stopping the delivery person and bringing in the food, he saw the scene of the two of them touching each other's chests. Sunshine generously poured into the room, filling it with warmth. The beautiful girl leaned slightly against the cool young man, her long black hair intertwined with his, looking almost inseparable. If they weren't playfully touching each other's chests, it would look like a perfect painting. Wei Jingzhe had noticed him a long time ago, but didn't react. Chen Qian was focused on feeling her heartbeat. She wasn't very guarded around familiar energy. So when she turned her head and saw a sad-looking Huashao, the boldness she had with Wei Jingzhe immediately faded. Question: What should I do if I'm caught by my husband while trying to understand him better? Urgent. Waiting online. Qian, why don't you touch me? My chest is bigger than his. And I'm stronger too, he said, rolling up his short sleeve. He held back, not exposing his chest. Chen Qian felt awkward. She wasn't used to dealing with multiple people at once, but her eyes couldn't help but look at his biceps. Honestly, they were strong and well-shaped, full of energy, though his skin was a bit darker. At this age, boys are really impressive. Touch, Chen Qian decided. Hesitation would mean disrespecting her own taste. She moved her hand to his arm and gently pinched his muscle with her fingertips. Is this what happiness feels like? Chen Qian looked a bit dazed. She was still too young, with little experience. Huashao watched her tiny fingers, feeling a tingling, itchy sensation from her touch, but before he could ask why, she stopped. Why isn't Qian moving? Is it hard to touch? He asked, a little sad. Maybe he was too weak? After all, the boys from the North District were tall and strong. He still had a long way to go. But that was okay, he could grow stronger. Chen Qian snapped back to her senses, looking at him with a smile, without any hesitation. It's easy to touch. A Xiao is very solid and handsome. Hua Xiao's face lit up instantly. Haha, I knew you liked me. Do you want even stronger arms? No, I don't, she said. I like you just the way you are. Healthy and strong, but not overly muscular. She was probably still too young to like anything too intense, so she preferred boys like him. Later, when my taste changes. We'll see then. Huashao was happily coaxed and cheerfully started helping Chen Qian open the takeout. While the two interacted, Wei Jingzhe was clearly sitting next to Chen Qian. She occasionally brushed against him, but as soon as he didn't speak, her presence immediately disappeared. Aside from everything else, I really want to learn this trick, Chen Qian thought. Let's eat first. Chen Qian took out some fruit snacks from her space and placed them on the table, enough for 3 people. Sure enough, her big transformation only drew a glance from Wei Jingzhe and nothing more. Her space was not valuable. It was really kind of Huashao to give her face and sincerely praise her several times. Ah Xiao, are you done with your work? Huashao paused while holding the food, then looked guilty and said, Jiang Lingrui sent me back. Chen Qian was surprised. What's going on? He even used the word, sent back? Did you do something wrong? She had a bad feeling. Since he showed that expression, he must have done something. Could Jiang Lingrui be angry enough to scold him all day? It seemed like Jiang Lingrui's gentle persona was about to change. Of course, she also contributed a little. This matter was an accident, Hua Xiao said a bit awkwardly, his eyes flickering. But he wasn't lying. Well, just a little polishing, yes, a bit of polishing. Isn't there a space gap outside the city? Originally, Jiang Lingrui wanted Han Ci to come and fix it, but that guy is now half dead, so he asked me to help. The space gap requires a lot of energy to destroy. The one outside the city is too close to C29 city. The right amount of energy could affect the city, but too little wouldn't work and might alert the alien species nearby. However, for high-level mutants, the energy can first wrap around the space gap from inside and outside, then combine with a small amount of compressed nuclear explosion. But Jiang Lingrui, no matter how much he calculated, couldn't understand that Hua Xiao's idea of a small amount and experiment was completely different from normal people's. If he weren't family and someone who caused trouble, Jiang Lingrui wouldn't personally teach him. He understood the principle of not building dangerous walls under a wise man's house. But they're also outsiders like their own children. Still, they prefer to take care of them themselves for peace of mind. Jiang Lingrui had him watch a video beforehand to learn, while he guided him nearby. He even allowed Hua Xiao to try near the space fissure only after testing it himself. He didn't even use a compressed nuclear bomb.
But
it still
didn't work.
It was a mistake. I haven't done this before, so I definitely lack experience. Jiang Lingrui was guiding me nearby to practice first. Who knew that the space fissure was so fragile? I just used a little energy and it exploded. He didn't even use a nuclear blast. Hua Xiao was also confused. When he tried nearby, he used the same amount of force. Why did it turn out differently when it affected the space fissure? TSK, so the real cause of that loud explosion was you, Chen Qian thought, wanting to bite someone. Aling, is he okay? Chen Qian showed no concern for the person in front of her. He was healthy enough to defeat 10 6-tier alien creatures. Hua Xiao was a bit unsure.
Still.
Okay? Chen Qian looked at him with a complicated expression. Jiang Lingrui's disaster wasn't on himself, but on him.
Eat first.
I'll go ask about him via video. I guess. He won't answer. Hua Xiao dared not even breathe heavily. Chen Qian couldn't help but glare at him. What did he do wrong? Making such a big fuss? Hua Xiao felt guilty and glanced at Chen Qian. Seeing her worried face, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Chen Qian, if you're really worried about him, I can show you some photos? He didn't suffer any serious injuries. He had secretly taken a couple of photos at the time, and now they came in handy. Okay. Chen Qian didn't know what else to say, but she really wanted to see how he was. So, Hua Xiao confidently projected the photos in hologram right in front of her. Chen Qian looked at the person in the photos and really wanted to curse. Her gentle, refined Jiang commander had turned into this messy state. His neat and proper uniform was burned in patches, exposing the lining underneath. His face was covered in black and gray soot, with 2 purple-blue bruises visible. His usually tidy hair in the guard camp was now disheveled, looking like it had been chewed by a dog. There was nothing more to say. Everyone has their own fate. Some people live as if they are already dead. What did Aling say to you in the end? Chen Qian's voice was very calm. This kind of Chen Qian, without needing a mask to hide, looked quite intimidating. I don't know when, but she seemed to have a faint shadow of Jiang Lingrui. Didn't say much? Just told me to come back. He's a bit too polite, he's already like that, yet he still didn't want me to help. We're sworn brothers. Changing a medicine is no trouble. Hua Xiao spoke confidently, not feeling there was anything wrong. To him, it was just a small explosion. He was also caught in it, but he changed clothes quickly, so it wasn't obvious. Assistants really can't handle much trouble. And since the other side told him to come back, it means this matter is already over. But Hua Xiao was a bit upset that Chen Qian said he. Wei Jingzhe. Even he instinctively felt something was off. Ah Xiao, remember this. Chen Qian and Jingzhe have never seen this photo. Chen Qian now felt her intelligence soaring. She had never been so calm and composed when facing a group of high-level alien species. Huishao looked confused. Chen Qian smiled kindly, with a hint of gentle concern in her eyes. Just listen to me. Here, if you like to eat something, eat more. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Your own karma, your own responsibility. Her contract master recently passed away. If anything happens, don't come to her.
Oh.
Come on, Chen Qian, try this too. It's really delicious. Huishao smiled brightly. His two small fangs looked even cuter, making his somewhat arrogant face look a bit adorable. No, you eat more. Chen Qian patted his head. Maybe she could pet him a little longer. She always felt that after Jiang Lingrui finished his busy work, this guy might not see the next sunrise. Clearly, Huishao was the one with the higher rank. Chen Qian, I'll take you to the distant space in the north tomorrow. You said yesterday you wanted a 7th rank beast core, right? The space outside the city is already destroyed. I'll take you somewhere farther to play. Huishao was unaffected by anything else. He was never idle. Tomorrow doesn't work. I have dinner plans with friends, and I haven't finished my scene training yet. All right, then I'll stay with you. You should spend more time doing what you like at home. Chen Qian wasn't trying to avoid him out of dislike, but because he was a bit dangerous these days. It was better to keep some distance, to avoid getting caught up in trouble. She was really clever. All right, if anything happens, just call me. I can get there quickly. Huishao didn't insist, though he actually wanted to stay close to her. But he could tell Chen Qian was serious. Wei Jingzhe, who had been silent, suddenly took out a backpack and poured its contents onto the floor. Before Chen Qian could worry about the carpet, her eyes were drawn to the beast cores. So many high-level beast cores. There were 3 of the 7th level alone, and nearly 100 of the 6th level. This was what you called sudden wealth. Chen Qian didn't mind the carpet getting dirty anymore. Her eyes were shining with joy as she looked at the pile. Why do you have so many high-level beast cores? Killed them outside the domain, Wei Jingzhe said calmly, as if he were talking about picking up stones by the road. You killed 3 7th level beasts? That's amazing. I stayed calm and got close. That simple? No, not really. Chen Qian suddenly remembered Wei Jingzhe's strange ability to hide himself and understood. He was skilled in stealth attacks. If it were a direct fight, it would be hard to win. But in an ambush, even a 7th level beast couldn't outsmart a human. Still, it was no easy task. Yet Wei Jingzhe had managed to kill 3. That was truly impressive. No wonder he could survive outside the domain. She had her own space to escape to, which made things easier for her. But Wei Jingzhe relied only on himself. Huishao stared at the pile of beast cores, eyes wide. Wei Jingzhe, you're really rich. Since we're brothers, how about sharing a little? He casually put his arm around Wei Jingzhe's shoulder, acting like they were the best of friends. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is Chen Qian's. Wei Jingzhe looked a bit uncomfortable, but didn't push Huishao away. In a way, he was a very patient person. If it can be solved with a simple, he would never say more than a word. All right, Chen Qian, these are the beast cores I'm giving you. After getting approval, he Xiaoyao performed this act of giving a gift in front of Chen Qian. You really have no shame. Chen Qian's lips twitched slightly. She truly couldn't bear to watch these two. But since one person was willing to fight and the other willing to endure, what could she, as the contract holder, do? So Chen Qian forced a stiff smile at He Xiaoyao, trying to show her love for the crystal cores and her acceptance of his gesture of giving a gift with borrowed flowers. Well, she might as well pretend she didn't see anything.
She
did her best. Then she gave Wei Jingzhe a thumbs up. He was really impressive. He Xiaoyao didn't take his bold theft seriously and responded to Chen Qian's smile without guilt. His proud look looked a bit familiar to Chen Qian. She would never admit that his expression was exactly the same as when she asked Jiang Lingrui for praise. Even Wei Jingzhe, who was usually cold, couldn't help but freeze when he saw He Xiaoyao's move. He was stunned for a moment and didn't react right away. He looked like someone who was being bullied but didn't realize it. How did someone like that grow up? Seeing the two of them, Chen Qian decided she'd leave the battlefield soon. As for the pile of crystal cores, she quickly stored them in her space, without hesitation. Just kidding. Who among these two could really control their belongings? He Xiaorao was the kind of person who would rob a house and then not care about the next meal. Wei Jingzhe was better, looking more approachable.
But
No one could find out about his core. That kind of thing, being sold and still helping count the money, he would definitely do it. At least, that's how it seemed to her now. Most importantly, the beast cores had to be handed over to the contract holder, the ultimate beneficiary. Jingzhe, can you keep teaching me that method to hide my presence? Chen Qian didn't want to waste any time. She wanted to learn seriously this time. He Xiaoyao, who had just let go of Wei Jingzhe's body that was leaning sideways, immediately became curious when he heard Chen Qian's words. What's that? It's a way to hide your aura. It's really amazing. As long as you control it well, others will find it hard to notice. But you can still see with your eyes. Chen Qian thought for a moment and felt her description wasn't quite good enough. So he said to Wei Jingzhe, Jingzhe, let us Xiao try to see how it works, okay? After Wei Jingzhe agreed, something amazing happened. In an instant, Chen Qian and Hu Xiao could see Wei Jingzhe clearly, but they couldn't feel his presence. This kind of skill, if used well, is truly a divine technique.
wow.
Come on, teach me too. Hu Xiao immediately raised his hand to sign up. So, the three of them formed a temporary learning group. Chen Qian and Hu Xiao sat beside Wei Jingzhe, listening to his clear and concise instructions. Once they stopped overthinking, Chen Qian quickly immersed himself in what was called calming the mind. The energy around him gradually weakened, slowly, quietly, flowing into his body. Even though what Chen Qian was doing now seemed simple, in real need, calming the mind is very hard. It also requires quickly entering this state and being able to use it skillfully in battle. Only then can it be considered truly learned. Otherwise, in real combat, who will give you time to calm down? Chen Qian learned the basics, but later, he still needs to experiment and explore on his own. Wei Jingzhe couldn't teach the skill for now. Maybe he can demonstrate it during a fight. For now, he only explained the method clearly. Still not working, Hu Xiao tried again and again but couldn't get into the state. His expression visibly drooped. He was usually the top fighter at the academy, so why couldn't he learn this? It's not even a difficult academic subject. Wei Jingzhe showed no change in expression, whether Chen Qian learned quickly or Hu Xiao struggled. He treated them equally. His cold gaze looked at Hu Xiao and said seriously, calm your mind. I know, but my mind just won't listen. Hu Xiao scratched his head anxiously. Chen Qian was worried he might impulsively hurt himself. Hu Xiao looked pitifully at Chen Qian, clearly having only practiced for a little while. Qian, please comfort me. You can do it.
Keep trying.
I'll continue with the scene training.
You two can play by yourselves.
I might finish around 9 tonight. Chen Qian decisively slipped away. Just joking, if he stayed to chat with Hu Xiao longer, he wouldn't be able to calm down either. It's fun to be with two handsome guys, but for future free activities, it's better to focus on training. All right, I'll try again. Feeling encouraged, Hu Xiao prepared to keep working hard. He was determined to learn this skill. Maybe next time, when he hunts wolves, it won't be so loud. It's so embarrassing to get caught in the police station. Chen Qian returned to the training room on the 3rd floor. She planned to complete the last 3 scenes today. The scene was set up. This time, the style was ancient warfare. It started with a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses. Chen Qian didn't know whose body she was in now, but it definitely wasn't a girl's. She was surrounded by soldiers dressed the same way. The sound of horns, the neighing of war horses, soldiers shouting. Countless sounds flooded her ears. In an instant, she was fully immersed in her role, completely part of the battle. Her mind was clear of other thoughts. Under the influence of the surrounding emotions, Chen Qian only had the idea to charge forward. The people around her gradually changed from familiar soldiers to strange enemies. The sword in her hand seemed to never stop moving. Blood stained her clothes, and the cloth band on her arm was soaked with flowing blood. Limbs and severed arms were everywhere among the corpses. It was a fierce fight, almost like she had lost her mind. Even when her body was exhausted, she kept fighting. until her neck was cut off. Chen Qian clutched her neck tightly, the pain from her head being severed still lingering. Her cold, ruthless eyes turned red with blood. Her killing intent was uncontrollable. If someone had been in front of her, she might have kept killing. This was the first time Chen Qian was fully immersed in a holographic scene. She didn't notice anything wrong. She was that soldier, that warrior whose head was cut off. There was no sense of dissonance. Fortunately, the system had reduced the pain significantly. Otherwise, she might have realized she was dying. The system's alert sounded in the room. Ancient battlefield scene ended. Trainee Chen Qian, overall assessment completion rate, 30%. Deduction reasons, fully dominated by battlefield emotions during combat. Penalties, 1. Fully immersed in the scene, failed to recognize retreat signals in time, resulting in her death. 2. Controlled by slaughter, accidentally injured 13 comrades. 3. Strayed from her original formation and entered enemy territory. Chen Qian's mind was in a daze. Her killing intent gradually faded over time. Her lively and pretty face looked a bit dull due to her changing emotions. After resting for about 10 minutes, she finally regained her strength. So, she was really driven by battlefield emotions back then. She was completely focused on charging forward. The atmosphere around her was so passionate and intense. This feeling is similar to someone who doesn't usually care about celebrities being taken to a concert by friends. Even if they're not interested, they get caught up in the excitement of tens of thousands of fans and feel happy. Battlefield emotions are even more powerful than this kind of entertainment atmosphere. They can weaken a person's reason. Once you're in that scene, an ordinary person without training can't stay rational. Even if they survive, they usually carry trauma afterward. Chen Qian was lucky that night when she went to support. Most of the soldiers around her had already sacrificed, and only the people on the city wall were still holding on. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed by the emotion of risking everything to protect the city. She wouldn't have waited for Bai Qimian to come and save her. After calming her emotions, Chen Qian continued her scene training. She had been too arrogant before, thinking that the solo scene from yesterday wasn't difficult, and the others would be similar. But she was quickly proven wrong after just the first of the 5 scenes. This was only a battle involving tens of thousands of people, and the difficulty increased with each of the next 4 scenes. Chen Qian had heard the most about the West Sea battle, which involved the sacrifice of 300 million people. She couldn't imagine what kind of fight it would be with that many humans battling 2 8th-rank high-level alien species and countless lower-level ones. Chen Qian thought that if she had entered the West Sea battle scene with her previous battlefield willpower, she probably wouldn't have survived or would have gone crazy. No wonder Ling locked those 2 scenes away. It took her until around 8 or 9 p.m. to barely reach 80% of the standard for this scene. During that time, she experienced being shot dead, killed by a flurry of knives, attacked by teammates, and even kicked multiple times by a warhorse. She only managed to complete the training because she stayed alert and cautious. It's actually very simple. As long as you control your emotions, follow instructions, and have enough fighting strength, retreating from the battlefield can be quick. Yes, retreating, not winning. This scene teaches us how to escape, how to protect ourselves after completing our tasks on the battlefield. Chen Qian didn't rest after passing through. After a short break, she continued with her daily essential beast core absorption. She doesn't even know how her body was trained. As long as it fits, she can digest it. In just 3 days, she achieved what others take months to do. And the side effects from the first 2 days are much less now. Her adaptability is simply incredible. Chen Qian tidied herself up, checked that she looked normal, then opened the door to go out. She didn't want the 2 outside to worry. Huashao, of course, doesn't need to be mentioned. If he knew her absorption method, he would probably cling to her every day, worried about any accidents. But what would Wei Jingzhe's worries be like? Chen Qian doesn't doubt the nature of the bond after forming it, as explained by the system Hope 2471. Male mutants have different ways of relating to their contract partners depending on their personalities and mutation types. Their relationship is a mix of love and other feelings, plus the natural dominance of the contract owner, creating this unique bond. As Jiang Lingrui said, with such a high compatibility, even without a contract, they would fall in love after meeting. She isn't worried about Wei Jingzhe's attitude being cold toward her. Instead, she's more curious about how his love is hidden, and how others' love might be presented in ways that make her feel addicted. She needs to explore these herself over time. As soon as Chen Qian opened the training room door, she saw the big boy squatting across from her. Hua Zhao's eyes sparkled as he looked at her, as if saying, "Ask me quickly what's wrong." She thought others probably feel the same when they look at her. No, she must change this. It's just so easy to understand. No need to speak. You can see into his heart at a glance. She asked cooperatively, "Xiao, why are you squatting here? Chen Qian, you haven't eaten yet, right? I ordered lots of delicious food. Let's eat first, then talk later." Hua Xiao held her hand tightly, the warmth from his palms spreading into Chen Qian's heart. To Chen Qian, this guy was a cheerful and carefree boy, especially with those two little canine teeth that made him look adorable. Unfortunately, in other people's eyes. "I'm sorry, Ailing. You'll have to take your own revenge. I just can't bring myself to do it." "So, did you learn it?"
Chen Qian asked.
Hua Xiao quickly nodded, looking proud. "Yes, I did. It had taken some effort, but the only time he could truly calm his mind was during battle. In truth, Hua Xiao didn't really need to learn such things. He was born for fighting. Still, his way of focusing was different from Wei Jingzhe's. It had taken him quite a while to get this far, since his personality made it hard for him to stay still. Chen Qian praised him a few times, and then they went downstairs together. On the dining table were freshly made dishes. It was clear they weren't takeout.
"You
cooked these?" Chen Qian asked, though she already doubted it. Hua Zhao's proud expression almost fooled her. "No, Jiang Lingrui hired a chef. Come try his cooking. We ordered your favorite dishes earlier so we wouldn't disturb your training." He looked so pleased with himself that anyone who didn't know better might think he had cooked them. Still, his enthusiasm didn't feel annoying at all. "Yes, these are all my favorites." "Thank you, Xiao, and you too, Jingzhe," Chen Qian said, smiling and including the quiet Wei Jingzhe in her thanks. Sometimes, Hua Xiao really reminded her of herself, except when he caused trouble. She never caused trouble. The new chef was indeed talented. The food tasted much better than takeout. Chen Qian and Hua Xiao chatted as they ate, occasionally bringing Wei Jingzhe into the conversation. For some reason, Hua Xiao seemed unusually restless tonight. He hurried her to eat, finished his meal faster than usual, and the moment Chen Qian put down her chopsticks, he rushed to clear the table. "If you have something to say, just say it," Chen Qian said, feeling a bit uneasy. Hua Zhao's face lit up, as if he had been waiting for her to ask. He quickly stood up, ran to the corner, and pulled out a board. This is a board about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. In the middle of the board, there is a circle divided into 5 sections. Around the circle, a list of the 5 names is posted vertically, along with a cloth and a pen for convenience. "Qian, this is the dark game board I just made. From now on, every night, you come and choose someone. Whoever you pick can sleep in your room. What do you think? Am I clever?" Hua Xiao smiled brightly with his white teeth showing. He even thoughtfully made a demonstration, then pasted his name and Wei Jingzhe's on 2 sections, drawing a line across them with a pen. "Tonight, it's just me and Wei Jingzhe. Want to try? You really are quite clever." Chen Qian didn't know how to respond. Knowing she has 5 matches is one thing, but knowing she has to choose one every day is another. Let's be a little more subtle, so it doesn't feel like a royal choosing a consort. Chen Qian feels she needs to practice her courage. This straightforward approach really surprises her. Seeing his arrogant look, secretly, it's hard to describe how she feels. "Qian, why aren't you talking?" Chen Qian was at a loss for words. She took a deep breath. "If the other 4 agree, then I agree too." She decided to shift the blame. "The other 2 don't know. Ailing probably wouldn't agree to such a crazy idea, right? Deciding who sleeps with a dark game. Only this clever guy could think of such a thing. Later, she plans to quietly check how others handle this kind of problem. Okay, I'll ask the other three later. But tonight, Wei Jingzhe and I both agree, so can we start now? Sometimes Hu Zhao's quick thinking is quite sharp. Jingzhe also agreed. Chen Qian looked suspiciously at Wei Jingzhe, who had been sitting quietly for a while. With his personality, he probably wouldn't want to participate voluntarily, right? Wei Jingzhe nodded. Yes. His tone was so flat, it sounded like he was going out to sunbathe rather than sleeping with Chen Qian tonight. Chen Qian felt something was off. How did he tell you? He told me to agree. Wei Jingzhe clearly explained how Hu Xiao used his methods. Chen Qian's mouth twitched. Even he Xiao couldn't handle Wei Jingzhe. Do you really have no sense at all? Chen Qian thought she was already pretty easy to fool, but Wei Jingzhe is even more unreasonable than her. Hu Xiao looked very proud. He was so clever. Anyway, he agreed. That's true. No matter what method they used, the only two matchmakers at home both agreed. Chen Qian swallowed a mouthful of frustration. She couldn't beat Hu Xiao, and she felt so annoyed. Fine, then I'll throw a dart. Chen Qian no longer pretended to be delicate. Since it's like this, she might as well give it a try. A flash of amusement crossed her eyes. She took the dart from Hu Zhao's hand and, in the other person's eager eyes, quickly aimed and threw it into Wei Jingzhe's area. Just kidding. In this dart game, even if she sped up 10 times, she could still throw it wherever she wanted. Hu Xiao froze. Ah Xiao, do you promise to keep your word? Chen Qian specifically asked him. She had to hold back from laughing out loud.
Haha, silly kid.
Although Hu Xiao was a little disappointed with the result, it was only for a moment. He quickly cheered up.
Yes.
It'll be my turn sooner or later. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky forever. Before he could react, Chen Qian was already thinking about who she wanted to throw the dart at, her mind full of her bad luck today. She believed she would turn things around soon. Chen Qian didn't expect him to be so stubborn. You got off easy, Hu Xiao snorted at Wei Jingzhe, looking frustrated, as if he was more unlucky than that guy. Then he used his wrist to take 2 photos of the dartboard. Hu Xiao, from now on, whoever gets to be close to Chen Qian at night will be decided by the dartboard, okay? By Qi Mian. Are you really spoiling him like this? Hanzi, it's fine. Jiang Lingrui, I'll be back soon. One sentence caused a group panic. Chen Qian privately messaged each of them. She had no pressure talking to 3 people alone. She was more used to the holographic board. Her quick hand speed was back. She even had time to glance at Hu Xiao a couple of times.
Poor kid.
Hu Xiao was feeling a bit restless after Jiang Lingrui said he'd be back tonight.
He
didn't really do much, did he? But I still feel like it's going to end badly. Cough, maybe. I should rest first. Chen Qian decided to use her ultimate skill, sleeping escape. Hu Xiao immediately looked at her with a reproachful gaze. That look, everyone who saw it wanted to comfort her twice. Qian, does Jiang Lingrui hold grudges? He has a face that doesn't remember grudges, Chen Qian said seriously. As for the rest, Chen Qian didn't comment. She liked her partners no matter what. Yes, that's just how it is. If I fight him, who will you support? Okay, this is a tough question. Hu Xiao is really someone who always goes all out, whether chatting or fighting. Chen Qian didn't hesitate. Support A Ling, Qian. Can't you hesitate for a moment? Hu Xiao looked incredulous. He loves his contract partner. Does she not like him anymore? You're a 6th-rank exotic beast fighting a 4th-rank exotic plant. If I hesitate even for a second, he'll be doomed. Chen Qian rolled her eyes at him. Fighting? She couldn't believe he even said that. Hu Zhao's expression looked a bit guilty, as if he understood. After hesitating for a moment, he said, If we can't fight, can I curse at him? Make Jiang Lingrui feel ashamed, so he won't bother with old issues anymore, especially about his past mistakes of getting caught. Thinking this way, he felt confident. Honestly, his way of thinking is quite unique. Sure, you can curse. If you can out-curse him, if you can insult him better than he insults you, I won't interfere. You guys can do as you like. But when she intervenes, it's just. pouring water and watching the show. By the way, Xiao, as an attacker, where do you plan to start cursing? Hua Xiao's confident aura immediately disappeared. He looked troubled and patted his head. He originally thought what he did wasn't a big deal. But when he heard Jiang Lingrui say he was coming back, his instincts sounded the alarm. His intuition told him no way. There are accounts to settle from the previous fight, and there are also accounts from himself that might up. Maybe I should run away. Hua Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought this was a pretty good idea. Chen Qian felt the sentence sounded a bit familiar. Run where? The gentle voice carried no trace of emotion.
Run.
Hua Xiao suddenly jumped up from the sofa.
You
came back so soon? He had been so focused on escaping that he didn't even notice when Jiang Lingrui entered the living room. I was already almost home, Jiang Lingrui said as he slowly walked in. Only then did everyone see what he looked like now. He had changed into clean, casual clothes, and his face had been treated. There were no visible marks left. Only his once slightly long hair had been cut much shorter. The gentle air he used to have now carried a bit more authority. Chen Qian guessed he must have been angry. 3 people were sitting close together on one side, so Jiang Lingrui chose not to squeeze in with them. Instead, he sat on the sofa nearby. Is the new chef's cooking good? He asked. It's really good, Chen Qian answered honestly, not daring to ask about what had happened earlier. One person getting into trouble was enough. She didn't need to join in. I'm glad you like it. You're feeling well, right? Jiang Lingrui smiled warmly at Chen Qian, completely ignoring Hua Xiao, who had just tried to run away. He only nodded politely to Wei Jingjia and asked a few caring questions, as if he had forgotten how sick he had been before. I feel great, Chen Qian replied, sensing that Ailing might not actually be very angry. He was probably just keeping Hua Xiao in check. But this time, the price seemed a bit high. Still, the effect was clear. Hua Xiao had lost all his arrogance and now sat quietly in the corner, afraid Jiang Lingrui might suddenly remember him. Hua Xiao hadn't been this scared of Jiang Lingrui before, but after spending the past 2 days together, he realized this man must have countless hidden thoughts. Because of the invasion of high-level beasts, many nearby cities had developed spatial rifts, bringing waves of monsters with them. This area mostly consisted of sea-level cities, so there were no high-ranking commanders stationed here. During wartime, Jiang Lingrui was basically the highest authority in the region. Sometimes, he was even called in the middle of the night to give remote battle commands. TSK. Hua Xiao had seen it clearly, how Jiang Lingrui communicated with those sharp-minded people. He was now convinced that beneath that calm, gentle surface, this man's heart was full of cunning plans. The people working with Jiang Lingrui are generally okay. He is quite gentle with them. However, some local leaders are stubborn and unwilling to cooperate. In good situations, he easily persuades them, making them eager to join the fight. In bad situations, he quickly forces them to step down and participate. There are also those who refuse to cooperate at all, and he deals with them even more harshly. Hua Xiao listened nearby and felt like he was learning to be more cautious. Anyway, he would rather fight 10 people than argue with Jiang Lingrui about these things. The chairman is very cunning. Chen Qian doesn't know what Hua Xiao is thinking. She is still talking with Jiang Lingrui. Was that little game just now approved by Chen Qian? Jiang Lingrui asked seriously, smiling as he looked at the dartboard on the table. Chen Qian awkwardly nodded. She had agreed mainly to tease Hua Xiao. Sort of. Hearing this, Jiang Lingrui probably understood and reviewed what just happened. He didn't say much about the game's result. Then let's improve the rules a bit, he suggested.
Huh.
Chen Qian was stunned. Did he really agree? Are they really choosing a concubine every day? If not, what do you plan to do with the selection process in the future? Jiang Lingrui reached over and took the dartboard, sighing at its rough craftsmanship. This shouldn't have been Hua Xiao's idea. His question hit the point. Chen Qian hadn't thought about how to distribute the roles at all. She only thought about having 5 handsome men. And other things. No, that's going too far. That's beyond the scope. Chen Qian's face started to turn red visibly. A little excited, she quickly shook her head. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Jiang Lingrui didn't tease her. After a moment of thought, he said, then let's add your name. If you draw it, you can choose freely. If you want to be alone, you don't have to throw. I'll have someone program this game into the group chat to keep it random and more convenient. It's all up to luck. But I'll set a maximum and minimum limit, just in case someone gets really unlucky. And there will be a punishment system. If someone commits a mistake, with your approval, their name can be temporarily removed. Regarding the timing, it depends on situation. Since it's family, Jiang Lingrui didn't treat it like work, only mentioning the basic rules. The main point is urgency. If someone needs immediate comfort, then special cases are handled accordingly. Those who occupy a spot can be postponed. When Jiang Lingrui said this, Chen Qian understood. It's not just about sleeping together. The main reason is that the contract needs to comfort them. Chen Qian knows little about other family situations, but she understands most contract owners are matched with lower-level partners. Since their abilities are limited, dividing them among 5 people is a problem. Many families prefer this fair way. If it's unfair, the contract owner might need to suppress their partner a little. However, Chen Qian felt much better when Jiang Lingrui mentioned the punishment measures. She didn't guess anything. She isn't deaf or mute, and she won't be a contract owner.
Poor Huashao.
Chen Qian, do you like this arrangement? Jiang Lingrui's top priority is Chen Qian's attitude. He knows her personality is sensitive to changes. If she's excited, she shrinks. If she's shy, she gets excited again. But it's not always like that. Sometimes she might get a little bold. I like it. For family harmony and her own happiness, Chen Qian thinks it's better not to resist. But she heard that occasional shyness can help develop feelings between lovers.
Cough. She sometimes isn't very thick-skinned.
Like when she's not overly bold. But since she chose this life, she has to accept it. Jiang Lingrui feels much better too. Talking with Chen Qian relaxes him. Just seeing her makes him feel at ease. All right, I'll start making arrangements. Chen Qian. In the future, you can play freely in City C29, even if everything is used up. Is that okay? Hearing this familiar phrase, Chen Qian immediately thought of what Ling said before, about being able to play freely in the underground shelter room. Does this mean she doesn't have to worry about exposing her strength or space anymore? How can it be so quick? Yes, the storage space is almost sorted out. Just avoid crowds when you go in and the rest is fine. This news will be announced soon. It's just a matter of the product release timing, so it's not a big problem. Jiang Lingrui already knows quite a bit about S1 City. Some of it is just a hint, but he can still guess many things. For example, the new product in the research institute, storage space. Although these things take some effort to understand, they are not too difficult to handle. He considers himself not to be stupid.
But
why does his mind stop working properly when he gets home? He glances mysteriously at Huashao, who is curled up in the corner, and Wei Jingzhe, who seems to be non-existent. All right, Chen Qian smiles very happily, truly. This feeling of being protected by someone is really good, very good. She also wants to catch up quickly. She needs to share this feeling with them as soon as possible. Did you learn this news from Zhou Bensong? Chen Qian remembers the person who sneaked in last night. It only took a day to get results? How did Chen Qian guess this? Jiang Lingrui thinks about the things he just sent to his contract master. Could they have worked so fast? Chen Qian chuckles proudly, because you usually tell me everything clearly when you talk about these things, but this time you didn't. You kept the source of the storage space information vague. You also didn't tell me what happened to Zhou Bensong, so I guess based on that, she hesitates to say more, probably because Zhou Bensong has been through a lot. Whether he's here or not is uncertain. Jiang Lingrui really wants to push this matter aside because he didn't hold back this time. Very impressive. Chen Qian has already figured out my way of speaking and my personality. That's because, Ailing, you haven't hidden anything in front of us. All right, don't tire yourself out. Go to sleep quickly. It's almost midnight. Seeing the exhaustion on Jiang Lingrui's face, she feels very distressed. She still feels too weak, too naive. If she wants to become stronger, she really needs to grow up. Why did she suddenly have to grow up? She didn't even finish high school.
Wait.
She didn't graduate from high school? Fortunately, She doesn't have to worry about that now. Otherwise, it would be hard to find a job. Okay, then I'll go rest first and try the bed you picked for me. Jiang Lingrui stood up and took a few steps forward. He bent down gently, his handsome face soft and warm as a painting, slowly leaning toward Chen Qian. The faint scent of trees and peach blossoms from the man's close proximity made Chen Qian feel a bit nostalgic. It had been days since she last smelled Jiang Lingrui's fragrance so near.
What
happened? Her mind was a bit foggy from the beauty's charm. Being so close made her cheeks turn slightly red. Jiang Lingrui leaned slightly, and with the focused gazes of the other two men watching, he raised his jade-like finger, gently touching Chen Qian's chin, and gave her a light kiss on her soft pink lips. Good night. His voice was even gentler, but there was a hint of playfulness in it. It made her feel a little ticklish inside.
Good
night. Chen Qian's mind was spinning. The warm breath on her lips approached, and then left without warning. Did she just kiss Jiang Lingrui? And in front of the other two? He was really playing big. But would Jiang Lingrui normally act like this? Her mind was a bit muddled. Chen Qian blinked and looked at Aling, who was standing upright and gazing at her with tender eyes. Her cheeks still felt hot, and she couldn't seem to cool down. Fortunately, Jiang Lingrui was considerate. After glancing at her twice, he went upstairs to rest on his own. That gave Chen Qian's racing heart a moment to calm down. Just as Jiang Lingrui disappeared at the staircase, Hua Xiao dared to speak again. He quickly adjusted his mood and happily said, Qian, I'm going to sleep now. It was obvious what he was hinting at. Chen Qian hesitated for just a second.
Go to sleep, she replied.
Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped over to Chen Qian and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. His face turned red so fast it was visible to the eye, and he looked even more shy than Chen Qian. Seeing his shy expression, the embarrassment from earlier after kissing the two men faded a lot. She hadn't even felt the temperature yet, and he was already like this.
Good
night, the boy said quickly after the kiss, stammering. His awkwardness made her feel a little ticklish inside. Chen Qian pursed her lips and smiled. As expected, as long as someone was shyer than her, she felt less afraid. Good night. After watching Hua Xiao happily run upstairs, the living room fell silent. Chen Qian turned to look at the person who had been silent for a while. His cold eyes never left her. Like Wei Jingzhe, this person was quiet and unobtrusive, but she could see and feel him clearly. Do you want a good night kiss too? She had given up her initial resistance, which was already weak, and started to enjoy the moment. Sigh, who would have thought that just half a month ago, she still believed in monogamy? Now 3 kisses in one night?
Well,
rebuilding her views. What could she do? This was a typical case of someone who couldn't resist and just joined in. Yes, Wei Jingzhe nodded lightly. It seemed that whenever he was asked a question, he would just answer with a yes. His expression looked like he was teaching a cultivation lesson, but it didn't seem like he was asking for a kiss from his partner. Chen Qian's mind drifted away for a moment, but she still took the initiative to step forward. She stared at his face, close enough to see every line in his cold pupils. He was really beautiful, but also, it made her feel too distant. Those cold, lonely eyes made her feel a little sad. She gave him a kiss without any romantic feelings, just a simple gesture, and it carried a cold aura. Good night. This time, Wei Jingzhe only responded with a soft, then slowly followed her upstairs. When Chen Qian reached the 3rd floor, she found that he was still planning to follow her. She turned to look at the silent man behind her, a bit confused, and asked, Why are you still following me? His clothes, after a long day of fussing, looked more loose. The cold aura was softened by the disheveled look, making him seem a bit more attractive. Wei Jingzhe's beautiful eyes showed some doubt. Dark game, I sleep here tonight. When it came to explaining, he could say a few more words. Chen Qian's mouth twitched. He was serious. She originally thought today was just a joke with Hua Xiao, a little game experiment, but both of them took it seriously. Chen Qian decided to give up. Whatever, she had already agreed anyway. Without hesitation, she took him to the door of her room, opened it, and stepped aside to let him in. "Come in." Last night, she said there was no man to keep her company, but by the next day, she was assigned someone. She thought, everything goes as planned. Chen Qian happily looked at the carefully decorated room. Who would have thought that in just over half a month, she had changed from a stray wild girl into a wealthy lady, an elegant wealthy lady. And she was now a refined lady who had 5 matching partners. Chen Qian asked Wei Jingzhe to wash up in the bathroom. She changed into a new set of sheets and went to the outside bathroom. She had just taken a shower, and after eating, she planned to brush her teeth. If she weren't worried about perfume smell, she would definitely go do something fun. Right now, she was very particular about everything. She felt she needed to tidy up everywhere. Maybe it was just her silly habits when she was in love? After tidying herself up twice, Chen Qian finally returned to her room. Wei Jingzhe had just come out. Seeing his appearance, she couldn't help but sigh and hold her forehead. She forgot to get him pajamas. He was still wearing the clothes from earlier in the day. Really, does he never take the initiative to do these small chores? Feeling a bit helpless, Chen Qian picked out a suitable set of pajamas from her space and handed it to him. "Go change into your pajamas. It'll be more comfortable to rest." When she had the chance, she told him to enjoy it. Once they went to other worlds, it would be hard to be this comfortable again. Wei Jingzhe obediently took the pajamas and quickly changed. Chen Qian chose a shirt-style pajama set for him. The style was the same, but the fabric was softer, more comfortable and looser. However, the white top was slightly transparent. It wasn't her intentional choice, just an accident. Wei Jingzhe was very obedient. As long as she told him something, he would remember and follow it. He didn't button his clothes all the way to the top like before. Instead, he deliberately left 2 buttons undone, just as Chen Qian had taught him. She was probably dazzled by his cold, beautiful look and walked forward again, reaching out with her mischievous hand. "Jingzhe, I'll teach you one more thing. When we sleep together, you should leave 3 buttons undone. Okay?" Wei Jingzhe replied, indicating he understood. So, when will he finally get it? Others were fine, they understood, and could do it without issue. But Wei Jingzhe is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world and doesn't understand worldly affairs. With a little trickery, his conscience feels okay, and Chen Qian can't go deeper right now. "Since you are so innocent, I will let you go. But adults can't play with childish things. So, since she is a child under 100 years old, it's probably okay for her to play with some childish stuff, right? Jingzhe, turn into a beast form and play with me? It might help soothe me." In front of Wei Jingzhe, she doesn't need to hide her thoughts because he probably wouldn't understand. Chen Qian's eyes lit up at the thought of his original form. She wants to play with something fluffy, and it would be best if she could hug the fluffy thing and sleep together. Later, she plans to lower the room temperature a bit. That would make it even more comfortable. The person in charge said you can't turn into a beast form, but you can. Chen Qian noticed that Wei Jingzhe's way of repeating others' words was very smooth. His pauses made Chen Qian understand that the person in charge didn't allow him to turn into a beast form, but the can meant he could still comfort her. He really wouldn't say an extra word. "Then do you listen to the person in charge, or to me?" She was a bit curious about this person in charge. From Wei Jingzhe's expression, it seemed she trusted him a lot. Wei Jingzhe was caught off guard by her question. His eyebrows lowered slightly as he thought seriously. He was being asked by 2 people to make different choices on the same matter.
He found it a bit hard to decide.
This is why most people accept the contract. Although they see the contract master as the most important, the matcher's thoughts still come from him. If they dislike something, they will tell the contract master. They are not just robots who blindly follow the other. When disagreements happen, it depends on who steps back first, unless the contract master uses forceful commands. They are still themselves, just with someone more important than life in their hearts. "Yours." Wei Jingzhe hesitated for a moment, but finally chose Chen Qian. She really wishes she could borrow mind reading from the heavens right now. She really wants to know what kind of thoughts were running through Jingzhe's mind just now to make this choice. It must be very interesting.
But
No mind reading, yet it seems there is a way to get answers to any question. Thinking this way, her ideas opened up. So Chen Qian decided to ask him directly. She held his hand and sat cross-legged on the bed before starting to gossip openly. Jingzhe, what were you thinking just now that made you choose me? Since she had thought about this before, Wei Jingzhe answered quickly. The leader said I should listen to the master of the contract. Well said. Next time, don't say that again. The leader, can you please work hard to come back to life? I feel a bit unnecessary. Chen Qian looked confused. His answer really gave her a headache. She decided to change the subject quickly. Sleep. People shouldn't be too curious, or something bad might happen. But she thought that the leader must be very, very important to Jingzhe. Still, why did he seem completely unaffected and not even a little sad? Beast transformation and calming. Wei Jingzhe was very serious. Seeing Chen Qian looking upset, he still dared to poke at her feelings. Chen Qian was truly feeling so complicated that she couldn't understand herself anymore. But seeing him so cold and unaware of how much he was hurting her, she didn't know what to say. She would never again use the conversation between Ling and Wei Jingzhe as a joke. This kind of thing, when it's not happening to her, is really hard to bear. All right. Only plush toys could soothe her troubled mind. Chen Qian felt like she was choking on her own frustration, but she could only carefully gesture and ask, then, can you become this big? Is that okay? Transformers can make themselves bigger or smaller. But if they can't control their energy well, they might not be able to do this. If it were others, Chen Qian wouldn't worry much. But with Wei Jingzhe, from what he said, it seemed the leader didn't want him to turn into a beast. She understood why. But such situations might happen because he's not skilled enough to control his size. To keep her room safe, she quickly asked. Obedient Wei Jingzhe transformed right in front of Chen Qian's intense gaze. In the blink of an eye, the cold, handsome man on the bed disappeared. All that was left on the overly large bed was a set of soft, crumpled clothes and a small bulge. Chen Qian quickly helped open the sleepwear, revealing a fluffy white rabbit slightly larger than a football. Yes, a white rabbit. Wei Jingzhe's beast form is a rabbit. She naturally understood the leader's approach. If it transformed during a fight, was it preparing to charm other species to death? But Wei Jingzhe was really strong. Despite having a small beast form, he could still attack 7th-tier creatures with his human body. This kind of strength is hard to categorize clearly. Chen Qian didn't want to think about all that now. This was an adorable rabbit. Who could refuse such a cute rabbit? She definitely couldn't. As for her earlier frustration, it doesn't exist, thank you. Knowing his true form was one thing, but seeing it was another. The rabbit with black eyes stared at Chen Qian, lively and cute, completely losing its cold appearance. She poked the rabbit with her finger once, and it moved. She poked again, and it moved again. This silly look. Was it really Jingzhe's cold demeanor? Oh my goodness. Chen Qian happily hugged him, her face full of affection. Yes, his weight had changed too. The reason is simple. When the beast form grows bigger, its weight can't stay the same as a human's. The same goes for shrinking. Really, so adorable. She pressed her face against him, sniffing here and kissing there. At the same time, her energy field opened slightly to give him a little comfort. The fluffy little tail of the rabbit twitched twice, and its body relaxed much more. It seemed the comfort was really soothing, making him almost lose control of his body. After playing with him for a while, Chen Qian finally laid down with him. If she didn't sleep now, she wouldn't have to get up tomorrow. Let's sleep. She gently pressed the rabbit back into her arms. But this time, the other didn't obediently listen. Wei Jingzhe lightly jumped out of her embrace. Before Chen Qian could process what was happening, he performed a quick transformation from a small white rabbit into a handsome man. Amazing, truly impressive. Wei Jingzhe changed clothes quickly, and in Chen Qian's regretful gaze, he slipped into bed. But after lying down, he didn't behave quietly. Instead, he stared at Chen Qian for a moment, then slowly moved closer. Chen Qian's mind was still elsewhere. lost in thought. As he approached, her face heated up so much it couldn't be called just warm anymore. She was burning up. Who knew a cool, handsome guy could be so attractive? The people around her moved carefully. While she was still confused, he gently kissed her lips, a cool, refreshing feeling lingering there. Then he lay back down and closed his eyes to rest. Every move was precise and deliberate. The kiss was firm, and the sleep was peaceful. Chen Qian was stunned. His mind really was straightforward, not complicated at all. Did she really have to kiss him first, just like the others, before saying goodnight? Her energy and spirit were drained, and he still said that to her? Goodnight. She was really impressed. She decided she must buy some medicine later, just in case she fainted in front of him. Because of plans the next day, Chen Qian woke up quite early, before 8 a.m. Finally, she could see the morning sun. Wei Jingzhe should have woken up already. When she sat up, he had just gotten up too. That's when she remembered there was a person sleeping beside her. Good morning, Chen Qian greeted Wei Jingzhe, who looked completely alert and not at all sleepy. Yesterday, Chen Qian was overwhelmed, but today she was a new person. Wei Jingzhe responded calmly. Good morning. He was so unaffected, as if he hadn't done anything at all. After exchanging greetings, they started washing up and changing clothes. Chen Qian no longer felt as awkward around them as she did at first with Jiang Lingrui. Maybe she was getting used to being around people. Or perhaps they were helping her slowly adapt to society and learn how to communicate. Wait, you don't need to unbutton your combat uniform. Chen Qian saw that after he put on his uniform, he deliberately unzipped it, showing the inner lining and exposing the few buttons. Oh my goodness, her conscience was hit with a huge. She thought he's really not human. From now on, Chen Qian wouldn't dare to teach Wei Jingzhe randomly anymore. Otherwise, something might go wrong. Jingzhe, you absolutely can't wear your uniform like that outside the house, Chen Qian said seriously. She was in the wrong. She stained a blank sheet of paper for her own selfish reasons. Next time, she will dare again. Wei Jingzhe obediently buttoned up his uniform and pulled his combat suit tightly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he just did. When they went downstairs together, Huashao went straight to Chen Qian and asked, Qian, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? This guy is really straightforward. Good morning. I slept very well. Chen Qian did sleep peacefully because Wei Jingzhe, after falling asleep, was like he was dead. She couldn't feel his breath nearby at all. It was as if she was sleeping alone. She slept so well. But it's understandable. Chen Qian isn't very defensive when she sleeps because when she's outside the domain, she mostly sleeps in her space and rarely stays out overnight. That's why her alertness drops when she sleeps. Her instinct for danger is still very sharp, but she's working on improving that. After all, so many things have happened during her sleep these past few days. Wei Jingzhe is different from her. He doesn't have a space of his own. In dangerous places outside the domain, sleeping quietly like this helps him protect himself better. He looks cold, but his hiding skills and vigilance are much higher than Chen Qian's. One is an unlucky drifter, forced to wander. The other is a pioneer on missions. There's a big difference between them. From now on, if you sleep with me, you'll definitely sleep more soundly. Huashao said this confidently. I'll try to sleep more soundly then. Chen Qian promised seriously while looking into the living room. Ling, where is he? In the past few days, she only saw him briefly before they parted quickly. Being a commander is really busy. It's tiring, dangerous, and demanding. But it's his choice, and it's her choice too. He left early this morning. By the way, he said he wants Wei Jingzhe to help out later. Do you want to go? The last part was asking Wei Jingzhe. Don't think that C29 city hasn't had beast tides these days. That's because the defenders have stretched the defense line very long. Now, the number of defenders is much larger than before. Lingrui arranged for nearby patrols and harvests, but apart from the gaps in the northern and western parts of C29 city, no other areas were found. However, strange creatures kept attacking. At such times, it was necessary to ask the pioneer for help. Yes, Wei Jingzhe did not refuse. Jiang Lingrui had already told him before. Within his own group, he was always willing to help when asked. When the leader brought him back from outside the domain, Wei Jingzhe was included in their group, and later, he gained teammates.
But
After that mission, he was the only one left. That's perfect. We can go out together after dinner, Chen Qian decided. Seeing how Zhao's eager look, she added, Xiao, the new car we ordered will arrive soon. Can you help me test it first? He should be a bit nicer to her these days. If Ling could step in. Okay, Hao Xiao was very easy to please and agreed quickly. After dinner, Chen Qian took Wei Jingzhe out. She still dressed the same as always, but Wei Jingzhe wore a gray-yellow combat suit. Without her messing around, the suit looked very cool on him. Chen Qian's destination was the hospital, not far away, but since it was in a different direction, she took a longer route. Be careful. Chen Qian said goodbye to Wei Jingzhe and then turned to leave. She had just noticed Jiang Lingrui had sent her messages in the morning. Now she was replying while walking. Why did Ling send her so many tricky lessons again? Recently, he kept secretly telling her complicated things. Before, their chats were about love communication. Now, they were about love education. Well, it was probably because she had shown interest in learning more. Chen Qian replied seriously, not noticing that after she left, Wei Jingzhe kept watching her figure until she disappeared, then he left. Good morning. As soon as Chen Qian entered the ward, she saw Zhao Yuren looking bright and confident again. Medical technology in this era was quite good. Unless it was a broken arm, leg, or a difficult disease, quick-acting medicine was very effective. Patients could leave the hospital in a few days. Of course, there were even better medicines. Unfortunately, such medicines were too scarce for the military to distribute widely. Someone like Jiang Lingrui is truly life-saving. Zhao Yuran stretched and stood up. Good morning. I thought you might be a bit later. Had an early sleep yesterday. Chen Qian, now back to her usual look, spoke plainly, but her words carried a cold aura. But now, Zhao Yuran wasn't afraid of her anymore. Indeed, you can't judge a person just by their eyes. Her cold gaze seemed like she wanted to attack, but in reality, she was a sweet, honest, quiet girl. At the same time, Chen Qian also thought, you can't judge a person just by their eyes. Her proud and commanding look seemed like she thought she was better than others, but in fact, she was a straightforward, easygoing girl. In that moment, the two girls about the same age shared a surprising understanding. That's perfect. Since you're early, we can go out and have fun sooner. I haven't gone out shopping in a long time. Since crossing over, Zhao Yuren owed the system her life. She only thought about enjoying her later years and had no time for trouble. But now, she was rich, healthy, had a man, and most importantly, she had herself. She could leave behind her past burdens. Here, she could just be herself. A free person, no longer threatened by anyone. As friends, Chen Qian was always someone who would go along with small things, but stick to her own principles on big matters. She was a good companion. But now, she was also slowly growing into a person who could lead others in her family. For today's outing, Zhao Yuran reread the memories of her original self during her hospital stay. The timeline was long, but she remembered the key points. Like the bond formed after making a contract. She argued with the system about this for a long time, but it was just a task assignment. According to the system, it wasn't wrong. It was all part of the plan. Why blame the program? Later, the system seemed to become more humane for some reason. Most of the responsibility was hers. Because of the betrayals and experiences in her past life, her personality had become twisted after death. After rebirth, she was directly linked to the system, which told her she owed her life and needed to complete tasks to stay alive. She cared deeply about her life and didn't want to die again just after coming back. Whenever she thought about her life ending at that moment, she would become a little obsessed to the point of losing her mind and ignoring her morals and values. This prevented her from seeing the reality clearly and almost caused irreversible consequences. Fortunately, she turned back. Chen Qian not only saved her life, but also shone like a light, pulling her out of the muddy corruption. If in her past life someone had pulled her out after betrayal, perhaps she wouldn't have gone to such extremes from the start. Death is not scary.
Hate
Is scary because it can change a person completely. Let's go to Nankai District. Some places there don't allow uncontracted male mutants inside, so we can relax and have fun. Zhao Yuran was also tired of those male mutants who always wanted love. They weren't really seeking love. They just wanted their lives to be safe. Compared to her, their craziness wasn't much different. Okay, let's go. Chen Qian, wearing a mask, moved quickly and decisively, like sealing something tight. Zhao Yuran couldn't stand how cool and distant he seemed. She caught up with him, walking steadily but not too fast, and suddenly put her arm around his shoulder, acting like close sisters, breaking the awkward distance. No rush, we can take our time. Zhao Yuran and Chen Qian were about the same height, walking together with their shoulders linked, one looking cold and serious, the other bright and cheerful, creating a very harmonious scene. But they only held on to each other for a little while. When they saw someone, they let go. Chen Qian felt the warm, fragrant embrace leave, and she finally relaxed a bit. Besides her contracted partner, she was still a little uncomfortable being so close to others, but deep down, she was very happy. This was her only female friend right now. With Zhao Yuran leading the conversation, the atmosphere stayed lively all the way. It was then that Chen Qian realized she and Wei Jingzhe shared some similarities. They both answered questions honestly. But she believed she was a bit more clever than him. Zhao Yuran also didn't have many tricks. She asked Chen Qian questions and shared a lot about herself at the same time.
She didn't even need Chen Qian to ask.
It seemed that these two new friends were really very alike in some ways. When Chen Qian first arrived in Nankai District, she was surprised. There are actually many women and their matching partners out shopping. Although their social levels are not high, it's clear they live good lives. Next to the commercial street, the area feels more high-tech than other places. The shops around here are busier and more lively than in other parts of the city. Compared to that, the place where she chose to live is really quite remote. It's in a corner, close to the city wall. It's not a very safe area. Chen Qian doesn't mind. After the alien invasion, it's all pretty much the same in the city. As long as she can protect her home, that's enough. Let's go shopping first. I'll help you pick out some clothes, Zhao Yuran said, looking around and choosing a direction to walk. This place really doesn't feel like it belongs to the end of the world. Many women and their matching partners are here, shopping and having fun together. Their relationship looks more like bodyguards and young ladies. Well, a kind of protective love. Chen Qian thinks her family of 6 probably can't find a similar way to get along. She's very open with her matching partners, letting them grow freely and taking care of them naturally. Seeing Zhao Yuran start taking her around the moment they arrived, Chen Qian couldn't help asking Yuran, "Aren't you planning to move somewhere else?" They were walking and chatting at the same time. "Yeah, I will. Once my matching partners arrive in the next couple of days, I'll move," Zhao Yuran replied. She's learned her lesson from the last time. Okay, that's good. Tonight, maybe you should stay at a hotel nearby. Chen Qian didn't invite anyone to her home without permission, because it's too dangerous. If her matching partners are more aggressive, they might reject outsiders, and things could get really bad, possibly even deadly. She knew Zhao Yuran's home was empty, and she only came in because she was injured. Looking around, she saw that Nankai District has very good security. There are all kinds of shops, clothing, jewelry, entertainment venues, and even a hotel run by the Alien Mutation Society, which is very safe. In a more developed city, these places would be even more luxurious. Sure enough, in the most bustling part of the city, life feels completely disconnected from the end of the world. This is still a very small city, and it already looks like this. When Chen Qian first arrived in C29 City, she felt like the whole world was covered with a thick filter. Although she had seen suffering and experienced life and death, she still thought that even in this end-of-the-world situation, the world was pretty good for women. They were well protected, and she had no complaints. Seeing people was already a blessing, not to mention the good treatment and sincere care from others. She always believed that this place was very good, truly good. But when she saw the bustling commercial street, just like in her previous life, Chen Qian suddenly realized that this kind of protection might not be as perfect as she thought. Is it really right to keep women in cozy, airtight safety in the end times? Maybe it's okay at first, but what about later? Are the efforts of the pioneering women really just for them to live peacefully? Male mutants who have formed contracts might naturally submit to their masters, but what about other women? Would men be willing to accept being subordinate to others, given the difference in strength and numbers? Chen Qian remembered Zhou Bensong's attitude earlier. That was how high-level male mutants treated other women. He was already able to break free from the natural suppression from external women. All the things she had seen and heard recently floated in Chen Qian's mind. The subtle sense of discomfort was like a seed planted long ago, slowly taking root and sprouting. I think so too. Nankai District is different from other places. It's lively at night, a good place to experience nightlife. Zhao Yuran was very happy. Having matching partners is really great. So many points just get turned into our own. Chen Qian temporarily pushed aside her complicated thoughts. She couldn't do anything about those guesses. So she focused on spending time with her friends. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered their dowry. She nodded in agreement. It's really good for girls. But if we want to keep this good life, we need to improve ourselves quickly. She secretly reminded Zhao Yuran. A new idea slowly forming.
Huh?
Still need to work hard? Isn't being a salted fish okay? Was Chen Qian trying to persuade herself? Zhao Yuran is currently feeling discouraged. Although she knows strength is important, based on her memories, few female mutants would choose to give up easily. After all, advancing to higher levels is very difficult for them. They don't lack beast cores. 5 people sharing one is enough. But digesting the energy from these cores is very tiring for them. Usually they process these energies monthly. However, even though most women are at different levels from their partners, they can still make do by adjusting and working together. Chen Qian is already so strong, yet she still wants to keep working hard. Her fighting spirit is very different from the women around her who are just passing by. She seems to have a very strong life force, always trying to make herself grow, no matter when or where. Well, not trying is not an option. Living is one thing, living well is another. In this world, only being strong enough can help you live better. Moreover, as the contract owner, I understand that I am the head of my family. Whether they spread their wings or swim in the water, everything needs my approval. If I, as the contract owner, don't have enough strength to support this, I will become their weakness, something they must protect closely. And I don't want to be a weakness. What I want is to become strong, to control everything I have. Even though I am weak now, I will keep working hard to grow. This was Chen Qian's first time openly sharing her thoughts. She might not be very mature, but she truly thinks this way and is working toward this goal. She has long said she would spoil her husbands. But before that, please wait a moment.
Gaining nutrients takes time.
Zhao Yuran listened to her words and felt a little touched. Is she truly strong enough? Putting aside her own prejudices, she realized her strength compared to her partners is quite different. Her partners, aren't they the people she wants, the ones who will never betray her? Only after she has gone through her own efforts does she understand how unbreakable such a bond can be. In the beginning, she was easily cut off by the other side, with no chance to get close. If the other person has such feelings, then maybe she can choose to treat them better. The most important thing is that if Chen Qian keeps walking further away, and she still stays in the same place, then friends will grow further apart. She wants to be with Chen Qian. Only when she's by her side can she see the light ahead. Zhao Yuran has already made her decision. You're very weak. Zhao Yuran agrees with Chen Qian's earlier words, but her expression turns strange at the last sentence. A 4th-level alien species, and you say kill just like that. You don't even blink, and you even have time to look at the girl. Is this called weakness? Yes, Zhao Yuran has noticed that sometimes Chen Qian stares at her face in a daze. It seems she has become attractive to her. When she first discovered this, she was stunned. It was like, I was so jealous of you at first. Jealous of how good-looking you are, jealous of your luck, jealous that you have two perfect matches, both of whom are my mission targets. And now, you actually like me very much? Not only did you save me, you also worked on winning me over. And quickly increased your favor with me. Finally, you even gave me life extension? Zhao Yuran feels very complicated. She feels her conscience, which just recovered, is being strongly guilty. She really wishes she could go back in time and strangle herself. Was her mind full of back then? Chen Qian doesn't know Zhao Yuran's feelings of guilt. She answers seriously. Yes, not only is my strength continuing to grow, but I also find it too easy to understand. This isn't a good thing, it's a weakness. She actually knows herself quite well. Otherwise, she wouldn't hide herself so carefully, afraid others would see through her. Chen Qian is very strong within her level, even capable of surpassing her level. But Chen Qian is also very weak in this apocalyptic world. Her experience and social skills are almost completely blank. The only reason she's not worse is that she was in middle school when she traveled through time. Otherwise, she'd be illiterate. If she doesn't work hard, she will be protected by her matches and become a weakness. If she is carefully protected as a weakness, she will lose the chance to grow freely. Chen Qian, you really are quite easy to understand. You're right. Living and living well are never the same thing. Although I am not very interested in raising them well, becoming stronger is a good idea. Even you are working hard because of your weaknesses, so I definitely need to work harder too as long as I am with you. Zhao Yuran hasn't been trained much by this apocalyptic world, so she naturally prefers her old ideas. So, shall we form a team? Chen Qian secretly wants to find someone to study with. Of course, this kind of study group is different from the one with Wei Jingzhe and Huaxiao before. This one is remote. Because of their nature as adult mutants, they usually don't choose to absorb beast cores together. But at school, it's fine, since the teachers are very experienced. Having them teach minors reduces the risk of going down the wrong path. The two of them mostly just chat and encourage each other. Sometimes they share experiences and maybe even practice fighting skills together. Chen Qian really enjoys being around people as long as it's comfortable. Her social anxiety is because she hasn't interacted with people for a long time, but she's getting used to it. She also wants to understand why other female mutants level up so slowly. Maybe she can find other ways to improve herself faster. Sure, we'll fight side by side and conquer everything. Be careful, I might catch up with you, haha. Zhao Yuran was inspired to become stronger. TSK, as a woman, I can't afford to be weak. Chen Qian just made her first friend, and now she's heading down a path of violence, never to return. They talked and strolled until noon before stopping. Chen Qian leaned against the wall, not wanting to move. After only 2 or 3 hours of wandering, she, a 4th-level mutant, couldn't take it anymore. She, who can defeat monsters 2 levels higher, actually couldn't hold on? This is strange. She thought she could still go out and challenge a few 6th-level mutants, but after 10 more minutes she felt like she was done.
Help, I really can't go on.
Chen Qian, the king of endurance, admits defeat. As a girl, how come your fighting ability while shopping is so weak? Zhao Yuran was a bit surprised. She hadn't been out shopping for long, right? Is this really the limit? And mutants shouldn't have better stamina? Chen Qian no longer dared to say she was strong. Shopping was so scary. She used to avoid it. Yes, I am weak. Let her handle the monsters. This sister is so frightening. Her combat power is very high. Zhao Yuran saw her look tired and quickly took her to the restaurant. Luckily, they chose same-city delivery for the items they bought, or it would have been even more embarrassing. When the food arrived, Chen Qian regained her energy, as if the shopping malls were monsters that drained her spirit. Han Ci gets carsick, and she gets tired from shopping. Ha ha ha, your contrasting expressions are quite funny, Zhao Yuran said cheerfully, without any politeness. Chen Qian looked at her expressionless. How about you go outside the city and explore a bit? Zhao Yuran stiffened and quickly waved her hand. She was only at level 2. Was she asking for trouble? Forget it, I can't do that. Shopping isn't my thing, and neither is exploring. Let's call it even. But how did you end up outside the city? I originally came from there, Chen Qian said honestly. Jiang Lingrui had told her before that there are survivors outside the city too, though fewer in recent years. They still exist. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about her background. Wow, you're pretty impressive. Zhao Yuran didn't ask about the system. She thought for a moment about the survivors outside the city. Since this was her first time hanging out with Chen Qian, she didn't want the system to disturb her, so she temporarily disabled it to avoid distraction. She didn't want their friendship to be mixed with other things. Their initial purpose was not pure, and if it remained like this during their time together, it wouldn't be acceptable. When they were almost done eating, Zhao Yuran suddenly received a message. Hey, Qian, my matchmaker has arrived. I thought it would be tomorrow, but it came so quickly. Are all the special cars this fast now? I don't know. My matchmakers didn't take that. They came on their own. Chen Qian remembered the person riding a scooter. All right, since you're tired from shopping, let's stop here for today. Do you want to come with me later? Zhao Yuran felt a bit disappointed. Just joking, going there to pick up someone else's matchmaker if a Ling found out. Chen Qian suddenly felt she might have a bit of a strict wife side. But that's a Ling. If he becomes unhappy, I will feel sad for him. This is called mutual effort, and it also shows the tolerance of the head of the family. It's not called strict husband management. The two of them took a taxi to the transformation hall. I'm leaving now, see you later. After getting off, Zhao Yuran happily said goodbye to Chen Qian, feeling very happy today. It was a feeling of ease she had never experienced before. Yes, see you. Chen Qian planned to go straight home to continue practicing the scene they hadn't finished. Dating with female friends of the same age really makes her feel happy from the heart. It's a different feeling from being with the matchmakers.